Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. The first particle collider is ready. The second particle collider is ready. The third one is ready. The fifth particle collider is ready. In the near-Earth space station of PDC, there was a loud sound, and countless scientific researchers were staring at the detection interfaces of the 5 particle colliders on the screen. This is the last struggle of mankind. At this time, it has been a year since humans discovered Trisolaris. During this period, humans established the Planetary Defense Council, or PDC for short, in order to fight Trisolarans. At the same time, PDC also learned of an organization Ito that worked hard for the three-body. In the organization that wiped out the Ito Adventist faction, they learned of the three-body invasion plan against human beings. Siphons are a part of them, and the trisomy attempts to use siphons to block human beings' observation and research on the microscopic particle level. You must know that the theoretical basis of modern science is based on the research at the level of microscopic particles, but now this aspect is locked by siphons, which means that human science will not be able to go further. Right now, researchers on the near-Earth space station are trying to escape the interference of siphons by using ultra-distance particle colliders. As the experiment progressed step by step, everyone's hearts were raised in their throats. They are very clear that this experiment will determine the life and death of human beings in scientific research. In other words, life and death determine the fate of mankind. Soon, the result came out. When seeing the result, Dr. Ding Yi's eyes instantly became desperate. The results of the 5 particle colliders were all interfered with. The experiment failed. There was silence in the space war, and Dr. Ding Yi touched his dizzy head, as if he heard Siphon's silent mockery at them. Everything they did was unintentional. On the island of Verne, in the headquarters of the PDC, Dr. Ding Yi is reporting the results of the experiment to the chairman of the PDC, say. The result is like this. Obviously, there are more than 2 siphons blocking the Earth. With the current means of human beings, there is no way to break through the blockade of siphons. Human science has been locked. Dr. Ding Yi lowered her head, her eyes full of despair. You have done a good job. It is enough to make human beings clearly aware of their situation. Chairman Say stood up and looked at him firmly. But the council pays so much money for it. This is not important, human beings only need an answer, even if it is a desperate answer. Chairman Say shook her head, then she looked at Dr. Ding Yi and said. You'd better prepare for your return journey. Dr. Ding Yi nodded. By the way, there is something I want to ask you about your students. Chairman Say said suddenly. Hearing this, Dr. Ding Yi was taken aback. PDC is going to hold a press conference. I need you to invite him to attend the meeting. People from our council have sent invitations to him many times before, but they have not received a response. You also know that for a scholar like him, it is impossible for us to force him. She frowned as she spoke. So please also hope that you will come forward, after all, you are his teacher. Teacher? Dr. Ding Yi didn't know what he thought of, and smiled self-deprecatingly, then he looked at Chairman Say. I can only say that I will try my best, but I can't guarantee it. Chairman Say nodded. After the communication was disconnected, Dr. Ding Yi half raised his head, thinking of his excellent student, the one who stood at the top of the scientific world. In the East Daxia Sea, somewhere in a luxury villa. On the big Simmons bed in Roiwan, a man and a woman are struggling hard. Suddenly an inappropriate voice sounded. Sir, I have your call. The smart butler Jarvis reminded him. There. I have your phone. Don't worry about it, even if the sky is falling now, you have to finish this matter first. A man's voice sounded, and then he began to struggle hard. An hour later, Lin Nian came out wearing a bathrobe after taking a shower. Now that he was done with work, he just felt refreshed. On the bed, flushed and still panting slightly, the beautiful model first rolled her eyes when she saw him coming out, then smiled. I said you don't look like a patient is not as vigorous as you are. She bit her lip halfway, emphasizing the word vitality. Lin Nian didn't care about her teasing. I said, why don't we try to get along? The beautiful model looked at him and asked, even the soft silk quilt couldn't cover her beautiful body. Come on, is it interesting to say this to a patient of mine? The money has already been transferred to your account. If you leave here, there will be no relationship between us. Lin Nian lay on the sofa and lit a cigarette but did not reply. It's really ruthless. The beautiful model gave him a blank look. Hee hee. Lin Nian chuckled twice, and continued. Okay, let's go if you have nothing to do. My legs are weak. Lin Nian was silent for a while, then stood up. It's up to you, the door is there. Then, he came to the living room. Jarvis, who called just now? Sir, it's your teacher, Dr. Ding Yi. Teacher. Lin Nian was stunned. He originally wanted to see who would disturb him when he was doing good things, since it was his teacher, then forget it. Help me connect to his communication. After thinking about it, he decided to contact him. After all, his teacher would not bother him if he had nothing to do. Yes, sir. Jarvis' voice sounded, and the communication was connected soon. A blue virtual projection screen emerged in the air, and a haggard figure appeared on it. Teacher. Lin Nian looked at the figure on the screen and shouted. Lin Nian. Dr. Ding Yi looked at him with complicated eyes. Teacher, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Dr. Ding Yi sighed with emotion. Are you okay now? It's not the same as before. Lin Nian spread his hands. Well, if you're all right, maybe. Dr. Ding Yi looked at him and sighed. Teacher, there is no need to talk about this topic. I heard that your experiment failed. Lin Nian changed the topic. Yeah, it failed. As you said, the three-body problem has blocked all the countermeasures we can think of. Dr. Ding Yi shook his head. It's normal. If they don't even consider this, then they don't have the qualifications to touch our planet. By the way, you didn't come to me to talk about this kind of thing. You know I'm not interested in this. Lin Nian said. There's a meeting. Dr. Ding Yi was interrupted by Lin Nian before he finished speaking. It's that group of guys again? They only know how to hold meetings all day long. If you have this spare time, you might as well use their primitive heads to do some experiments, even though they can't do anything. Lin Nian's tone was full of disdain, but soon he noticed something and looked at Dr. Ding Yi and said hastily. Teacher, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about them. Dr. Ding Yi shook his head. He didn't pay attention to this, he still knew Lin Nian a little bit. It's not them, it's PDC. They want you to attend a meeting. They didn't get a response when they invited you before, so they want me to persuade you. Of course, I'm just helping to spread the word. If you are busy, don't worry about it. Ding Yi said. PDC? Lin Nian's eyes flashed, but he quickly returned to normal. Although I'm too lazy to talk to them, since you are the one who spoke, then go and have a look. Ding Yi nodded, and soon the two fell into silence. Then, that's it, I'm going to go back. Then the two hung up the communication. It seems that the plan is about to start. Lin Nian lay on the sofa and thought to himself, his eyes gradually lit up when he thought of this, so his plan could start. A week later. A bruised car was driving on the road. Inside the car, the stout Dashi had a serious expression on his face. Hearing the news from the earphones, he replied in a deep voice. Well, I see, I will arrange it. As he spoke, he turned the steering wheel violently, almost causing Luo Ji in the back seat to vomit out his overnight meal. Then, Big Brother, where are we going? Luo Ji asked tremblingly. Just a few hours ago, his girlfriend who had just met for 2 weeks was hit by a car accident, and he was taken into the car by the big brother in front of him for no reason. And on the way, they encountered several accidents that almost killed him. Now he can be described as a frightened bird in a cage, with an extremely tense expression, afraid that some accident might happen somewhere. Go and pick up someone. She replied lightly. Anyone else? Luoji froze for a moment. I said, brother, what on earth do you want to do, even if it's kidnapping, tell me, so that I can be prepared. Luoji gave a wry smile. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, you will know when the time comes. She didn't say much. Soon, they came to a high-end neighborhood. Looking at the high-end neighborhood in front of him, when Luoji was lamenting the life of the damn rich, Dashi stopped his car in front of a villa. Be alert. He gave a warning into the communicator, then turned to look at Luoji. Get out of the car first, it's still very safe here. Hearing this, Luoji stepped out of the car cautiously. As soon as the two of them reached the entrance of the villa, a tall beauty stepped on high heels and walked out from inside. Dashi's expression froze, and he relaxed a little after hearing the news from the headset. You. The woman looked at them suspiciously. Dashi didn't say much, just showed his identity, and then waved his hand to signal her to leave quickly. The woman glanced at them, then left quickly with her bag on her shoulders. Chapter 2. Luoji looked at the slender figure receding away, and the uneasiness in his heart was slightly diluted. Don't look, you can't afford it. Dashi turned his head and said something to him. No, I'm not. Hearing this, Luoji waved his hands quickly. All right, I know, man. After talking about Dashi, he gave him a wink that any man could understand, which made Luoji not know how to explain it for a while. Continue to be vigilant and don't let anyone in. Dashi put his hand next to his ear and said something, then turned to look at Luoji. Let's go, Professor Luo. Then he pushed the door straight in. Welcome, Officer Shi. Jarvis' voice sounded in the living room. Dashi didn't raise his head, he walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Looking at the living room full of technology, Luoji was stunned for a moment. What are you doing in a daze? Sit down first. Dashi said to him. Brother, where is this place? Luoji asked in a daze. Here. This is my house. Suddenly a voice came from the front, and Lin Nian just walked out. Seeing Lin Nian, Luoji's pupils shrank suddenly. You are Lin Nian. Of course he knows Lin Nian, maybe in this day and age, he doesn't know him. Lin Nian, the youngest scientist in this century, is known as the contemporary Einstein. His photos have been broadcast on the news and on TV many times. Some people even regarded him as the savior. Although I have seen his appearance on TV, it is the first time that he has seen him so close. At this time, Lin Nian gave him the feeling that he was dazzling. Yes, it was dazzling. The halo on his body and his golden hair make him extremely dazzling. This is a big man, different from his little character. Yo, are you up? Dashi teased Lin Nian. Lin Nian ignored him and casually threw him a cigar. Dashi didn't hesitate to take the cigar and took a strong sniff. I knew you had something good, and I'm afraid this thing is out of production now. Dashi muttered. That's for you, as long as there are benefits, this thing will not disappear. As he spoke, Lin Nian picked up the wine glass next to him. Have a drink. Dashi shook his head. I'm not used to drinking the stuff of foreigners, besides, I still have to drive now. Don't drink and drive, and don't drink while driving. It's up to you, Dashi. I didn't expect you to be quite serious. Lin Nian smiled. FKU, what is my identity to do illegal things? Dashi said angrily. Actually, I'm not used to drinking this kind of thing, but there's no way those women like this kind of thing. They say it's stylish. By the way, Mr. Luo, sit down, what are you doing in a daze? As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at Luo Ji and greeted him. Leave him alone. Dashi waved his hand. I said, can you stop bringing some women into the house all the time, it will make our work very difficult. Dashi complained. Why, don't you let me be unrestrained? Besides, I have investigated the identities of those women, don't worry. Lin Nian smiled and snapped his fingers, and soon a small robot came over with a glass of water. Safe? Don't say anything else, what if she poisons you? Dashi sneered. Poison? Is Polly hiding drugs? Thinking of this, Lin Nian coughed violently. What's the matter? You're not going to hang up, but don't, how can I explain this to my superiors? Dashi hastily made a joke. FKU, I haven't reached the time to hang up yet. Lin Nian said angrily. After a while, Dashi asked while smoking the cigar in his hand. Boy, although I don't know much, I still know you. You should not be someone who likes to participate in this. Dashi looked at him and said, his demeanor suddenly changed, calm and thoughtful. They asked my teacher to pass on the message. There is no way. My teacher has already spoken. I have to give him this face. Lin Nian spread his hands. Yo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Upon seeing this, Dashi took out what Lin Nian did just now. FKU, respect the teacher, I still have this moral standard. Dashi smiled when he heard this, he just wanted to say something from the earphone that made him straighten up. It's getting late, we should leave. He checked his watch, then extinguished the cigar in his hand. By the way, give me a few more of this stuff, it's rare for a vulgar person like me to smoke such a good cigarette once. You have to show some face. Lin Nian cursed with a smile. That's what he said, but Lin Nian still brought some cigars for Dashi. Soon he and Luo Ji boarded Dashi's car. The personnel have been received, the process has been arranged, and the surrounding situation has been paid attention to. Dashi immediately changed his appearance after the car, with a serious expression and always paying attention to his surroundings. The lingering black smoke floated in the sky outside the car, which was so gloomy and oppressive that it was hard to imagine that a few years ago, this place was still a scene of feasting and feasting. Since the establishment of PDC last year, the word enjoyment has been far away from most people. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Nian, he still lives in a luxurious villa and eats delicacies from mountains and seas. This is human society, no matter how it develops, the people who suffer will always be at the bottom. Hello, Dr. Lin Nian. As if feeling a little awkward in the atmosphere, Luo Ji greeted him a little stiffly. You don't need to be like this, Mr. Luo, just call me Lin Nian. Speaking of which, I have attended your public class. Lin Nian smiled at him. Luo Ji was taken aback, is there such a thing? He really didn't know, if he knew that such a character had attended his open class, he would have bragged to his students long ago. Are we planning to attend a scientific research gathering? After Luo saw Lin Nian, he had a guess about this trip. Don't worry about it, you'll know when the time comes. Dashi muttered, then glanced at Lin Nian as if to tell him. Lin Nian also understood what he meant and didn't answer. Perhaps because of what Lin Nian said before, Luo Ji was not so reserved with Lin Nian. Well, can Lin Nian ask you a question? Teacher Luo, ask. Are you really as ill as reported in the report? Luo Ji couldn't help asking. In fact, this question has always been guessed by the outside world. A few years ago, Lin Nian made his mark in the scientific community, and his scientific research achievements amazed the whole world. People thought he would continue on this road and become the next Einstein. But no one expected that he disappeared without a trace, and then there were rumors that he had an incurable disease. He thought so too at first, but seeing Lin Nian's current state of mind, he couldn't quite believe it. Facing Luo Ji's question, Lin Nian nodded. After getting Lin Nian's answer, Luo Ji was obviously taken aback. Can I ask what the disease is? It's just genetic disintegration. Lin Nian spread his hands and didn't hide anything. Luoji gasped suddenly. Although he didn't know much about the disease, he could guess a thing or two from the meaning of the word. Then, I'm really sorry. For a moment, Luoji didn't know how to phrase it. It's not a big deal, it's just a short period of time. Lin Nian said indifferently. I admire your mentality. It's not like other people who know that they will die soon. She suddenly said something. Don't tell me, with your current life, we probably won't experience it in our lifetime. If you want me to say, your life is worth it. If you can't speak, don't say it. Are you comforting me or cursing me? Lin Nian said angrily. Luoji looked at the two people who were joking, and asked a question in doubt. You know each other? Well, this guy was my bodyguard for a while before. Lin Nian pointed to Dashi. What bodyguard? That's a mission. Dashi said quickly. Is there a difference? Lin Nian retorted. Then who is this big brother? Luoji vaguely guessed something. No, see for yourself. Dashi didn't bother to talk nonsense, and directly took out his police ID and handed it over. After seeing Dashi's identity, Luoji's hanging heart immediately eased. It turned out to be the police. Afterwards, Luoji didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Lin Nian was right next to him, so no matter what happened, it was impossible for something to happen. In this way, the three of them came to the transfer station and started their journey under the escort of a flying squadron. Ouch, I can finally take a good rest. Dashi lay on the chair of the plane and stretched. By the way, you two should take a rest too, there is still some distance to the destination. Dashi narrowed his eyes when he said that. Don't look at him smiling with Lin Nian on the road, but in fact he never let go of his heart. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, when Luoji woke up from his sleep, he found that there was already a blue sky and white clouds outside the window. In this era, such pure natural scenery is hard to see. This is Vern Island, the headquarters of PDC. Luoji looked at the island below and muttered, needless to say, this was the destination of their trip. He had watched Vern Island on TV many times before, but when he thought that he would set foot on that land in person, he felt a little bit of anticipation for a while. That's Vern Island, and those who can go to the island are all human elites. Yo, you're quite calm, kid. I thought you'd be yelling excitedly. Dashi looked at Luoji and laughed. Luoji rolled his eyes at him. With this big man next to me, why should I worry? Hehe, I can't tell, you have a big heart. Dashi smiled. Clean up, it's about to land soon. Chapter 3. Correct. As Dashi spoke, he seemed to have remembered something, and took out a body armor from the back seat of the cabin and handed it to Luoji. Put it on. Then he looked at Lin Nian again. Would you like it? What do you say? Lin Nian tugged at his collar. Tisk, the nano-level body armor is a good thing, I'll make one for my brother. Dashi laughed. On the other hand, I still got this thing out of the laboratory. Besides, this thing can't prevent Trisolaran's weapon. Why do you want it? You can't guard against Trisolarans, but you can guard against your own people. Dashi sighed with emotion and then shook his head. Luoji looked at the bulletproof vest in his hand, then at Lin Nian and did not speak. Soon, they landed at the airport. As soon as he got out of the car, Luoji was fascinated by the scenery here, all kinds of high-rise buildings, and the space elevator under construction in the distance. Compared with where he lives, this place is heaven. Not far away, Cantor in a suit led someone over. Long time no see, Dr. Lin Nian. Cantor saw him greeted with a smile, but Lin Nian ignored him, and Cantor didn't care and turned to look at Shi Qiang. Thanks for your hard work. Dr. Luoji's safety is now in our hands. As he spoke, the female secretary at the side came over with a tablet. Dashi just glanced at it, then pushed it away casually. What the hell, I don't understand, don't sign. Let them go, I'm here to see my teacher's face, what are they, don't go. Lin Nian's disdainful scolding came. Hearing this, Dashi and Lin Nian looked at each other and smiled. Then, Dashi looked at Cantor and said, just one word, I have to follow people before they get there. This is my task. Cantor looked at Dashi, and then at Lin Nian who was beside him, and his head grew big in an instant. Faced with this situation, Cantor had no choice but to give up. Dr. Luoji. Cantor looked at Luoji and smiled, and turned sideways to motion him to get in the car. Dr. Lin Nian, you can also come together. Mr. Cantor, how many times have I said, please call me a scholar, I am not a doctor. Lin Nian said as he walked into the RV. Vehicles are driving on the wide road. Unlike the outside world, although the inside here is very wide, there are very few vehicles. At this moment, Luoji was staring at the scenery outside the car window. Dr. Luoji, this is your first time on the island, so let me introduce you to the situation here. Cantor looked at Luoji and said. I'm sorry to trouble you. Before the era of crisis, Vern Island was just a small, uninhabited island, but in just a few years, the scientific research results of the entire human race have been condensed here. In addition to the dignitaries of the PDC, all the top talents in various industries are here, the real human elites. Elite? A sneer interrupted Cantor, and Lin Nian looked out the window and said disdainfully. Just because their primitive heads are worthy of being called elites. Hearing this, Cantor did not refute. In a sense, Lin Nian is the only person who is qualified to say this. Hehe, what, can you tell me, what am I doing here? Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Luoji let out an awkward laugh and hastily changed the topic. You will know when the time comes. Cantor didn't say so. Luoji also thought it was interesting and didn't continue to ask. At this time, he saw Dashi beside him staring out the window intently. It looks like you, like me, are here for the first time. Bullshit, you think anyone can come up here, this is the headquarters of PDC. Only the one next to you has this kind of treatment, and I wish he could stay here permanently. Dashi replied angrily, and then brought the topic back to Lin Nian. TCH, what's interesting here, it's okay to come here for vacation occasionally. Lin Nian's words were full of dislike for this place. There is the Scientific Research Center of PDC, which brings together the world's top scientific research teams. At this time, Cantor pointed to the building beside him and talked, and changed the subject without leaving a trace. I know this. I have a friend who works here, who is the one who worked with you on the space elevator. Dashi said quite proudly. Professor Wang, who specializes in nanomaterials. Speaking of this, Luoji immediately became interested. Top. Lin Nian sneered. Oh, by the way, aren't you boasting so well, why didn't I see you working here? Dashi teased him. Lin Nian is a doctor, scholar, he is the chief research director here. Cantor explained. Chief. Hiss. Dashi gasped suddenly. He knew Lin Nian had something, but he didn't expect so much. Here, Luoji rolled his eyes and seemed to think of something. Then what, Lin Nian, do you know how the treatment here is? Lin Nian looked at him with some surprise. What is the salary, how many holidays are there in a year? I don't know, I don't work here. Lin Nian pouted. Aren't you the chief guide here? Luoji was a little puzzled. That was arranged for me by them themselves. Besides, guiding this stuff is just a matter of 2 sentences. Lin Nian grumbled. What, want to go through the back door? Who was Dashi? From Luoji's few words, he knew what he was thinking. Hey, don't you want to check the situation in advance? Luoji smiled. What are you thinking, do you think you have the ability to get in there? Dashi retorted. Why not, Otherwise why did you bring me here? Luoji said. I don't know, you ask him. Dashi pointed to Cantor. Facing Luoji's question, Cantor still had that gentle smile. Dr. Luoji, you will naturally know when the time comes. Then, under Luoji's suspicious eyes, they came to the headquarters building of PDC. However, they did not enter through the main entrance, but came to the back entrance under the protection of a group of heavily armed squads. Although Luoji was puzzled, he understood something when he saw Lin Nian next to him. Perhaps this is the card of the big man. Dr. Luoji, Scholar Lin Nian, get out of the car. Mr. Cantor said to them. So let's just enter the center of the PDC building? Didn't you say that you have to go through a very complicated security check here? Luoji looked at Cantor and asked. It's not necessary for you, of course Lin Nian Scholar is the same. Cantor replied. Ah? What's going on here? Luoji was puzzled. Check what? You're just a broken book, Lin Nian, and I have checked it a long time ago. Dashi said disdainfully. What? You peek at my package. Luoji was furious in an instant. What are you excited about? This is my job. Dashi muttered. You. Come in, Dr. Luoji. Cantor interrupted him, and Luoji had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction. Taking the elevator all the way up, listening to the arrangements of the men in suits in the elevator, Luoji felt that the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense. Turning his head to look at Lin Nian, he found that his expression was still calm, which made him feel a little relieved. Soon, the elevator reached its destination, and the two men in suits pulled Luoji forward without waiting for Luoji's reaction. After walking to the opposite side, several people started to change clothes for Luoji. This inexplicable action immediately aroused Luoji's disgust. What are you doing? What are you doing? At this time, Dashi also rarely stepped forward to stop their actions. This is a formal occasion after all. Cantor explained. His safety is still in my responsibility for the time being. Dashi stared at him and said, seeing that Dashi was so determined, Cantor no longer insisted on turning his head to look at Lin Nian. Scholar Lin Nian. Lin Nian just glanced at it and didn't speak, obviously his attitude was very clear. After a small episode, several people came to a large office, which was full of busy people. And from time to time, I can still hear the words Evans and Guhan from their mouths. Yes, Chief Lin Nian. Suddenly one person noticed Lin Nian and shouted. His words instantly attracted everyone's attention, all eyes were on Lin Nian. Then, he ran towards Lin Nian like crazy. Chief Lin Nian, we have obtained some scientific research techniques for the three-body outflow, can you help analyze it? Chief Lin Nian, the space elevator project is currently progressing slowly, can you help us solve it? Chief Lin Nian, about quantum computers. Everyone was asking Lin Nian for a while, and Dashi quietly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene and put down the hand that blocked Luoji. He is really welcome. Luoji sighed. Scholar Lin Nian is the chief scientific research guide here. In most cases, there are no problems that he can't solve. It's just. Cantor sighed as he watched Lin Nian surrounded by the black crowd. Just what? Luoji asked. Before Cantor could respond, there was a curse from the crowd. Whatever you are arguing about, go away, this little thing will bother me. Hearing Lin Nian's words, the crowd fell silent immediately, and then they silently made way for Lin Nian. Let's go. Lin Nian greeted Cantor. Looking at the crowd standing there, Luoji looked at Lin Nian with some concern. Leave them alone, they all have the same brains as primitive people. Lin Nian waved his hand. Your temper is still so violent. Dashi smiled at him. It sounds like you. Lin Nian bluntly replied Dashi. Then, when several people were passing through the hall, Luoji saw the wreckage of the huge ship hanging in the air. They hang neatly like pieces of sliced cheese on their heads, perfect like a work of art. Such a big ship probably contains a lot of secrets. Luo Ji sighed. The Guhan project had already been announced by the PDC, but some details were not detailed. Chapter 4. It's okay, it's only 28 guaranis. Dashi grumbled when he heard Luo Ji's words. How do you know? Guess, demolition, ... Dashi casually made a perfunctory sentence and didn't want to say more. And Luo Ji also looked at Lin Nian waiting for his answer, and he muttered after noticing Lin Nian's reaction. It's only 28 G, which is too little. Less? It's been a few years, and they haven't fully analyzed it yet. Lin Nian said disdainfully. Scholar Lin Nian, if you had agreed to participate in this project, it might have been completed long ago. Cantor couldn't help reminding. Such a simple thing needs me? Besides, I don't have that much effort. Lin Nian said angrily. Hearing Lin Nian's words, Cantor didn't say any more, and Dashi saw that something was wrong in the atmosphere and said. I said, why are you hanging this thing up so high? It's unlucky. Cantor looked at Dashi and replied with a smile, who suggested cutting it. Hi. Dashi smiled awkwardly. Soon, several people came to a passage, and Dashi stretched out his hand to Luo Ji. Give it to me. Luo Ji handed the bag to Dashi. Aren't you going in with us? I don't have the qualifications. Now you really want to listen to them. Also, I hope the scholar next to you will take care of you. Dashi said solemnly. Then, Luo Ji was taken aside by Cantorlet for a security check. Afterwards, Cantor also looked at Luo Ji solemnly. You are about to attend an important meeting. Meeting? Luo Ji was taken aback. What should I do? You don't have to do anything and don't do anything. Cantor tapped him on the shoulder. What about Lin Nian? Luo Ji looked at Lin Nian in front of him and asked. You're different from them, well, here we are. With that said, Cantor turned sideways. Just like that, Luo Ji walked into the door with a confused expression on his face. The moment he saw the situation inside the door, he was completely stunned. In front of him is a magnificent hall, solemn and solemn. This is the occasion for PDC to give speeches to the outside world. And the people present didn't need to say much, he could tell that there were all high-ranking officials and dignitaries from various countries here. Facing such a formal occasion, Luo Ji was at a loss like a child who broke into an adult's meeting room. In this way, with the support of the two people on the side, he walked into the arena like a puppet. Just when he was shocked, Lin Nian stopped beside him. Scholar Lin Nian, your seat is in front. Lin Nian glanced at him. I just want to sit here, what's the problem? Seeing this, the two staff quickly reported the situation, and soon they moved a chair and placed it next to Lin Nian. Seeing Lin Nian's special treatment, Luo Ji couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Sure enough, big shots are different. I said, shouldn't a big man like you sit in front? Seeing Lin Nian sitting down, Luo Ji seemed to have found his backbone. His idea was very simple, no matter what happened, he would cling to the thigh in front of him. It doesn't matter where you sit. Lin Nian replied. How can this be the same? The people sitting in front are all big shots. Luo Ji said. So what? As he spoke, Lin Nian began to scan the hall. Hey, I said, what is this meeting discussing? Luo Ji asked a question. I didn't know, I was also called over. Lin Nian casually replied. Well, are you looking for someone? Luo Ji looked at him curiously. Find my ex-girlfriend, I'll see if he's here. Lin Nian didn't hide anything. Ex-girlfriend? Hearing this, Luo Ji immediately became interested. Where is it? Where is it? There are too many people to see. Lin Nian said. By the way, there's no news about you having an ex-girlfriend. Luo Ji looked at him half-jokingly and asked. During this period of time, he also got a general understanding of Lin Nian's temperament, and now he has learned to joke. What do I need them to know? Lin Nian glanced at him. 2. Luoji smiled awkwardly, then looked at Lin Nian and asked carefully. May I ask, how many ex-girlfriends do you have? Don't get me wrong, it's just rumors about you. Okay, Mr. Luo, I know what you mean. Lin Nian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Then guess how many I have? There should be a lot. Luoji smiled. Lin Nian didn't answer right away, but took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it directly. Luoji was taken aback by his action. What kind of occasion is this? Is it okay to smoke here? Sure enough, the moment Lin Nian lit his cigarette, many people frowned and looked at them. But when they saw that it was Lin Nian, they immediately swallowed the words that came to their mouths. The security personnel at the side also knew his temperament and reluctantly handed him an ashtray. The corners of Luoji's mouth couldn't help twitching when he saw this scene. He still underestimated Lin Nian's status here. This is simply a big guy. Lin Nian ignored these things, he said with a puff of smoke slowly. Mr. Luo, I heard that your reputation at school is not very good. Facing this sudden question, Luoji was stunned for a moment, and then said in a slightly embarrassed manner. Me, that's just my private life, and I have never done anything to the students and teachers of this school. Then it's the same for me. Lin Nian looked at him and said. Hearing this, Luoji also understood what he meant. Speaking of which, Mr. Luo, we are quite alike. Why don't I hold a party and discuss skills together when I have time? I guarantee you will like it. Lin Nian looked at him and laughed. Luoji's eyes lit up, and a scene of a group of sexy beauties in bikinis frolicking in the swimming pool began to appear in his mind. But suddenly the screen changed, and a beautiful white figure flashed across, instantly calming him down. Ahem, let's forget it. Luoji politely declined Lin Nian's offer. By the way, your ex-girlfriend is also a big shot, right? Luoji asked a question. Lin Nian shook his head. It's not really a big shot, it's just a guy with a bit of a bad mind. That. Luoji was still about to ask something, but suddenly the lights on the stage came on, and the small noise in the venue stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Luoji immediately followed suit and shut his mouth. Only Lin Nian remained unconcerned. A woman in a blue suit walked towards the stage with a solemn face, her steps were firm and powerful, and the sound of her heels trampling on the floor echoed in the wide hall. At this moment, Luoji only felt that the footsteps seemed to be stepping on his chest, and the increasingly tense atmosphere in the air made him a little out of breath. At this moment, he understood what aura is. Chairman Sei came to the podium, and the lights immediately focused on her. She scanned the audience calmly, and then put a document on the stage. I announce that the 19th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council is officially held. I will announce the final list of wall facers. And announce the official start of the wall facer program. Her voice echoed in the hall, calm and powerful. Then, she began to tell the public about the original intention and meaning of the wall-facing project. Lin Nian quietly glanced at Luoji, who was still unconscious when he heard his words. The behavior shown by the wall-facers should be a complete illusion, and its purpose is to mislead and deceive the entire world, including Trisolarans and humans. So here, let me express my deep respect to them on behalf of all mankind. Immediately, there was a burst of warm applause in the venue, and Luoji also applauded. Next, in the name of PDC, I will announce the candidates for the 4 wall facers. The first wall facer, Frederick Taylor, former Secretary of Defense of the United States. Following Chairman Sei's introduction, Taylor's photo also lit up on the big screen behind, and this scene was also broadcast to the world in real time. The second wall facer, Manuel Radias. The third wall facer, Bill Hines. Chairman Sei began to slowly introduce these 3 wall facers. Without exception, they are all elites among human elites. The fourth wall facer. Speaking of this, Chairman Say paused, she looked up at the venue and slowly raised her finger to point in one direction. Immediately, everyone's eyes followed the direction she was pointing at, and the camera also slowly moved over. Luoji was eating melons, and suddenly realized something was wrong, why this direction seemed to be his side. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that everyone's eyes were on him. Lin Nian next to him. Call. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he just said, how could it be him? At this moment, there was also a burst of discussion in the venue. Is it Dr. Lin Nian? It should be him, and the fourth one is the only one who has this qualification. His ability is indeed enough, but can he be competent? They talked a lot about Lin Nian. As the creator of the quantum computer and the implementer of the hibernation plan, Lin Nian is undoubtedly the person who stands at the apex of the entire scientific community. At this time, Luoji also raised his eyebrows at Lin Nian, as if to congratulate him. Lin Nian didn't care about Luoji's stare, let alone take it seriously, he still went his own way. Suddenly, he felt a strange gaze, and he smiled to meet the gaze. The fourth wall facer. Chairman Say's voice sounded again. Chapter 5. The fourth wall facer, Luoji. As soon as Chairman Say's words sounded, Luoji's image lit up on the screen behind him. At this time, the audience was silent at first, and then fell into an uproar. They had never heard of Luoji at all. It would be understandable if the fourth wall facer was Lin Nian, but where did this little character who had never heard of come from? Dashi, who was waiting, was stunned when he heard the voice, then shook his head with a smile, as if he had already guessed the situation. Invite the fourth wall facer to come on stage. Chairman Say said slowly. But Luoji's eyes were staring straight at the moment, and his mind went blank. He didn't know why it was him. Even ordinary people learned the meaning of the role of wall facer from the narration just now. How could such an important position come to him? Shouldn't he be given the genius of science next to him? Hey, congratulations, Mr. Luo. Lin Nian's voice brought him back to reality. He turned to look at Lin Nian, and found that Lin Nian was looking at him with a smile on his face. Is there something wrong? Luoji swallowed. Lin Nian shrugged, your image has been put up, what do you think? Luoji looked at the screen in front of him and saw himself at a loss, but at the moment he still couldn't believe it. But soon two security personnel came up. Dr. Luoji, this way please. Luoji looked at him, then at the stands, wondering what to do. What are you still doing in a daze, Mr. Luo, calling you to go up? Lin Nian's words seemed to have some kind of magical power, which calmed his nervous heart slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and lowered his head to let the man lead him forward. He didn't dare to raise his head because he didn't know how to face so many people. Lin Nian just stared at him like this, he knew that there was going to be a good show going on. Luoji stepped onto the stage with heavy steps, and everyone in the audience looked at him with doubts, disdain, and expectations. At this moment, his brain that seemed like a paste suddenly calmed down, and endless anger began to burn in his chest. He began to yell at Chairman Say and the people in the audience regardless of the time, and even threw out his own wall facer badge. Then he yelled into the camera. I, Luoji, declare to the whole world that I am giving up my identity as a wall facer. I am giving up all the rights I have been granted. As soon as he said this, the audience suddenly fell into silence. Afterwards, Luoji looked at Chairman Say as if venting. Can I go now? Answering him was Chairman Say's faint smile. Of course, Dr. Luoji, you can do whatever you want. Seeing this smile, Luoji suddenly had a bad feeling, but at the moment he didn't care so much, he just wanted to escape from this place where people were playing tricks on him. He started to walk outside, and everyone just stared at him. When he walked to the door, someone in the crowd yelled suddenly. Good job! This is what a wall facer should look like. Then, there was a burst of warm applause in the arena. Luoji looked at the situation in the venue, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why this group of people reacted in this way. Then he fled here like crazy. Dashi saw him coming out in agitation, and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. But Luoji pushed them away one by one. There was no way, because Luoji's current status, Dashi couldn't do anything to provoke him, so he had to let someone guard him from a distance. Just like that, Luoji fled all the way to the door of the PDC. After coming out, he looked at the sky in front of him. The wide world finally gave his chest a chance to breathe. He walked to the statue in front of the PDC building, which was a statue that turned a sword into a plow. Luoji just leaned on the statue. He looked up at the statue. It was a muscular man with a hammer in his hand and was striking a large bent sword. The sunlight fell from the statue, and at this moment, in his eyes, the statue seemed to come alive, and he waved the hammer in his hand vigorously and smashed it down at him. It seems to be reprimanding him for his ridiculous behavior before. Boom! Luoji felt as if he had received some kind of impact on his chest, and even his brain was dizzy. But then a feeling of dizziness came over, and he suddenly collapsed on the ground. At this moment, there was pain in his chest, and Dashi who was running towards him in a panic made him understand something. This is not an illusion at all. Soon, word spread that Luoji had been shot, and everyone was in an uproar when they heard the news. They were relieved when they learned that Luoji's life was not in danger. If the wall facers were assassinated here, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the confidence of the people. And not only did they not panic, but they became more firm in their plan for facing the wall. The enemy's actions made them sure that the plan for facing the wall was correct. Lin Nian was about to watch a good show when a member of PDC walked over. Dr. Lin Nian still has a meeting that you need to attend. As he spoke, he turned his body sideways to signal Lin Nian to follow him. First, I'm not a doctor, and second, I'm not interested in your meeting. As Lin Nian got up and was about to leave, Dr. Ding Yi came beside him. Lin Nian. He greeted Lin Nian. Teacher. Seeing that it was Ding Yi, he immediately restrained his expression. Ding Yi looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression. It looks like you're doing well. As he spoke, he patted Lin Nian on the shoulder, but then his expression froze. However, I have to trouble you again. This meeting is very important. Lin Nian looked at him in thought for a while, and finally nodded. Then, Dr. Ding Yi signaled the PDC member to lead the way, and Lin Nian followed Ding Yi to a meeting room. The meeting room is not big, but it is full of people at this time, and the table in the middle is the three wall facers and Chairman Say who just announced. Scholar Lin Nian, you are here, sit down. Chairman Say pointed to the seat beside him and said. From this, it can be seen that Lin Nian's status, even other high-level PDC can only sit on the sidelines. Lin Nian was naturally not polite, so he leaned back on the chair and lay down, while Ding Yi sat behind him so that he could watch him. Chairman Say looked at the crowd, and then at the vacant seat beside him. He knew without guessing that the seat was reserved for the fourth wall facer Luoji. Everyone must have known about Dr. Luoji's assassination. After investigation, it was an assassination by the Ito organization. Chairman Say looked at them and said. This means that our plan is correct. They may say that Tri-Solaris has felt the crisis. I said, this is how your PDC handles things, let an Ito killer come here. Before Chairman Say could finish speaking, Ray Diaz complained. If you knew Ito, you wouldn't say such stupid things. With Safan, all our actions are transparent to them. It's easy for them to install a killer. Taylor spoke up, the two of them have always been rivals, at this time he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to mock Ray Diaz. What did you say? Ray Diaz stood up in an instant like a powder keg of rage. Am I not clear enough? That's how your stupid brain thinks about this. Taylor sneered mercilessly. This made Ray Diaz even more angry. He clenched his fists tightly and fixed his eyes on Taylor, as if he was going to do it the next moment. But in the end he snorted and sat down. It was different now, he was a wall facer now, so he shouldn't be paying attention to here. Seeing Ray Diaz calm down, Taylor's eyes were slightly surprised. It seems that the guy is not a waste. Here, Ray Diaz looked at the empty seat next to him, and said something casually without knowing what he was thinking. I said, Chairman, can the meeting begin? I think the fourth wall facer won't be able to make it. Chairman Say frowned. Before she could speak, Heinz on the side spoke. Dr. Luoji is a very sensible person. Reason? Ray Diaz laughed out loud as if hearing something funny. He is a waste, and I don't know why he was chosen as the wall facer. Ray Diaz made no secret of his disdain for Luoji. Heinz looked at him and said indifferently, he can take the initiative to resign from the position of wall facer, and he didn't choose to waste the resources of PDC. Isn't that irrational? I admire him very much for this. It is said that educated people can't swear when they swear. Lin Nian has seen it. He didn't expect such a polite person to speak so sharply. And hearing Heinz's words, Ray Diaz's face turned even darker. He is not a fool, so it was natural to hear that Heinz was referring to him. Just when he was about to reply, his staff team spoke up. Mr. Ray Diaz, what you need is about 400 billion floating point calculations. What? You miscalculated. Ray Diaz couldn't accept this result, and he yelled at those people. Mr. Ray Diaz, with all due respect, building a stellar nuclear bomb on Earth is hardly an act of protecting human beings. The PDC members on the side stood up and expressed doubts about Ray Diaz's behavior. Humph, you don't need to know what I do. Ray Diaz sat down with a cold snort, and then lit a cigar for himself. Whatever I want, you just give it to me. You don't need to know the rest, and you don't need to know, right, Chairman Say? As he spoke, he looked at Chairman Say. Chapter 6. All the actions of the wall facers do not need to be explained, and the PDC has no right to interfere, unless the plan exceeds the upper limit of resources and threatens all human beings. Chairman Say spoke slowly, and then she looked at Ray Diaz. Mr. Ray Diaz, according to statistics, your plan has greatly exceeded the upper limit of resources supplied by PDC. Hearing Chairman Say's words, Ray Diaz replied. Chairman Say, this is war. We should do our best for the sake of war, instead of worrying about the so-called resource consumption here. In fact, even if no one said anything about his plan, everyone was faintly aware of it. As the president of a small country, he has a perverted obsession with nuclear bombs, and countries with nuclear weapons cannot understand this feeling. Lin Nian just watched them quietly, like watching a group of clowns. In his opinion, the wall facer project is just a joke, and the so-called wall facers seem to have great identities and rights. But these are all artificially given. If PDC can give them, then they can also take them away. In a sense they are a pawn of PDC. It is a pawn used by the upper class to attract the attention of all mankind and take the blame for them. Don't think so well of those high-level people. Do they really care about the life and death of human beings? Maybe some people care, but most of them don't care. After all, it is reported that the Tri-Solaran fleet will take 4 centuries at best to reach the Earth. They would have died long ago. Who cares about the end of the world? What they want now is to stabilize the current society. After all, they have rights only when there is order. At this moment, a member of PDC came to Chairman Say, and he told Chairman Say a piece of news. Everyone, let's put other things aside for now, and now there is one thing I want to tell you. As he spoke, he projected the picture on the tablet onto the screen. A picture instantly appeared on the projection. It was the photos of the 4 wall facers, and under their photos were the specific details of their actions. And there are 4 big words on this screen: the plan to break the wall. Obviously, this is Ito's counterattack in the face of their plan to face the wall. Now the number of hits on this website has exceeded 10 billion worldwide, which means that all human beings are paying attention to this matter. Chairman Say said. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a bluff. Ray Diaz said disdainfully, as if in response to his words, the picture on the screen suddenly changed, and the number of calculations required for his star-level nuclear bomb was displayed on it. Exactly. When Ray Diaz saw this scene, he immediately lost his composure. You must know that this data was calculated by them just now, and it is now being announced in front of the eyes of people all over the world. Sorry, the calculation is wrong. The computing power required by Mr. Ray Diaz is 500 billion times. Suddenly, someone from the research team shouted. And as his voice fell, the number on the projection also fluctuated, and it was fixed at 500 billion times. Is this Tomoko? Ray Diaz's face was gloomy. At this moment, he felt tremendous pressure and understood the difficulties he would face as a wall facer. The 4 wall facers are like a dancer who has been stripped naked, just being watched by the Trisolarans, and all they can do is hide their thoughts, which is their only secret. As you can see, the actions of the wall facer are transparent to the Trisolarans, but I want to tell everyone. Chairman Say looked at the crowd and said word by word. The biggest threat to the wall facers is not being monitored, but being interpreted. Once the behavior of the wall facers is fully interpreted, it will greatly erode the confidence of the people. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, and the 3 wall facers looked at the projection and wondered what they were thinking. At this time, Ray Diaz glanced and saw Lin Nian, who was sneering. His eyes flashed, and then he slapped the table and stood up. What are you laughing at? His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Just now I wanted to say, who are you, and you can do this position. Apart from Chairman Say, the only ones sitting at this table are the wall facers, and why is that kid? Seeing Ray Diaz biting him like a mad dog, he was not angry, but lit a cigarette in front of everyone with his legs crossed. Seeing his appearance, Ray Diaz couldn't help it. Fortunately, Chairman Say gave an explanation at this time. Lin Nian Scholar is the Chief Research Director of the PDC Research Society. Just him. Ray Diaz said disdainfully. Ignorance. Taylor sneered. Ray Diaz wanted to say something, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and looked excitedly at the research team beside him. I remembered. Didn't PDC have a quantum computer? Was the calculation just now obtained by a quantum computer? The staff officer shook his head. Then why are you still standing there? Use it quickly. But we don't have this authority. The staff officer looked at him helplessly. Chairman Say. Ray Diaz looked at her with piercing eyes. As a wall facer, I should have this authority. Chairman Say looked at him and sighed. Unfortunately, the quantum computer is not at the headquarters of the PDC. Where is that? Ray Diaz's eyes gradually became a little crazy. Chairman Say looked behind him. General Chang Weisai, PDC needs the authority of the quantum computer. General Chang Weisai nodded, but his eyes turned to Lin Nian. Afterwards, Ray Diaz also urged his team, and they immediately started to act. Permission received. Connecting to the quantum computer. The link is successful. Calculations are in progress. As their voices shouted, everyone was anxiously waiting. Finally the results came out. Mr. Ray Diaz, according to the calculation of the quantum computer, the required computing power has been reduced to 4,000 trillion times. His tone was very excited, from 500 billion to 4,000 trillion times, what a terrifying breakthrough. And as his voice fell, the information about him on the projection also changed. But Ray Diaz didn't care about that at the moment. How long will it take to completely solve it? It will take about 10 years. What? 10 years? Ray Diaz's eyes widened. Isn't there a quantum computer? Why does it take another 10 years? This, in fact, is also the first time we have come into contact with quantum computers. Perhaps the Asian team will understand better. After all, quantum computers are with them. Simply put, they don't know how to fiddle with this stuff. Ray Diaz looked at General Chang Weisai when he heard this. In fact, our research on quantum computers is quite rudimentary. General Chang Weisai didn't hide anything either. Trash. It's all a bunch of trash. Ray Diaz roared, quantum computing is currently the most powerful computer for human beings, yet human beings still can't fully utilize it. It's really trash. Lin Nian also echoed, but Ray Diaz didn't pay attention. He suddenly looked at Chairman Say. Couldn't anyone use a quantum computer? Have. Chairman Say slowly spit out a word. Who is it? Ray Diaz seemed to grab a life-saving straw. Hearing this, Chairman Say looked at Lin Nian. It's him. Ray Diaz exclaimed. I don't think you know it yet. Scholar Lin Nian is the creator of the quantum computer and the executor of the hibernation plan. Tyler smiled. A hint of surprise flashed in Ray Diaz's eyes. Chairman Say also nodded. Yes, Scholar Lin Nian created the world's first and last quantum computer. If we talk about the research of quantum computers, then he is the first person who deserves it. The last one? What do you mean? Ray Diaz frowned. It's very simple, because that quantum computer was made before the arrival of Siphons on the Earth, and humans can no longer make a second one now. Hines explained. Ray Diaz froze for a moment, then he yelled at Lin Nian. Then what are you still doing? But Lin Nian just glanced at him, and then smoked a cigarette by himself. How could Ray Diaz tolerate his attitude? He pointed at Lin Nian and shouted angrily. I order you as a wall facer. I heard it, so what? Lin Nian looked at him and spread his hands. Alas, I just didn't do anything when I heard it. What can you do to me? You. Ray Diaz pointed at him angrily. Seeing this scene, Chairman Say held his forehead helplessly. Scholar Lin Nian, we need your strength now. Chairman Say had no choice but to come out to persuade her. She knew Lin Nian's temper very well. It's not my business. Lin Nian still ignored her. So what about the chairman of the council? He is a dying person, so he still cares about this? Those who are barefoot are not afraid to wear shoes. At this moment, a cold and serious voice sounded. Scholar Lin Nian, this is for the sake of all mankind, and please pay attention to your behavior. The speaker is Elena, Chief Scientist of the PDC Defense Security Planning Agency. Hearing this, Lin Nian looked towards her, and met her firm gaze. After looking at each other, Lin Nian sneered, and silently put the cigarette in his hand on the table. Chairman Sai looked at the ashtray in his hand and said nothing. For humans. Lin Nian smiled. You know, what you say is called moral kidnapping. For most people, this is indeed a very good method of provocation, but... Lin Nian paused as he spoke. I just happen to have no morals. After finishing speaking, Lin Nian ignored her, and Elena wanted to say something, but Taylor gave her a hard look. Elena retreated behind Taylor helplessly. General Chang Weisai, is it true that no one can use quantum computing anymore? It's impossible for your country to make no progress after studying it for so long. She couldn't break through Lin Nian, so she had to leave the topic to General Chang Weisai. General Chang Weisai didn't understand what she meant. He spread his hands. Chairman Say, in fact, what I said is true. The progress of quantum computers has always been led by Scholar Lin Nian, and our scientists are only assisting. To be honest, he was ashamed. They had mastered this quantum computer for so long, but they didn't figure out anything. The key point was that Lin Nian handed over all the technology to them. If it weren't for the fact that the group of scientists were old, he would have wanted to scold them as trash. So now we can only rely on him? Chairman Say looked at Lin Nian, and then at Dr. Ding Yi behind him. Dr. Ding Yi also understood what he meant, and he whispered to Lin Nian twice. After hearing Ding Yi speak, Lin Nian sighed helplessly. Just this once, teacher. Chairman Say immediately made arrangements after hearing this. Go give Scholar Lin Nian a computer, and open the permissions. Chairman say is not needed. Speaking of which, Lin Nian sat down solemnly, then took off the watch on his wrist, pressed it, and suddenly a blue projection appeared in the air. And Lin Nian started working on this virtual screen. Sure enough, just as I thought, even the first access permission I placed was not unlocked. Lin Nian sneered, but everyone still didn't understand what he meant. In doing this, Lin Nian is telling everyone that he has the ability to directly link to a quantum computer across the so-called authority. But for this result, General Chang Weisai was not surprised. After all, this thing was created by Lin Nian, and it is normal for him to have some means. But what made him angry was that his own people didn't notice it, and according to Lin Nian's words, this method could be detected by them. Regarding this, he cursed secretly again, but on the surface he remained calm. Here, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Nian at the moment, and those scientists didn't even dare to blink their eyes, like students listening to a lecture. In fact, only they understand how rare such an opportunity is. Soon, Lin Nian's movements stopped, and he stretched while watching the progress bar on the screen. Well, why not continue? Ray Diaz asked. Now he doesn't bother to care about the previous things, he just wants to see the result of the calculation now. It's ready. Lin Nian said lightly. What? Ray Diaz was surprised. His team had been busy for almost half an hour just now, and he probably only had 2 minutes. A quantum computer needs a special algorithm in order to be really useful. Lin Nian explained casually. As for the algorithm and how to use it, he didn't mention a word. It's not that he didn't want to say it. He was too lazy to say it, and even if he said it, they would not understand it. After all, this is an algorithm created by the big clock. Although it is very simple, it is not something that today's human beings can grasp. Chapter 7. Soon, the calculation result came out. Well, 200 million times, not bad. Lin Nian muttered when he saw the result. What? 200 million times? Ray Diaz looked at Lin Nian in shock, as if wondering if he heard it wrong. Are you sure it's 200 million times? I don't have to explain to you. Lin Nian glanced at him. Ray Diaz took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. How long will it take to solve it? 7 days. Now everyone is even more uneasy. What is the result calculated by the previous scientific research team? 10 years. Now, 7 days. Such terrifying efficiency shocked everyone, and everyone looked at Lin Nian with great eagerness. Chairman Say also looked at him with a complicated expression. The rumor that Lin Nian is the savior of mankind is true in a sense. It is indeed the luck of mankind to have him. It's a pity if he was born a few years earlier, if there is no such thing, but there is no pity. Chairman Say sighed. Is this a quantum computer? A member of Ray Diaz's team muttered, in his opinion, this seems to be a miracle. At the same time, the information on the projection behind them was also updated, and at the same time, there was a sentence from the three-body person. You are all bugs. But at this moment, PDC can see from this sentence that the three-body fear of them. Ah ha ha ha. This is what I want. Ray Diaz laughed out loud, looking at Lin Nian with anticipation in his eyes. Dr. Lin Nian, come to my team. This kind of talent is exactly what he needs for Ray Diaz. With him, his plan will be completed quickly. Lin Nian glanced at him and put on his watch slowly. First of all, I have no interest in your team, and I don't want to work with a group of primitive people. Secondly, I am not a doctor. Call me a scholar. It doesn't matter, Scholar Lin Nian, you say who you want, as long as you ask, I will help you come, as long as you come. Ray Diaz said excitedly, compared with Lin Nian, his team is nothing. He alone is worth all the scientific personnel present. Everyone looked at Ray Diaz's shameless behavior, and was speechless for a while. You didn't like him just now, but now you are trying to win him over? However, no matter what Ray Diaz said, Lin Nian did not continue to talk to him. At this time, Taylor on the side spoke. It just so happens that I have one thing. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Nian. Scholar Lin Nian, I heard that your recent research project has stalled. Hearing this, Lin Nian looked at him. I can give you some money, but I need to use a quantum computer. Taylor said, after all, he is someone who has dealt with several times, and he knows how to get along with Lin Nian. Lin Nian looked at him in silence for a moment and then nodded, yes, but only for this, my time is very tight. Of course, with your talent, you don't need to delay your time too much. Tyler smiled. Taylor. What do you mean? Ray Diaz became furious again when Taylor robbed Lin Nian. What do you mean? I just reached some deals with Scholar Lin Nian, is there a problem? Taylor looked at him playfully. You. Ray Diaz looked at his former opponent and clenched his hands tightly. Then, he looked at Lin Nian. I can invest too. Oh? Are you sure you still have funds allocated? Taylor looked at him with a smile on his face. You don't need to worry about it. Ray Diaz snapped back. How about it? Lin Nian smiled, of course, the conditions are still the same as Mr. Taylor. Seeing this, Ray Diaz didn't speak. Afterwards, Lin Nian looked at his watch. Chairman say, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Chairman say looked at him, then at several wall facers, and then nodded. After that, Lin Nian left. After he left, Chairman say looked at the crowd, to be precise, at several wall facers. How many do you think? Humph, be a little careful. Ray Diaz snorted coldly. And Taylor looked at Hines, are you sure his illness can't be cured? Hines shook his head, gene collapse is different from any known disease, and current technology has no way. Yes, when Lin Nian showed his abilities, their focus changed. Lin Nian is indeed a very good person, no. It should be said that he is an excellent scientist. Alright then, let's discuss. Before President Say finished speaking, Taylor raised his hand to interrupt her. Is there a quieter room here? I need to think alone. Chairman Say nodded, yes, it's next door. Taylor didn't say much, and stood up directly. Humph, what a coincidence, I also need to be quiet. Ray Diaz chuckled and stood up. It seems that we all just need to think about it. Hines smiled. This move of theirs stunned everyone, even if it was a wall facer, they did it at the same time, could it be? They dare not think too much. Soon, Ray Diaz entered the quiet room first, followed by Hines, who smiled at Taylor before entering. Taylor looked at the quiet room in front of him. He was no stranger to this place. It was once a meditation room set up by the previous President of the United Nations, and now it has been converted into a quiet room by PDC. Regardless of the name, its function is the same, making people think deeply inside. Why did you speak? After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Elena beside him. What qualifications do you have to speak? Shut up. Tyler cut her off with a growl. There will be no next time such a thing will happen. Tyler gave her a warning look, then walked into the quiet room. Outside the door, Elena clenched her hands tightly, but soon loosened them weakly. Taylor was right, anyone should be cautious in his words and deeds on such occasions. Because Safan is watching them. Ito is watching them. In the quiet room, the original single room was transformed into 4 small compartments, apparently for the 4 wall facers. In the cubicle, Taylor propped his chin with his hands and narrowed his eyes slightly. There was only 1 table, 1 chair, and a slightly dim chandelier in the quiet room. In this atmosphere, Taylor's figure looked so lonely, as if he was about to fall into darkness in the next moment. After a while, he opened his eyes, but did not move. He recalled everything that happened in the conference room just now, but in the end he gave up, there were too few clues. At this moment, he could imagine that in the compartment on both sides of him, the remaining two wall-facers were thinking in pain just like him. At the same time, several wall breakers of Ito are also watching their every move. At this time, a medical room in the PDC building. Luoji slowly woke up from the hospital bed. Hiss. Cough cough. Dr. Luoji, you are awake. Hearing the sound, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young nurse immediately came over. Where am I? Luoji looked at the surrounding environment in a daze. This is the medical room. You are injured and treated here, but don't worry, the injury is not serious. The nurse gave a soft reassurance. Hearing this, Luoji looked at himself, and instantly remembered what happened, and then he looked around in a panic. Wake up, how do you feel? I've been through a few times wearing body armor, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Dashi suddenly rushed out from the side, and Lin Nian was behind him. Dashi, you saved my life. Luoji looked at the two and let out a miserable laugh. Well, it's all part of my job, and it's my fault that I didn't like you. Dashi smiled. I said, your body armor is not good, you will be hospitalized after being shot. Lin Nian looked at Dashi and said. I also want to use some high-tech ones, but I don't have any. I'm talking, this time he was lucky and didn't hit his head, otherwise it would be useless to wear anything. Dashi retorted. The people from Ito did it. Luoji asked a question. Well, there are snake eyes all around, and the murderer was caught on the spot. What about the three of them? They? Oh. They're fine, they don't just run out and wander around like you. Dashi said. Hearing this, Luoji fell silent. He covered his chest and looked at Dashi. I want to see him. Who? The murderer. Luoji nodded. I don't have this authority, but I can help you contact Mr. Cantor. Big Time said. Trouble. Afterwards, Dashi walked out, and Luoji lay on the bed looking at Lin Nian. Well, Lin Nian, are you here? It's nothing, just to see if you're okay, Mr. Luo. Lin Nian smiled. Thanks. Luoji showed a pale smile. You're welcome, I'm here for a purpose. Purpose? Luoji was a little puzzled. Just as Lin Nian was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. I'll tell later. Luoji nodded, and soon Cantor and Dashi walked in. Dr. Luoji. Cantor greeted him with a smile, and put a bouquet of flowers on his bedside by the way. Okay, he agreed, is it here or another place? Dashi looked at him and said. Luoji looked at his current situation and smiled wryly, I am like this, so I can only stay here. Clear. Afterwards, Dashi began to arrange personnel to bring the murderer here. I said, Mr. Luo, there's no need to worry so much, just relax. Lin Nian said. I just got shot, and now I can't relax. It's nothing. I've encountered many such things before. It's nothing. This is the headquarters of PDC. But this is where I was attacked. Luoji's complexion was a little ugly. It was really hard for him to trust this place when this happened. Now he felt that there were people out there who wanted to kill him. You also know that this is the headquarters of the PDC. If you change it to the outside, your corpses are now parked in the morgue. Lin Nian made a joke. Hearing this, Luoji was taken aback. Lin Nian's words were indeed reasonable. If even this place is not safe, then there is no safe place in this world. Chapter 8. During the conversation, Dashi walked in, looked at Luoji and nodded. Come in. As soon as the words fell, two men in suits walked in with one of them under pressure. Luoji looked at the man, and frowned when he saw the bright smile on his face. This smile feels like wearing a mask, a bit like a clown's smile. Dr. Luoji, I'm going out first. Cantor walked out in a sensible manner, while Lin Nian just sat there motionless. he would not let go of the opportunity to eat melons. But Luo Ji didn't care about that either. Under Da Shi's arrangement, the man sat across from Luo Ji. While Luo Ji was looking at him, he was also looking at Luo Ji. He glanced at Luo Ji, and finally his eyes stopped on Lin Nian. "Scholar Lin Nian, nice to meet you." He was slightly respectful, and the smile on his face seemed to be more sincere, and he deliberately emphasized the word scholar, obviously to attract Lin Nian's attention. Lin Nian, who was eating melon, was taken aback for a moment. "Don't be surprised, we know you better than you think." He smiled, then stood up slowly. Seeing his strange behavior, Da Shi and the two guards narrowed their eyes for an instant, and put their hands on their waists. "Scholar Lin Nian, the entire human race is lucky to have you. Here, please allow me to express my respect to you." As he spoke, he bent down to Lin Nian. Lin Nian looked at him and said lightly, "I don't need it." Hearing this, the man laughed. "Yes, you don't need to, and you will soon be free from this perverted world." He seemed to have thought of something, and that fake smile appeared on his face again. Lin Nian saw that he didn't speak, and he didn't get angry. He turned to look at Luo Ji. "I'm sorry, Dr. Luo Ji." When Luo Ji heard what he said, he was about to say that it was all right, but he heard the other person's voice change. "I'm sorry I couldn't kill you. If I knew you were so greedy for life and fear of death, I should have shot you in the head, so that you can be freed from this perverted world like Scholar Lin Nian." "Why? Why did you kill me? I have already resigned from my position as a wall facer, and Chairman Say has agreed. I am no longer a wall facer." Luo Ji was a little puzzled. The other party didn't speak, but was staring at Luo Ji intently, staring at every expression he made when he spoke, and suddenly a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. "Hee hee." He chuckled. "Why are you laughing, Dr. Luo Ji?" He watched Luo Ji restrain the smile on his face. "As a wall facer, your intelligence is obviously not qualified, and I think your life was wasted." As he spoke, he stood up slowly. "Dr. Luo Ji, may I leave?" Luo Ji watched him open his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing his calm expression, he knew that there was nothing he could ask if he continued, so he could only wave his hand in the end. After the killer left, Luo Ji lay on the bed with a tired face, and the killer's words still echoed in his mind. "What's the matter, Teacher Luo, can't you take it anymore?" Lin Nian's voice came, and he turned to look at Lin Nian. "Those people's words are farts, and you don't have to worry about them if you let them go," Lin Nian said. "It's easy to say, but..." Luo Ji shook his head, then he looked at Lin Nian. "Lin Nian, do you think I'm still a wall facer?" "Who knows?" Lin Nian glanced over in disdain. "I don't want to get involved in your crap." Faintly, Luo Ji seemed to have noticed something strange. He quickly called Cantor, when he asked if he was still a wall facer. Cantor looked at him with a smile that, for some reason, repelled him now. "I need to see Chairman Say." When Luo Ji walked out of Chairman Say's office, his face was very complicated, and he saw the smile on Chairman Say's body that made him sick again. Like Mr. Cantor, Ito's killer, and those in the meeting, he understood something in an instant. Once the identity and mission of the wall facer is given, it is impossible to give up or reject it. This is determined by the nature of the wall facer project. From the moment you become a wall facer, an invisible barrier separates the wall facer from ordinary people. No matter what he did or said, in the eyes of others, it was all part of the wall facer's plan. He smiled, with desperation on his face. Why? Why should he be an ordinary person to bear this inhuman mission and responsibility? When he returned to the ward in a daze, Lin Nian was still waiting for him. "Yo, Mr. Wall Facer Luo Ji, you're back." Lin Nian looked at him and smiled. Hearing these half-joking words, Luo Ji felt a little relaxed for some reason. "You already knew that, didn't you?" Luo Ji let out a bitter cry. "My brain hasn't melted yet," Lin Nian said. By the way, now that you've realized your difference, let's talk about the business. Lin Nian straightened his expression. Luoji was also shocked by his attitude, and his heart arose. Immediately afterwards, he saw Lin Nian take out a document and put it in front of him. Have a look. Luoji took the document in a daze. What is this? An investment plan for my research project. Lin Nian said. What? Luoji was stunned. Lin Nian spread his hands. Ms. Luo, do you still remember the illness I mentioned earlier? Luoji nodded. Of course he remembered. Gene disintegration is different from any known disease in the world. It is not contagious and only appears in specific people. Of course, it is not clear whether it will be inherited from generation to generation. Anyway, I have no plans to have children. According to my research, it will not affect the human body in the early stage, but once it develops. As he spoke, Lin Nian shook the water glass next to his bed. Then that person's body will turn into a pool of rotten flesh in a short period of time, as if the whole person is being dissolved. Hearing this, Luoji trembled all over. This horrible way of death made people shudder. He could imagine watching his body turn into a pool of rotten flesh in a short time. This feeling is terrifying just thinking about it. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Nian with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Lin Nian maintained such an optimistic attitude. If it were him, he would have collapsed a long time ago. Instead of dying in such pain, he would rather choose to be killed by Ito's killer, at least it would be more enjoyable. At the same time, he also understood why Lin Nian's private life was so corrupt. Don't look at me with that look, I don't need such cheap pity. Lin Nian glanced at him, then continued. So, in order to save myself, I am conducting research on genetics, but you also know that the cost of research is huge. So, support me. Lin Nian looked at him and smiled. Ah, this, Lin Nian, it's not that I don't want to, but I don't have much money on me. If I invest the little money in your laboratory, I'm afraid it won't even make a splash. Luoji smiled wryly. During the time he spent with Lin Nian, he had a good feeling for Lin Nian and was willing to help him. You have no money, but PDC has money. Lin Nian looked at him and smiled meaningfully. Suddenly, Luoji understood something. He hesitated looking at the document in his hand. But, will they agree to this? Anyway, the other 3 wall facers have invested, but they are too stingy, and that little money is really not enough for me. As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at him seriously. Ms. Luo, we are also acquaintances. I won't say anything about fooling you. Those guys have a certain deal with me, and I really need money. We can also make a deal between us, but I don't think you have anything to ask for now, but, as a friend, I can help you when you need it. Believe me, you will need it. Looking into Lin Nian's gaze, Luoji smiled, and signed the document without hesitation. What are you talking about? What is the transaction or not? Take the money to treat the disease. Lin Nian took the document, glanced at it, turned his head and walked towards the door, and then he saw Lin Nian handing the document to Cantor. After Cantor glanced at the document, he frowned, and then looked at him again. Then, Lin Nian waved to him, Mr. Luo, I'm leaving first, you take care of your wounds. After pulling out the investment, of course I should hurry back to get down to business, or would I still stay here chatting with Luoji? This. For a moment, Luoji couldn't understand Lin Nian's actions. Dr. Luoji. That's when Cantor spoke up. Are you sure you need to invest in research by Lin Nian scholars? What's the matter, is there any problem? I heard from him that several other wall facers have also invested, isn't it? Luoji asked. Cantor shook his head, that's not true. The rest of the wall facers did invest, but not as big as you. Hearing this, Luoji felt something was wrong. How many? $300 billion. Hiss. Luoji gasped suddenly, $300 billion US dollars. He has never seen so much money in his life, and he just spent it casually just now? Well, the council probably won't agree with my actions. Luoji looked at Cantor in embarrassment. Yes, he regretted it a bit. Cantor frowned, but then relaxed again. Please rest assured that although the funds are large, they are still within your authority. Then how much money can I mobilize with my authority? Luoji asked carefully. Currently, the funds in PDC have been transferred by several other wall facers, and there are only more than 300 billion US dollars left. If you need additional funds, our PDC will also find a way to help you deal with them. When Luoji heard this, he immediately covered his head. Good guy, Lin Nian really counted him to death. Chapter 9. 3 days later, Lin Nian returned to his laboratory. As for the promise to Taylor and the others, let's put it aside for now. Taylor and the others didn't care about his behavior. They still have a lot of preliminary work to do. Now, we can finally start the second transformation. He muttered. After he traveled over and learned that this is the Tri-Solaran world, he had a plan. The first is to use the big clock to create gods, so as to have a certain self-protection ability here. But creating a god is not as simple as talking about it. The plan for creating a god is divided into several steps, and the very beginning is a super soldier. Super soldiers are divided into 3 generations, and the 3rd generation is the original god. And he is now the 1st generation of super fighters. Don't underestimate the gap. The resources consumed between the 1st generation and the 2nd generation are quite large. Not to mention the 2nd generation to the 3rd generation, he has only been promoted to the 1st generation after coming for so long. And his big clock, don't mention it, doesn't have enough energy to do other things at all. The steward transmits some information and shields the siphons, which consumes the little energy he has left. There is no way. The main energy source of the big clock comes from dark energy, but he is not a god, let alone a dark plane, so he cannot charge the big clock. It can only be charged by the inefficient way of absorbing the sun every day. As for his illness, that's pure nonsense. He is a 1st generation super soldier. Will someone who can fight in bed for 2 or 3 hours get sick? It's just for the outside world to see. No way. Human society is too complicated. Sometimes it's really not just because you're outstanding, why he can be so arrogant at the PDC meeting. On the one hand, it's really because of his outstanding talent. But more importantly, they knew he wouldn't live long, and there was no need to argue with someone who was dying. In fact, this status also gave him a lot of convenience, otherwise, he might be imprisoned in the laboratory by the PDC now, and the PDC would not let him go if he didn't drain every penny of his value. But even so, he is still restrained by PDC now. There is no way he needs resources, a lot of resources. In that case, why not choose to be a wall facer? Being a wall facer can mobilize most of the resources. If he hadn't revealed that he had the disease of genetic breakdown, he could indeed become a wall facer based on his achievements. But, to be clear, the wall facer is responsible for the entire human race, and the resources he wants are for himself. Don't treat them as fools. As I said before, the so-called wall facers are still restricted by PDC. So it's best to be his researcher with peace of mind. After all, this way you can use part of the resources in the experiment. Of course, there must be a limit to this, and it is not acceptable to eat too ugly. At the beginning, in order to gather the resources of the 1st generation of super soldiers, he successively manufactured quantum computers and perfected the hibernation plan. With actual results, they will turn a blind eye to the costs involved. Otherwise, where do you think his mansions and villas came from? Now, Taylor and the others have invested a total of about 5 billion yuan, although it is quite a lot compared to ordinary laboratories. But for him, it was still a bit stretched. Fortunately, Luoji and teacher Luo were there. Look at others, it is 300 billion US dollars, which is called investment. It was not in vain that he and Luoji had talked so much before. Of course, regardless of the amount of funds, how to use them and how to use them are one thing. The PDC people will not watch him mess around, they have to make some achievements. Fortunately, he was already prepared in his heart. After all, he had received a lot of technological information in the big clock. I said, can't you pull yourself together? She looked at the dejected Luoji and said helplessly. But Luoji still sat on the chair with his head down, staring blankly at the beach not far away. Tell me, you were quite arrogant before. I've heard about that incident. With one swipe and a wave of your hand, you directly approved 300 billion in funds to that kid Lin Nian. She tugged. Hearing this, Luoji's eyes lit up. He smiled bitterly, I didn't expect that, who knew he wanted 300 billion, 300 billion. Let alone 300 billion, I haven't even seen 30 million. Hey, don't think so, even if you give 300 billion, you won't be able to do anything. At least you can gain something if you give him. She patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. What harvest? Luoji muttered, now he feels that the 300 billion is nothing but meat buns and dogs that will never return. You do not know. She was stunned, and then thought of something, that's right, you've been nesting here all day, and the security personnel won't let you near, and you won't read the news. As he spoke, Shi took out a tablet. No, see for yourself. Luoji took the tablet and was taken aback when he saw the message on it. Gene modification plan. Well, everyone said that the kid was a genius, and he was right. It took so long to make such a thing. Shi took a sip of his wine and smiled. I heard that this plan can prolong the lifespan of human beings to 200 years. And it still maintains a healthy body. Although there is a hibernation plan, it's different. This is a real extension of lifespan. That's why those big shots can't sit still. Shi said and shook his head. This, how did he do it? After hearing this, Luoji was a little stunned. Extending the lifespan of human beings sounds like nothing, but we must know that human beings have made countless efforts before, and until now there has been no result. And now, Lin Nian has solved the most difficult problem for human beings? And how long has it been since I approved him the funds? Is he still human? Shi shrugged. Who knows, but he also said that this is a technology research to treat his own disease, otherwise how can he say that he is a genius? Tisk tisk tisk. This is beyond what a genius can describe. This is simply a monster. Luoji muttered to himself. Hey, now you know how powerful he is. How can you say that you are also his teacher, so you can't imitate him? Anyway, he is still throwing the face of other wall facers at the meeting. Shi laughed. I'm not his teacher, it's just a class I've attended. Luoji smiled wryly. After seeing this situation, he didn't dare to climb high. By the way, I heard that he is coming to the PDC headquarters today, why don't you go and see it? Shi asked. What is he here for? That's no nonsense, once his thing comes out, can the people above sit down? Shi gave him a blank look. Luoji thought for a while, then stood up. Have you figured it out? I'm going to ask him for a reward, my 300 billion won't be in vain. Luoji gritted his teeth and said something. Seeing this, Shi smiled. In the PDC building, Lin Nian just came out of the conference room. Just as Shi thought, the top management of PDC was very interested in his research. And all sorts of insinuations, asking when this technology could be put into use. Of course Lin Nian understood what they meant. In fact, this was the bait he threw out, a castrated version of a super soldier. Obviously they couldn't resist the temptation. Afterwards, Lin Nian also told the truth. It will take a year to put it into use, and as for the time, he needs to use it on himself. When asked whether this technology could solve his condition, Lin Nian replied that it could be suppressed, but not cured, so further research is needed. For this, while they were deeply sorry, they were also persuading him to rest assured that the PDC would fully support him, saying that they should not watch such a great scientist die young. Although it is annoying to argue with them, at least his goal has been achieved, and now he can carry out his enhancement with peace of mind. At this moment, a man and a woman walked towards them. The leader of the man saw Lin Nian, and a smile appeared on his face. He walked towards Lin Nian, seeing someone coming. Lin Nian's eyes flashed. Is it him? Hello, Scholar Lin Nian, I'm Thomas Wade, Director of PIA. PIA, short for Planetary Defense Council Strategic Intelligence Agency, said Vader, stretched out his hand. Lin Nian looked at the man with a classic European and American face in front of him, and had to say that Vader's appearance was still acceptable, comparable to his. Then, he looked at the woman next to Vader. It was a girl who looked very weak and had a trace of pure light. Nice to meet you. Wade looked at him and smiled, and Cheng Xin next to him also had those innocent eyes, looking at this legendary scientist like a naive girl. Lin Nian looked at the two and smiled, then extended his hand to Vader's surprised gaze. After a brief handshake, he didn't say much, and he had nothing to say. As for Cheng Xin, she was indeed a gentle girl, as gentle as a little girl, and perhaps it was precisely because of this that she made the wrong choice in the end. For Cheng Xin, before he came to this world, he hated her. He wished he could kill the woman who ruined the whole world right away. However, Thea decides the head, he doesn't want to care about it now, and even if he kills her, what's the use? Without a Cheng Xin, there will be another Cheng Xin. This is the choice of human beings. Moreover, she is indeed a very easy-to-use person, and some plans need her. Afterwards, he left under the eyes of Wade and Cheng Xin. Scholar Lin Nian, he is really a great person. Cheng Xin looked at Lin Nian's back and said something, with a hint of reverence in her eyes, like a little girl chasing stars. Wade looked at his hands, and then at the direction Lin Nian was leaving. At this time Lin Nian had already left their sight. Great! Wade chuckled, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant and turned cold. He turned to look at Cheng Xin. No one is great. Chapter 10. Cheng Xin was used to Wade's words, she was used to hearing crazy and clueless words from this handsome man. She still remembers what Vader said to her when she was assigned here, you will buy your mother to a daughter. Cheng, it's time to go, the meeting is about to start. Vader muttered, and then stepped into his own territory. In the meeting room, all the people had arrived, and they dared not show any negligence in the face of Vader's notice. They knew exactly what kind of person their boss was. Most of the people in PIA are high-level intellectuals like Cheng Xin, but some of them are selected from the intelligence and agents of various countries. Vader is one of them. As soon as he came in, Vader put his hands on the table. He inspected the territory like a lion, and said slowly while looking at everyone. Everyone, intelligence is always an indispensable part of war. The Trisolarans know us very well, but we know very little about them. For this reason, our PIA needs to launch a probe on the three-headed fleet. The people present were silent. Like Cheng Xin, they had already gotten used to this crazy boss. What about PIA's request? The deputy director asked. Naturally, this matter cannot be just a word of mouth, it needs to be reviewed by the PIA. They require our detectors to travel at 1/100th of the speed of light. Vader said. This is impossible. Someone shouted excitedly. It's really impossible. To achieve that speed is equivalent to improving the current spacecraft level by 100 times. This should be something that will be considered in the future. The deputy director looked at Vader. Future. Vader sneered. The future is filled with too many uncertainties. What if the future technology still stays at the present? If you want to climb, you have to start climbing as soon as possible. With that said, Wade looked at Cheng Xin. Cheng, tell me your opinion. Hearing this, Everyone looked at Cheng Xin. Cheng Xin took a deep breath. Pulse advance. Cheng Xin spit out a word slowly. Then she began to explain, with our current technology level, it is really impossible to develop a detector that reaches 1% of the speed of light. However, there is a way to theoretically achieve this effect. A layer of radiation cells is arranged around a detector, and then nuclear bombs are precisely arranged on the advancing track, and detonated when the detector passes. In this way, the shock wave generated by the explosion will push the detector to achieve an acceleration. As long as there are enough explosions, it can theoretically be accelerated to 1% of the speed of light. After speaking, she looked at everyone. Cheng, you really surprised me, very interesting idea. Vader looked at the innocent little girl and smiled. What do you guys think about this? If this is the case, then the layout of the detectors and orbits, as well as the number of nuclear bombs must be accurately calculated and arranged. A technician said. Boom! Vader slammed the table. The specific details will be discussed later, what I am asking now is the plan itself. There are not too many technical constraints, which is our advantage. The deputy director said slowly, which meant that he had agreed to the plan. Vader smiled at that. Then let's name this plan, call it the step plan, and consider other plans in the future, and let me act now. In the eyes of everyone, Vader is a farmer who can only wield a whip, and they are the livestock on the farm, who can only work hard under his whip. Lin Nian shook his head watching the screen from the big clock. He wanted to see enough, so he immediately turned off the transmission from the big clock to save a little bit. Judging from now, Vader seems to be quite normal. As for Cheng Xin, you can call her the Holy Mother, but it is undeniable that she is indeed knowledgeable, otherwise she would not have been assigned to Wade's subordinates. Brother, why are you in a daze here? A familiar voice came from the corridor. Lin Nian heard the sound and saw that Da Shi was walking towards him with a smile, while Luo beside him looked at him with a complicated expression like a debt collector. I'm thinking about sleeping with that girl tonight. Lin Nian laughed. It's not that I'm telling you, it's just that you can stand it. I'm telling you, young people should be restrained. Da Shi looked like someone who came here. Do you think I have a future? Lin Nian said angrily, silenced Da Shi for an instant, and then he looked at Luo Ji. Mr. Luo, it looks like he's recovering well from his injuries. Thank you for the money. You're happy. I just waved my hand and spent money on you that I've never seen in my life. Luo Ji said rather resentfully. I don't know why, when he talked with Lin Nian, he felt very comfortable, and during the time he was recovering from his injury, he thought clearly. Because Lin Nian never showed him that disgusting smile, because Lin Nian didn't care about his identity as a wall-facer at all. Maybe the other wall-facers were willing to invest in him because of this, Luo Ji thought to himself. Lin Nian looked at Luo Ji and understood the meaning of his words. He fished in his pocket, took out 2 metal bracelets and handed them to Luo Ji. What's this? Luo Ji took the bracelet and tapped it curiously, and there was a crisp metallic sound when the bracelet collided. Quota. Lin Nian said lightly. Quota? What quota? Luo Ji looked at him suspiciously. You know the results of my recent research. Lin Nian looked at him and said. Luo Ji nodded. What you have in hand is the quota. Luo Ji suddenly realized, only 2. Lin Nian smiled, one is because you are a wall-facer, and the other is because you are a major shareholder. There are too many people who want it. You can only get 2. Of course, if you are short of money, sell it for $100 million. I think there are still a lot of people who want to take over. Hearing this, Luo Ji quickly put the bracelet away. Are you kidding? He will sell things that can increase lifespan? The time is about a year later, and I will personally arrange it when the time comes. What about my major shareholder? Sincerity is enough. Lin Nian made a joke. Why a year? Lin Nian smiled and pointed to himself, because during this period, I need to use it on myself. After all, it has not been tested, and they will not use it with confidence. Luoji understood. Okay, I have something to do and I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he waved to the two of them, and Dashi also nodded to him. After Lin Nian left, Luoji looked at the bracelet in his hand. That kid is not bad. Dashi muttered, put it away, this thing is more precious than you think. Luoji looked at him, and then at the bracelet on his hand. Will Dashi give you one? Dashi shook his head, I can't bear it, you'd better keep it for yourself, even if you don't need it, it's good to leave it to your wife and children in the future. Dashi is very clear that this thing is not something that people like him can use, or not now. I don't even want a child, how can I think about this? Luoji gave a wry smile. Not necessarily. Dashi looked at him meaningfully. Luoji was silent. Looking at the bracelet on his hand, he suddenly thought of something. Dashi, I remember you said that I can do whatever I want. Well, as long as it's not illegal, PDC will meet your requirements. What do you want to do? Dashi asked. Then I think it's not too much to go to Lin Nian's research institute to see this. Luoji smiled. This is no problem, just apply with the above, but why do you want to go there? Dashi was a little puzzled. As a shareholder, of course I want to see the situation of the company. Luoji said confidently. This one. Dashi was a little taken aback. He thought Luoji would be like the other wall facers, but it seemed he was overthinking it. Dashi, where are we going? I remember his research institute is near the capital. On the plane, Luoji looked at Dashi and asked. That was before, according to PDC's information, his research institute has now moved to Three Gorges. Dashi said. Three Gorges. Well, the specific reason seems to be that the quantum computer was placed in the Three Gorges. Is it because of energy? Dashi nodded, this is also one aspect, and there is also safety. After all, this is the last quantum computer for mankind. Luoji nodded. It is indeed a good choice to settle in the Three Gorges. As far as the protective measures are concerned, even a nuclear bomb cannot destroy it. By the way, Dashi asked you something, how much do you know about Lin Nian? Luoji suddenly asked. Understood, in fact, I don't know much. I just did security work on him because of the order from above. But even though that kid is a scientist, he doesn't have that sour smell on his body. It's the same. We got to know each other after we got along. Dashi smiled while talking. Then why are you sent to protect him? Luoji asked casually. Dashi's expression darkened when he heard this, it's Ito. I remembered that the Ito killer had a very subtle attitude towards him before. Is there any relationship between this? Luoji asked, he was not clear about these things now. As for Ito wanting to assassinate Lin Nian, he can understand this, after all, that guy is at the top of the scientific world, and he has already confirmed this in many ways. But also because of this, Ito people should hate Lin Nian even more, why are they so subtle towards him? Dashi looked at Luoji with complicated eyes, and took a deep breath of his cigarette. Forget it, your current identity, these things can also be known, anyway, these things are no secrets above. After finishing speaking, Dashi looked at him solemnly. Chapter 11. Why did Ito kill him? I won't explain it, but you should understand it too. Dashi said, Luoji also nodded. But do you know how strong they are? As he spoke, Dashi raised his head, as if recalling something. At the beginning, in order to protect him, we lost 5 formations. And I also blocked 2 shots from that kid. Hearing this, Luoji gasped. He could imagine how tragic the situation was. Later, the people above couldn't sit still and transferred him to the military region. We thought it would be all right, but we still underestimated their methods. They also underestimated Tri-Solaris' determination to kill him. They even used biological and chemical weapons. The attack affected hundreds of people and dozens of soldiers were killed. Then Lin Nian's illness is not. Hearing this, Luoji vaguely had a guess. But Dashi shook his head. No, we suspected it too, but obviously not. After thinking for a while, Luoji figured it out. Because of inefficiency. Dashi nodded. Yes, they can use other better ways to kill Lin Nian, but the current situation is obviously not what they want. It is best to kill him immediately. This is what they want. So, that kid's situation is what we said. God is jealous of talents. Dashi sighed with emotion. Luoji was also silent when he heard the words. Then, Dashi looked at him and continued. Later, this situation did not stop until Sifan came to the earth. The appearance of Sifan means that Trisolano no longer needs to worry about him, so there is no need to assassinate him. You know the Gahan project, right? In that project, we got a message. According to the people from Ito, Tri-Solaris predicts that if there is no intervention, then human beings only need to have another person like Lin Nian appear, and then our human technology may achieve overtaking. Because of this relationship, the people of Ito also respect that kid very much. Luoji was shocked when he heard Dashi's words. He didn't expect Lin Nian to have such a thing, so what he said at the beginning was true. The fact that he was assassinated was really nothing compared to him. Okay, it's time to say everything, it's coming soon, let's get ready. Soon, as the plane landed, they came to the Three Gorges. On the way into the Three Gorges laboratory, General Chang Weisai personally received them. I said this is really strict enough, this is the first time to check. Luoji looked at General Chang Weisai and said. Please forgive me, this is also for your safety. General Chang Weisai smiled. I think it's mostly because of Lin Nian and that quantum computer. Luoji muttered. That is the last and first quantum computer of mankind. Dashi snorted coldly. Yeah, the last one. General Chang Weisai sighed as if remembering something. In fact, when the quantum computer was developed, representatives from the United States and various countries sent applications to them many times, asking them to announce the production method of the quantum computer. At that time, Siphons had not come to the Earth, but the environment at that time did not allow it. Which country would announce this cutting-edge science and technology? Later, Siphon came to the Earth, and everything came to naught. Although Lin Nian later went out to teach them the knowledge of quantum computers, it was of no avail. If it weren't for this, maybe there wouldn't be only one quantum computer. Until now, the group of people headed by the United States is still criticizing them. His thoughts drifted away, and General Chang Weisai came back to his senses and smiled at them. For some reason, Luoji detected a trace of bitterness in his smile. Finally, after layers of security checks, they arrived at the core of the Three Gorges. After changing their clothes, they walked into the laboratory led by General Chang Weisai. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Luoji saw all kinds of calculators and display screens, and the people sitting in front of the screens were staring at them. On the side, there are scientific researchers who keep walking back and forth. At this time, Dashi pushed him a little, followed his gaze, and he saw a figure in a white coat busy on a high platform. Put in gene sample No. 3. The genetic sample has been placed. Prepare observation records. Yes. Following Lin Nian's arrangement, everyone moved, and Lin Nian kept typing on it. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, and Luoji looked up in surprise. On the ground and on the ceiling, countless cables shone brightly. Like the arteries of the body, he seemed to feel that the machine in front of him came alive. The apocalypse algorithm is running normally. The gene fragment is being analyzed. Estimated time 3 hours. Hearing the report, Lin Nian stopped what he was doing, and slowly stretched back. He stopped, but the rest of the researchers did not dare to stop, they were still busy. At this time, Luoji saw not far away, a group of people were discussing something, some of them had people of other skin colors. Those are sent by various countries to study and discuss. General Chang Weisai looked at him and said. In fact, not only they, but also themselves are still learning, and the operation of quantum computers is far beyond their imagination. At present, apart from Lin Nian, there is no scientist in the world who can perfectly play its role. This is unacceptable to both them and PDC. What if Lin Nian accidentally died of an illness that day, would the greatest technological crystallization of mankind be scrapped? So this work has been going on, in order to master the use of quantum computers as soon as possible. Yo, Teacher Luo, Dashi, you are here. As if hearing their conversation, Lin Nian turned to look at them. You talk, I'll go first. General Chang Weisai looked at them and smiled. It was not easy for him to participate in the next thing, but Dashi still followed Luoji's side. As his watchman, he would not leave Luoji's side for even a single step. Come and see you. Luoji looked at him and smiled, and Lin Nian walked down. If there is anything to look at, just some machines. This is the greatest technological crystallization today. Luoji sighed, and then continued to look around here. Is that a quantum computer? Luoji was directly in front of the huge screen. Oh, that's just a display, the main body is underground, and these cables are used to transmit data. Lin Nian explained. Luoji nodded, suddenly he thought of something. I said, won't siphons affect the calculation results of quantum computers? A siphon is a proton, theoretically speaking, it can affect the results of an experiment just like it affects a particle collider. Lin Nian shook his head upon hearing this. How to say this thing, it is too troublesome to explain, as long as you know a little, quantum computers will not be affected by siphons when they are manufactured. But the actual situation is that there is no such a mysterious thing. Siphons can affect the manufacture of quantum computers, and they can also affect the calculation process and results of quantum computers. These are just the hands of Lin Nian. He used the big clock to tamper with the understanding of quantum computers by human beings, including the three bodies. For this reason, most of the energy is spent on it. No way, this was already the most energy-efficient plan he could come up with. So now, human beings, including Trisolaris, believe that if they want to influence quantum computers, they can only prevent it from being produced, and the completed quantum computers cannot intervene in the end. For this, the three-body problem is actually not very concerned, the basic physics is blocked, and the emergence of quantum computers is just to allow them to improve to the current level. Hearing Lin Nian's explanation, Luoji didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he just knew about it. By the way, we won't delay your time. If so, you should go to work quickly, we just came to take a look. Luoji thought of something and said quickly. Lin Nian smiled and shook his head. Not busy, if it wasn't for demonstrating to those guys, I wouldn't even need to be here. Lin Nian looked at the group of researchers as he spoke, his tone full of disdain. By the way, you came just in time. Let's collect your genetic samples by the way. What are you doing? Analysis, how do you think genetic modification is done? Lin Nian looked at him angrily and said, if it wasn't for the sake of his major shareholder, he wouldn't bother to explain this. Afterwards, Lin Nian called a researcher and asked him to fetch the gene collector. It's quite high-end, but it's actually a blood collection thing. It's as simple as taking a little blood. Luoji looked at him in surprise, it was a little different from what he had imagined. What do you think? These are enough, as for the others, it will be enough to do a big inspection for you at that time. Then if I have some other problems, will it have any effect? As long as you don't have cancer cells that have spread all over your body, or some other terminal illness, there is basically no problem. Lin Nian said. Then will you have some strange abilities, such as fire breathing. When thinking about genetic modification, Luoji couldn't help but think about it, who wouldn't want to be able to breathe fire? Hearing this, Lin Nian looked at him like a fool. I was just joking, ahahaha. Luoji smiled awkwardly. But then Lin Nian smiled, put his arm on Luoji's shoulder and said. Actually, it's not that he doesn't have any abilities. There is still a lot of improvement in that area. As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at his waist. In an instant, Luoji's expression straightened, and he held Lin Nian's hand and said solemnly. Make sure to schedule my makeover early. To strengthen that aspect, this is a temptation that no man can refuse, which is the same as telling a woman that she can stay young forever. And although Luoji doesn't want children, it doesn't mean he doesn't want to be happy. Chapter 12. Lin Nian smiled when he heard this, and then turned to look at the researcher. Go, arrange teacher Luo's genetic sample to number 4, and move the others back. Luoji instantly looked at him gratefully, this is the relationship. Then, Luoji watched the researcher put his genetic sample into an instrument. Looking at it this way, it seems quite simple. He muttered. Simple. Lin Nian glanced at him and said with disdain. Do you know how complicated this thing is? First of all, you need to expand all your gene fragments and screen out the active ones and the immobile ones. Secondly, among those movable gene fragments, analyze which ones are useless and which ones are useful, and finally analyze, research, and test among those useful gene fragments. Do you call this simple? Luoji smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Well, it's really complicated. As far as human beings' current technology is concerned, without the assistance of quantum computers, I'm afraid they won't be able to analyze a single gene fragment in a century. Lin Nian said quite disdainfully. Afterwards, Luoji visited the laboratory under Lin Nian's guidance, which greatly shocked Luoji. On Cheng Xian's side, because of the latter plan, she broke her leg these days, and ran back and forth between several countries with the Deputy Director General. Often this matter is resolved, they need to deal with the next one, and even the rest time can only be spent briefly on the plane. Fortunately, they finally got things done and came to Pia's headquarters, where they reported the latest situation to Vader. According to the report, the plan can be realized, but if we want to achieve 1% of the speed of light, the mass of the detector must be reduced to 1/5 of the original mass. There was a hint of disappointment in Cheng Xian's words, which meant that the difficulty of their plan had increased. However, Vader didn't show any expression when he heard this. He sat on a chair and looked around the crowd. While everyone was busy, he sat here drinking coffee. But that doesn't mean he did nothing. It's really bad news, isn't it? But I have even worse news. Vader looked at them and smiled. The Planetary Defense Council rejected our proposal in the most recent meeting. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Does this mean that they have been busy for nothing these days? The deputy chief sighed. I guessed it. What they want is a technology that allows the detector to hit 1% of the speed of light. After discovering that we use such a primitive method, they will definitely not accept it. Hearing this, Cheng Xian also lowered her head. Looking at the crowd with their heads bowed, Vader slowly sat up straight, with his hands resting on the table and his fingers crossed. What are you doing? Everyone raised their heads. You retreat? Think our latter plan has failed. Everyone didn't understand what he meant. Isn't this an obvious result? The PDC has rejected their plan, what else can they do? Boom! Vader stood up abruptly, propped his hands on the table, and scanned them sharply. Remember, no matter what it is in the future, you can only retreat if I order you to retreat. Before that, you only need to move forward. Move forward! Keep moving forward! Vader yelled these words hysterically. Everyone was ignited by his high enthusiasm, and they looked up at Vader one by one, their eyes full of admiration. So what should we do now? After hearing this, Vader sat down slowly, crossed his legs and said the answer he had already thought about. Send it, go alone. Sending a person there, Vader's cold answer caused shocking waves to rise in their hearts. They looked at Vader with shock in their eyes, and they couldn't understand how Vader came up with such a bold idea. After a brief shock, the deputy director looked at Vader. You mean to send a human to the hinterland of Trisolaris and let them intercept the probe? How can this be? Cheng Xin said in surprise. How is it impossible, Cheng? Now that the hibernation technology has been perfected, it is possible to send a human being alive into space. Vader looked at her and said. But what's the point? Cheng Xin couldn't understand. Meaning? As I said, you just need to continue to move forward according to my arrangement. As for the meaning, I don't mind explaining it to you. Vader smiled. This is a seed. As long as he reaches Trisolaran's fleet, there are infinite possibilities. Saying that, Vader raised his head. He knew that Safan was listening to their conversation at this moment, but he didn't care, because Safan knew everything about the Earth like the back of his hand. But it's also unlikely that they would resist the temptation to study a human body directly. Just like humans cannot refuse to study an alien creature. Will the PDC agree? Cheng Xin asked in a low voice. You don't need to worry about this, I will take care of it. Vader smiled. Sure enough, at the next hearing, Vader used his invincible eloquence to convince the top PDC to agree to this plan. But before everyone in Pia was happy, a piece of news that made them despair came out. The calculation of the latter plan was wrong. If the speed of the probe is to reach the expected speed, the mass must be reduced again, and in the end there is only half a kilogram left for them to load. Half a kilo. What can half a kilo hold? When Cheng Xin heard the news, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She was happy that there was no need to send a human being to the dark space, but sad that their plan failed again. 1 kilogram, my grandmother's cats weigh more than half a kilogram. The deputy director smiled wryly. Maybe we can put a lighter one on it. If the cat doesn't work, we can put a monkey on it. We all evolved from monkeys anyway. One of them said half-jokingly. In fact, upon hearing the news, they had already given up. Put a monkey, don't even think about it, what's the point? But Wade just quietly looked at the document in front of him, he raised his head to look at Cheng Xin. Cheng, have you retreated? There's nothing left to do now, is there? Cheng Xin gave a wry smile. I said that you can retreat only if I order you to retreat. Before that, you just need to move forward. Advance. Advance without compromise. Vader looked at her and growled. However, from Cheng Xion's point of view this time, it was nothing more than Wade's self-deceiving words. Vader sat down slowly, and the icy expression returned to his face. You can't do anything because you haven't learned how to do it. Then he looked at the crowd and slowly spit out a few words. Only send, brains. At this moment, Cheng Xion's mind went blank. She knew that Vader was not joking, but it was precisely because of this that she felt scared. It was she who proposed the latter plan, which meant that they were likely to kill a person, remove his brain, and send it to the endless abyss of space. And all because she came up with the plan. Why? Cheng Xian stared at Wade's eyes, those ice-blue pupils were like an eternal glacier. Cheng, you are a very emotional person, but this is a war. In order to win, we must learn to use all means. Vader looked at her and said slowly. Cheng Xian gradually calmed down when she heard this. She knew that the matter had been decided and she had no other choice. Soon, in order to gain the support of the PDC, Vader once again delivered his own speech at the hearing. The Trisolarans can produce Safans, so they must be able to resurrect a brain, and the resurrected brain still has human consciousness. And this will be a blockbuster for the transparent-minded Trisolaran. Not surprisingly, the top management of PDC agreed to his plan, and lifted the ban on euthanasia, in order to obtain a qualified and excellent brain. After leaving the hearing, Cheng Xin immediately found Wade. "Boss, I have a proposal." Cheng Xin looked at him and said. "You only have 3 minutes." Vader looked at his watch. Hearing this, Cheng Xin took a deep breath and quickly sorted out the words in her mind. "I've inquired. The current level of human scientific research is indeed unable to create the detector we want, but this is because we haven't considered a person yet." "You mean Lin Nian?" Vader frowned. "Yes." Cheng Xin seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. "According to my survey, as long as Lin Nian makes a move, we have every chance to build a qualified detector." Vader nodded. "Cheng, you are right, he does have this ability." "Then the director, the ladder plan." Before Cheng Xin could finish speaking, Wade's expression darkened. "The ladder plan remains unchanged." Why? Cheng Xin looked at him in disbelief. "Cheng, let go of your innocence. It is impossible for people like Lin Nian to participate in our plan, but you remind me of one thing. People like him should not waste time on these useless things." Saying that, Vader looked at his watch. "The time is up, let's investigate the candidates for the ladder plan." Cheng Xin just watched Wade leave. Back in his office, Wade sat on a chair, thinking about the conversation he had with Cheng Xin just now. His face was calm, his eyes drooped as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and his ice blue pupils burst into a piercing light. Chapter 13. On Lin Nian's side, after finishing these trivial matters, he was finally able to free up his hands to strengthen himself. For this, he mobilized most of the lab's resources, but how to put it, it's still the same sentence: as long as the people above see the results, they will turn a blind eye to the cost of it. Lin Nian is already familiar with these operations. According to the calculation of the big clock, this strengthening time will take about 3 months. Counting the days, he is probably ready to strengthen Luoji and the others just after he has strengthened. Soon, Lin Nian began to make arrangements. After handling all the affairs, he stepped into the nutrition warehouse. Before that, of course, he blocked Safan's monitoring with the big clock. Soon, 3 months passed. On this day, Lin Nian walked over from the nutrition cabin, and the brain waves detected by Jarvis immediately opened the nutrition cabin. Walking out of the transparent nutrient matrix, Lin Nian feels unprecedentedly comfortable in his body at this moment. He clenched his fist, feeling the power now. The body of the second-generation super soldier can already withstand most of the hot weapons head-on. Of course, missiles and nuclear bombs will not work. It seems that his performance is much worse than those super fighters in Super God? No way, his current body is a human body. What are those super fighters in Super God? They all have the genes of the Kamigawa civilization. Humans are too fragile compared to them. But this is not without a solution. When he continues to strengthen, he can reach their genetic level. But the resources required for this are quite huge. There is no way. He is the crystallization of a civilization. Even if he has a big clock, he can't catch up suddenly. Therefore, he is not going to be a man. Instead of spending a huge amount of resources to strengthen the human body that appears, it is better to directly implant a super gene, which will take a long time. As for the gene, I don't worry about it. In the big clock, Carl was collecting the super soldier genes of various civilizations. He doesn't have to worry about this at all, but it's not the time to implant it yet. At least he has to wait until he achieves the divine body. Thinking about it, after Lin Nian changed his clothes, he didn't go out in a hurry. He first took a look at what happened during this period. Well, the basic situation is about the same. Taylor also lobbied around in various countries, intending to find a unit with the spirit of death and incorporate them into the future Space Force. The same is true for Ray Diaz, who is still working on his stellar nuclear bomb, but because he has created a quantum computer, the process has been greatly accelerated. As for Heinz, he sent a message saying that there is a research that needs his help, but he didn't say anything about it, and said that he would wait until he woke up. However, Lin Nian also guessed what it was. Well, Luoji, he is now retirement in a small place in Northern Europe, and he sent him a message, saying that he woke up and had time to visit him. Lin Nian smiled. At this moment, he saw a piece of news that surprised him a bit. During his sleeping period, many high-level officials of PDC were assassinated by Ito, which immediately caused PDC's shock. Now, they are still frantically hunting down Ito's people. Ito's assassination of PDC sounds quite normal. After all, one side is a traitor to human beings, and the other side is the highest organization of human union. If you think so, you are wrong. It's true that Ito is a traitor to human beings, but they won't do anything to PDC. What is their goal? It is to welcome the arrival of the three bodies and then destroy the world. With Safans around, they don't worry about the PDC messing around at all. What they want to see more is the desperate expression on the PDC's faces when their lord arrives. So, before this, Ito had never done anything to PDC, and the only few assassinations were against him and Luoji. Others don't like Ito, and Tri-Solaris doesn't care either. That's why Lin Nian was surprised when he saw the news. This is obviously not Ito's style. Immediately, he became a little curious. Association, he asked the big clock to check. It turned out to be him. Lin Nian froze for a moment. It was none other than Vader who created the turmoil and blamed Ito. Although I don't know why he did this, but Lin Nian just wanted to say, well done, some moths should have been cleaned up long ago. And Vader's strikes were also very precise, those he killed were all incapable. This guy is really crazy. Lin Nian smiled, those are PDC people, and many of them are his bosses, so he really can do it. Isn't he afraid that this matter will be investigated by PDC? If they found out, they might want to take Vader's skin off. However, he didn't care about these, and he didn't bother to guess what Vader's purpose was. He only knew that his work would be much easier. Then he went out. He first went to the laboratory to check the progress. Well, it was still the same, the apocalypse algorithm didn't even figure out 1%. Not long after the news of his waking came out, he received news that Heinz was coming to him. Lin Nian scholar. Heinz smiled when he saw Lin Nian. Compared with the furious Ray Diaz and the Deep Tailor, Heinz has a completely different temperament from them. He is more like a gentle scholar. There is one thing I want to ask you. Heinz looked at him and said. Say it. I would like to ask you, is there any way to fully develop the human brain, in terms of genetic technology? Heinz looked at him expectantly. Lin Nian shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work. My genetic modification plan is only for the body. The brain is too complicated. I haven't been involved in this field yet. Hearing Lin Nian's words, Heinz lowered his head in disappointment. Lin Nian looked at him and said nothing. In fact, of course it can be done. The transformation of a super soldier involves the design of the brain. But why did he say it? Then do you have a way to simulate the signal response of neurons in the human brain? Heinz asked. This is not difficult, just use a quantum computer to simulate, but it will take a little time. Lin Nian said. Great, I knew you had a way. Heinz looked at him excitedly, and then he continued. We still use less than 1% of our brains. As long as we understand the brain, we have the opportunity to fully develop the brain. Scholar Lin Nian, you can imagine what it would be like for all human beings to possess intelligence like yours. By then, we will definitely have a chance to break through the blockade of Safans. Lin Nian pouted. Okay, Scholar Lin Nian, I won't bother you anymore, but please be sure to finish this project. Lin Nian waved his hand. Just wait, but I'm not free right now, my body still needs to rest. After hearing this, Heinz also left very interestingly. After he left, Lin Nian tapped his fingers. It seemed that Heinz was still the same as before, intending to perfect his thought stamp plan, and he still used his hands to complete it. However, none of this matters. At this time, it was far away in a laboratory on the northwest border. Trash. It's all a bunch of trash. Taylor growled and looked at them. The experimental data is given to you, and the calculation method is also given. Why the experiment still makes mistakes? What are you all doing? Taylor, who has always been deep, couldn't help but swear, because the ball lightning experiment made a mistake in the process. This is an experiment that has been prepared for several months, which means that their work for so long has been wasted. Time is very tight for Taylor now. The threat of the three-body problem is like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, and he must always remind himself. And at this juncture, he absolutely cannot bear such an accident. Please give me another chance, 7 days, Elena looked at Taylor and said quickly. Hearing this, Taylor fixed his eyes on her. 7 days, it's useless to give you 7 years, useless waste will only hold me back. Saying that, Taylor walked outside without looking back. Elena stood still, she looked at the laboratory, and then at Taylor. She knew how much pressure Taylor was facing as a wall facer, and she was also at a loss for this failure. However, she has tried her best, obviously everything has been checked, so why did something go wrong? She can't understand. Then, she seemed to think of something, and raised her head to suppress the tears that were about to overflow her eyes. Mr. Taylor, please give me some more time, I will definitely be able to complete the ball lightning experiment. Elena looked at Taylor and said. But Taylor just stood there, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky and didn't answer her words. Elena knew that Taylor was rejecting her. Then, she took a deep breath and her eyes became firmer. Mr. Taylor, I know you don't believe in our ability, but there is someone who can definitely satisfy you. Hearing this, Taylor turned his head slightly. You mean Lin Nian? Yes, although he is now immersed in genetic research, Zheng Jin is a scholar of physics, and he is the one who stands at the forefront. With him, the experiment of ball lightning will definitely make a breakthrough. Taylor was silent for a moment. I don't doubt his ability, but why do you think he will come to help me with this experiment? Ray Diaz's nuclear bomb calculations, genetic modification experiments, these all make him unable to escape, and just now, Heinz asked him to conduct another experiment. You think he still has time now? As he spoke, he raised his head. It's true that he's the hope of humanity, but precisely because of that, his time should be spent on more meaningful things. Letting him give calculation data is already the greatest tolerance for you. Elena looked at Taylor solemnly when she heard this. Please don't worry, I will be able to convince him. Oh? Why, what can neither me nor Ray Diaz do, why can you? Taylor looked at her disdainfully. Elena took a deep breath and uttered a sentence slowly. Because he's my ex-boyfriend. Chapter 14. Ex-boyfriend? Taylor was also slightly taken aback when he heard this. He also did research on Lin Nian. He heard that Lin Nian's private life was messy, but he never heard that he had an ex-girlfriend. But he still knew about Elena, she was not the kind of person who would never lose everything. In other words, what happened to her Zheng Jin and Lin Nian? When was that? Could it be that when he came to teach quantum computer technology back then, Taylor could only think of this? After all, this was the only chance for the two of them to get in touch. After a short thought, Taylor looked at Elena, and then said slowly. 3 days, I only give you 3 days. Yes. Elena said quickly after hearing it. I'm talking about Scholar Lin Nian, there are still many technical issues that need your help, you. Stop. Lin Nian waved his hand. I need to rest now, rest understand. After finishing speaking, Lin Nian ignored the researcher's ugly face and left the laboratory humming a ditty. Which one should I call out to play? Lin Nian muttered. After sleeping for so long, of course he wants to relax now. As for those experiments, who cares, no one can delay his bubble time. Just then, his watch rang a bell. He didn't even look at it, and hung up directly, but the bell rang again after a while. He frowned, and just wanted to see who was interrupting him, but when he opened it, his expression suddenly became weird. Why is she? After hesitating, he connected the phone. I said, what can I do for you? I'm very busy now. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Elena took a deep breath. There is something that needs your help. There is a problem with the experiment on ball lightning. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Nian interrupted her. Ball lightning, haven't the experimental data and related calculation data been given to you? Can this go wrong? Hearing Lin Nian's slightly mocking tone, Elena clenched her hands tightly, suppressing her anger. That's why I need your help. You have done research on quantum physics. I remember that ball lightning is also your research course. There have indeed been some studies, but I don't do physics anymore. Physics is over, don't you know? Lin Nian chuckled and continued. Besides, I really don't have time to do your ball lightning experiment right now. To be honest, I'm curious how you messed up that experiment with such ample preparations. This thing, an ordinary person can succeed with their eyes closed. After finishing speaking, he laughed, and now he could imagine Elena's gritted teeth with a trace of embarrassment on the other side of the phone. I beg you. Lin Nian was taken aback for a moment. He thought that Elena would yell at him, calling him a proud BD, or hang up the phone angrily. But he didn't expect her to say that. In his memory, Elena had never shown weakness in front of him. I still remember that when he went to the United States to teach the technology of quantum computers, among the researchers, he saw Elena at a glance. There is no way, except for her, the others are a group of old men. It was precisely because of this that he had more contact with Elena during this work. Speaking of which, he still remembers the look in Elena's eyes when they first met. It was a look of expectation with excitement and a little provocation. But then, as work began, her eyes changed to surprise and adoration. As for when the two of them talked, he forgot. Anyway, it just happened so naturally. In his impression, Elena is an unyielding and strong woman, especially in front of him. But now, she let go of her pride to herself. Needless to say, Lin Nian also knew what was going on with her. Working under the wall facer, she inevitably bears some extra pressure. After all, she is still a woman. Well, I see, what time? Thinking of this, Lin Nian put away his playful look. If possible, today is the place. Elena slowly said the location. Well, I'll go right away. Thank you. Elena's soft words came out. Lin Nian smiled. After hanging up the communication, he immediately arranged the itinerary and rushed towards the agreed place. Vern Island. On a casual street, Elena in a white shirt was sitting quietly in a coffee shop. She gently swung the spoon to shake the coffee in the cup in front of her. She just looked at the coffee in front of her quietly, and then her gaze stayed outside the window. Yes, in today's tense environment, these places of relaxation still exist on Vern Island. There are not only coffee shops, swimming pools, gymnasiums, and courts, but also to let the elites here relax. People from the outside only know that this is the place where all the elites of all mankind are gathered. In their view, this place should be like a factory. The elites they expect should be working non-stop. In fact, the living conditions here are much better than those outside. As Lin Nian said, the outside of the island is a hell where ordinary people struggle, while the island is a place for so-called elites to vacation. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. Lin Nian walked into the coffee shop and came to a booth, then opened the door and walked straight in front of her. Hello, you need Scholar Lin Nian. Apparently the waiter recognized his identity, which is normal after thinking about it. After all, he is also a big celebrity to some extent. Give me a cup of coffee, by the way, put more sugar. Lin Nian smiled at the beautiful waiter. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter looked at him with a little excitement, and then looked at Elena who was beside him. Her eyes suddenly became a little weird, she seemed to be guessing the relationship between the two. Soon, the waiter came in with a cup of coffee. After she left, Lin Nian looked at Elena in front of him. This time Elena didn't wear the PDC set of service, a simple white shirt, and her long hair as bright as the sun unfolded like a waterfall. Under the sunlight outside the window, her body had a noble aura, but at this moment Elena was frowning, with a hint of melancholy and confusion in her expression. Among the women Lin Nian has met, Elena's looks and appearance are not the most outstanding, but her temperament and knowledge are unmatched by others. Why did you ask me to come here? You don't want to reconnect with me, do you? Lin Nian looked at her and said half-jokingly. What if I say yes? Hearing this, Elena raised her head and looked directly into her eyes. Then I don't mind, of course, you are such a beautiful woman, I don't lose anyway. Lin Nian spread his hands, but looked away. Elena noticed this, and the melancholy in her eyes melted a little, then she looked at Lin Nian and asked softly. Are you okay? Lin Nian was stunned. What's good? No, it's still the same as before. Lin Nian said indifferently. But when Elena heard this, a complex look flashed in her eyes. She knew very well what kind of person Lin Nian was. Maybe outsiders saw him as arrogant and conceited. He often spoke rudely and looked down on anyone. But she knew that this was just Lin Nian's disguise. She couldn't imagine the pressure and despair that he, who has such knowledge, knew that he was terminally ill and powerless. If it were her, even no one could maintain his mentality. He should have stood at the highest peak and enjoyed the admiration of everyone, instead of struggling hard for his own life. Those reverent eyes in the past may look like a mockery to him now. At the same time, the picture of the two talking was also passed on to some people. Taylor looked at the picture of the conversation between the two on the screen, and frowned. Ray Diaz was in a meeting to discuss the plan, and after taking a look at the tablet handed by his subordinates, he snorted coldly. And Heinz sat quietly at the banquet with her wife. I didn't expect Scholar Lin Nian to have such a relationship with her. Keiko smiled. Yeah, but that's not a good thing. Heinz shook his head, but didn't continue. In a manner in Northern Europe. Dashi knocked on the door with a serious face. Luoji, who was talking and laughing happily with his goddess, was taken aback for a moment, and turned his head dissatisfied. Who is it? I. Dashi's voice came over. Luoji smiled at Zhuang Yan after hearing this. I'll leave for a while. Zhuang Yan nodded. I said Dashi, didn't you say you don't want to disturb me? Luoji looked at him with some dissatisfaction. There is one thing about that kid Lin Nian. As he spoke, Dashi handed him a tablet. Lin Nian. Luoji was startled, took the tablet and looked at it, and there was a picture of Lin Nian and Elena talking on it. I'll go, this kid is fine, but he hooked up with another one. Luoji laughed, then looked at Dashi and said. I said, Dashi, you are being a little unkind. After all, this is his private life. Can you keep an eye on him like this? Dashi snorted coldly. You think I'm the only one watching? Many high-level executives of PDC are also paying attention to this matter now. Luoji was taken aback. Isn't that right? I have to take care of this too? The PDC's management is too wide. Dashi sighed. Under other circumstances, it would certainly not be the case, but this time is different. According to the news, that lady named Elena is his ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? That kid is telling the truth. Luoji was startled, he thought Lin Nian was joking with him back then. By the way, why does this beauty look familiar to me? Luo Ji asked. She's the assistant next to Taylor. Does she said. Chapter 15. Taylor's assistant. Luo Ji seemed to think of something and let out a sigh. I just said why he was sitting next to me at that time. At this time, Luo Ji also realized why Lin Nian was sitting next to him when the wall-facer meeting was announced. Because Taylor sat in the front row with her. Well, does she? What's wrong with you? Why is your expression a bit wrong? Luo Ji looked at him suspiciously. Haven't you reacted yet? Does she glanced at him. I told you, everyone above is paying attention to this matter. What's the matter, isn't it? Before he finished speaking, Luo Ji was startled suddenly, and he looked at Does she in surprise. Does she, this. Does she shook his head, he is different from you. Luo Ji was silent. Yes, he still doesn't understand the situation. As the pillar of modern human science, Lin Nian's importance is self-evident, and today's human beings cannot lose him. But no one knows how much time he has, so his time is extremely precious, and every moment of him must be used for important research on human beings. At this moment, Luo Ji could imagine how the PDC senior executives were feeling. Then, he smiled, as if mocking them, and looked at Lin Nian on the screen with a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Yes, as Does she said, they are different. He, Luo Ji, was a useless person. Although he didn't know why he was chosen as the wall-facer, no one would care what he did, and no one would interfere with his behavior. But Lin Nian is different. PDC will never allow Lin Nian to give up the existing research to fall in love with someone. They will do everything possible to squeeze all the value of Lin Nian in the remaining time of Lin Nian. Thinking of this, Luo Ji couldn't help but secretly sighed. Mr. Luo, what's the matter? At this time, Zhuang Yan looked at Luo Ji who was standing at the door and asked suspiciously. Nothing. Luo Ji turned his head and smiled at her. Relax, it's not that serious, and he's not a fool, he'll take care of it. Does she patted him on the shoulder? Luo Ji nodded. Come in and talk. With that said, he walked in with Does she. Mr. Luo, what were you talking about just now? I seem to have heard Scholar Lin Nian. Zhuang Yan looked at him suspiciously. Ahaha, I heard you. Look, I caught this kid in a private meeting. Luo Ji smiled and handed the tablet over. Well, it's really Scholar Lin Nian, who is this girl next to him? Zhuang Yan looked at Luo Ji with shining eyes. She is Lin Nian's ex-girlfriend. Ah. Zhuang Yan covered her mouth lightly and looked at Luo Ji in surprise. Scholar Lin Nian's ex-girlfriend. Surprised, right, I just found out now. Luo Ji smiled. Zhuang Yan nodded, then she looked at Luo Ji and asked. Mr. Luo, are you familiar with Scholar Lin Nian? I can't say I'm very familiar with him, but I'm his major shareholder. Luo Ji said in a rather complicated way. Really, Mr. Luo, you are really amazing. Zhuang Yan didn't ask what happened to the major shareholder, but she could tell from Luo Ji's words that the two really knew each other and had a good relationship. In Zhuang Yan's opinion, this is already very powerful. Lin Nian Scholar, in her eyes, is the most powerful scientist in mankind. The fact that Luo Ji has such a good relationship with him is enough to prove his strength. After all, she heard that Lin Nian scholars are not interested in other wall-facers. Hearing Zhuang Yan's praise, Luo Ji smiled awkwardly. He knew what he was capable of, but he couldn't show it in front of his goddess. Mr. Luo, what are they doing? What else can I do? I must want to rekindle the old relationship. Luo Ji said that he purposely took the topic off topic in order not to let Zhuang Yan think about it in that direction. She is a pure girl, and the world in her eyes should be beautiful and bright. Yet, Zhuang Yan's eyes lit up. It's a girl's nature to like to gossip, and Zhuang Yan is no exception, not to mention that this is Lin Nian's gossip. Mr. Luo, what do you think they are talking about? Zhuang Yan looked at him curiously. This should be a conversation between some couples. Luo Ji said and looked at Da Shi. If I say Da Shi, can't you make the voice come out together? Da Shi gave him a blank look when he heard the words. You think I want to? People won't let me. Whoever refuses, you can say that I said it. Luo Ji said, rather annoyed that he had used this trick countless times, and as long as he used the excuse of this is part of the plan, no one would stop him. No, it's him, go and talk to him. Da Shi pointed to Lin Nian on the screen. Ah! Luo Ji was taken aback. Da Shi, you mean Lin Nian did it? Otherwise, other people have already blocked the sound, and let us watch the picture is already pity us. Da Shi said. I'll go, that's fine, he's too awesome. Luo Ji said in surprise. Da Shi was not surprised, he had seen Lin Nian's ability before. Luo Ji looked at the hopeful Zhuang Yan, then at the screen in front of him, and gritted his teeth. Zhuang Yan, do you want to listen to their conversation? May I? Zhuang Yan looked at him expectantly. As long as you are willing to. Luo Ji laughed. Zhuang Yan nodded. I said, what do you want to do? Da Shi glanced at him when he heard his nasty words. I can't help you with that. I don't need your help. As he spoke, Luo Ji took out his mobile phone and called Lin Nian. On Lin Nian's side, he was talking with Elena when the phone rang, and he was about to hang up the phone when he saw the message from the caller. He hesitated and connected. A blue projection unfolded in front of him, and Luo Ji's figure appeared on it. What are you doing? Hey, brother Lin Nian, long time no see. Luo Ji's grinning voice came. Lin Nian looked at him blankly, then stretched out his hand as if hanging up the communication. Alas! Wait a minute, don't hang up, I have something to look for you. Tell me, I'm in a hurry. Lin Nian said lightly. Ahem, let me introduce you to someone first. As he spoke, Luo Ji turned sideways. Hello, Scholar Lin Nian. Zhuang Yan appeared on the screen and greeted Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded. Well, let me introduce you, Zhuang Yan, my, assistant. Luo Ji said awkwardly. Lin Nian glanced at it and smiled dismissively. Of course, Luo Ji saw what he meant, and said hastily. I said, why don't you introduce the one next to you? As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows at Lin Nian. Hearing this, Lin Nian glanced at Elena. Someone wants to see you. As he spoke, he swiped across the screen with a flick of his finger. After seeing Luo Ji on the screen, Elena nodded slightly. Hello, Dr. Luo Ji. Hello, Miss Elena. Luo Ji said awkwardly. Okay, now you know each other. Alas! Wait. Before Luo Ji could finish speaking, Lin Nian hung up the call. I haven't finished talking yet, why did I hang up? Luo Ji sighed. Come on, it's not bad for someone to say a few words to me. Da Shi said. By the way, why did you get his private phone number? Few people know about his private phone number. TCH, what's the problem? I'm his major shareholder. Luo Ji said something quite proudly, but his eyes were on Zhuang Yan who was looking aside. Wow, Mr. Luo, you are really amazing. Hey, it's so-so. Hearing this satisfactory answer, Luo Ji smiled, and then secretly gave Da Shi a thumbs up, giving him full marks for this wave of assists. On Lin Nian's side, he looked at Elena. I see, I will help solve the experiment, but only this time. Elena sighed in relief and nodded. I see, thank you very much. Lin Nian stood up slowly without saying a word. Then, Elena seemed to be hesitating for something, and finally she spoke. At the beginning, if there was no such thing, would it still be like this? Lin Nian stopped and shrugged. Who knows? Then he left without looking back. Elena was left meditating. After coming out, Lin Nian shook his head and smiled. Elena is unquestionably brilliant as a female scientist, but there are still some things she doesn't understand. For example, this time, if she knew clearly, she would not come to meet herself in person. Of course Lin Nian knew that the people above were paying attention to him, and Luo Ji's phone call probably didn't mean to remind him. But, unfortunately, they were all wrong. It seems that PDC is controlling him, but it's just that he has released a smoke screen. I have to say that he likes this feeling very much, manipulating those self-righteous people like a god. Just like the puppet being drawn, it seems that its own actions have affected the big hand above it, but in fact it is the one being manipulated. It's not that it can't think of it, but that its cognition is limited. Just like now, the PDC only saw what Lin Nian wanted them to see, and they thought they were in control of everything. But it was all at Lin Nian's mercy. As for Elena, he looked up, he had other plans. After all, she was her first girlfriend, even though she was an ex-girlfriend. In the PDC headquarters, Chairman Say was also relieved when he saw this scene. Things finally didn't develop in the worst direction. Luo Ji was right, there was absolutely no way for the PDC to watch what was going on with Lin Nian and Elena. Luo Ji can be because he can't show much effect now, but Lin Nian can't, every moment of him must be used in a valuable place. Fortunately things didn't get worse, otherwise they wouldn't know how to deal with it. In the PIA, Vader watched this scene. Even though Lin Nian had already left and the bad scene did not happen, Vader was still staring at the screen. He looked at Elena on the screen, with a crazy light in his eyes. But then disappeared quickly. He couldn't estimate Lin Nian's actions, and he would be in trouble if something unexpected happened. But even so, he had to ensure that this kind of thing would not happen again. Thinking of this, he watched Elena and slowly formed a plan in his heart. Chapter 16 Huaxia, inside the Northwest Ball Lightning Laboratory. This is our laboratory. Everything is arranged according to the data, and we have also prepared countermeasures to ensure the normal operation of ball lightning. Elena looked at the instrument in front of her and introduced. Lin Nian did not speak, he glanced at the instrument in front of him, and then said that his eyes were on Elena. This time, she put on the dark green uniform specially designed for PDC, and her bright blonde hair was simply tied behind her head. Scholar Lin Nian. Elena naturally noticed his gaze, she gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Nian. Having been with Lin Nian for a while, she still doesn't know about Lin Nian's eccentricities. Ahem, you continue. Currently, the diameter of the macroelectron in the ground state of our experiment is 20 centimeters. At the same time, we also used obsidian as a target, and we designed it completely according to the data you gave. Elena said. I know why you are so anxious. Obsidian is not cheap. It might cost billions of dollars to make one. Lin Nian laughed. Funding is not important, as long as it produces results. But you guys failed, didn't you? That's all for billions of dollars. It's gone in a flash, and it's not so fast. Lin Nian made a gesture as he spoke. Elena couldn't help clenching her hands when she heard this guy is still the same. That's why we need you, Scholar Lin Nian. Taylor spoke from the side, and then he glanced at Elena. He originally wanted to satirize Elena, but now he is not clear about the situation. The relationship between Lin Nian and her seems to be more than just his ex-girlfriend. The words just now seemed to be mocking Elena, but they were actually telling him to pay attention to his attitude towards Elena. Lin Nian glanced at him. I'm short on time, let me tell you the result of the failure of the last experiment. Target contaminated by unknown organisms. Elena took a deep breath and said. What? Lin Nian looked at him with a look like you're not kidding me. In fact it is. Taylor said. Lin Nian was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. The target is contaminated, what kind of low-level mistake is this? It is equivalent to not washing the dishes when you eat. That's it, don't you just do the experiment again, and you still need me. Lin Nian was speechless. It's different, this time I need you to maximize the energy of the ball lightning. Taylor looked at him and said. Lin Nian straightened his expression upon hearing this, and Elena shouted hastily when she saw this. Mr. Taylor, this is too dangerous. A fully excited ball lightning is full of instability. Once something unexpected happens. Before Elena could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Taylor. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't. You say Lin Nian scholar. Said Taylor looked at him. Interesting, I'm a little interested. Lin Nian smiled. Taylor nodded, then please. Hearing this, Lin Nian walked to the instrument, and the researchers next to him were all excited when they saw him. Normally, they would not have access to scholars of Lin Nian's level. If it wasn't for the preparation of the experiment, they would have rushed to get Lin Nian's signature immediately. The entire magnetic field channel is controlled by 50,000 bionic floating leaves, which can completely control the speed and state of the ball lightning. Elena said. Such a simple thing needs no introduction, it's almost like a space elevator. Scholar Lin Nian, can we start? Taylor looked at him and said. Not in a hurry, first check the stability of the channel's magnetic field, the storage device of macroelectronics, the state of the superconducting battery, and the target area. As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at Elena. I don't want any accidents to happen during the experiment. What are you still doing in a daze, and you haven't made any arrangements yet? Taylor yelled at Elena, who was about to explode. Soon, under the inspection of several scientific researchers, the report came out. There is no abnormality near the target area, the magnetic field channel is operating normally, the magnetic field strength is stable, and the superconducting battery is operating normally. After hearing the report, Taylor looked at Lin Nian. Well, let's get started. Lin Nian nodded. Elena then inserted the key to activate the device. Soon, with a buzzing sound, the instrument started. Under the signal of Lin Nian, the experiment started. Start exporting macroelectronics. Macroelectronics exported successfully. Then they looked at Lin Nian and waited for his order. 3 times the diameter of macroelectronics. The researchers were taken aback when they heard this. However, in this way, it will not be possible to effectively control Hong electronics, just in case. I know, so raise the strength of the electromagnetic orbital by 2 energy levels. Lin Nian said lightly. Do as he says. Taylor looked at them incredulously. They had no choice but to take a photo, and soon a macroelectron with a diameter of 60 centimeters appeared in front of the electromagnetic guide rail. Let's start. Lin Nian said. As his voice fell, macroelectronics was slowly floating on the electromagnetic track under the trigger of the device. Then, the instrument sounded an alarm. Alert! Alert! Electronic track overloaded. The ball flash has reached an ultra-high energy level, and the electromagnetic orbit cannot be effectively controlled. Don't worry about it, continue to increase the strength of the magnetic field. Since you want to test the highest power, then pull it to the maximum. Lin Nian said lightly. Taylor glanced at Lin Nian, and after seeing the confident look on his face, he immediately looked at the researchers. What are you still doing? In this way, the huge ball lightning is running on the electromagnetic orbit in an unstable state. All the scientific researchers were watching this scene desperately. If the ball lightning gets out of control, everyone present will not be able to survive. But fortunately, although the huge ball lightning is unstable, it is still traveling on the electromagnetic track, but this does not make them feel at ease. Finally, under the expectant eyes of everyone, the ball lightning broke away from the electromagnetic orbit and hit the target area. Suddenly, the entire laboratory erupted with a strong light. At this time, this dazzling light looked like the dawn of hope to everyone, which meant that the experiment was successful. After the light dissipated, everyone immediately began to check the results of the experiment. How is it possible? After seeing the result, Everyone was in disbelief, because the result displayed above was obviously contaminated by creatures. Lin Nian became serious when he saw this result, and Taylor's face was even more gloomy. We did check. A staff member explained. But Taylor didn't speak, the anger in his eyes almost overflowed. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Nian. I'm sorry, Scholar Lin Nian, for making you so busy. Busy for nothing? That's not necessarily the case, let's go and see the target area. Lin Nian smiled. But the target area has been polluted, and the experimental results have been invalidated. Elena spoke. I asked you what is the purpose of the target area. Elena, in order to observe the reaction of various elements after the ball lightning strikes. What is the purpose of obsidian? Elena, for more intuitive and effective observation. That's right. Lin Nian smiled. In this case, it is also for observing the experimental results, so why is there so-called pollution? But the polluted result, there is no way to judge the corresponding data from it. Elena said. No, you can't, it doesn't mean I can't, there are just 2 contaminated experiments, which can be used for comparison. Lin Nian said. Hearing this, Elena was startled. But this requires an astonishing amount of data, and the current level is simply impossible. Before she finished speaking, she saw Lin Nian looking at her with a smile on her face. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Yes, there is also a quantum computer. If the analysis is done with a quantum computer, then indeed results can be derived from it. But, what's the point of us spending such a price to make obsidian? Elena was a little confused. Significance? What's the point? Science values results. You don't have the ability to get experimental results, so you use complicated methods. But me. With that said, Lin Nian paused. It doesn't need to be so complicated. Hearing this, Elena's expression was very complicated. Again, no matter what experiment or theory, as long as Lin Nian participates, everyone seems to be his foil. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Nian is a scientific researcher with extraordinary ability, but who can understand their sorrow? Being in this era with Lin Nian is both luck and misfortune for all their researchers. At this moment, a researcher looked at the data from the instrument and exclaimed. Unknown energy detected in the target area. This sound brought Elena back to reality. What's going on? Isn't the experiment closed? This is indeed closed. The scientific researcher looked at her a little helplessly. Call the monitoring immediately. Elena ordered. Soon, the surveillance was called out, and when everyone saw the picture on the surveillance, their eyes were full of shock. What is this? Elena looked at the picture and murmured. On the monitoring screen, an energy body like ball lightning is suspended in the air, but its shape is constantly changing, faintly showing a human shape. Turn off all instruments immediately. As her voice fell, a group of scientific researchers immediately turned off all the instruments. What is surprising is that the energy body has not disappeared yet. It is still floating in the air. What the hell is this? A researcher murmured. Lin Nian laughed softly when he saw this scene. Interesting, it turned out to be this, it seems that something interesting happened. You know what it is? Elena looked at him and asked. Although I don't know much about it, I have heard of it. Do you know about ghosts? Lin Nian looked at her and smiled. Chapter 17. Ghost. Elena froze. That's right, it's a ghost. Of course, that's what you call it. According to our Hyuxia language, it should be called a ghost, but they all have the same meaning. Before, a group of physicists studied this aspect, and somewhat believed that the so-called ghost should be a quantum energy body. Others say that they are a brand new life form, but no matter what kind of claim they can't be confirmed, because there is no experimental body for them to study. Lin Nian said. Then you mean that the one appearing in this target area is a ghost? Elena looked at him a little blankly. Isn't it? Don't we know if we take a look? Lin Nian smiled, and then he gave instructions to those scientific researchers. Pay attention to monitoring, and I will back up the monitoring records later. Do as he says. Taylor nodded. Then let's go. Lin Nian looked at Taylor and Elena and said. Wait, let's go like this, without protective clothing. Elena reminded. There's no need for that. Besides, it might disappear if it's too late to see its status. Science always has to take some risks. What do you think, Mr. Taylor? Lin Nian looked at Taylor and said. I'm also very interested in this ghost that suddenly appeared in the target area. Taylor agreed with Lin Nian's words. Elena opened her mouth, but when she saw the two going down, she had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the target area on the electromagnetic track in an instant. Before they got close, they saw the ghost flashing blue light in the sky. Moreover, with the passage of time, the ghost's body slowly condensed towards the human form, and they could even see the facial features gradually revealed on the ghost's face. Here, what's going on here? Elena glanced at Lin Nian worriedly, and leaned towards Lin Nian silently. Although she is a scientist, it is inevitable that she will be a little scared to see this weird situation. Scholar Lin Nian, why does the ghost take on a human form? Could it be imitating us? Taylor asked. Lin Nian looked at the ghost, and then at the target area, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I think he is not imitating us, but trying to restore it to its original appearance. Lin Nian said something. What do you mean? Elena looked at him suspiciously. Lin Nian didn't answer her, but raised his head and said something. Check and see if there are any missing persons in the institute. When the scientific researchers outside the monitor heard this, they immediately began to review, and the results came out soon. Scholar Lin Nian, a staff member responsible for detecting and cleaning the target area is missing. Missing? Where did he go? Elena asked. No, I don't know. We investigated all the surveillance and found no sign of him. The researcher replied helplessly. No need to check. Lin Nian said something lightly, and then he looked at the ghost not far away. People are here. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. You mean, this ghost is the missing staff member? Elena looked at him in surprise. Good. Lin Nian nodded. I took a look at the reaction of the target area just now, and found that the traces left behind are a bit wrong. Just because of this? Of course it's more than that. I remember reading a paper, which seems to be talking about the method of making ghosts, but at that time, it was limited by technology, and no one studied whether this method was feasible. And now, there is a strong magnetic field and energy in this laboratory, which are necessary factors for the birth of ghosts, so I guess that some unlucky ghost should have accidentally left it here. Then, we started the experiment without knowing it, and the powerful ball lightning completely shattered his body in an instant. Or because of the magnetic field left here, he unexpectedly appeared in this state. Lin Nian said slowly. A flash of panic flashed in Elena's eyes when she heard this, and she quickly looked at Taylor, and sure enough, the veins on Taylor's face had burst out at this time. He raised his head and growled. What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to check the target area carefully? You checked like this, and you didn't even find a single person here. Taylor is really angry now, forget about the previous biocontamination, but now they are so careless that they left one here. In the laboratory, a group of scientists also looked quite ugly. They are also very sad now that such an accident happened. Forget it, things have already happened, let's talk about the lesson. Lin Nian waved his hand. Elena looked at him in surprise when she heard this. You really don't care at all. Care? Why should I care? I don't know him. Besides, I don't know that this kind of thing will happen. Instead of worrying about it, it's better to observe this so-called ghost. Lin Nian said lightly. Moreover, he knew exactly what the situation was, and the real culprit was right next to him. Okay? You. Elena was about to say something, but was interrupted by Taylor. He's right, it doesn't matter what to worry about now. Then he looked at Lin Nian. Scholar Lin Nian, I hope you will give the experimental results of ball lightning as soon as possible. As for this ghost. Taylor paused, his brows were slightly frowned, obviously not knowing what to do. Don't worry, it won't be long. Lin Nian said something, then looked at the ghost again. I said, can you hear me? Suddenly, Lin Nian yelled at the ghost. No response? Can't hear or can't answer. Lin Nian muttered, and he glanced at Elena. Do you have a pen? Elena froze for a moment, yes. As she said that, she handed over the pen, and after Lin Nian took it, she threw the pen towards the ghost. The pen passed through the ghost's body, like passing through a cloud, without any resistance, and fell to the ground. Physical collision is useless. Elena saw the result and said. No, it's still useful. Look at his body. Although there is no resistance to the pen, there is a gap in its body. Although it has recovered now, it proves that physical attacks can affect it. As Lin Nian said, he stretched out his right hand and showed his watch, under the puzzled eyes of Elena and Taylor. He randomly pressed the button of the watch a few times, but there was no response from the watch. But then, they saw Lin Nian's right hand open towards the ghost. Then, something unbelievable happened, with the swing of Lin Nian's arm, the ghost in the sky was also moving. Can a magnetic field be affected? Can energy fluctuations also be affected? Lin Nian muttered when he saw this situation. Just when he was about to take the next step, suddenly, the ghost's body violently fluctuated. No, it seems to be out of control. Elena exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, the ghost burst out with bright blue light, and the next moment they only felt a shock coming towards them. The strength is not strong, just like the wind blowing. After a while, a few people opened their eyes. No radiation detected. Lin Nian glanced at the condition of the watch and said. It seems that the ghost is indeed made of energy bodies, but unfortunately, no more data can be obtained. Lin Nian sighed regretfully. He was only interested in this ghost, not for anything else, but to see if the ghost and Carl's phantom were somehow connected. That BD Carl, he didn't include information about his phantom in the big clock at all, he is also very greedy for phantoms. But judging from the current results, the so-called ghost has nothing to do with phantoms at all. Thinking about it, Carl's phantom is his masterpiece, how could it be compared with this so-called ghost? It's over. Elena let out a sigh. Well, it's over, the ghost disappeared. It seems that the ghost can't exist for a long time, but it's also possible that we haven't found a way. But it doesn't matter anymore, sort out the information on the target area and send it to me. Lin Nian said something to her, and then left the electromagnetic orbit. Arrange immediately. Taylor also gave him a warning, and then followed him out. Coming out, Taylor looked at Lin Nian. Scholar Lin Nian, thanks to you this time. It's nothing, and there are unexpected gains, isn't it? Lin Nian smiled. I see that you seem to be interested in ghosts. Taylor glanced at him. It's okay, scientists, they always like to study unknown things. As he spoke, Lin Nian waved his hand. I'm leaving, just let Elena send me the results of the experiment when the time comes. Taylor just stood there and watched him get into the car quietly, until the car was far away. Taylor looked back at the laboratory. At this time, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Lin Nian sat in the car and began to think about the next arrangement. Now, he has conducted 2 enhancement experiments, and the most important thing now is to find a way to get the resources for the 3rd enhancement. But the resources for the 3rd reinforcement are really too huge. but he doesn't know how long it will take by relying on experiments, and most of the resources are in short supply on the Earth. Need to go to the sky or even other planets to collect, this difficulty comes up again. But there is no way, the third strengthening is of great significance. Once he succeeds, he can implant the super gene, and then open his own dark plane. Only in this way can the big clock be effectively charged. In short, the faster the third strengthening, the better. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Luo Ji. Mr. Luo, it seems that this time he has to find a way to deduct some resources from him again. Then Lin Nian determined the destination. Chapter 18. Well, I see, I'll tell. Outside the manor, Dashi nodded to the phone, and then he looked at the manor. Hey, put it here, right, put it away, and put that one away too. At this time, Luo Ji was in the restaurant, pointing fingers at the staff, in order to pursue the neat arrangement of the various items. No way, who let him be idle here, he must find something for himself to do. Dashi walked in and was no longer surprised by the situation. Luo Ji had been like this since Zhuang Yan came to the manor. According to his words, this kid is like a beast in heat, trying his best to please the person he likes. However, these were none of his business. He didn't care what the people above thought of Luo Ji, his mission was to protect his safety. Don't worry about it, let me tell you something. Dashi said to Luo Ji. What's up? Luo Ji said without looking back. That kid Lin Nian is coming to you. Ah? What, is he coming? When? As soon as Luo Ji heard it, he immediately put down his movements and looked at Dashi. Just today. Dashi said lightly. Scholar Lin Nian is coming. At this time Zhuang Yan also came out, looking at Luo Ji and Dashi excitedly. Mr. Luo, did you just say that Lin Nian scholar is coming? Luo Ji nodded. Great, I can finally see him in person. Zhuang Yan smiled. Luo Ji was stunned for a moment by that blooming smile. Yeah, then we have to treat him well. Zhuang Yan nodded. Then, they began to set the table. On Lin Nian's side, under the protection of a group of PDC members, he came to Luo Ji's estate. After getting off the car, he looked at the classical manor, the clear lake, the tranquil jungle, and the beautiful snow-capped mountains in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That guy Luo Ji really enjoys it. He chuckled and walked towards the manor. Come on, go in, they are all waiting for you. Dashi looked up at him. Soon, he walked into the restaurant led by Dashi. I'm coming. When Luo Ji saw him, he immediately ran over with a smile. You're here, kid. If you don't come, the food will be cold. Lin Nian looked at him, then at Zhuang Yan who was beside him with bright eyes. This was the first time he saw Zhuang Yan. Well, it didn't feel amazing, but it felt very gentle. I said, Mr. Luo, you are living in style. Lin Nian smiled. Luo Ji touched the back of his head in embarrassment when he heard it. Hello, Scholar Lin Nian, I'm Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan looked at him and stretched out his hand excitedly. That, last time you saw her, she was my assistant. Luo Ji said hastily. Seeing this, Lin Nian glanced at him, then reached out his hand and shook it briefly. Lin Nian. Then, before Lin Nian could react, Zhuang Yan took out a drawing board and a pen from behind and looked at him expectantly and said. Scholar Lin Nian, may I ask you to sign your name? Don't think this is outrageous. In fact, the status of scientists has skyrocketed in the era of crisis. He has almost reached the status of a former star, and Lin Nian is the most famous one. It can be said that to a certain extent, his status is almost no less than that of the few wall-facers. Some even believed that the wall-facers could be re-elected, but they must not lose Lin Nian. Lin Nian looked at Zhuang Yan and then at Luo Ji. He had encountered many things like signing autographs, but he usually dismissed them. Seemingly aware of Lin Nian's temper, Luoji gave him a vigorous wink from the sidelines, and seeing the situation, he almost knelt down on the spot. Seeing Luoji's sincerity, Lin Nian chuckled, then picked up a pen and wrote his name on the blank drawing board. "Thank you, Lin Nian scholar." Zhuang Yan held the drawing board in her arms like protecting a baby, which shows how much she attaches importance to Lin Nian's signature. "Let's eat first then." Luoji coughed, and then several people took their seats at the dining table. "I said, you boy, why did you come to see me now?" Luoji looked at him while cutting the steak and said. "It's not that you don't know me. It would be nice if I could spare time to see you," Lin Nian said and snapped his fingers. A big man in a suit behind him immediately stepped forward and carefully cut the steak into small pieces with a knife, and then took a piece for himself to try. After making sure it was all right, he stood back. When Luoji saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. "I said, what are you doing with me?" Lin Nian spread his hands. "No way, that's how I'm treated." Lin Nian smiled, and Luoji shook his head. Of course he didn't care about such things. In other words, he was very happy to see this situation. Compared to others, only Lin Nian regarded him as a normal person. Now that he is hiding in this manner, he actually has the meaning of hiding from the world. He couldn't bear the way those people looked at him. He didn't know how the other wall facers felt, anyway, he didn't like it very much. "Scholar Lin Nian, hasn't Miss Elena come over?" Suddenly, Zhuang Yan asked. Hearing this, Luoji's heart skipped a beat. The situation he was most worried about had come. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Lin Nian. "She's still busy, and she's my ex-girlfriend," Lin Nian said. "Ah? But didn't teacher Luo say that you have already done it?" Zhuang Yan was stunned and then looked at Luoji, who smiled awkwardly. How could he tell the truth to Zhuang Yan? "It's all right now, the real master is here, and the game is over." Lin Nian glanced at Luoji and immediately knew what was going on. "Do you believe what he says? He is a wall facer." As he spoke, Lin Nian made a joke. Hearing Lin Nian's teasing tone, Zhuang Yan looked at them curiously and didn't bother about it, but then she looked at Lin Nian again. "Scholar Lin Nian, how did you two meet before, and why did you break up?" She is naturally quite curious about these gossips. "Oh, here, Lin Nian Zhuang Yan her." Luoji was very embarrassed at this moment, but he couldn't say anything. He knew that Elena meant a lot to Lin Nian. Lin Nian waved his hand. "What are you thinking? It's not something shameful." Lin Nian glanced at him and continued. "Actually, it's nothing. I met her when I went to teach abroad, and she happened to be there too. We just got to know each other." "Ah, so, then Miss Elena is also very powerful?" Zhuang Yan asked. "It's okay, although my brain is not good," Lin Nian said lightly. "Don't listen to him, he looks the same to everyone. Miss Elena is not as bad as he said, she is Taylor's assistant," Luoji said immediately. "Well, then why did you break up?" Hearing this, Lin Nian was silent for a moment, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Just when Luoji was about to speak to break the awkward atmosphere, Lin Nian smiled. "It's a secret." Hearing this, Zhuang Yan didn't ask any more, and then her eyes were lowered, and her tone was a little lonely. "Miss Elena is really amazing." "Zhuang Yan, you are also excellent," Luoji said hastily. "But it's also an assistant. I still don't know what my job is." Hearing this, Zhuang Yan raised her head and looked at him, as if she wanted him to give an answer. When Luoji heard this, he was at a loss for words. How could he answer? Then he winked at Lin Nian, hoping he could help. Lin Nian rolled his eyes at him, but still spoke. "Miss Zhuang Yan." "Well, Scholar Lin Nian. What do you think wall facers should be like?" He looked at Zhuang Yan and asked. "Wall facers should be people with great missions for the sake of all mankind." Zhuang Yan expressed his opinion without hesitation. You're right. They shoulder the mission of human beings to fight against the three-body problem, and they shoulder the destiny of human beings. So, why do you bother with this? Like me, Taylor asked me to do something. I never think about what their purpose is. I just need to do what I should do. Similarly, you are the same. You don't know why Mr. Luo chose you, so why don't you just take this as part of the plan? Lin Nian looked at her and said. Take this, as part of the plan? Zhuang Yan muttered, and then his eyes lit up. I understand Lin Nian, scholar. It was obvious that she was in a much better mood now. Seeing this, Luo Ji secretly gave Lin Nian a thumbs up. Ahem, that Lin Nian, I said you didn't just come here to see me, did you? Luo Ji asked. I do have two things to bother you. Stop, let's not talk about asking for money. PDC doesn't have much funds now. Although Chairman Say didn't say anything about the last time I used the funds, the other wall facers are a little dissatisfied with me. Luo Ji said. Lin Nian's face darkened. Can't you be tougher? They are also wall facers, why are you talking to them? Lin Nian rolled his eyes at him. Can it be the same? What is your status? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Luo Ji said weakly. Besides, you are so awesome, why are you looking for them, why are you staring at me? Lin Nian's face darkened, if he could withhold the money from them, would he still look for him? Forget it, let's not talk about this, there is one more thing, are you ready? Lin Nian looked at him and said. Is what ready? Luo Ji looked at him in bewilderment. Genetic modification, didn't I tell you before? Oh, this, I remembered, by the way, can she do that, Zhuang Yan? Luo Ji did not forget that he had 2 quotas. It's up to you, it's for you anyway, I don't care who you give it to. Lin Nian said something. Hearing this, Luo Ji's expression brightened, while Zhuang Yan's looked confused. Chapter 19. That's great, Zhuang Yan. Luo Ji looked at her excitedly and said. Then he explained the so-called genetic modification to her. After hearing Luo Ji's explanation, Zhuang Yan was also shocked. Is it really good to give me such a precious place? You can. Luo Ji looked at her firmly, as if to reassure her, he looked at Zhuang Yan. Trust me, it's part of the plan. Zhuang Yan nodded when she heard this. Since it was part of the plan, she had no reason to refuse. When is Lin Nian? Look at you, of course the sooner the better. Lin Nian said. Then what are you waiting for now? With that said, Luo Ji grabbed Zhuang Yan's hand and stood up. Lin Nian spread his hands and didn't say anything. Soon, they took a plane and headed towards Sangxia's laboratory. Is this the laboratory of Lin Nian, scholar? As soon as he came here, Zhuang Yan looked at the instrument in front of him and sighed with emotion. Ms. Luo, your genetic sample has been analyzed, but hers still needs to be collected and analyzed. Lin Nian said to Luo Ji. How long it takes? Luo Ji looked at him and asked. Now the quantum computer is still busy with other things. If you have time, it will take about 2 months. So long. Luo Ji frowned. Of course he wanted to conduct experiments with Zhuang Yan. Of course Lin Nian understood what he was thinking, and he smiled. Of course, I can make a move to stop working now, it's a small way to join you in the team. Luo Ji's face brightened. I knew you had a way, so you can transform it after analyzing it. Lin Nian shook his head. It takes about an hour for me to personally analyze the gene, but it takes a little time to collect and prepare the subsequent preparation of the gene enhancement solution. Well, 3 days, it will be ready in 3 days. Lin Nian said. 3 days, not too long, Luo Ji nodded. Afterwards, Luo Ji told Zhuang Yan about it, and Zhuang Yan's genetic sample was delivered to him after a while. In the past few days, you can take a look at it at will, and let you know when you are ready. With that said, he took the genetic sample and walked into the quantum computer laboratory. For Lin Nian to stop the operation of the current quantum computer, those researchers naturally do not understand. But there is no way, who told them that they would not be able to fiddle with this thing. Not long after, Zhuang Yan's genetic sample was analyzed, and he also began to prepare the strengthening liquid. 3 days later, looking at the 2 huge nutrition warehouses in front of him, Luoji couldn't help feeling a little excited. Is this the genetic enhancement warehouse? You can call it that, but in fact it's just a nutrition warehouse. Lin Nian said lightly. Then what are the 2 small jars beside here? That, it's the genetic enhancement liquid specially prepared by you. Lin Nian said. That's the genetic enhancement fluid, so what's the fluid in this cabin? Logic asked, pointing to the green liquid in the nutrition compartment. That is a simple nutrient matrix, which provides energy to the body when you strengthen it, and there is a can in the back. How long will it take to strengthen? Luoji asked a question. Well, generally speaking, about 3 or 4 months. Lin Nian thought about it. So long? Luoji exclaimed. Hearing this, Lin Nian rolled his eyes at him. What do you think this is? You can inject it into your body with the reagent, and then sleep in a daze and you'll be fine. Is it not? Luoji smiled awkwardly. That's what I read in novels and movies. What are you thinking? How can there be such an outrageous thing? Genetic enhancement is a modification of the body. In the situation you said, the greatest probability is that he was sucked into a human being due to lack of energy during the enhancement. Don't you understand the simplest law of energy conservation? Lin Nian said angrily. Besides, your time will be a little longer, probably about a year. Hey? Why did it take me so long? Luoji looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you have a special request? If you have to be idle for a long time, I will remix the genetic enhancement liquid for you. Hey! Luoji's expression froze suddenly, and he grabbed Lin Nian's hand. What are you talking about? How could I not believe you? Just follow what you said. His tone was quite heavy. Think about it too, men have always valued this aspect very much, isn't it just a few more months, as long as there is an effect, it is nothing. Lin Nian naturally expected this situation, he looked at Luoji and smiled meaningfully. In fact, the so-called extra effect was just a cover, what he prepared for Luoji was not ordinary genetic enhancement at all. It is the strengthening of super fighters, which belongs to the strengthening of all aspects. Of course, that aspect will naturally be strengthened, and he is not fooling Luoji. As for why Luoji was given this special treatment, on the one hand it was to give him a return on investment. On the other hand, it is his personal thoughts. In a certain sense, he is worthy of admiration in the face of this future sword wielder who will single-handedly threaten the earth and the entire Tri-Solaran. This could be regarded as respect for him, and he also wanted to see if the strengthened Luoji would make the same choice in the future as before. Afterwards, Luoji also talked about this matter with Zhuang Yan. Of course, he didn't explain why he took so long to strengthen it. However, Zhuang Yan didn't ask. In her opinion, this was the treatment Luoji deserved. Zhuang Yan, wait for me. Luoji looked at her and said word by word. Zhuang Yan nodded, I will wait for your teacher Luo. Soon, the genetic modification began, and Luoji, who had changed into a white suit, was suspended in the nutrition cabin. Each of his hands is connected to a needle tube, which is the pipeline for injecting the genetic enhancement fluid. And Luoji felt very novel at this moment, obviously his whole body was soaked in this liquid, but he didn't feel the slightest feeling of choking or lack of oxygen. Instead, there was a burst of coolness in the chest, which made people feel extra comfortable. Mr. Luo, see you in a year. Looking at Luoji in the nutrition warehouse, Lin Nian smiled. As he pressed the button, the anesthetic was slowly injected into Luoji's body, and Luoji slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Inside the PIA headquarters. Deputy Director? Deputy Director? Deputy Director? Ah. What's the matter? Hearing the sound, Vadim turned to look at Cheng Xian behind him. What's wrong with you? Cheng Xian's eyes were full of worry. She was very concerned about this senior who took good care of her at work. No, nothing, just wanted my wife and kids. He smiled, but for some reason, Cheng Xian sensed a sense of desolation and helplessness in his smile. Is it an illusion? Cheng Xian was a little puzzled, but when she thought about it carefully, Vadim loved his wife and children so much, how could he show that kind of smile? How about the candidate for the latter plan? He took a deep breath, looked at Cheng Xian and asked. Cheng Xian shook her head disappointed. Although PDC has now opened Zheng Ce for euthanasia, this Zheng Ce is only limited to terminally ill people. However, it is impossible for an ordinary person to participate in their plan, so this candidate was decided on the terminally ill patient with a major in aerospace. Moreover, even if candidates are found, they must be persuaded to perform euthanasia voluntarily and agree to the plan. PDC will not allow them to use any involuntary means to force them to participate in the latter plan. Moreover, the risk of such a candidate is too high, and it is not what they want. Hearing Cheng Xian's words, Vadim looked up at the sky, his deep eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds, and came to the vast and dark space. Cheng, I'm very troubled. You know, I'm the best candidate for this plan, but I chose to escape. As he said that, he turned his head to look at Cheng Xian with a miserable wry smile. This matter has been on his mind for a long time, and he has been suffering a lot during this time. As a human being, he told himself, he should think for all mankind. However, as a husband and a father, he couldn't abandon them. Under such a difficult choice, his spirit is almost on the verge of collapse. As for why he said this to Cheng Xian now, he didn't know. For Cheng Xian, all PIA colleagues think so, she is a pure girl. It was also because of this at the beginning, when he saw Cheng Xian, who had just arrived, being made things difficult by Wade, and was at a loss, he stepped in to help. Later, he often extended a helping hand, and Cheng Xian, a girl, also brought a ray of light to the originally dark and depressed PIA. Zheng Jin told Cheng Xian several times to let him leave PIA, this is not the place for her to stay. He knew very well what kind of person his boss, Director Vader, was. What he likes most is to slowly pull the seeds of light into the abyss, and then close his eyes while smoking a cigar, enjoying the painful and desperate expression on the other party's face. However, facing his persuasion, Cheng Xian's answer was yes. Mr. Deputy Director, please trust me, I will work harder, so that both you and the director will be satisfied. What a pure girl, she always has a glimmer of light and expectation for the world in her heart. She is like the statue of the Virgin Mary in the church, exuding a soft, warm, and holy light. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he would reveal his heart in front of her. When Cheng Xian heard this, she met his eyes, and she seemed to vaguely see the pleading and expectant look in Vadim's eyes. It's like believers are pleading for God's guidance. She took a deep breath, thoughts swirled in her mind, and then she looked at him firmly. Is someone hinting at you? Cheng Xian is innocent, but she is not stupid, or if she was really stupid, she would not be arranged to come to PIA. Vader wouldn't keep her here either, PIA wasn't a place for trash. Chapter 20. As for why Cheng Xian asked that, it was very simple. Vadim himself is a person with a profound aerospace background, coupled with various diplomatic work in PIA, he has an excellent psychological quality. In a sense, he is indeed the most suitable candidate, but in one point, he is a healthy person. Mr. Deputy Director, please remember that you are a healthy person, neither PDC nor others are qualified to force you. I know, I'm just talking to you, just talking. Vadim sighed. Okay, it's time for me to go about my business. As he spoke, he smiled at Cheng Xin. Cheng Xin watched his leaving back, opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Yun Tianming was ill. He was lying on the bed, his eyes full of despair like other terminally ill patients. He is still young, and he still has a lot of youth, but now he is trapped in this small hospital bed, waiting for his own death like a disabled person. He looked out the window, his eyes began to wander. A few days later, his college friends came to see him, and they couldn't be called friends, they just had some interaction. Yun Tianming was a very withdrawn person in his university career, and other students also thought so. It is precisely because of this that after he was terminally ill, no one organized a group to visit him. This also made him heave a sigh of relief. Their arrival would not bring comfort, but a group of eyes with pity, and Yun Tianming didn't like that kind of eyes. And his friend didn't just come to visit him, he left behind a bank card with 3 million funds. This is the return on his original investment. Yun Tianming looked at the bank card in his hand and smiled wryly, what's the use of giving this now? His cancer cells had spread throughout his body, and he was hopeless. Then, he thought of his father and sister. When they learned that they were terminally ill, the father's face was full of sadness, but his sister made a shocking behavior. He told Yun Tianming that PDC has opened up the policy of euthanasia. Yun Tianming didn't understand what he meant, she meant that she wanted to euthanize herself. After all, once he died, her father's estate would be hers, and spending his father's money now was tantamount to spending hers. If the cure is good, then forget it, but this is just spending a bottomless pit of money in exchange for a period of lingering time. But Yun Tianming didn't blame her, he could understand the other party's thoughts, and the other party really didn't want to watch him suffer in pain. It's understandable, but his heart is dead, and since then he thinks that he has nothing to do with that family anymore. Thinking of this, he looked at the bank card and began to figure out how to spend it. Logically speaking, he should leave the money to his family and wait quietly for his death. This is the last thing he can do. But he didn't want to. Giving these to them would still fall on his sister in the end, and he didn't owe them any more. For this reason, he began to think, come on a grand global tour? No, his current body can no longer support him to do so. Then change to a hibernation quota? Maybe there is a chance that his disease might be cured in the future? Thinking about it, he shook his head again, he was tired and didn't want to struggle anymore, so what if he was cured in the future? He has lost all hope in life. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. It was a pure, soft girl, and it was her appearance that brought a glimmer of light to his originally dark life. But soon he smiled helplessly, thinking about it now, what's the use of it, he can't do anything now, and he also doesn't want to see Cheng Xin with this attitude. He knew very well that if he went by himself, what was waiting for him would be that gentle gaze that could almost soften him. That gaze might make him feel nostalgic for this world again. He looked up at the night sky, under the dark sky, the city was shining brightly, but he was so far away. The breeze blew past, bringing a burst of coolness, and also blowing away the thick black clouds, revealing the vast and deep starry sky. Looking at the twinkling starlight, Yun Tianming sighed, compared to the entire universe, human beings and the earth are simply too small. Then his eyes lit up, and he seemed to know what to do with the money. A few days later, Cheng Xin received a certificate from the PDC, which was a certificate of ownership of a star 200 light-years away. This is simply a huge surprise. She didn't even have time to confirm the authenticity of the certificate, but it couldn't be fake, PDC wouldn't make such a joke. For a moment, she was overwhelmed by unparalleled happiness, and her whole body was immersed in this wonderful happiness. I have a star, someone gave me a star. She told herself over and over again in her heart. Every girl has a princess dream, they long to live in a beautiful castle, and use their most gorgeous selves to wait for the dream prince to send them the expected gift. Although she is not a princess, she got a better gift than a princess. A star. She is the first girl to get a star. She even began to fantasize about what kind of person it would be to give such a gift. She knew that she had many admirers, but she couldn't think of anyone who would give her such an expensive and romantic gift. Wade noticed this extraordinarily happy girl today at a glance, and when he asked, Cheng Xin handed him the certificate with a look of excitement. After Vader took it, he just glanced at it, and then threw it to her like a waste paper. A piece of waste paper, if I were you, I would sell it as soon as possible, so that I can get a lot of money. Cheng Xin ignored him. How could she be willing to sell such a romantic gift? Later, she couldn't help but share the news with the deputy director. The deputy director was also pleased to congratulate her, congratulating her on becoming the first girl in history to be given a star. It seemed that he was infected by Cheng Xin's smile, and his mood improved a lot, he said half-jokingly. The person who gave you the star must be a rich and romantic person. As he spoke, he laughed at himself. Send 1 star. If the PDC had issued this policy before, I'm afraid I would have to buy one for my wife. That's the case, but it can be seen that he loves his wife and children so deeply. So much so that she can't wait to make her the happiest woman in the world. Later, she even bought an astronomical telescope just to observe the star that belonged to her. In her imagination, her own star should be full of dreamy colors, surrounded by dazzling rose-colored planets. But what is actually observed is just an ordinary star. But even so, it didn't affect her excitement at all. Every night, she would hold that certificate. In the dream, she seemed to see that in a distant galaxy, her own star was surrounded by several planets as beautiful as the Earth. On it, there is a beautiful scenery, and a happy life. When they looked up at the sun that brought them light in the sky, they would praise it in unison. At this moment, Cheng Xin seemed to be a god. Her stars carried her love, nourished countless lives, and gave them happiness and warmth. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction hit her, making her immerse herself in that dreamy dream. Inside the PIA office, Vader sat in the chair that belonged to him, he lit his cigar, and meditated there as usual. No one knew what he was thinking in that position. Sometimes, people from PIA thought that he might just be in a daze sometimes. But only the deputy director knew that their director would not waste any time. He was thinking there, but he simply didn't want to waste his energy. As the director of PIA, the pressure he faced was unimaginable. After an unknown amount of time, he quietly looked at the document on the table with his eyes moving. Is Yun Tianming? Yes, he already knew that the star was given to Cheng Xin by Yun Tianming, and he was more concerned about his plan than anyone else. Yun Tianming, who has aerospace knowledge, is naturally also in his attention. As the director of PIA, there are very few things that can fill him. With the exception of a few wall facers, everything about them seems to be exposed to the eyes of the public, but some things are destined not to be known by the public. The same goes for him. This is the privilege of the wall facers. Unless the Edo people announce it, no one will know those details except themselves. Oh, not only them, there is another one, that is Lin Nian. If the other wall facers were unable to investigate because of their authority, then Lin Nian had no choice. Lin Nian, who has the most intelligent mind in the world, has so many high-tech technologies that he cannot be investigated at all. Back to the topic, regarding Yun Tianming, he will naturally not let it go. But there is a problem. Although he is a good candidate, it will become a problem to persuade him to join the plan. In fact, that's the hardest part of planning. Those of them who perform euthanasia don't care about their own lives, let alone your so-called plan. But Vader doesn't care about these. For the plan, he can use all means. Morality, kinship, friendship, and even love, he can use all of these. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, which meant that he had come up with another crazy plan. Chapter 21. Morning. Inside the laboratory at the Los Alamos nuclear bomb base. Isn't it done yet? Ray Diaz looked at Dr. Aaron with dissatisfaction. He took a deep puff on his cigar, and then spit the smoke on his face without hesitation. There is still some preparation work. Dr. Aaron frowned disapprovingly. Still ready? Ray Diaz stared. Isn't all the data given to you? If you follow the data, you can do it. What else do you need to prepare? Resisting the urge to slap him, Dr. Aaron took a deep breath and explained. With the data appearance, we still need to wake up the simulation experiment. Simulation? Wouldn't it be better to use a quantum computer directly? Ray Diaz snorted coldly. He has tasted the sweetness of quantum computers now. As long as it is related to data, it can be completed extremely quickly by entrusting it to a quantum computer. This efficiency makes him very satisfied. Dr. Aaron sighed. I have already applied, but the lab said that we have to do it ourselves, and they also said that the workload of quantum computers has been scheduled for 5 years. What? You didn't tell them that this is my request? Ray Diaz yelled. I told you, but they still gave the same answer. They said that the higher yield nuclear bomb model you applied for is still being calculated, Mr. Taylor's ball lightning also needs to be calculated, and Mr. Heinz's human brain analysis needs to be arranged. Dr. Aaron said that he was not qualified to participate in the matter of wall facers. TCH, it's them again. Ray Diaz took a deep breath on his cigarette, and as a wall facer, he couldn't interfere with their actions. Then let them put all other things aside, don't you understand the wall facer first? The rest is the space elevator, and the spaceship, and the genetic modification experiment. Dr. Aaron said slowly. He already knew that Ray Diaz would say this, so he made inquiries in advance. Damn it! Ray Diaz thumped the table fiercely, not knowing who he was scolding. Then, he glanced at Aaron, gave him a look, and left to look at the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Ray Diaz stopped in the open space. The laboratory is located in Siberia, and the environment is also taken into account when conducting experiments here, and the nights are very long in this period. Ray Diaz just stood there quietly. This strong and easily angered man had a trace of tenderness in his eyes at this moment. He looked at the night sky and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a vast universe, we are like bugs, but this is our home. Today, the Tsar is testing the explosion, which is the largest nuclear bomb known to mankind. At some point, Dr. Aaron came over. Ray Diaz glanced at him, and Dr. Aaron continued. Did you know that when the Tsar exploded, its impact even circled the Earth twice? Then he looked at Ray Diaz. And now, the power of the nuclear bomb we are researching is several times that of his. This can no longer be called a nuclear bomb, it is simply a sun. There was a hint of emotion in Ray Diaz's eyes. At this moment, Dr. Aaron said with his hands open and his face frenzied. We're making a sun. It's so beautiful, I really want to see the moment when it explodes and wait for a beautiful scene. Beauty. Ray Diaz sneered. A weapon is never a beautiful thing, it is always cruel and criminal, and we are the executioners. Dr. Aaron didn't refute, looking at the sun gradually starting to rise in the sky. He talked about the words of Oppenheimer, the father of the nuclear bomb. I am becoming death, destroyer of worlds. As soon as the words fell, the fiery red sun rose from the east. At this moment, Dr. Aaron seemed to understand the meaning of Oppenheimer's words. However, what he didn't notice was that Ray Diaz's face behind him was full of horror, and he was looking at the gradually rising sun. The scorching light seemed to be burning his heart, and the next moment, he collapsed on the ground completely exhausted. In an instant, several guards rushed over not far away. They separated Dr. Aaron and Ray Diaz. They didn't know what happened just now, but they would never allow anyone to approach at this time. Take me to the car. Ray Diaz yelled intermittently. Aaron looked at Ray Diaz who was being carried away. It was the first time he saw this mighty and powerful man showing such weakness. Although he hates Ray Diaz, it has to be said that his generous body does give people a strong sense of security. What he didn't know was that in Rey Diaz's country, his citizens even regarded him as a patron saint. But at this moment, their patron saint fell. Inside the space elevator laboratory. "Tell me, Mr. Taylor, what is your business with me?" Dr. Ding Yi took off his glasses and said calmly. "Dr. Ding Yi, I need you." Ding Yi wiped his glasses. "You need me? I seem to have heard that Mr. Taylor's ball lightning has been successful. Where else do you need me?" "Yes, the ground tests did succeed with the help of your students, but our war is in space, so space tests are necessary." Taylor looked at him gravely. "And Elena doesn't have much experience in this area, I need you to assist me in space experiments." Taylor extended an invitation to him. "Mr. Taylor." Ding Yi smiled when he heard this. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but that I can't get away now. The space elevator and the spaceship have kept me busy, and now is the critical period." Taylor frowned. Of course he is aware of the importance of space elevators and spaceships. This is the basis for human beings to step into space in the future. Of course, the sooner this is done, the better. Actually, you have a better candidate, don't you? Dr. Ding Yi went to the water dispenser to get himself a glass of water, and looked at Taylor by the way. Taylor shook his head to signal that he didn't need it, then he looked at Dr. Ding Yi and said. "You mean your student Lin Nian, right?" "Yeah, as long as you can convince him, you don't have to worry about space experiments." Ding Yi said. "You know this is impossible. His time has been arranged several years later. Even if he agrees, the other two wall facers will not agree." Taylor said. "Yeah, he has already been fully booked. To be honest, I want him to help me." Ding Yi smiled. Taylor said after a moment of silence. "You have a good student who is a genius." "Genius?" Ding Yi laughed. "The world is not enough to describe him. Einstein and Newton have only achieved outstanding development in their respective fields. As for him, from physics to information technology to genetic technology, he has almost no bottlenecks. All of these seem to be done casually for him. You are not my researcher, and you don't understand the horror of it." As she spoke, Ding Yi raised her head while holding the water glass. "He is an epoch-making figure, but God is jealous of him, giving him endless talents, but depriving him of a healthy body." Ding Yi sighed, as if feeling worthless for Lin Nian. Taylor heard this and looked at him and said slowly. "You know, even if I am a wall facer, some things cannot be changed." Dr. Ding Yi shook his head. "Taylor, now, although I can't help you, I can give you a suggestion. Take a break." Taylor was taken aback, he didn't expect Ding Yi to say this. "You know, what are we doing now? We are trying to complete the technology that would have taken centuries to develop in decades or even 10 years. All our scientific research projects are tightly compressed together, too fast, too fast." Ding Yi shook her head. "Isn't this good? The sooner the results are produced, the more hope we will have in future wars." Taylor said. "Mr. Taylor, you have to know that although we have Lin Nian, he has indeed greatly accelerated the development of our science, but this is only in the application of basic science. What he can do is to raise the level of human science and technology to the limit at the current stage. After that, there is no other way. Safan has locked the road ahead. And, if things go on like this, in the future, our children will no longer be able to make any progress in scientific research. At that time, think about how they will feel when they look at the old antique from centuries ago and find that they can't surpass it no matter how hard they try." As he spoke he sighed. "Sometimes, we have to think about it for the children of the future. Human beings who have lost confidence can't pose any threat even if they hold a sharp weapon. You should know this better than me, Mr. Taylor. So, let's leave some hope for future humans." Taylor fell silent. Yes, they are indeed moving too fast now. Just imagine, after several centuries, the level of human technology has developed to the current limit. But at that time, faced with the upcoming three-body problem, they still used ancient antiques from centuries ago. What would those scientists think? Is their existence still meaningful? He could imagine that in that environment, human beings would be tense and helpless. Do human beings in that state really have the courage to face the Tri-Solaran? This is equivalent to playing games. In the past, when you played, you would upgrade your equipment and level while fighting mobs, and then slowly attack the boss. But now, you suddenly find that you can't upgrade, but you have to face the boss, and you don't know if the equipment in your hand can deal with him. Now you can imagine what the future of human beings will be like. Chapter 22. Leave some hope for future humans. Tyler murmured the words, then stood up with a chuckle. Dr. Ding Yi, today's human beings also need hope. How can we talk about the future without the present? Then, he left. Sitting in the car, he recalled the conversation just now. How could he not consider this as a wall facer? But so what, they are in the tide of the times. Whether it is him or Ray Diaz or Hines, it is the same. They are just small waves in this wave, and they are powerless to reverse this trend. Soon, the PDC meeting was held. At this meeting, the three wall facers got together again. Humph, is that kid still enjoying himself in that manner? Ray Diaz glanced at Luo Ji's position and snorted coldly. I heard he's undergoing genetic modification. Hines smiled. The guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death, I don't know why the PDC chose him as the wall facer. Ray Diaz has always said what to say, he did not hide his dissatisfaction at all. Taylor and Hines didn't say much when they heard this. As wall facers, several of them naturally received quotas for genetic modification, but except for Luo Ji, none of them chose to accept it. At the meeting, Chairman Say regularly asked them about the progress of the work. It was at this time that Taylor applied for hibernation to Chairman Say. Ray Diaz gave him a surprised look. I didn't expect that we actually thought of going together. Apparently, that's what he intended too. It should be said that we all think so. Hines smiled. Immediately, the news that the three wall facers hibernated collectively shocked all PDC people. Everyone, wouldn't it be a little bad for all of you to hibernate? A high-level PDC put forward his own views. They are now the bright lights in the eyes of mankind, and it is because of their existence that this turbulent society is maintained. Humph, what are you doing staying here? All scientific research progress has been saturated, and what restricts us is the most basic industrial facilities. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to wait until you guys solve this problem. Ray Diaz didn't flinch at him. But, you hibernate collectively, what do people outside think? Isn't there another wall facer? Taylor said something lightly. Immediately, their expressions became a little weird. Luo Ji, none of them knew this special wall facer now. To be honest, they didn't know what this wall facer could bring them, and they also thought about depriving the wall facer of their identity. But still the same sentence, once the identity of the wall facer is granted, it cannot be taken away, they can forcibly take away Luo Ji's identity. But, what is this? Doesn't this make the wall-facing project just a joke? All right. Chairman Say stopped their quarrel. Ray Diaz and the others are right. Now our scientific research plan has come to a standstill, and we won't make much progress if we continue. Let's wake them up when the infrastructure is complete. Chairman Say agreed to their application. Soon, the news spread that the three wall facers were about to hibernate, which immediately caused social turmoil, but after understanding their reasons, not many people complained. The wall facers' time should be placed in a more valuable place, this is what everyone thinks. After leaving the meeting room, Taylor returned to his team and told them about the follow-up arrangements. Elena. Mr. Taylor. Elena looked at Taylor seriously. During my hibernation, you were in charge of the spaceball lightning experiment. Taylor looked at her and said lightly. Elena was startled. I know it's difficult for you, but you're the one who knows the plan best at the moment. As he spoke, he sighed. I originally planned to let Dr. Ding Yi go there, but the space elevator is also urgent, so this task can only be entrusted to you. After hearing this, Elena took a deep breath, and then looked at him firmly. I will not disappoint you, Mr. Taylor. Taylor didn't speak, but took out something from the drawer and put it in front of Elena. This is your compensation. This. Elena looked at the thing Taylor handed over in surprise. It was a metal bracelet. Go for genetic modification, I think it will make up for your time in space. This, Mr. Taylor, this is too precious. Elena said quickly, she naturally knew the value of this thing. That's worthless to you, but to me, take it and take it as a vacation for yourself. As he spoke, he shook his chair and turned around. By the way, let's go and see him, he's going to hibernate with us too. Hearing this, Elena was startled. But it soon became clear what Taylor meant. They were all hibernating. Could Lin Nian not be hibernating? To some extent, his time was more important than that of the wall facers, and the PDC people would not let him waste time on such trivial matters. And his awakening will also be uncertain, maybe when the scientific research project has encountered a bottleneck, or it may be further away. In short, PDC will make full use of his time. He is like a key in charge of a treasury. When gold is stored in it, human beings keep it by their side all the time. But once there is no gold in it, it can only be put in the corner, waiting for the moment when gold is put into the warehouse. Looking at the bracelet, Elena's expression was quite complicated, and finally she sighed and took it. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. She said softly, not knowing whether she was thanking her for the bracelet or thanking him for telling her the news. Taylor waved his hand and didn't care. At this time, Lin Nian naturally received a notification from the PDC. In fact, he is also hesitating. As long as he wants, he can use the big clock to deceive the Earth and even the Trisolarans. However, several wall facers have hibernated, and his plan has come to a standstill, and there seems to be nothing to do if he continues to stay. But about this, he didn't think about it for long. What was he in a hurry? Anyway, he still had a lot of time, and it was still hundreds of years before Trisolaris reached the Earth. If it doesn't work, he saves slowly, and in a few hundred years, no matter what he says, it is enough for him to save the resources for the third reinforcement. After that, he began to have a pleasant bubble time. After spending these extravagant days, he suddenly received a message. When he saw the news, he was also slightly taken aback, then put down the lever and hurried to the laboratory. Chapter 23. When Lin Nian arrived at the Three Gorges laboratory, he saw Elena standing at the door. She was still the same as before, with a white shirt and bright blonde hair scattered behind her. She looked intellectually beautiful. She stood there blankly, her eyes seemed to be looking into the distance. She didn't recover until Lin Nian arrived, and Lin Nian glanced at her. Let's go. Elena didn't say anything, just followed behind him. When he entered the laboratory, Lin Nian waved away the others, then he went to the water dispenser, took a glass of water and handed it to Elena. Afterwards, he leaned against the stage in the laboratory and lit a cigarette by himself. It didn't matter where it was. I heard that you plan to work in space. Lin Nian looked at her and said something. Elena nodded while holding the glass of water. There are still many things to be solved in the ball lightning experiment. I must finish these before Mr. Taylor wakes up. Yeah. Lin Nian said something lightly, and casually flicked the ash into the test tube beside him. I remember you have no experience in space operations. I'll get used to it as soon as possible. Elena replied. Lin Nian smiled. You're still the same, you don't admit defeat in everything. Although I have never been to space, the environment there is completely different from the Earth. Also, just being in the isolation of space itself is a test of your spirit. Can you really do it? As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at her solemnly. I can, I'm ready. Elena answered him with determined eyes. Lin Nian was stunned. Just kidding, but since you are going to work in space, then I will add a little thing for you, so that you can adapt to his space environment as soon as possible. After Elena heard it, she didn't refuse. Then, she looked at Lin Nian and asked. You're going to hibernate, aren't you? Taylor told you, so be it. Lin Nian said. When will you wake up? Lin Nian spread his hands, who knows, maybe a few years, maybe 10 years, after all, I have left them a lot of things, and when they haven't fully digested them, I'm afraid they won't be able to use me. Elena was silent. Lin Nian looked at her and didn't know what to say for a while. He is not a very emotional person, he will not give his all with all his heart like Luo Ji. You, how much time do you have left? After some hesitation, it was Elena who finally broke the awkward atmosphere. 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. After all, this problem has not been completely solved, and I don't know when it will suddenly explode. Lin Nian said. If you have a little more time, maybe. No amount of time, Elena, some things cannot be changed by time. Lin Nian said with a rather serious expression. But you once made the Trisolarans afraid, didn't you? Elena said. Afraid? Did the Trisolarans tell you? Lin Nian smiled, and finally let go of her fantasy without hesitation. Three Body has never taken you and me seriously. As they say, we are just bugs. Maybe we had a chance before, but now we don't have it. The moment Safan came to the earth, the fate of the earth was already doomed. When Elena heard this from his mouth, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She had always held hope for the future of mankind. She thinks that even now, they still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, why did those wall facers work so hard? But Lin Nian's words broke her expectation. Some words are different from different people. If an ordinary person said this to her, she would only regard him as a lunatic, and even wonder if he was from Ito. But it is Lin Nian who said this. He stands at the forefront of human scientific research, and people are still following in his footsteps. This is also destined to see his eyes farther and deeper than others. Just like those wall facers. Seeing Elena's disappointed and even a hint of despair, Lin Nian knew that he couldn't keep teasing. Okay, take what I just said as a joke, forget it. Elena's face changed when she heard this. She stood up, put the water glass aside, and walked quickly to Lin Nian. His eyes were fixed on him like this, as if he was leaning against Lin Nian. Lin Nian was also taken aback by her sudden action, and before he could react, Elena stared straight into his eyes and said. I understand you. You are definitely not the kind of person who sits and waits to die. If it is really like what you said, then you will never be what you are now. Lin Nian looked at her resolute light blue eyes, and at such a close distance, he could even smell Elena's fragrance. Suddenly, Lin Nian smiled, and he put his arms around Elena's waist, and the distance between them got closer. Then what do you think I can rely on? Elena didn't care about his actions, the relationship between them should have happened. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Elena is not stupid, she knows Safan is everywhere, even if Lin Nian has something to rely on, she can't tell, all she wants is Lin Nian's attitude. Lin Nian smiled, and couldn't help but hugged her tighter. Looking at Elena in front of him, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. Just when he was about to make a move, Elena gave him a blank look, and then shook his hand away. Okay, it's time to finish talking, let's start the transformation. Elena said. Lin Nian felt the warmth in his arms that hadn't dissipated, and smiled helplessly. But soon, he restrained his expression, took out his glasses and put them on. He looked quite well dressed. Ahem, he looked like a serious scientific researcher. Then, let's take off your clothes. Elena was startled when she heard this, and then looked at him suspiciously. What are you thinking? This is a necessary procedure for the experiment. I am a scientific researcher now, please don't look at me with colored eyes. Lin Nian said seriously. Also, this is my private laboratory. Lin Nian also gave an extra reminder. When Elena heard this, she took a deep look at Lin Nian, just when Lin Nian thought he was going to be in vain. Elena slowly began to take off her clothes in front of him. Lin Nian was in a daze for a short while, but soon he concentrated on observing. What, shameless? What are you talking about? My girlfriend won't let me see it. Soon, Elena's beautiful body was exposed in front of Lin Nian, and she was not embarrassed at all. The relationship between her and Lin Nian is not ordinary at all. Do you want to continue? Elena, who was only wearing underwear, looked at Lin Nian and asked. Lin Nian met her gaze, and finally took out a set of white clothes from behind and walked in front of her. Okay, that's it. As he spoke, he put his clothes on Elena. Elena looked at him for a long time, and finally changed into clothes. Get ready to remodel. Lin Nian said something. Don't you need to collect my genetic sample? Before Elena came here, she naturally knew about the transformation process. To you. Lin Nian paused as he spoke. Unnecessary. Elena was taken aback for a moment, and soon she realized what Lin Nian meant. Yes, the so-called genetic modification quota, Lin Nian has already prepared for her, maybe Taylor doesn't need to help at all. At this moment, Elena didn't know what to feel, she kept silent until she was about to enter the nutrition barn, she watched Lin Nian and slowly uttered a word. Lin Nian, you are mine. Her tone was very firm, as if she was telling a fact. Lin Nian laughed upon hearing this, see you in the future. With the closure of the nutrition chamber, the anesthetic was slowly injected into Elena's body. Immediately, Lin Nian breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Yes, he admitted that Elena was really different from other people to him, he could flirt with other women without any scruples, and then mercilessly shake off them after finishing the business. But it's not the same with Elena. In short, let's strengthen her. Naturally, he didn't give Elena the kind of castrated transformation method. Chapter 24. After dealing with Elena's matter, he closed the door of the laboratory. This place will be closed for a long time, no one will disturb her, as for when she wakes up. At that time, the artificial intelligence here will handle it for her. A few days later, not long after Elena's affairs were settled, Taylor and Ray Diaz also came. They hibernate here. Let's settle Elena's matter. Taylor looked at him and said. That's it. Lin Nian didn't say much. She's a good girl. Taylor looked at him and said lightly. Lin Nian laughed when he heard this. Mr. Taylor, is it appropriate for you to say this? I know that you often make things difficult for her in normal times, and she often wipes tears secretly. It seems that you really care about her. Taylor didn't care about Lin Nian's teasing. From Lin Nian's words, he could tell that he paid much attention to Elena in normal times. Lin Nian pouted and ignored him. We're talking about Elena as a person, not about her work situation, and it's true that she can't satisfy me at work like you can. But at her age, it's not bad. It was also rare for Taylor to praise Elena. In fact, he was right, if Elena was really that bad, then Taylor would not keep her in his team. By the way, don't you just care about her? She will have to do long-term space operations in space. Taylor looked at him and said. I said, Mr. Taylor, you talked a lot today. Lin Nian glanced at him. A lot. Taylor leaned back on the sofa slowly, as if he was about to sink into it. Perhaps, it's because of hibernation. He murmured something, but there was another reason he didn't say. That is, he has no aversion to talking to Lin Nian. Yes, as a wall-facer, he also hates people's excessive misinterpretation of his meaning. No matter what he does or says, there will always be an invisible barrier between him and others. This feeling is too tiring, and only with Lin Nian can his tense heart be relieved. Because, Lin Nian didn't care about his identity at all, nor what he said, and Lin Nian would never think too much about his words. Even, sometimes he would give him a slap in the face. This is how normal people communicate. Perhaps, he is not the only one who thinks so. Thinking, Taylor looked at Ray Diaz and Hines next to him. Ray Diaz was still the same, with his legs crossed, a cigar in his hand, and his eyes looking around the environment here. Hines was quietly reading a book with a cup of coffee. Although they didn't have any extra actions, Taylor could tell at a glance that they were obviously relaxed at the moment. It was precisely because of this that Ray Diaz, who had always disliked him, didn't quarrel with him. They were all enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and normality. Okay, hurry up and prepare for hibernation, I don't have time to talk to you here. Lin Nian waved his hand. Hearing this, Taylor stood up slowly, Ray Diaz also extinguished the cigar in his hand, and Hines closed the book silently. Where's the hibernation chamber? Ray Diaz asked. What's the rush? Before that, change your clothes. With that said, Lin Nian took out 3 sets of white clothes. Change clothes, don't you just hibernate, what else do you need to change? Ray Diaz looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Your hibernation chambers are all independent, so they are naturally different. Anyway, I have said everything, whether you want to change it or not. Lin Nian was too lazy to explain anything. Cut. Ray Diaz spat, then looked at the clothes in his hands, and then began to unbutton them. Stop, stop, go to the cubicle to change, I'm not interested in you, don't burn my eyes. Lin Nian said something in disgust. When Ray Diaz heard this, the veins in the corners of his eyes bulged, and he threw off the clothes in his hand. You kid, you deserve a beating, right? Who are you talking to like that? I'm a wall facer. With that said, he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to step forward. Fortunately Taylor and Hines stopped him. Okay, why don't you worry about it, why don't you just change your clothes? Hines said with a smile. How rude. Taylor let go of his hand with some disgust. Taylor. Hearing this, Ray Diaz turned his anger on Taylor again. But under Hines' persuasion, Ray Diaz finally calmed down. He picked up his clothes and glared at Lin Nian before walking into the cubicle. Lin Nian didn't care about what happened just now, and Taylor and the others didn't even care. It seemed that Ray Diaz was very angry, but they all knew that even without their persuasion, Ray Diaz would not do anything to Lin Nian. He did this just to vent out the grievances accumulated in his heart. As for why it was Lin Nian, it was just that Lin Nian just hit him on the head. No way, he seemed to be so furious outside, but he couldn't express his inner unhappiness like before. In the past, when faced with his yelling, the other party either scolded him or looked at him with the look of wanting to kill him. However, ever since he became a wall facer, no matter how much he yelled and scolded, the other party always seemed to accept it sincerely. It made him feel like he was punching cotton. He is a rough person, and he can't find pleasure in cursing others. Do you think he can't be depressed? Soon, several people changed their clothes and came to the hibernation warehouse. Taylor and Hines entered the hibernation chamber one after another, and Ray Diaz stood there stroking the cabin, not knowing what he was thinking. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Nian. Seeing his action, Lin Nian thought that this guy would rush up to punch him suddenly. After all, it was not surprising that this guy did anything. But unexpectedly, Ray Diaz just looked at him quietly, and then he smiled. Scholar Lin Nian, see you in the future. After speaking, he lay down in the hibernation cabin, and as the hypnotic gas poured in, he also slowly fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Lin Nian finally came to his senses. What did he see just now? That Ray Diaz, who was always furious like a beast, actually smiled at him, and his tone was still so gentle. was that still Ray Diaz? For a moment, he wondered if this guy had been taken away. However, he didn't think much of it. Looking at the 3 hibernation chambers, Lin Nian smiled. Okay, now it's your turn. After finishing speaking, the hibernation cabin slowly rose up. That's right, Lin Nian wanted to genetically modify them, and it was the same transformation as Luoji and Elena. He had known for a long time that these guys would not want that spot, so he had been waiting here for a long time. As for why they should be transformed, and it is all round. This has to say that the transformation of this super soldier is actually different from what most people imagined. The first generation of super fighters didn't have much combat power. For a simple comparison, the first generation of super fighters is indeed stronger than ordinary people in terms of strength. Reaction and so on are much faster, but they still can't compete with hot weapons, and they will die if they are shot. To put it bluntly, the super fighters in some comics may be able to hang them. From this point of view, it seems that they have nothing outstanding except for a longer lifespan. Otherwise, their most prominent point is intelligence. The first generation of super soldiers focused on transforming not the body, but the brain. After strengthening, they have superhuman intelligence. As long as they are willing, they can grow into a top scientist in a short time. Take it to fight? Only humans can imagine it. In advanced civilizations, they are all regarded as cornerstones, that is, they are used for scientific research. Their appearance will bring a leap forward to civilization, and this is the correct way to use super soldiers. It takes a long time to leap from a zero-level technological civilization to a first level, but with them, these times can be shortened quickly. Just like his appearance, without his appearance, human beings will not be able to step into the first-level civilization even if they develop for a few hundred years, and it is still under the condition that the Siphons do not interfere. Therefore, he transformed Taylor and the others not to make them stronger, but to make them smarter. He didn't want to see them being broken prematurely, after all, he had to rely on them to collect resources. As for the fact that it was still the same after the transformation, then he didn't bother to participate, he didn't want to attract the attention of the 3 bodies. Chapter 25. After finishing these things, Lin Nian looked at the laboratory in front of him and suddenly felt bored. Without the wall facer and Elena, it felt meaningless to stay any longer. Thinking of this, he was still going to hibernate. However, he adjusted the time a little bit, and he didn't worry that he would be known if he woke up early. With the big clock, this is still very simple. After he entered hibernation, the work of the PDC continued, but without the wall facer, everyone seemed to have lost some kind of motivation. Unknowingly, the wall facer had become a pillar in their hearts, even Luoji who was hiding deep in the manor seemed the same to them. Yun Tianming finally waited for his own death, and today is the day for him to perform euthanasia. He was lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, his face was relaxed like never before. He was about to say goodbye to this world. Now, he has nothing to be reluctant about. His family has cut off contact, and his only wish was fulfilled not long ago. He didn't expect his goddess to thank him, so he chose to send the star anonymously. At the same time, Cheng Xin, who was far away at Pia, had just finished talking on the phone with her college classmate. During the phone call, she learned that her college classmate Yun Tianming was terminally ill. Hearing the news, Cheng Xin didn't hesitate, and directly boarded the plane and started heading towards Yun Tianming. Also majoring in aerospace and terminally ill, Yun Tianming is undoubtedly a suitable candidate for the STEP plan. When she rushed to the hospital without stopping, after learning that Yun Tianming had been euthanized in the operating room, she immediately rushed towards the operating room. At this moment, as the cold needle pierced into the blood vessel, Yun Tianming slowly closed his eyes and waited for his own death. However, at this quiet moment, a muffled sound broke the tranquility in the operating room. Before the doctors asked what was going on, Cheng Xin saw Yun Tianming on the operating room at a glance. Although she hadn't seen him for a long time, she still recognized him from her memory. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and pushed the doctors away, and then tore off the needle tube from his hand. She glanced at the needle and the medicine, and felt relieved. Fortunately, the medicine hasn't been injected yet. Miss, you. Before the doctor could finish speaking, Cheng Xin immediately showed her ID card. After learning that she was from Pia, the doctors didn't bother, and then Cheng Xin asked them to leave. She needed to talk to Yun Tianming. After they left, Cheng Xin looked at Yun Tianming and explained her reason for coming. After hearing Cheng Xin's words, Yun Tianming fell silent. I want to be alone. Cheng Xin looked at him, nodded after hesitation, but she still took the euthanasia medicine out of safety considerations. After Cheng Xin left, Yun Tianming laughed, and the laughter gradually became a little hysterical. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous that he gave his last effort to the woman he loved the most, and that woman let him die now? And, even more tragically, judging from the time Cheng Xin arrived here, she definitely didn't know that she had chosen euthanasia, otherwise she should have contacted herself in advance. In other words, even if he didn't choose euthanasia, Cheng Xin would come to persuade him to choose euthanasia, just to get his consent and obtain his brain. How ridiculous! When she broke into the operating room, at that moment Yun Tianming really thought Cheng Xin was here to save her. But I didn't expect that she came to personally send herself to die. He could understand that his sister wanted him to die, at least his sister did not want him to be tortured. But the reason why Cheng Xin wanted him to die was simple, it was for his brain. It seemed that everything about her was unimportant in her eyes, including life. As an aerospace professional, he understands the danger and horror of the sky better than anyone else. If it was true what Cheng Xin said, then his brain would drift quietly in the dark space. Although he couldn't feel it at that time, the fear was engraved in his heart. Even if his brain was captured by the Tri-Solaran fleet in the end, it was not a good thing, but the beginning of a nightmare. He could imagine how those Tri-Solarans would treat his brain. They would connect his brain with a sensory interface, and let him experience pain such as freezing and burning. Even, they will judge from the emergency response of his brain what punishment he fears the most. This kind of punishment will never end, and he has no body, so he can't even commit suicide. Slowly, he couldn't breathe from his smile. At this moment Cheng Xin walked in and looked at him with concern. What's wrong with you? But as soon as Cheng Xin came in, he immediately restrained his expression. Seeing Yun Tianming like this, Cheng Xin took a deep breath, looked at him and said solemnly. Yun Tianming, on behalf of the Strategic Intelligence Bureau of the Planetary Defense Council, I would like to ask you, are you willing to join the latter plan and fulfill the responsibilities of a citizen? You can refuse, and we will not force anyone. When Yun Tianming heard this, he turned his head and looked at her calmly. Facing that calm gaze, Cheng Xin didn't dare to look directly at her for a moment, she subconsciously averted her eyes. Seeing this, Yun Tianming smiled, I am willing. After speaking, he didn't say anything more. Cheng Xin opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw him glance away, she knew she shouldn't be here. After leaving the hospital, she immediately reported the incident to Vader. You did very well. Vader's answer was as simple as that. In his mind, Yun Tianming was not the number one candidate for the latter plan, so he didn't pay much attention to it, since he had already agreed to it, that was enough. Then, he turned on his tablet and looked at the information on it. That is the information of Deputy Director Vadim. Yes. He identified the candidates for the latter plan from the very beginning. As for the issue of dealing with his colleagues and subordinates for many years, he doesn't care. Everything is for human beings, for this reason, he will go forward by all means. Just when he thought the plan would go on like this, an accident broke his arrangement. Vadim died in a car accident due to sudden leukemia, although Vadim sent someone to retrieve his brain immediately. But it was too late, his brain was dead and unusable. This accident made all of Vader's previous arrangements come to naught, but he was not discouraged. Since the best candidate is gone, he will choose another one. Thinking of this, he stared at the names on the list, and finally locked his eyes on Yun Tianming. Not enough, not enough. He murmured, and then his eyes moved, and a plan came into his mind. Chapter 26. Cheng Xin was shocked when she heard the news of the deputy director's death. She couldn't believe that the deputy director died so suddenly. And when did he have leukemia? Combined with his previous abnormalities, Cheng Xin investigated his medical history and found that there was no possibility of him being ill before. At this time, a bold guess appeared in her mind, and after inquiring, she got a piece of news that shocked her. Leukemia can be man-made. As long as a person is exposed to radiation for a long time, the chances of that person suffering from leukemia will be greatly increased. Reminiscing about his abnormal behavior before, Cheng Xin didn't know why, someone was targeting the deputy director. Through hints and the induction of the disease, let him join the latter plan, and a chill rose from her heart. She didn't expect to be able to do this for the sake of the plan, but fortunately, the people from Pia arrived late, and his brain finally didn't have to go through that kind of suffering. But then, she thought of her college classmate Yun Tianming. Through this incident, she saw a reality clearly, and she couldn't bear Yun Tianming stepping into this plan in such a daze. So, she approached Vader and expressed her opinion. Mr. Director, I request that Yun Tianming be removed from the plan. Oh? Why, I think he is very good. Vader looked at her and said lightly. His education is too low for the job. Cheng Xin took a deep breath and said. Your education is not high, besides, do try Solarans care about education. Wade chuckled, and then he waved his hand without waiting for Cheng Xin to speak. Okay, Cheng, you go to work on other things instead. Cheng Xin looked at Wade and opened her mouth, but in the end she could only sigh. Without Vader's consent, it is absolutely impossible for Yun Tianming to get out of the plan. Sorry. Cheng Xin called out silently in her heart, not knowing whether she was speaking to Yun Tianming or to herself. After Cheng Xin left, Wade pondered for a moment, then walked out of the office. He approached Yun Tianming, and when he saw Yun Tianming, Wade first introduced himself. Hello, my name is Thomas Vader, the Director of the Strategic Intelligence Bureau of the Planetary Defense Council. Hearing Wade's introduction, Yun Tianming turned his head slowly. He remembered that Cheng Xin was also in this department, so that means this person in front of him was Cheng Xin's boss? Seeming to have guessed his thoughts, Vader smiled. Yes, I sent a trip to contact you. Yun Tianming's eyes lit up. Did Wade mean that Cheng Xin came to him only because of Wade's order? That's right, how could his goddess do such cruel things? These were all arranged by her boss. People are like this, they always like to think things in the direction they like, but in fact they just don't want to accept the fact that makes them painful. What's the matter with you? He knew that this person in front of him would never come to him for no reason. Vader smiled and pulled a chair to sit beside him. His eyes were so sharp that Yun Tianming subconsciously avoided his eyes. I'm here to give you a choice. Choice? Chance. Yun Tianming laughed disdainfully. What choice do I have? Leave this plan, and then wait quietly to die. If there were other choices, he would not be so decisive. No, you still have a chance. With that said, Vader took out something and put it in front of him. It was a metal bracelet. Have you heard of the genetic modification project? Vader asked. Yun Tianming nodded. Of course he has heard of such a famous project. This is the quota. With it, you can have a genetically modified quota. Vader said. Yun Tianming's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. Forget it, Mr. Wade, this thing is useless to me, give it to someone who needs it more. The genetic modification program can indeed cure most diseases, but his case is an exception. His cancer cells have spread to the whole body, and it is impossible to carry out genetic modification. Vader also knew what he was thinking. He turned the bracelet and said slowly. Indeed, you really don't need this now, but what about the future? Yun Tianming was taken aback for a moment, and looked at him suspiciously. You have to know that this quota is not just a genetic modification. In my opinion, its most important point is that it allows you to get in touch with that person. That's right, Scholar Lin Nian. Now, there is indeed no way to cure your disease, but in the future it will be possible, because he is in the future. So, as long as you have this quota, even if you don't use it, you can trade it for a chance to cure the disease. I believe that if there is someone who can cure you in the future, then he is definitely one of them. Vader's words were like the devil's bewitchment, echoing in his heart over and over again. Wade also saw his hesitation. He knew Yun Tianming's past, so he naturally knew his current attitude. But he believed that Yu Tianming would make a choice that satisfied him. Then, he put the bracelet by Yun Tianming's side. The opportunity is given to you. With that said, he patted Yun Tianming on the shoulder and left. After he left, Yun Tianming looked at the bracelet next to him with complicated eyes. A few days later, Cheng Xin, who was working, received another anonymous package. When she opened it, she saw that it was a metal bracelet. Just when she was wondering who gave her this thing, the colleague next to her muttered. This looks like a genetically modified quota bracelet. I remember that our director seems to have one. Hearing this, Cheng Xin seemed to have thought of something, and immediately took the bracelet to ask Wade. Yes, this is the bracelet. Why do you want to genetically modify it? After Vader finished speaking, he looked at her mockingly. Cheng Xin didn't answer, and after getting the answer, she left, holding the bracelet and looking up at the sky with excitement. It must be him. Cheng Xin shouted in her heart, the person who gave her the bracelet must be the person who gave her the star last time. Only the kind of person who can give away a star at will can be extravagant enough to give her a place for genetic modification. Who could he be? Cheng Xin is like a princess full of childlike innocence, imagining the prince who will give her beautiful gifts. But what she didn't know was that it was she who pushed her prince into the abyss with her own hands. In the office, Vader smiled. Everything went according to his expectations. He knew that Yun Tianming would definitely give the bracelet to Cheng Xin. He gave everything to Cheng Xin, so what's the point of giving this? The reason why he did this was to grab Yun Tianming's heart. When his brain is captured by the Tri-Solaran fleet, all morality, conscience, and faith on earth will disappear. He would spit out all he knew, just to ease the oozing torture. At this time, the only thing that can tie him is their hearts. People tend to expect more things that the more they pay, the less they get. Just like love, when Yun Tianming gave everything, including the hope of his own life, then he couldn't give up this relationship even more. Vader clearly sees the most fragile and tangled point of human nature. As he said, he will choose to move forward by any means. As for the question of whether it is worth it or not, this is out of his consideration, because he doesn't care about the quota at all. Soon, after receiving some simple training, Yun Tianming finally stood out from the crowd of candidates without any surprise. When Cheng Xin heard the news, her heart was very complicated. Later, when Yun Tianming was undergoing brain resection, she stood outside the hospital for a long time and dared not go in. Wade was very satisfied when he saw her suffering and struggling, but then he felt that it wasn't enough, and then he said that sentence that Cheng Xin will never forget. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that your star was given by him. Cheng Xin was taken aback, her pupils constricted suddenly, and her breathing seemed to have stopped. There is another surprise, that bracelet was also given by him. For a moment, Cheng Xion's brain seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, and her eyes gradually began to lose focus, but soon she turned her head to look at the hospital. Then he rushed towards Yun Tianming's operating room, but she was still late. Yun Tianming's brain was placed in a sealed and insulated container. Seeing this scene, she instantly collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly. The endless sadness submerged her like a tide, making her cry so hard that she couldn't breathe. She cried so hard piercingly, as if this could relieve the crying in her heart. Cheng Xin didn't know what happened next. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling, while the doctor at the side was carefully telling her the current situation. His vocal cords were damaged due to excessive grief and crying, meaning she could no longer speak. But Cheng Xin was very calm when she heard the news. She thought that this might be her punishment. She killed Yun Tianming with words and pushed him to the abyss. Now that God has deprived her of her voice, this made her feel a little relieved. Later, she used a computer to submit a resignation application to Vader. The reason was also very simple. She could no longer speak and was no longer qualified for the work of Pia. But Vader just replied to her lightly. "Don't you still have the chance of genetic modification?" This sentence was like a needle pricking her heart again. She took a deep breath, and planned to tell Vader that she would not use that spot. And Wade seemed to have guessed what she was thinking, and he gave a reason Cheng Xin couldn't refuse. The latter plan needs someone who is familiar with Yun Tianming to go to the future, but this must be someone from Pia, so do you still want to resign now? Cheng Xin had already imagined that her wicked boss was looking at the screen in front of him with that devilish smile. He could have told her earlier, but he didn't, just to admire her desperate and tangled look. Cheng Xin didn't speak, but she had already made a decision. Chapter 27. While Cheng Xin was carrying out genetic modification, Luoji finally woke up from the nutrition warehouse. At the same time, the door of the nutrition store opened, and when he woke up, he opened his eyes and saw Lin Nian, but Da Shi and Zhuang Yan who were looking at him with a smile on his face. "Zhuang Yan? And Da Shi? You?" Luoji was stunned, a little confused about the current situation. But Da Shi smiled when he heard his words. "Hey, it seems that the situation is good. It must be that the kid gave you some food." Then, he looked at the medical staff next to him. "Okay, if you have nothing to do, don't stand here." With that said, Da Shi sent them away. "Da Shi, what's going on here?" Da Shi looked at him, did not answer his question, but threw the clothes to him. "Put on your clothes first, go out and say, we will wait for you outside." Then, he left with Zhuang Yan. When he changed his clothes and walked out of the laboratory, he saw Da Shi standing outside smoking a cigarette. "Teacher Luo." Seeing him coming out, Zhuang Yan immediately stepped forward and called out. "Are you okay? Do you need a rest?" she asked worriedly. "Rest?" Luoji gave a wry smile when he heard this. These two words were the last thing he wanted to hear now. He had rested long enough. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clenched his hands. That damned Lin Nian didn't tell him that he would wake up during the genetic modification. Do you know what it feels like when you wake up and can't move your whole body? The point is, at that time he hadn't completely transformed, he could even feel his own body, except for the brain and skin, everything turned into a paste. Yes, at that time he only felt that he had become a balloon, the kind that would burst if poked, but he couldn't speak, because his vocal cords were also being remodeled. In this way, in this painful and tormenting environment, he spent a long time soberly. What kind of transformation is this? This is simply torture. At that time, all he thought in his heart was to clean up Lin Nian after he came out. "Ms. Luo, what's wrong with you? You look so scary." Seeing his gnashing of teeth, Zhuang Yan couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Luoji also reacted quickly, and he quickly restrained his emotions. "No, nothing, just thought of something bad." Luoji made a vague sound, then he looked at Da Shi. Does she, tell me about this period of time? Does she stared into his eyes, and he froze for a moment. He felt that something had changed in Luoji's eyes. But soon, he briefly talked about what happened during this period. They're all hibernating. Hearing this, Luoji raised his head, as if feeling emotional. That means I'm the only wall facer left now. Does she nodded. So, as soon as you came out, the PDC asked you to quickly carry out the work of the wall facer. Luoji ignored him, but cursed inwardly. He felt that Lin Nian must have figured out that he was going to run away with him. But then, looking at Zhuang Yan and Dashi, he let out a long breath. Let's go back to the manor first. Later, on the road, Luoji also learned that Zhuang Yan's transformation was different from his own. She had been remodeled in the 3rd month, but her body was still very fragile at that time, so she had to recover in the hospital for several months before she recovered. That's why she looked at Luoji so worriedly after she saw him come out. Oh, I'll say you're just worrying about it, how could that kid Lin Nian not arrange him well? Dashi laughed and didn't mention at all that he called in the medical staff. Hearing this, Luoji's face darkened. The arrangement was pretty good, and he also wanted to thank Lin Nian for his care. However, he didn't say these things, because he felt that he was a little different now. As for what aspect it is, he is not very clear now, but it must be different from what Lin Nian promised him before, and only Lin Nian may know the specific aspect. Soon, they arrived at their familiar manor. Looking at the manor in front of him, he felt that everything was the same as before, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Various details of the manor in front of him emerged in his mind, followed by the images in his memory. In just a moment, he understood how the manor was generally different from before, and what changes had taken place. For example, the grass in the garden is 2 points higher than before, which means that the pruning master has changed. Also, on the grass in front, there were no traces of frequent trampling. It was a place where Dashi often smoked, which meant that he hadn't been here for a long time. Then, he raised his head, and various data such as the environment in front of him and the humidity in the air instantly appeared in his mind. At this moment, he deduced the approximate location of the manor. It should be in Northern Europe. Just when he was about to continue reasoning, he shook his head and tried not to think about it. He doesn't want to know where it is. His strangeness quickly attracted the attention of the two of them. Hey, brother Luo, what's the matter with you, are you okay? Mr. Luo, are you okay? Facing the worries of the two, Luoji suppressed his inner excitement. I'm fine, I think I just need a break. Then, he walked into the manor on his own, and lay down on his own bed. Seeing this scene, Dashi was stunned. He looked at Zhuang Yan and said something blankly. This kid should lose his temper. This was obviously not in line with Luoji's temperament. According to his understanding of Luoji, Luoji should have wished to be with Zhuang Yan when he came out. But then he shook his head and didn't pay attention to this. Maybe he didn't calm down for a while? Luoji, lying on the bed, was thinking about his own changes. First of all, he can clearly feel that his strength has become stronger, and secondly, his memory and observation skills, which have been proved just now. Then, he walked to the bookshelf, which he had put here for display. It is worth mentioning that, in order to leave a good impression on Zhuang Yan, he added many books on physics and art. He opened a physics book at random, and in an instant, the knowledge he had learned before emerged in his mind, although he didn't understand it right away. But he is very clear about what kind of knowledge he needs to understand this book, and where to learn it. Snapped. Luoji immediately closed the book. These changes made him a little scared for a while, and he even felt like a Superman now. As long as he wants, he can learn anything by himself. Thinking of this, he smiled wryly. Lin Nian, what did you add to me, boy? After a short week of cultivation, he can basically control his thoughts, and will not suddenly start analyzing the things in front of him. For him, the unknown is the most interesting thing, and it would be boring to know everything. Of course, he hasn't been suppressing himself all the time. His brain is extremely active now. If he doesn't find something to do, he will really go crazy. Therefore, he chose to speculate on Lin Nian's purpose, why he did this, and what his purpose was. When he thought this matter was very simple, he found that he was wrong. He could understand complex physics formulas at a glance, but he couldn't deduce Lin Nian's purpose. Because, I know too little about him, and knowledge never comes out of thin air. Just like when he reads those books, it is difficult to understand at a glance what he has not touched. However, for him, this can be regarded as finding a way to pass his brain. He collected various information about Lin Nian, and slowly began to infer from his various signs, but these clues were like broken spider threads, and there was no way to get to the bottom of it. Seeing this, an idea rose from his heart. Lin Nian is covering up his purpose. Is it possible? You must know that this was a record several years ago. Did he start hiding himself then? Is this something humans can do? No, it is possible. If, at that time, his brain was not inferior to his current ability, it is entirely possible to cover up his affairs. You know, he was the one who came up with this genetic modification plan, and he can believe that Lin Nian definitely has that ability. Because, he still can't understand quantum computers at all, and even the apocalypse algorithm created by Lin Nian can only be solved to 0.01%. At present, the analysis of the apocalypse algorithm by top human computer scientists and physical scientists is only 5%. From this we can see how terrifying he is now, but even so he can't see Lin Nian's back at all. Chapter 28. However, in the following time, Luoji focused more on Zhuang Yan, and he also noticed that the same situation as him did not appear in Zhuang Yan. This further proved his conjecture, but he would also be quietly relieved that this situation did not happen to Zhuang Yan. Later, during the time they spent together, Luoji subconsciously shut down the tendency to snoop. If Lin Nian knew that he was still in love with women after the strengthening, he would definitely mutter twice. Really, after finally opening a door for him, he effingly locked it, and not only that, but also welded it on. But Zhuang Yan was very happy to see Luoji's change. Mr. Luo, you have changed. Zhuang Yan looked at him with bright eyes and said. How have I changed? Luoji was a little amused, and then teased, did you become handsome? Ha ha ha, yes, but it feels like your whole temperament is different, With that said, Zhuang Yan thought for a while. Just like the Lin Nian scholar, there is such a scholarly temperament. Luoji laughed dumbly when he heard that, of course he knew what Zhuang Yan meant. He also understands the current changes, but some things are beyond his control. The old saying that there is a poetic and scholarly spirit in his belly is not unreasonable. He is no longer the scholar who was trying to gain fame and fame. This is still under his strong suppression, otherwise he may really want to devote himself to science. Thinking of this, he smiled, he looked at Zhuang Yan in front of him, go to FG Science, it's enough to have that guy Lin Nian here, as for him, just enjoy it. Would you like to take a look at the Louvre? Luoji looked at her and asked. Are you going to see the Mona Lisa? Luoji smiled, it's fine. I don't know why, Zhuang Yan has some unique hobbies for Mona Lisa, maybe because she is an art student. Soon, the two came to the Louvre again under the arrangement of De Shi. Looking at the Mona Lisa in front of him, Luoji now has a different feeling. He felt that Lin Nian was like this painting, he could never figure out what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. Then, he chuckled, what was he doing? He was obviously dating Zhuang Yan, but he thought of Lin Nian. But what he didn't know was that the seed called seeking knowledge had already been planted in his heart, and it would take root and sprout in Luoji's heart sooner or later. Ms. Luo, your smile looks a bit like this painting now. Zhuang Yan looked at him and said. Where does it look like? I'm not a woman. Luoji said. No, that's not what it means, it's just confusing. Zhuang Yan said. That's because you can't figure it out. Does she didn't have such an idea. As Luoji spoke, he remembered what Does she had said to him. You kid, it seems that you have changed a little bit, you look a bit like a wall facer, but well, the bird's appearance is still the same. Thinking of his words, Luoji couldn't help laughing. Does she's vision is still so vicious, although he can guess most things now, he still can't figure out Does she's thoughts. Sometimes even Does she would look at him with disdain, as if he understood what he was doing. Mr. Luo, tell me, after the Trisolarans come, will they keep our civilization? Suddenly, Zhuang Yan seemed to have thought of something, and looked at him with a depressed mood. Luoji was taken aback when he heard this, and he opened his mouth, intending to be vague like before, but seeing Zhuang Yan's eyes, he hesitated. Yes, she is also a part of human beings, and she will know something sooner or later. Thinking of this, he looked at her solemnly. Zhuang Yan, I don't want to lie to you, but this result may be difficult for you to accept, are you sure you want to know? Zhuang Yan nodded firmly. Hearing this, Luoji took a deep breath and raised his head. Do you know what is the most important thing to a civilization? As he spoke, Luoji met her eyes and said word by word. It's killing everything. Hearing this result, the smile on Zhuang Yan's face gradually faded. Seeing this, Luoji said hastily. However, this is not something you have to consider. These are what us wall facers should consider. Your task is to cooperate with my work. Well, Mr. Luo, how do you need me to cooperate with your work? Zhuang Yan asked. That's all for now. Luoji looked at the surrounding paintings and said, then he pointed to his head. It's part of the plan now. If the former Luoji said this, Zhuang Yan still wouldn't believe it, but now Luoji, she couldn't see through it, but she was even more convinced. At the same time, the Huaxia Space Force held a meeting. The meeting was held by General Chang Saiwei, the head of the Huaxia Space Force. He looked at the elites of the Space Force present and asked a question. Everyone here, who has absolute belief in victory in future wars? As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent, but at this moment, a man raised his hand firmly, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Comrade Zhang Bahai, I'm curious how you think we will definitely win. Report to the chief, there is no reason. Zhang Bahai stood up, but then he spoke again. If we want to say that our motherland was able to defeat the invaders when they were far weaker than them, then we humans can do the same now. Hearing this, General Chang Saiwei sighed. He looked at Zhang Bahai, feeling that his father had raised a good son, and he passed on his firm belief to his son. Report to the chief, I have one more thing to report. General Chang Saiwei nodded. I would like to ask everyone here, what do you think of the current society? Before they could speak, Zhang Bahai continued. Indeed, under the work of several wall facers, the social situation was very stable, but with their hibernation, people inevitably began to panic. Especially after scholar Lin Nian hibernated, this situation became more serious. I even heard that the work of quantum computers has been hindered a lot. Comrade Zhang Bahai, please speak directly. Yes. Chief. What I want to say is that it is irrational to put everyone's hopes on a group of people. Wall facers are also human, and Lin Nian scholars will eventually leave one day. Then I figured that by then, defeatist beliefs would be rampant in the Space Force, so I proposed to hibernate a group of officers with the spirit of victory. Then, reinforce the future. Hearing his words, General Chang Weisai fell silent. Chapter 29. Reinforce the future. General Chang Weisai thought for a moment when he heard this. In the end, he still didn't immediately agree to Zhang Bahai's brother's plan. The current situation is fairly stable, and defeatism hasn't started to spread. When this crisis occurs, then is the time for them to prepare. When Zhang Bahai heard this, he didn't show anything on his face. He knew that this plan would definitely succeed, and all it needed was time. Afterwards, these space forces began to go to the space station to participate in space exercises so that they could have more combat experience in space in the future. There is another person in the same company, Dr. Ding Yi, who is now appointed as the project leader of controlled nuclear fusion. The ultimate research goal of this project is the fusion engine of future spacecraft. The space elevator project was handed over to Wang Miao, who was relatively familiar with it. After all, his energy was really limited and it was impossible to handle both at the same time. Dr. Ding Yi, hello, I'm Zhang Bahai, a member of the Huxia Space Force. After Zhang Bahai knew his identity, he started to talk to him. Hello. Dr. Ding Yi was thinking, and was a little taken aback by Zhang Bahai's accusation. Are you also here to visit the Space Force's exercise? Zhang Bahai asked. Dr. Ding Yi shook his head, he looked at the vast universe and said slowly. I'm here for an experiment. It seemed that he had held back for a while, and he also began to tell Zhang Bahai his inner troubles. Of course, he knew Zhang Bahai, and he had heard him praise Zhang Bahai from General Chang Weisai a lot. Did you know that human beings have developed to the present, and they still haven't really entered space? Dr. Ding Yi, what do you mean, aren't we already in space? Zhang Bahai asked. Dr. Ding Yi shook his head. What is this? If you want to really go into space, then the spacecraft is the basic, and we don't even have a decent spacecraft now. But it will be a matter of time. With the current technology of human beings, they are fully capable of building spaceships that can navigate in space, right? Zhang Bahai said. Indeed, humans do have this ability at present, but... As he spoke, Dr. Ding Yi sighed as if he had thought of something. What's wrong? Dr. Ding Yi. Zhang Bahai asked a question. It's nothing, by the way, I want to ask you a question, what do you think is the most important point in building a spaceship? Dr. Ding Yi looked at him and asked. Zhang Bahai thought for a moment and gave the answer. I think it's power. Without enough power, a spaceship isn't a spaceship at all. That's right, it's power. Do you know that we are now facing a choice in PDC, whether to choose refrigerant drive or non-radiation drive? Oh, you may not understand this. The so-called propellant drive is a traditional chemical rocket, and the non-propellant radiation drive is nuclear fusion reaction as the power drive. Dr. Ding Yi explained to him. Zhang Bahai frowned. Even he, an outsider, could tell the difference between the two at a glance. Why choose, isn't it obvious? Navigating in the vast space, it is doomed that the spacecraft cannot carry a large amount of fuel, and obviously the so-called working fluid drive is not feasible. Dr. Ding Yi also sighed after hearing this. Yeah, even you are clear, how could they not understand, but the effect of the non-propellant radiation drive is too slow, human beings need hope now. The working fluid drive can effectively see the results, which is exactly what human beings want to see. They wish that human beings can step into space now. After Zhang Bahai heard this, he was also silent. He couldn't change anything according to the needs of the society, but suddenly he thought of something. Dr. Ding Yi, your student participates in this project, can he have a way to speed up the process of propellant-free radiation drive? Hearing Lin Nian, Ding Yi smiled. Lin Nian? Of course he can. In fact, I started this research because of the data support given to him, but it is impossible for him to spend time on this kind of thing, and. As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller. Is it because he hibernated? Zhang Bahai asked. Dr. Ding Yi shook his head. Yes and no, there is indeed a reason for his hibernation, but the key lies in those conservative aerospace scientists. They are all older generation aerospace workers and have most of the right to speak in this regard. It was when they saw Lin Nian hibernating that they couldn't wait to determine the direction of their research. For them, once they chose to drive without propellant radiation, it meant that they had been eliminated by the times. As he spoke, he seemed to be thinking about the past, and he turned to look at Zhang Bahai. Did you know? At the beginning, Lin Nian also faced the same situation. At that time, he was going to study quantum computers, but who would talk to him? An unknown person. Even when he gave the corresponding papers and feasibility, those veteran physicists still thought he was whimsical. In this way, the quantum computer that he could have made in advance was delayed by them for 3 years. And after Lin Nian got the support, he built a quantum computer in only 1 year. At that time, Siphons hadn't come to the Earth. 3 years. 3 years. If those hours hadn't been wasted, what would he have accomplished, and we wouldn't have had just one quantum computer. Ding Yi was really heartbroken, but he couldn't change anything about these things. Zhang Bahai was also a little stunned. It was the first time he had heard these secrets, and after thinking about it, it became clear that this was a scandal after all. He looked at Dr. Ding Yi, then at the vast space, and had a plan in his heart. Human beings can no longer be wrong. Not long afterward, while taking a commemorative photo with the old aerospace, Zhang Bahai started his action. Soon, news came that several old airliners were accidentally hit by a meteorite rain when they went out, causing them all to die. Because of their disappearance, the PDC has also officially determined the development direction of future spaceships, all of which are expected by Zhang Bahai. He didn't feel guilty at all, it was all worth it. To set foot in this dark and vast space, the necessary sacrifice is worth it. Chapter 30. Time passed quickly, and after Ding Yi officially took over the power design of the spacecraft, the situation did not make a big breakthrough. Not only that, even other projects were more or less blocked and stagnant. At this time, someone proposed to wake up Lin Nian in advance to solve the current problem. But this proposal was immediately rejected by President Say, who thought that Lin Nian's time should not be wasted on such trivial matters. Humans can do this by themselves, and only when they encounter unsolvable problems, will she try to wake Lin Nian up. At this time, Lin Nian, who had hibernated for several months, woke up from the hibernation cabin. To him, it seemed that he had just slept for a long time. Jarvis! I am here. Jarvis' mechanical voice came. Is it time? Yes, it's the time you set. Jarvis said. Really, then I have to go and see them. With that said, Lin Nian walked out of the hibernation chamber and came to a laboratory, where there were 3 huge nutrition chambers. In the cabin, Taylor, Ray Diaz, and Hines were lying quietly in the green nutrient matrix. Well, it seems that the brain has been remodeled. Are they still awake? Lin Nian asked. According to their brain waves, they were still asleep. Jarvis said. Then, let's wake them up first, the time is almost here. Lin Nian said. Okay. Hearing Lin Nian's order, Jarvis began to wake up. At this moment, the 3 of them who were suspended in the nutrition cabin slowly woke up after being stimulated. Just like Luoji, they noticed the abnormality in their own bodies as soon as they woke up. The whole body was like a paste, and they could even feel the liquid in their bodies wriggling slowly. This bad feeling made them subconsciously open their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes, they were shocked when they saw the situation in front of them. The surroundings were filled with green liquid, and a few pipes could be seen in the corner of their eyes. This is obviously not in the hibernation cabin. Then they looked to the side, and they saw 2 other wall facers. Seeing their situation, they also roughly knew their own situation. Then, they saw Lin Nian standing in front of them, and they stared at Lin Nian with wide eyes. They are not stupid and know that it must be Lin Nian's trick. Did he want to kill them? Could it be that he is from Edo? This idea rose in their minds. Except for this, they couldn't think of why Lin Nian would do this. But Lin Nian still didn't speak. He lit a cigarette and looked at them with a smile on his face. Slowly, after they calmed down, they also realized something was wrong. Lin Nian had no reason to kill them, and it was unreasonable to say that Lin Nian belonged to Ito. After all, they knew that Lin Nian was the person Ito wanted to kill. Besides, if Lin Nian really wanted to kill them, why bother to go to such lengths? Just kill them. Thinking of this, they began to think about Lin Nian's purpose. Now, even Ray Diaz, who was staring at him just now, restrained his temper. They just looked at Lin Nian, stared into his eyes, they couldn't hear anything now, and Lin Nian seemed to know their situation. So I didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, just watched them quietly. Immediately, they had a guess in their minds that Lin Nian would send them another message. The four eyes just watched quietly, the scene seemed quiet and strange. Slowly, they seemed to understand Lin Nian's meaning, and closed their eyes one by one. They are not stupid, judging from Lin Nian's expression, this must be his own private action, as to why he did this. Considering their current situation, it is not difficult to guess that Lin Nian is genetically modifying them. As for why they should hide it from them, it is not difficult to think about it, because they have all clearly rejected genetic modification, and they would not accept it without this method. The reason, all they can think of is that Lin Nian hopes they can live longer, and they can't think of more. But they can now be sure that Lin Nian has no intention of harming them. And just like that, they closed their eyes and waited for the genetic modification to end. Lin Nian watched their actions and understood that they had figured out the current situation, but he didn't explain anything, and now he just came to remind them. In the ensuing time, they also gradually realized this. That is, the transformation time is too long. They can't feel the passage of time while staying in the nutrition warehouse, but they can feel that the organs of their bodies are being rapidly formed. Moreover, they also found that their consciousness could not fall asleep, they could only feel like this. But unlike Luoji's feeling of suffering, they enjoyed it very much. Here, they don't have to bear the responsibilities of the wall facers, and they don't have to think about humans and the three-body problem. No one knows what kind of pressure they are facing, the kind of pressure almost makes them feel overwhelmed. But now, everything seems to be gone, and even they want to go on forever. And when they were awake, they also discovered something strange about their bodies, that is, they can now clearly recall their own past. Those things that have been forgotten now, as long as I think about them now, they will be let go from my mind like a slideshow. But it didn't last long, or for them, since good times always feel like they go by, after all. After they hibernated collectively for 3 years, Ray Diaz's star-level nuclear bomb was successfully manufactured. Originally, they planned to wake up only Ray Diaz. But the other 2 projects were about to end, so the PDC decided to wake them up together, and Lin Nian was also woken up at this time, in order to cooperate with the work of the wall facers. When the 3 of them walked out of the nutrition warehouse, they all looked at their respective nutrition warehouses with nostalgia. In the future, this situation of completely avoiding the outside world like this may never happen again. After going out, they will continue their work as wall facers. They will shoulder that heavy and difficult responsibility again. It seems that they are recovering well. Lin Nian had been waiting for them there a long time ago. Hearing the voice, the 3 of them immediately looked at Lin Nian. The moment they met their eyes, the smile on Lin Nian's face stopped. What kind of look is that? It's hard for Lin Nian to describe, but it feels like he has seen through the vicissitudes of life again. At this moment, Lin Nian felt a little uncomfortable, their eyes seemed to see through something, this kind of eyes was like how Zheng Jin looked at them. Chapter 31. The 3 of them just looked at Lin Nian quietly, their eyes seemed to be asking, feeling, or examining. After a while, they left the laboratory. Lin Nian frowned watching their backs. He always felt that the 3 of them had changed, but he couldn't feel anything wrong. Soon the PDC meeting was held. At the meeting, Chairman Say showed Ray Diaz the test explosion scene of the latest star-level nuclear bomb. On the screen, the peaceful mercury showed just now, and the next moment, circles of ring-shaped ripples appeared, and the center of the explosion began to bulge, like a behemoth waking up. The next moment, the giant beast suddenly exploded, and countless soil and gravel flew into the air. At the same time, with the lifting of the crust, the soaring light lit up on the surface of Mercury, just like the sun. Ray Diaz closed his eyes subconsciously. The whole picture is like someone dropping a stone on the calm water, and the ripples caused make the lake not calm for a long time. The representatives of various countries blushed after seeing this effect. There is nothing more exciting than this shocking scene. Force is the foundation of self-confidence. Not bad, very good, I am very satisfied with the effect. Ray Diaz looked at the crowd with a smile on his face, like a proud rooster showing its brilliant achievements. So, you have to continue building this nuclear bomb, until it meets my requirements. Ray Diaz said. Hearing his words, someone immediately raised their opinions. Mr. Ray Diaz, you said 1 million pieces, this kind of quantity is impossible to achieve, and we don't have so many resources. Ray Diaz turned his head to look at the man, and then at Chairman Say. Chairman Say, do you think so too? Chairman Say took a deep breath, she looked at Ray Diaz and said. Mr. Ray Diaz, the resources you requested have exceeded our upper limit. Ray Diaz laughed when he heard this. I was talking to you about plans and how to save human beings, but now you are talking about the upper limit of resources with me? Why is it possible that you want to leave these resources to Tri-Solarans? Ray Diaz looked at them with a sneer, then he slapped the table and stared at them. Look, what is that? It is our hope for the future. Only force is the best way to protect our homeland. Now you are telling me to give up this. Mr. Ray Diaz, I know what you mean, but... Before Chairman Say could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ray Diaz. You are still so stupid. Since the resources on the Earth are not enough, then go to other planets to collect them. We have 7 complete resource planets. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Ray Diaz, what do you mean you want us to mine resources on several other planets? That's right. Ray Diaz nodded. This is simply whimsical. Do you know how much engineering is required, and have you considered the issue of transportation? Even if someone goes up to mine, how will it be transported back? Someone immediately taunted Ray Diaz. Ray Diaz glanced at him, and his sharp gaze immediately made him shut up. So, we have to speed up the progress on the space elevator and the spacecraft, only then can we get out of the Earth. Well, I'm done. After speaking, Ray Diaz sat down on a chair and smoked a cigarette. Seeing this, everyone immediately started to discuss, and soon they discussed it. Regarding Ray Diaz's plan, they also agreed, but they needed Lin Nian's cooperation. Saying that, everyone looked at Lin Nian, and Chairman Say also looked at Lin Nian and said. Scholar Lin Nian, we need you, humanity needs you, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. 1 year. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Nian spoke. I only give you 1 year. Within 1 year, I will solve all technical problems. As for the infrastructure, you can figure it out yourself. Hearing Lin Nian's words, Chairman Say heaved a sigh of relief. And Lin Nian also seemed dissatisfied, but in fact he was already smiling. This plan can't be said to be good for him, it can only be said to be very good. If you think about it, whether it's a space elevator or even a spaceship, all of these must be controlled by him. Isn't it easy for him to ask for some resources? Before, he was still thinking about how to slowly collect resources, but now he can rest assured that as long as Ray Diaz's plan is launched, the speed of his acquisition of resources will be greatly improved. It seems that he didn't give Ray Diaz a white boost. This brain is a little bit better, although he is still the rough temper who likes nuclear explosions. Soon, the PDC meeting was announced to the public. It seems that because of the return of the wall facer, the human beings in the society once again set off a frenzy of worship. Once again, defeatism was reined in. As for Ray Diaz, he is also leading the team to perfect his plan. He is going to start with the moon, which is the closest to the Earth. First of all, it is the closest satellite to the Earth, and secondly, it is very rich in elements required for nuclear fusion. Not to mention there are many more undiscovered mineral resources. Therefore, he intends to build a base on the far side of the moon for manufacturing and testing. As for why he chose the back, everyone knew that Ray Diaz was afraid of the sun. As for the moon base, Lin Nian naturally didn't need to intervene. They could handle such a simple matter by themselves. Moreover, because of the close distance, they planned to use the aerospace plane to transport the equipment to the space station, and then launch it to the moon. To put it simply, it is to pack it on the Earth and send it up, which will greatly speed up the construction of the moon base. While Ray Diaz was busy, there was also good news from Taylor. After several years of testing and experimentation, Elena brought good news that ball lightning can operate perfectly in space. When Taylor heard the news, he didn't have much emotion on his face, and he immediately arranged for Elena to come back and report the situation. Elena was also a little excited when she heard the news about this brother. She has been here for several years, although she is used to living here now. But who wouldn't want to go back to that down-to-earth hometown? Only after they leave the Earth, they will understand that their hometown is so beautiful and has such a sense of security. Chapter 32. Long time no see, Elena. Taylor looked at Elena, who came back and greeted her. Long time no see, Mr. Taylor. Elena also responded. Taylor looked at Elena's current state. Well, she was very energetic, and she didn't feel tired like other scientists at all. Then he noticed Elena's eyes, which were very bright, and there seemed to be something else in them. Taylor's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something, but he didn't ask. How about the ball lightning experiment? Currently, it already has the ability to strike in space. Elena said that she can be quite confident in this aspect. After all, the space operation is quite difficult, and she is also very proud that she can complete it in such a short time. After Taylor heard it, there was no movement on his face. What about the excitation method, or use the computer to control the excitation as before? Elena nodded. No, as I said before, in future wars, relying on computers and other information equipment will have too much influence, and people must control it. Taylor said in a low voice. But, Mr. Taylor, ball lightning. Elena wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Taylor. I know that it is too dangerous to rely on people to stimulate ball lightning, but this is a problem that must be solved. Well, you have worked for so long, go back and rest for a while, and I will handle this matter. Mr. Taylor, I can keep working. Elena said quickly when she heard this. This is not a punishment. You just came back from space and you need to adjust your status, and I also need to get familiar with the work situation. Taylor knew she had misunderstood something and explained it. Hearing that this was the reason, Elena breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Taylor, Elena looked at the sky, and the sudden relaxation made her feel a little confused. She doesn't know what to do now. Should she stay at home and have a good rest, or go out to relax? What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head and found Lin Nian looking at her with a smile on her face. You, why are you here? I heard you're on vacation, so I'll take a look. Lin Nian said. Elena was taken aback when she heard this. It was obvious that Taylor had just said this to her. How could he know? And it seemed that he was still waiting here in advance. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked up at Taylor's office in the building. And Taylor was standing outside the window at this time. He looked at the two people below and didn't know what he was thinking, but then he lowered the curtains. What's the matter? Have you figured out how to spend this vacation? Lin Nian looked at her and asked. Elena looked at Lin Nian. Maybe because of hibernation, she didn't feel any change in Lin Nian. Since when have you had so much free time? Elena looked at him and said. Hey, as far as those guys' heads are concerned, what you give them is enough for them to think about. After all, you probably haven't figured out how to spend this vacation yet. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. With that said, Lin Nian pointed to the car. Elena took a look, and walked towards his car with long legs without hesitation. Is this the good place you told me about? Elena looked at the manor in front of her and said. Yeah, it's here, you should know where this is. Lin Nian said. Elena nodded, yes, I know, the residence of the fourth wall facer, Luo Ji. After finishing speaking, she looked at the manor in front of her, and had to say that the environment here is really good and very relaxing. This is one of the few places where no one is bothered. You can take a good rest here. Lin Nian said, and led her in. As soon as he reached the gate of the manor, he saw Dashi squatting there smoking a cigarette. Yo, long time no see Dashi. Hearing this familiar voice, Dashi turned his head and walked towards him with a smile. I said why the eyelids kept twitching all the time today. It turned out that it was you who came. Dashi looked at her and smiled, then glanced at Elena beside him from the corner of his eye. Ahem, who is this? Come on, don't pretend to be confused. Lin Nian said angrily. I brought her here to rest. She just came back from space and needed to get used to it, so I thought of this place. By the way, Teacher Luo is here. Dashi smiled awkwardly, yes, I will take you in. With that said, he pushed open the door. Brother Luo, look who is here. As soon as he entered the door, he yelled towards the inside. Luo Ji, who was chatting happily with Zhuang Yan, subconsciously looked towards the door when he heard this. After seeing Lin Nian, his expression suddenly changed. He walked over with a smile on his face, isn't this Lin Nian, long time no see. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and held Lin Nian's hand tightly. Long time no see, Teacher Luo. Lin Nian felt the strength in Luo Ji's hand, and responded with a smile. Then, the two just looked at each other face to face, neither of them continued to speak, but the strength in each hand was gradually increasing. Soon, Lin Nian's complexion didn't change much, while Luo Ji's complexion became more and more ugly. Dashi seemed to have noticed something, he glanced at the hands of the two, smiled and shook his head. What the hell, I knew this kid was hiding something. Luo Ji cursed inwardly, but feeling the strength coming from his hand, he really couldn't hold it any longer. If he continued, his palm would be cracked. Scholar Lin Nian, long time no see. At this moment, Zhuang Yan stepped forward to greet Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded and let go of his hand. I said, Lin Nian, your strength is really great. Luo Ji gritted his teeth and said. No way, scientific staff, there are always some places that need some strength. Lin Nian smiled. Elena looked at the two, and there was a little surprise in her eyes. He knew Lin Nian, and Lin Nian was very proud. Let alone playing around like this, it would be good to even have a few words with others. That's it. Thinking of this, she looked at Luo Ji curiously, wondering if there was anything she didn't know about this wall facer. It was only at this time that Luo Ji noticed Elena. He looked at Elena, then at Lin Nian, with a malicious smile on his face. Well, hello Miss Elena, I'm Luo Ji, and this is Zhuang Yan. Hello, Mr. Luo Ji. Elena also maintained a basic respect for Luo Ji for the wall facers. However, Luo Ji obviously didn't care about this. He hugged Lin Nian and said something to Zhuang Yan who was next to him. Well, Miss Elena, I need to discuss something with Lin Nian. Zhuang Yan will take Miss Elena to familiarize myself with the manner. As he said that, he gave Zhuang Yan a wink, and Zhuang Yan also understood what he meant in this regard. She immediately pulled Elena forward. Miss Elena, let's go, I will take you to visit this manor. She also has a lot of questions she wants to ask Elena. Chapter 33. I said you kid, are you on the mend again? Luoji pulled Lin Nian aside and laughed. Lin Nian rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean? They are not bad at all? Okay, it's just that these are what they think is good. I just brought her here to relax. She has been working in space for so long, and she is still a little uncomfortable when she returns to Earth. Lin Nian said. It's okay, you can stay here as long as you want. Luoji didn't mind at all, it was just the two of them here, and to be honest, it was a bit boring. He may not trust other people, but Lin Nian, he still believes. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, and looked at Lin Nian with a smile on his face. Lin Nian also noticed his gaze. What are you thinking, boy? Hey. Luoji chuckled, then sat down on the sofa. I recently inquired about some interesting news, do you want to hear it? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Nian's eyes, wondering if this kid has become enlightened after being strengthened. Then he glanced at Dashi next to him, made sure there was no one else, and then looked at Luoji. Tell me, what did you find? Ahem, does she borrow the computer? Luoji greeted Dashi. What? Just give it to me. Luoji urged. I said, don't make fools of the kid over there. Dashi exhorted, and then handed over the computer in his hand. After taking over the computer, Luoji began to operate on it. Lin Nian and Dashi also approached curiously, and after a while he saw a lot of pictures of beauties appearing on the screen above. How about it? Luoji looked at him and said. Is this what you want to show me? Lin Nian was speechless for a while, and showed him a lot of women after a long time. I also said why you boy sent Zhuang Yan away, so it was this. Dashi looked at him with the original expression. AI, what are you thinking? I am wholeheartedly devoted to Zhuang Yan. Seeing that they had misunderstood something, Luoji quickly said. I understand, we all understand, man. Lin Nian smiled. Dashi also patted Luoji on the shoulder as if he had been there. Don't worry, we won't tell Zhuang Yan. No. Luoji was speechless immediately, pointing to the computer and explaining. I said Lin Nian, doesn't it look familiar to you? What familiar? These are just for fun, ahem, you've seen them all. Luoji added a sentence. Lin Nian took a closer look, as if some of them had some impressions. It seems a little familiar, what's wrong? Lin Nian said flatly, he didn't care at all that these things were discovered by Luoji, even if they were discovered, so what, who cares about his private life? Even Elena knew about this aspect, but she just turned a blind eye. He has no shyness about this aspect. Hey, you admitted it, then I'll let you see what I found. Luoji smiled. I find that most of the women you pick are mostly models. So, what then? Lin Nian said. I haven't finished talking yet, this is just a part of it. I also found that as long as it is blonde, you will definitely invite it. See, this is my evidence. Among the 5 women you invite, there is one blonde hair on average. Hehe, I didn't expect that, Lin Nian, you still have this habit. Luoji seemed to have achieved some kind of purpose, looked at Lin Nian and laughed. Lin Nian was taken aback when he heard this, and then his face darkened. Are you sick? Are you okay to study this? Lin Nian was really speechless, he thought this guy would pop up some news, but he was just studying his hobbies? Oh, don't tell me, I really haven't discovered this. Dashi also looked at Luoji seriously and said. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Luo discovered a great secret. Lin Nian said angrily. I said, is it because of Elena that you are looking for so many blonde beauties? I think she is also blonde. Tell me, they are all men. Luoji raised his eyebrows and asked. Lin Nian glanced at him and didn't say a word, and Luoji didn't care, as long as he saw Lin Nian slumped, that was enough. Ahem, no kidding, how long will you stay this time? Lin Nian naturally understood what he was asking. I don't know. It will be about 2 years. When the space elevator and spaceship are basically completed, it will be nothing to do with me. Lin Nian said. Tisk, those wall facers are really busy. Luoji sighed. Speaking of the 3 wall facers, Lin Nian thought of the way they looked at him, and he always felt that something was wrong. What are you thinking? Dashi asked a question. Hearing this, Lin Nian looked towards the 2 of them. He sized up Luoji first, and then set his sights on Dashi. Why is there something on my face? Dashi looked at Lin Nian staring at him and said something half-jokingly. Lin Nian did not speak, but looked at Dashi so quietly that Luoji could see clearly at a glance. This is not an analysis, nor is it a scan, but he already knows what Luoji is thinking, but he can't understand the big history. Dashi, what are you thinking? Lin Nian asked suddenly. Me? What can I think? Dashi chuckled. Lin Nian frowned. I said what's wrong with you boy? Dashi saw that Lin Nian's state was not right and asked. Lin Nian didn't answer his question, but stared into Dashi's eyes and asked. Dashi, what am I thinking? How would I know? Dashi replied casually, but seeing Lin Nian's serious look, he also put away his playful attitude. After staring into Lin Nian's eyes for a while, he spread his hands. Have no idea. However, I guess you seem to have encountered something disturbing. Dashi said something. Lin Nian nodded, this is quite normal, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he has something on his mind right now. But Dashi's next sentence made him stunned. I guess you should have some small abacus to be known. Lin Nian stared at Dashi fiercely. Big history. Well. Dashi sighed with emotion, then pulled a stool and sat down. Is there any smoke? He looked at Lin Nian and asked. Before Lin Nian could speak, Luoji immediately handed him a cigar. He doesn't smoke, but Lin Nian and Dashi smoke, he is only 2 friends, these are naturally prepared for them. Dashi took the cigarette and lit it, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. I said, you young people like to play deep, for fear that your little abacus will be known by others. Dashi seemed to think of something and shook his head. Then, he looked at Lin Nian. Brother Lin Nian, I admit that your brain is indeed very powerful, even all human beings put together are not as powerful as you, but that is just intelligence, but this. As he spoke, Dashi pointed to his head. It's wisdom. Wisdom. Lin Nian muttered these 2 words slowly. What you want to ask is about judging people. I may not be able to help you with anything else, but in this regard, I have decades of criminal police experience. Dashi said with some pride. Now you ask me to catch little thieves. I'm walking on the street, and I can tell who has a ghost at a glance. I'll go, Dashi, are you so awesome? Luoji also expressed emotion. Hey, these are trivial things. You will get used to it after a long time. To put it bluntly, it is experience. The more people you see and the more you know, the more you will get used to it. Dashi said. Then Dashi, how about you look at me? Hearing this, Luoji immediately became interested. You. Dashi glanced at him. You are a wall facer, I see what you are doing, you think I am from Ito. Dashi said angrily. But there is another layer of meaning in his words, that is, you frankly throw away your identity as a wall facer, and you are just a fool. Luoji naturally understood what Dashi said, he scratched his head in embarrassment, and then quickly pointed at Lin Nian. What about Lin Nian? Dashi looked at Lin Nian and shook his head. No, Dashi, you said just now that we can't hide our little thoughts from you, why can't we do it now? Luoji snorted. Stop it, I didn't say that, don't put any hat on me. Dashi is not fooled. Then, he looked at Luoji and said. You kid, before you became a wall facer, besides messing around in school, what else did you do and what did you see? The implication is that you don't have anything to hide. Brother Lin Nian. As he spoke, Dashi looked at Lin Nian. Brother, I understand your feelings, but it's not a big deal when you think about it. Like when I first entered the criminal police team and performed my first mission, our captain put me behind. He said, "You are a restless master, let you go to the front, you must be thinking of doing meritorious service, and causing me some trouble." So, these are all normal. There is a saying that wisdom needs time to accumulate to be full. When Luoji heard Dashi's words, he looked at him in surprise. "I'll go, Dashi, you actually say such philosophical words. What are you thinking? After all, I am also a person who has read books." Dashi said angrily. When Lin Nian heard this, he suddenly figured out something. Wisdom needs time to accumulate and accumulate to be full. The transformation and sublimation of human nature can be called divinity. This is what Karl, the god of death, once said. That's right, how can there be any wisdom that can be achieved overnight, even those high gods, didn't they come from humans step by step? There is such a sentence in Karl's transcript. I am constantly moving forward on the road of seeking the truth, and I am becoming God step by step. Chapter 34. The big clock recorded many transcripts of Karl, the god of death, but Liang Bing was right in saying that Karl is not a serious person, or not a serious god. Who the hell can keep a diary? In the past, he watched it with the mentality of watching it for fun, but now that he thinks about it, maybe that is Karl's greatest treasure. Karl has also done a lot of research on man and God. He believes that the reason why God is called God is not only because of its power, but more importantly, its vast knowledge and calm heart. Only with strength, he is no more than a powerful creature. Only with the corresponding heart and wisdom can he be called a god. And this is exactly what Lin Nian lacks, because he is destined to become a god. After he figured this out, all his confusion and boredom disappeared, and his eyes were no longer limited to his eyes. He looked up at Dashi and smiled. "Thank you, Dashi, I owe you a favor." Dashi also keenly noticed the change in Lin Nian. He should be happy, but for some reason, seeing Lin Nian like this, he suddenly felt a chill. He didn't know why this feeling arose. When one stared at Lin Nian's eyes, those clear pupils seemed to reflect the sea of stars, deep and far away. At this moment, he felt that Lin Nian was so strange. But then, Lin Nian smiled, as if he had regained his original arrogant and bohemian look. In the following time, Lin Nian accompanied Elena to play here, and Luoji and the others didn't seem to notice any changes in Lin Nian. The time of happiness is always short. Elena will soon return to work, and Lin Nian will also start to get busy. During this period of time, he also thought clearly that the appearance he showed in front of outsiders in the past was indeed a disguise. Both Chairman Sei and Zheng Jin's wall-facers think so. They thought that they were just trying to obtain more resources from the PDC in the name of scientific research, in order to delay his life. It's not that they couldn't guess Lin Nian's real intention, but their inherent cognition bound them, just like they couldn't imagine the weapons of the Tri-Solaran. Although in the end Taylor and the others realized that he might have ulterior motives, they couldn't guess Lin Nian's specific purpose. So, at the beginning, he was really panicked, because he thought everything was under his control. Now that a few things that he realized were wrong suddenly popped up, he was inevitably a little flustered. But when you think about it, is it important? Just like Trisolaris never cared about human behavior, he didn't need to care at all. And here, with the help of Lin Nian, space elevators and spaceships have also made great progress. In fact, there was one thing he wanted to complain about very early on. It is understandable to manufacture spaceships, but space elevators are completely unnecessary. As long as the power problem of the spacecraft is solved, then humans can easily leave the Earth. However, after thinking about it, he understood. The people above must have thought of this, but they had no choice but to do so. What is the so-called space elevator? Simply put, it is an elevator that spans between the space station and the Earth, making it easier for humans to travel between the Earth and space. Obviously they can manufacture small spaceships, which is really not difficult, and now the aerospace plane is a prototype. This has to talk about the inferiority of human beings. Just imagine, what will happen when small spaceships are as common as cars. Then the frequency of human beings going to space will increase. In this environment, who can guarantee that no one will escape from the Earth in a spaceship? No one can guarantee that people are selfish. As long as there is a chance to escape, they will not let it go. Therefore, the PDC firmly grasps the way to the sky in their own hands. In order to prevent this, they want to tie up the entire human race. Poor humans, if these resources are placed on the spaceship, the progress can be increased by at least 3 layers. At the same time, Ito, who hadn't heard anything for a long time, finally heard a sound. There was no way, because of Vader's framing last time, they suffered heavy losses, and the task given to them by the Lord was to decipher the thoughts of several wall facers. This makes them have no time to care about these things. Lord, humanity is now making great strides in space elevators and spaceships. Do we need to stop it? No need, you just need to stop escapism. A string of subtitles appeared in front of their eyes. Please rest assured, the Lord, escapism is impossible to realize, and the social situation of human beings determines that this kind of thing cannot happen. After speaking, they quietly waited for the Lord's reply, but the Lord seemed not interested in answering them anymore. Just then, they asked another question. About Lin Nian scholar, Lord, are you sure you still keep him? Finally, the 3 bodies answered. He is not important now, what you need to pay attention to is Luo Ji. Lord, why do you care so much about Luo Ji? They couldn't figure it out. Before they targeted Lin Nian, it was because they knew Lin Nian was a threat to the 3-body problem, but why did Luo Ji have it? After waiting for a long time, Tri-Solaris sent a message. Evans knew the answer, but he didn't tell anyone, which is lucky, and now, I can't tell you why. Lord, you have finally learned to hide. They shouted excitedly. Yes, Evans did teach us a lot. Then, what do you need us to do now? Break the wall, then you don't need to do anything, just wait quietly for us to grant you death. Okay, Lord, we will be looking forward to your arrival here. While Ray Diaz was busy, Taylor finally started to take action. He brought Elena to find Lin Nian. The moment he saw Lin Nian, Taylor's eyes changed. He didn't know what happened to the person in front of him in such a short time. But he has indeed changed. On the surface he is still the same as before, but it feels unfathomable to people. The whole person seemed to have completely transformed, and then, he subconsciously glanced at Elena. Could it be because of her? No, he only heard that there will be a transformation from a boy to a man, but Lin Nian is obviously not a boy long ago. Mr. Taylor, what's the matter? You know I'm busy. Lin Nian looked at him and smiled. Taylor quickly restrained the strangeness in his eyes. He greeted Elena, and the latter also quickly handed over a document. Chapter 35. Lin Nian took the document and glanced at it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After flipping through a few times, he put down the file and looked at Taylor. Taylor, now, I have to say that your idea is very bold. With that said, he lit a cigarette. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to prepare some exoskeleton armor for the Space Force. Lin Nian looked at him and said. Of course not. No matter how strong the exoskeleton armor is, it can't deal with the 3-body attack. I want it to be the kind of armor that can connect people with nerves. Of course, it may be wrong to say that it is armor, it should be said that it is the arm. Taylor continued. You also know that it is very dangerous to artificially stimulate ball lightning, and it is difficult for me to get together a space army that is not afraid of death. So I'm going to equip them with a long arm so they can fire ball lightning from a safe distance. Lin Nian nodded. It does sound a bit like that. Compared with computer control, it is really difficult for humans to be disturbed. That's right, the human brain and nerves are the most complex, and they cannot be interfered with by the three bodies. Taylor isn't hiding his thoughts. So, I need your help. If anyone can make this metal, then only you, Scholar Lin Nian. Lin Nian didn't reply, but tapped his index finger on the table. Mr. Taylor, to be honest, I am also very interested in this. Lin Nian looked up at him. But if it's a question of resources, please don't worry. After the space elevator and spaceship are built, I can apply to the PDC. In this regard, Ray Diaz is indeed doing the right thing. Taylor said. Lin Nian pondered for a moment, then extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked at Taylor. Mr. Taylor, do you know how difficult this thing is? You want a metal that can realize neural connections. This is not a metal at all, it is more like a living thing. To be honest, I can't guarantee whether it will be successful. After all, this involves biology. The difficulty is indeed high, but isn't it also a challenge for you? Taylor looked at him and smiled. He knew it was very difficult. He also asked other scientists, even biologists, and they all said it was impossible. Metals with biological properties, how can this be possible, at least at the current level of human beings? Lin Nian watched the smile on his face slowly disappear, and his expression became serious. I need a laboratory. Okay, I'll prepare it for you right away. I also need samples of all the metals, one of each. Can. As Taylor spoke, he glanced at Elena and motioned her to write it down. Also, I need living organisms. Okay, there's nothing wrong with these, what else do you want? Taylor said lightly. Lin Nian spread his hands, and then he said something casually. If you can do it, send some human bodies to me for experiments. Elena's hands stopped when she heard this, and she looked at Lin Nian in surprise. But Taylor merely frowned in comparison. Lin Nian laughed as if he noticed Elena's unfriendly eyes. I'm just kidding. Can. Taylor spit out this sentence slowly, without the slightest fluctuation in tone. Mr. Taylor, this obviously does not meet the requirements of humanitarianism. Elena reminded him that some things were expressly forbidden by the PDC. Of course I know. Taylor said without looking back, then he looked at Lin Nian. Can enabling human experiments speed up the process? His eyes were calm and steady, as if he was just asking about an extremely ordinary thing. I don't know, I just feel that the effect will be very good. Lin Nian did not give a positive reply. If normal people hear this answer, they will definitely reject this proposal. After all, it is quite risky to start human experiments without seeing any results. But Tyler is not normal, he is a wall-facer. I see. He just replied lightly. Then, Scholar Lin Nian, we won't bother you, and Elena will hand over the laboratory affairs to you. With that said, he got up and walked outside. No. Lin Nian yelled, and looked at the back of Taylor leaving. He smiled. He really just said something casually just now, but he didn't expect Taylor's attitude to be so decisive. However, although he said it casually, human experiments are indeed very important. After all, if you want to research this metal, you can't do without the corresponding flesh and blood. Mr. Taylor, are you really going to use human experiments? After coming out, Elena looked at Taylor and asked. You seem to care about this. Tyler stopped at her words and glanced at her. I just think that once this news gets out, it will have an impact on your reputation as a wall-facer. The reputation of the wall-facers. Taylor sneered. Since when did wall-facer care about reputation? However, the PDC will not approve your application. Elena said. You talk a little too much today. A hint of impatience flickered in Tyler's eyes, but then he figured something out. You don't want him to be exposed to human experiments, right? Elena, who had seen through her thoughts, did not speak. He also doesn't care about this, and directly studying the human body may allow him to better understand the genes of the human body. After finishing speaking, Taylor didn't say much, and went straight into the car. Regarding the matter of human experimentation, he still needs to think about it carefully. After all, Elena is right in one point, the PDC will not agree to his application. It's fine if it's someone else, but he is a wall facer, and everything about him is announced by Safan in front of the public. If he can't give a suitable reason, then he will face the monstrous anger of human beings, and then he may be deprived of his identity as a wall facer. Thinking of this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The so-called wall facer sounds like that, but only they know how restrictive this identity is. However, this is not difficult. Soon, Lin Nian was informed that his laboratory was built, with all the facilities he needed, and an experimental human body. When she said this, Elena's eyes were complicated. As a scientist, if you want to talk about what is the most disgusting thing, it is undoubtedly the human experiment. But faintly, she seemed to see a glimmer of light in Lin Nian's eyes. Chapter 36. When Lin Nian walked to the laboratory, he saw a familiar person. Long time no see, Scholar Lin Nian. His spirit looked a little poor, but he still had that iconic smirk on his face, which made people look very uncomfortable, and at this moment his whole body was restrained. Is it him? He's not dead yet. Lin Nian looked at Elena and said something. Yes, the PDC has been investigating him, hoping to get more information about the three-body from him. Elena said. It seems that they have nothing to gain. Lin Nian said. Yes, neither torture nor medicine can get the information we want. Lin Nian nodded, then looked at the experiment question. Yes, this person is the Edo killer Zheng Jin assassinated Luo Ji. The condition is not bad. Lin Nian looked at him and said something. Recently, they gave up torturing me and began to take care of my body. At that time, I knew what kind of ending I would have, but I didn't expect to see you again. He said respectfully. Oh, are you surprised to see me? Yes. He didn't hide his thoughts, he looked up at Lin Nian. I thought that was the last time we met. I didn't expect you to do such unexpected things, but this is just a futile struggle. You should choose to give up. Obviously, he knew about Lin Nian's genetic modification plan. I thought you were planning to kill yourself. Lin Nian said. He shook his head, my death needs to be bestowed by the Lord. Before that, I will not choose to die. Of course, there is nothing I can do if there is an accident. He said this very calmly, as if he didn't care about his own life at all. Lin Nian was also interested, and he moved a chair to sit in front of him. Talk. Scholar Lin Nian, as long as you want to know, I will tell you, but I can't do anything about the Lord, because I don't know. He said calmly. So that's the case, because they don't know, so they can't get the answer at all, right? Lin Nian said. Exactly. So, did you not know it in the first place, or did you not know it later? Lin Nian asked, but after seeing his reaction, Lin Nian seemed to have guessed something. Don't you know this? It seems that there is really nothing to ask. Thank you for your understanding, it's just that there are a lot of stupid people who can't accept this fact. He satirized people who were only greedy for merit. Indeed. As he spoke, Lin Nian greeted Elena. Untie it for him, it doesn't look like a conversation. But, just in case. Elena obviously hesitated, the person in front of her was Ito's killer. Don't worry, he won't kill me, right? You are right. He smiled. Look, he said it all. He said Ito people, I don't believe what he said. Elena rolled his eyes at him. Then you should find someone to watch over the head office. Lin Nian sighed. This time Elena finally gave in. Soon, two tall and burly men loosened the man's restraints, but they did not leave, but stood beside him and stared at him silently. Thank you, Mr. Lin Nian. He bent over to Lin Nian, the smile on his face seemed a little more real. Would you like some water? As Lin Nian said, he asked the two strong men to offer him a glass of water, and the other party readily accepted it. Do you know what brought you here? Hearing Lin Nian's words, he didn't answer immediately, but looked at the environment in front of him. Looking at the situation, this should be a laboratory. I am the target of the experiment, right? He looked at Lin Nian and expressed his speculation. Is this what your lord told you to? Elena asked, but he didn't answer but still looked at Lin Nian, obviously he only had Lin Nian in his eyes. What an accident, are you not afraid? You should be very clear that I will not show any kindness to you. Lin Nian's tone was very flat, but what he said made people feel a little chilled. Of course I know that with my identity, no one will show mercy to me, or I don't deserve to enjoy this. In a sense, I should be expelled from human beings, right? He looked at Lin Nian and said. Lin Nian looked at Elena, and Elena took a deep breath. After the PDC judgment, you have been deprived of all human rights. Look, Scholar Lin Nian, they don't even have to notify me, what an ugly person. I admit that I have committed an unforgivable crime, and I also agree with their sentence against me, but why do they judge me from a high position? The blood on their hands may not be washed away by the Pacific Ocean. As he spoke, his tone gradually became agitated. He could accept the judgment of mankind, but he would not accept the judgment of those who thought they represented all mankind. In his opinion, those people were not qualified. They are even more sinful than themselves. Seeing this, the two strong men on the side immediately became nervous. But the next moment, he immediately restrained his expression. Sorry, Scholar Lin Nian, I lost my composure. It's okay, I don't care, I didn't grow up in a comfortable safe house, I have seen the darkness and ugliness of society. Lin Nian said. Oh? Then how do you evaluate human beings? Hearing this, he asked curiously. Well, how do you say, when I stand on a high place, I can't see the darkness below, because the sun is directly above my head. As he spoke, Lin Nian pointed to the top of his head. It's a very vivid metaphor, Scholar Lin Nian, you let me see your great side again, you used your hands and wisdom to walk out of the quagmire and get rid of the darkness. However, how many people like you are there? They can only struggle in the darkness for a lifetime, and then sink. He sighed. There are always a few darlings in every era, isn't it? It just happened to fall on me. Lin Nian said. It's probably inappropriate for you to describe yourself as your favorite. After all, you have a curse on your body. He smiled. Luck and misfortune are always connected, aren't they? Indeed, both Einstein and Newton suffered a lot. He nodded, as if he acknowledged Lin Nian's words. Elena on the side looked at this scene a little strangely, obviously the identities of the two were so opposite, but at this moment they were chatting here like old friends. To be honest, she really couldn't understand it. Chapter 37. This conversation didn't last too long. Lin Nian checked the time. Okay, it's almost time. Can you tell me what will greet me? He looked at Lin Nian and asked. Lin Nian shrugged. This is no problem. I need to study a kind of active metal, which has certain biological properties. Can you understand? Can. After all, he was a high intellectual, so he could still understand what Lin Nian wanted to express. I have to say that your idea is really unique, but I don't think it's something you came up with. He looked at Lin Nian and smiled. Oh? How to say? This kind of research doesn't help your curse at all. I guess it's the plan of some wall facer. He said his guess, and Elena's eyes moved, obviously a little shocked. They are more Lin Nian than they imagined. No, maybe not just Lin Nian. Then you are wrong, aren't you the biggest help? Lin Nian said meaningfully. He froze for a moment, then laughed. I see, Scholar Lin Nian, so what do I need to cooperate? Afterwards, you will naturally understand. As he spoke, he looked at Elena. What's wrong? Elena was a little confused. What are you still doing here? Don't you have anything to do? Lin Nian asked her a question. Mr. Taylor said that my mission is to assist you in your experiments. Elena said. Just you, what can you help? This experiment is not something you can participate in. Lin Nian waved his hand. When Elena heard this, her teeth itched with anger. He was still as annoying as before. This is my job, Scholar Lin Nian. She gritted her teeth and said something. It's your job not to interfere with mine, am I clear, Miss Elena? Lin Nian said angrily. The next experiment is cruel enough to sum it up. Although Elena has been strengthened, her mind is still the same. She, who has not abandoned the basic principles of human beings, cannot accept that scene at all, so it is better not to let her see it. But Elena just stood there, acting like I didn't hear anything. She was just playing a little temper with Lin Nian. Should I speak to Tyler? Lin Nian looked at her helplessly. Hearing this, she reluctantly walked away. After she left, Lin Nian looked at the two strong men. You all go out too, I am enough here alone. This. They were obviously hesitant, their mission was to protect Lin Nian, and now they were left alone with this Edo killer, they were really worried. Seeing their appearance, Lin Nian understood something. He walked to the side and took out a syringe, and then injected it into the killer's neck. In an instant, the killer felt his whole body go numb, and then he couldn't move. Okay, put him on the test bench, and you can leave. Seeing this situation, they also understood what Lin Nian meant. After placing the killer, they greeted Lin Nian and left. After they all left, Lin Nian finally set his sights on the killer. Then the experiment begins. He smiled. Although he has never been in contact with the knowledge of active metals, Carl has recorded a lot in his notes. After all, he did a lot of research on this aspect back then, otherwise how do you think he came to be called the god of death? And in that universe, Carl is second in this respect, and no one dares to be the first. There is one thing to say, although most civilizations do not welcome Carl, they have to admit that he has vast knowledge, which is a respect for God. The result of this is the howl of the giant wolf star. He was gradually replaced by Carl from a flesh and blood body to a metal body. Speaking of which, in this regard, neither the Angel civilization, the Liang civilization, nor even the Kamigawa civilization have conducted research on body replacement. They believe that replacing the body is completely unnecessary, after all, it has a powerful genetic engine. In fact, this is true. For example, if you use insulin to build a body, in fact, the defense is no different from a set of armor. Aside from wasting resources, it doesn't play a key role in the confrontation between gods. Perhaps the only benefit is eternal life? But this is really a bit tasteless for those advanced civilizations, so Carl will transform the body of the Howler. After all, transforming a god is more troublesome than cultivating a god. And taking advantage of this opportunity, he can also get acquainted with Carl's techniques. As for the so-called morality, gods don't care what bugs think. While Lin Nian was busy, Heinz finally got the result. When he was brought into the laboratory by Keiko, what he saw was a sky full of stars like a river of stars. What is this? Looking at this beautiful picture, Heinz murmured, he couldn't help reaching out to touch, but the stars passed through his hand, obviously it was a holographic phantom. Every twinkling star here is a neuron, and they intertwine with each other to form this magnificent and vast scene. Keiko said next to him. You mean these are analytical structural diagrams of the human brain? Heinz looked at her in shock. Well, it's beautiful, isn't it? Keiko smiled. Yeah, it's beautiful, just like the Milky Way. I never thought that the human brain can show such a beautiful scene. Heinz sighed with emotion, his eyes kept scanning the stars. This would have been unachievable, but because we have quantum computers, with the help of the apocalypse algorithm made by Lin Nian, we have completed the analysis of the brain in less than 2 years. After a while, we figured out a way to display the brain in real time, so what you see now is our final result. Keiko said. Then whose brain is this? Heinz asked. Hearing this, Keiko looked at him affectionately. Mine. As she spoke, she reached out and stroked Heinz's face. See those shining stars, that means I'm missing you. Heinz was also a little moved by what he said, and he hugged his wife. Since then, the first step of Heinz's brain modification has been completed, but the next task is still very arduous. He needs to test which neurons can affect people's thinking ability. Only in this way can he do hands-on work in this area, and this inevitably requires the human body as an experiment. Fortunately, his experiment was not like Taylor's experiment. This experiment can be said to be basically harmless, and the PDC quickly agreed to his application. Chapter 38. Now start the experiment. Proposition number 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2. Proposition number 2, the sun rises in the west. Proposition number 3, peppers are sweet. Experiment number 33, there are 2 winking buttons in front of you. Red means negative and green means yes. Please choose the corresponding button according to your judgment. In the laboratory, subject number 33 sat on a metal chair, and his head was covered with metal conductive wires. Those metal conductive wires are used to monitor the response of his brain nerves when he is answering, and transmit the data of these responses to the computer. Then, they can determine which part of the neural area is affecting people's thinking. And this kind of proposition is simple and will not make the experimenter think too much, which also increases the accuracy of the experiment. Subject number 33 nodded after hearing these words, and then he began to answer. Heinz, on the other hand, was in front of the computer, looking at the brainwave data from various subjects. They can't process these data for the time being, and need to borrow quantum computers to complete them. Honey, can we make it? Keiko looked at him worriedly and asked. No problem, as long as we understand the way the human brain thinks, we can come up with ways to strengthen it. Heinz said without looking back at the screen in front of him. Just then, a staff member hurried in. Mr. Heinz, there is an abnormality in subject 104. What happened? Heinz frowned and walked out with him. Experiment number 104 seems to be suffering from hydrophobia. Hydrophobia? Isn't that a rabies reaction? Heinz said. That's not the case. He's not rabies. Please forgive me for not being accurate. Subject number 104 doesn't show any abnormalities physically, and his brain and thinking are normal. He was simply afraid of water. During this period, we did many tests on him, but we couldn't find the cause. Even, during this period, he didn't even eat a drop of water, and even the bread had to be dried before eating. He thought the water was poisonous. The staff member explained slowly. Persecution paranoia. Keiko said that she has seen many such situations. No, he doesn't think that someone poisoned the water, but that the water is poisonous. How to put it, you should see for yourself. With that said, he opened the room of subject number 104. Into the eyes is a disheveled young man. He looks young, but his eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. Just from his state, it can be clearly seen that there is something wrong with his spirit. Dr. Heinz. Seeing Heinz coming, he shouted his name as if he had found a savior. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, save me. He stepped forward and grabbed Heinz's arms tightly, his eyes full of pleading. Seeing this, Keiko immediately wanted to call the security personnel to pull him away, but Heinz refused. He patted the shoulder of subject number 104. Don't worry, with me here, no one will hurt you, tell me what's going on. Heinz's gentle words calmed his nervous heart, and he said after calming down a little. They give me water, they want to kill me. He gave his reasons. Heinz looked at him and smiled. No one will kill you, and besides, they dare not poison the water. After speaking, he held the water glass next to him and was about to drink it in one gulp, but at this moment, experimental number 104 knocked off the water glass in his hand. Dr. Heinz, it's not that someone poisoned you, but the water is highly poisonous. He shouted frantically, as if to tell Heinz. You really think the water is poisonous? Only then did Heinz look at him with a surprised face. Before, he thought that the other party was mentally abnormal, but now it seems that something is wrong. Of course, everyone knows that water is poisonous, just like there is oxygen in the air. You can't deny this common sense, right? He looked at Heinz with some concern, as if worried that he couldn't think about continuing to drink water. Heinz looked at him and sighed. But, young man, according to what you said, 70% of your body is made of water, so why are you still standing here? Hearing this, he covered his head, inserted his fingers into his hair and said in pain. I don't know, this is the problem that tortures me. Obviously the water is poisonous, but my body accepts it. Heinz heard this and called the staff. Go, call out his previous test proposition and give it to me. He seemed to think of something and said quickly. Soon, the staff handed over the previous proposition to him, and then Heinz comforted the young man and left. Before leaving, subject number 104 emphasized to him that water is poisonous, and told him not to drink water anymore. Heinz also agreed with a smile. Soon he saw the propositions of subject number 104, one of which was, water is poisonous. He gave no. The staff took out the test results. Call out all the records and materials at that time. Heinz didn't pay attention to his words, and soon they found in the records that when the experimental subject was conducting this question and answer, some fluctuations occurred in a certain metal conductive line tested. The results showed that the power of the conductive wires and the radiation were changed a little in order to more accurately test the neural responses in that brain region. Has this test been done on other experimental subjects? Heinz asked. There have been 4 times, but I have never done it because I was worried that electric current and radiation will affect the human brain, and the other 3 times are true propositions. It seems that the problem lies in this. It is necessary to test again and do all the experimental procedures of No 104. He had to determine if it was the accident that caused it. Then who will be used as the experimental subject? Keiko asked. The current situation is that this experiment may cause some harm to the human body, and no matter who is used for the experiment, it is possible to bear this risk. Heinz said lightly. I'm here to confirm this experiment myself. He said with firm eyes that as a scientist, he had already realized this. Keiko also knew his temperament, so he didn't stop him. Soon, the experiment started, and there were no problems with the previous propositions. When the proposition, water is highly poisonous, appeared, he felt a slight numbness in his brain, and then he felt nothing. How does it feel? Keiko looked at him worriedly. Heinz didn't speak, he went straight to a table and picked up the glass of water that had been prepared. Then, without hesitation, he drank it directly. Everyone just stared at him, and then, they seemed to see Heinz's throat wriggling, and they were relieved immediately. This means that the experiment did not affect Heinz, and the problem with number 104 should be elsewhere. But before they could react, Heinz fell to his knees in pain and dropped the water glass in his hand. But he didn't care about it at all, and kept fumbling with one hand in his throat, trying to spit out the water he drank. Honey! Keiko yelled when she saw this, and she ran up quickly. But at this moment, Heinz ignored her and kept trying to induce vomiting. Finally, with his efforts, he spit out a lot of sticky matter. Seeing this, he was slightly relieved, collapsed on the ground, panting continuously. Honey, don't you think water is poisonous too? Keiko looked at him with concern and asked. She regretted it a little, she should have stopped Heinz just now. After taking a breath, Heinz looked at the crowd and said solemnly. I guess, that's what I think. To borrow your words, 70% of the human body is made of water. Keiko said. Yeah, I know, so this question has been tormenting me, I think I can understand the feelings of subject 104. As he spoke, he stood up slowly, and he also intentionally avoided the vomit and the puddle of water on the ground. 3 months later, Heinz described the situation at the PDC meeting, and then he stated his purpose. This technology was discovered by me and my team by accident. It is an accidental product of experiments, but based on the current situation, I think it can be used in humans. Mr. Heinz, we have read your report. You call this technology a thought stamp? A PDC member looked at him and asked. Yes, the results produced by the experiment are engraved into the human brain, and they are as solid as a rock. Even if he conflicts with some inherent cognition, it will immediately override it. And after I took the thought seal, it took me 3 months of psychological counseling to eliminate this effect, which shows how unbreakable it is. Heinz said. So what do we need it for? To build a death squad. One of them said half-jokingly. Perhaps Mr. Taylor need not worry about that anymore. Another person also added a sentence. It is against the basic morality of human beings to tamper with human thoughts without authorization. Chairman Say spoke to stop their discussion. Then, she looked at Heinz and said. Mr. Heinz, your technique is dangerous. Chairman Say, I don't think so. Everything has certain risks. For example, a knife, you can use it to cut vegetables, or you can use it to kill people. Heinz continued. My purpose is not to control people, but to stabilize society. What do you mean? The current human society is still in a relatively stable stage, but escapism has begun to sprout, which we cannot stop. Just imagine, if the future Space Force is full of such thoughts, we will lose the war before it even begins. And I want to use this technology to implant the belief that human beings will win in people's brains, so as to stabilize the future space army and deal with the doomsday battle. Heinz said slowly. Chapter 39. After hearing what Heinz said, everyone in the PDC also began to discuss. Soon, they discussed it. Mr. Heinz. Chairman Say looked at him and said. Your proposal is very helpful to us, and we agree with your plan. However, there are 2 points to be explained in advance. First, the ideological seal must be voluntarily participated by people and cannot be forced. Please transfer the relevant equipment and instruments to the PDC for safekeeping. Heinz nodded. Also, during the process of carrying out the ideological seal, we will send people to monitor in real time. Can. Heinz also agreed. Chairman Say nodded. Because of the current social situation, the ideological seal will be sealed and will not be activated until the time when fugitivism is rampant, and this target group is only for the Space Force. Heinz naturally has no objection to these. After leaving the PDC meeting place, Heinz looked at Keiko and said. Keiko, our work is not over yet. Yes. Keiko nodded. Do you have any plans for the future? Keiko asked. Hearing this, Heinz looked up at the sky, and he sighed. We've tried so hard, but we still can't see the results. Maybe I should start elsewhere. Follow your heart. Keiko stepped forward and hugged him slowly. Hello, you are Miss Elena. Heinz looked at Elena and said. Yes, Mr. Heinz is very pleased to meet you. Would you like to come here? I want to meet Scholar Lin Nian, and I want to ask him something. Heinz laughed. Okay, wait. Elena nodded, and then contacted Lin Nian. Soon, she received a reply. Mr. Heinz, please follow me. With that said, she led Heinz to a door. Your voice print information has been recorded, you can enter now. Elena turned sideways, and Heinz nodded. After entering, he subconsciously looked at the laboratory in front of him. At first glance, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary laboratory. The whole body was silvery white, but he soon noticed a few strange-looking trees in the white hall. They can't be called trees either. Although they look like trees, their branches reveal a metallic luster. Looking carefully, they look like a group of works of art. But for some reason, when he looked at those beautiful works of art, he felt a little uncomfortable. How could he put these things here? Heinz was a little puzzled. According to his understanding, Lin Nian should have no interest in this aspect. Mr. Heinz. At this moment, Lin Nian in a white coat came over. Hello, Scholar Lin Nian. Heinz stepped forward to say hello, and the moment he met Lin Nian's eyes, his eyes showed the same look as Taylor's at that time. But soon, he returned to normal. You look busy. It's okay, but the experiment is a little unsatisfactory. As he spoke, Lin Nian looked at those artworks. Those are experiments. Heinz noticed his gaze and said. Lin Nian lit a cigarette and smiled, it's beautiful, isn't it? Hearing this, Heinz nodded. Although he doesn't understand art, from the perspective of feeling alone, these are indeed works of art. However, it's a pity that these are all failures. Lin Nian sighed with emotion. The experiment of active metals was not as simple as he imagined, of course it was mainly due to the imperfection of the facilities. A lot of facilities were mentioned by Carl, but he didn't have any of them, which made him unable to follow the steps of the gourd, so he could only find ways to improve. Failure? He didn't know what Lin Nian meant. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something, he thought of what experiment Lin Nian was doing here. In fact, he also pays attention to the actions of other wall facers, but he just understands, he won't go too deep. And some time ago, he learned that Lin Nian was doing human experiments in this laboratory, but he didn't see anyone when he came here. And Lin Nian said that the works of art in front of him were his failures, so it goes without saying what these so-called works of art are. They all turned into these trees. Heinz looked at Lin Nian in surprise. It can't be said that they turned into trees. It should be said that trees grew out of their bodies. Lin Nian did not deny his speculation. After hearing Lin Nian admit this fact, Heinz was a little horrified at his hand, and yet, what did he do to torture a living person like this? But soon, he restrained his emotions, and he couldn't use his moral standards to demand others. Why do you say these are failures? He looked at Lin Nian and asked. Simple, because they don't feel anything. You mean they are still alive? Heinz keenly caught the hidden meaning in his words. Well, still alive. Lin Nian nodded, then, he walked towards one of the trees and reached out to break off a branch. Heinz could see the sheen of the metal through the cut. Look, like this, none of them fluctuated, so the experiment failed. As Lin Nian said, he turned on the holographic display, which recorded the data of these experimental subjects. It was only then that Heinz discovered that what Lin Nian said was true. As a brain scientist, he could tell at a glance that those fluctuations were neural brain waves. In other words, those experimental subjects are now trapped in these trees, they can't feel, they can't speak, they can't even commit suicide. Maybe they can only be freed when their carriers die, no, maybe it's even worse. These trees are not plant life forms, that is to say, they are likely to be trapped in this carrier for a lifetime and suffer continuously. In an instant, a chill rose from his heart. On the other hand, Lin Nian looked indifferent and even dissatisfied. However, he didn't say much. He also knew the origin of these experimental subjects. In a sense, no one could accuse Lin Nian of anything. But the basic morality of human beings still made him somewhat unacceptable. Soon, he suppressed these emotions, and his expression returned to normal again. Scholar Lin Nian, it seems that you are very interested in this field. He looked at Lin Nian and said. The collision between living things and metals, this is a field I have never been in contact with. It's really interesting. Okay, let's not talk about it. What's the matter with you coming to me? Lin Nian also naturally noticed Hein's abnormality. Although Hein's mood changes were short-lived, he was still caught by him. When it came to the topic, Heinz also became serious. Excuse me, can the genetic modification project be popularized? Lin Nian shook his head, impossible, the resources required for genetic modification technology are too huge, and it is simply not something ordinary people can afford. By the way, how did you think of this? Lin Nian asked casually. You know, I'm studying the human brain, but this aspect is too complicated. Even with the help of quantum computers, it will be difficult for me to achieve a breakthrough in human intelligence. He gave a wry smile. That's why I thought of this. Although the genetic modification program can't improve human intelligence, I know from various data surveys that it does make human beings stronger. This is evolution. Evolution, evolution, do you understand? Saying that, Heinz was a little excited. Although it is impossible to strengthen the brain now, if they continue to reproduce, those excellent genes will be preserved and passed on from generation to generation. In the end, we humans may be able to achieve real evolution. He looked at Lin Nian, his eyes were full of excitement and enthusiasm. What you said is indeed possible from the perspective of genetics and evolution, but it will take a long time, and it may not necessarily change in hundreds or even thousands of years. Lin Nian said lightly. Heinz also calmed down after hearing this. I know, but this is also a direction, isn't it? Moreover, I will continue to study, maybe I can advance the process. Heinz said. It is your thing. Lin Nian said lightly that he didn't care what Heinz wanted to do. After a moment of silence, Heinz asked another question. Is it true that genetic engineering can no longer reduce resources? Can you not eat? Lin Nian asked him a question. You need to eat, and so do your genes. The result of reducing resources may be the body's self-depletion. Hearing this answer, Heinz sighed helplessly. Excuse me. After saying that, he left, and Lin Nian ignored him. After walking out of the laboratory, he stood at the door and seemed to think of something. He looked at Elena. Miss Elena, have you ever been in here? Elena froze for a moment, then shook her head. What's the matter? Mr. Heinz? Nothing. Sure enough, just as he thought, Lin Nian didn't let Elena see that scene. As for Taylor, he was sure that Taylor knew about it. As the former Secretary of Defense of the United States, this kind of scene was really nothing to him. However, he didn't intend to participate in this matter either, he had more important things to attend to. Since Lin Nian couldn't find a breakthrough, he could only seek help from the PDC. But when he made his proposal, it was rejected without any surprise. The reason is the same as what Lin Nian said, the consumption of resources is too great. Human beings' current resources should be used in more important places, rather than being wasted on ordinary people. However, they still gave a little concession. They gave Heinz 10 places to conduct his so-called human evolution experiment. Chapter 40. Although the PDC only gave him 10 spots, he also demanded it. First of all, he had to choose these 10 people, and the PDC naturally had no objection, but they still reminded Heinz. Do not do any harm to them, Heinz also agreed. In this way, Heinz started the selection work. He set his target on the orphanage. After several months of tedious work, he selected 100 candidates. After that, they will be trained and taught one by one. Of course, these are all carried out under the supervision of the PDC. In the moon base, Ray Diaz looked at the rather large-scale base in front of him, and couldn't help feeling that human beings can always explode with unparalleled potential and desperation. The STARS project he proposed before was originally expected to take 10 years or more to complete, but now it has only been less than 5 years. Humans have established a planetary mining fleet, which also means that the drive system of the spacecraft has also been initially improved, and humans have truly set foot in space. However, compared to the spaceship, the progress of the space elevator is a little slower, but it will be completed in a few years. With the operation of the STARS project, various resources were sent to the moon base, and Ray Diaz's star-level nuclear bomb was also being manufactured intensively. At this moment, he was standing in the base of the moon, looking at the distant and deep starry sky. Mr. Ray Diaz, the PDC on Earth invites you to a meeting about Project STARS. Ray Diaz didn't respond when he heard this. After a long time, he let go of his eyes and walked towards the base. Chairman Say, what's the matter? You know, I'm very busy. Ray Diaz opened the hologram and spoke. Chairman Say ignored his attitude, but said something in a deep voice. Project Stellaris is hindered. Hinder? Can there be any obstacles? Hasn't the key technology been solved? As long as the space elevator is built, everything will be able to operate normally. Ray Diaz looked at Chairman Say with dissatisfaction. Chairman Say's face remained unchanged. It's not technology that hinders it, it's people. As he said that, Chairman Say called up a screen, and immediately Ray Diaz saw such a scene. Cancel the STARS project. This is betrayal, this is escape. Fake, these are all fake, they must abandon us, we can't let them escape. On the screen, a group of people roared in the square, and without exception, they were all against the STARS project. They believe that the STARS project is a scam, the purpose is to send a limited number of humans into space and then escape. Chairman Say looked at him and said slowly. Stupid. Stupid. Ray Diaz yelled. He considered any possible influencing factors, but ignored the most crucial point, the human heart. How sad that he is trying to save the planet, and those people think he is preparing to flee. And the reason why they blocked this plan is also very simple, because they are not qualified to go up. Since I can't go up, no one should even think about going up, even if there is a slight possibility of escape, they will never let it fall into the hands of others. In their view, leaving the Earth is tantamount to fleeing. Currently, the PDC has to suspend the STARS project to prevent more radical changes in society. It's the ghost of the people from Ito. Ray Diaz sat on a chair, staring at Chairman Say. This aspect is still under investigation. Chairman Say said. It's really ridiculous. I didn't expect that as a wall facer, I would first fight not the Trisolarans, but the humans on Earth. Chairman Say, there is no bigger joke than this. Ray Diaz looked at her mockingly. Excuse me, we had to. Chairman Say said slowly, there was still no emotion on her face. In this regard, she is undoubtedly excellent as the chairman of the PDC. Ray Diaz remained silent. If this continues, let alone the STARS project, even the space elevator will be affected. Those with sensitive nerves will never let go of any seemingly escape plan. Ray Diaz was silent, he sat there quietly thinking, just like many years ago, he was thinking about how to deal with foreign invaders in his hometown. However, at that time he was in his hometown, surrounded by people who loved him. But now, he is on the back of the moon, tens of thousands of miles away from his own country and people, and maybe among those who oppose him are the people who once loved him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little sad, a feeling he had never felt even in this dark, lonely space. Because at that time, he knew that behind him was his hometown. But now, what he has to face is his hometown. Ray Diaz couldn't help but look out the window, looking at the dark and terrifying universe. At this moment, he felt that the human heart was far darker than the universe. Suddenly, his eyes became sharper, he looked at Chairman Say and said slowly. Chairman Say, you should know better than me how important the STARS project is to mankind. Chairman Say nodded slowly. It's the Council's decision and there's nothing I can do to change it. There was a trace of helplessness in Chairman Say's words. Hearing this, Ray Diaz laughed. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous that the people who go to space and bear the destiny of mankind should be labeled as escapism. Looks like that kid Taylor might be right. Ray Diaz murmured, then he looked at Chairman Say with firm eyes and said. Chairman Say, I need you to issue a statement. Please say. Let's just say, Ray Diaz, need a group of people with firm beliefs to participate in the STARS project. Don't they want to escape? Then I will give them death. Ray Diaz laughed. Chairman Say thought for a moment after hearing his words. I get it, I'll make a statement right away. Ray Diaz nodded. Chairman Say acted very quickly, and she quickly released this statement from Ray Diaz. From the beginning to the end, she did not explain that the STARS project is not an escape. Because, she understands that it is useless to say more, and in the eyes of those sensitive people, any hierarchy that does not involve him does not need to exist. But when Ray Diaz's statement was released, the movement of the crowd changed somewhat, and at the same time some rumors were slowly spread out. Is this true? I heard that going to space is waiting to die. Like the Space Force, they will face attacks from the Trisolarans at any time. I think it's fake. This must be the smoke screen they released. The purpose is to guide us. The people above will definitely go to space first. But after going to space, the current human technology can only wait to die in space. The crowd fell silent. Yes, with the current technological level of human beings, so what if they leave the Earth? There is still only a dead end waiting for them. Slowly, they stopped talking about it, they stopped stopping about Project Stellaris. People are mostly ignorant and just need a little guidance to change their minds. It was precisely because of this that Ray Diaz asked Chairman Say to issue the statement and at the same time sent someone to guide him secretly. When so-called fugitivism turns into sacrificialism, then people shut up. As for whether this will lead to Taylor's almost unrecruited situation, he is not worried about this. Unlike Taylor's death plan, the STARS project is facing a possible attack. In this way, the delayed STARS project began to operate normally again. The 63rd neural response test begins. In the laboratory, a space soldier is standing in the room, he is wearing a special costume, and a metal wire protrudes from the back of his head. A section of the line is connected to a metal robot. Then, the voice of the experimenter sounded, the space soldier took a deep breath and lay down on the seat, he closed his eyes. And the moment he closed his eyes, the metal robot slowly raised its head. Then, the metal robot began to perform a series of actions as required, including holding a water glass, cutting paper, and so on. Taylor was watching this scene quietly outside. Mr. Taylor, the results of the experiment have come out. At present, the nerve response can basically achieve unimpeded conduction. The researcher looked at him excitedly. What this technology means that if you are injured and your arm is amputated, then you can replace it with such an arm made of special metal. It will be connected with your nerves, except for the appearance, you can hardly feel the difference between it and the original arm. This is simply the gospel for the disabled. Not only that, it can be applied to other aspects. In short, its help to human beings is huge. Taylor ignored his words. Of course he knew the effect of this metal on human society. But it is a pity that this metal cannot be applied to the public, not because it is expensive, but because its output is too scarce. At present, only he and Lin Nian know this method, but it is destined not to be popularized, because its manufacturing method is too bloody. For this reason, Taylor applied all the metals to the Space Force under pressure. But how could those people in PDC let him go so easily after seeing his achievements? What troubled Taylor a little was that they still held a lot of things in their hands. If those things were released, his identity as a wall facer would be in danger. Thinking of this, he sneered. In the end, he was so busy working, but in the eyes of those people, he was not as important as a piece of metal. This is really ironic. Chapter 41. Taylor was thinking, but a person walked by and whispered a few words in his ear. I see. Taylor replied lightly, and then he glanced at the space army in the laboratory. Continue to experiment, I want the most perfect result, I don't want anything to go wrong at the critical moment. Taylor gave the scientific researcher a word and left. Soon, he came to Lin Sheng's laboratory. Mr. Taylor 1. Seeing Taylor's arrival, Elena was also a little excited, after all, she was her boss. Taylor nodded. Is Lin Nian still inside? Yes. Notify me. Soon, Elena Key told Lin Nian the news of Taylor's visit. All right, Mr. Taylor. Elena looked at him and said. Taylor walked over without saying a word. Elena subconsciously wanted to keep up, but Taylor stopped. Stay here. With that said, he walked in without looking back. Seeing this scene, Elena stood there blankly, feeling very upset for a while. She had been arranged here for so long, and she only knew that Lin Nian was doing human experiments in it, but she didn't know what happened inside. Walking into the laboratory, you will still see the white hall, but the difference is that there is an unusually regular cube of metal here. But the metal trees that looked like works of art were still there. Send the test subject again. Lin Nian muttered when he saw him coming. I got the news that the PDC wants to stop this experiment, and they want to use this as a threat to make me hand over the production method of the active metal. Say something to Taylor. So what? Lin Nian looked at him and said, he doesn't care about these things, the experiment itself is not important, what matters is Carl's experimental ideas. And those experimental concepts, he has almost figured out. I have to say that Carl is really a crazy 553. Through these years of research, he also gained a new understanding of the god Carl. You should be well aware of the chaos that will be caused once this technology is announced. Why? Taylor looked at him solemnly and said. I'm just a scientific researcher, these are not things I want to consider. He looked at Tyler and smiled. Of course he knew what impact this would cause. Since ancient times, people have been extremely concerned about life, death, and disease. In order to cure diseases, people have even come up with various methods that can be called inhumane. Humans can be said to be the most abusive race of the same kind. They can kill a living person for a heart, so isn't it normal to kill another in exchange for a healthy arm? Taylor also took this into consideration. Although they limit themselves under the guise of humanitarianism, as long as they perceive benefits, they don't care about the so-called cruelty at all, and they will even do it harder than Taylor. Taylor also needs Ito as an excuse, but they don't because no one will pay attention to them. The results of the experiment cannot be exposed to them. Taylor said and looked at Lin Nian. Is there any way to cover it up? There are, it depends on what you want. Taylor has arranged so many experimental materials for himself, it is a bit unreasonable not to agree to this request. He is still clear about grievances. Hearing Lin Nian's words, Taylor was taken aback, he thought Lin Nian had nothing to do. But he obviously underestimated Lin Nian, so many subjects, he did it for nothing? He has already researched it thoroughly. First of all, active metals can be grown in other organisms, but the quality of the finished product will be poor. Although, I haven't tried it, but the effect of the neural link must not be very good. The second is clones. The technology of clones is not yet developed, but maybe one day it will be done, and clones are still human bodies. But still can't hit the perfect fit. Lin Nian said slowly. Meaning, the human body is all you need to make the perfect active metal? Taylor asked. Yes, you can only rely on the human body, and it must be a normal human body. Lin Nian emphasized one sentence. Then if they use this method to experiment on living people, will it be okay? Taylor asked. Lin Nian didn't answer his question, but asked a question instead. Do you know the difference between success and failure? Then, he said something slightly mocking. If they really have this ability, then they have already researched quantum computers. No matter how they experiment, in my opinion, a work that is not perfect is a failure. After hearing this, Taylor was silent for a moment and looked at Lin Nian. I need a sample. Now that Lin Nian has said so, there is no reason for him to hesitate. 7 days later, when Taylor came to Lin Nian again, there were 2 cubes on the table in front of him. The grey ones on the left are reactive metals made from monkeys, and the silver ones on the right are made from clones. Lin Nian said lightly. Taylor was also a little surprised by Lin Nian's speed. He looked at the metal on the right, obviously before Lin Nian said that the clone technology was immature. But in these short 7 days, he not only completed the clone, but also produced the active metal. This ability is simply terrifying. How strong are the neural connections? Tyler shook off those useless thoughts and asked for data on the 2 metals. 30 and 50%. Is it already the limit? Taylor was also a little shocked when he heard this. You must know that what Lin Nian gave him was a perfect active metal, a nerve link that can perfectly match the line of sight. As for whether these results will satisfy the PDC people, there is no need to worry, a 30% fit is enough to meet simple daily needs. 50%, it is possible to do some relatively fine operations. As for 100%, it is equivalent to your original. Material limitations, that's all there is to it. Lin Nian spread his hands, and then he handed Taylor a USB flash drive. Here is all the data of this experiment, including the in vivo experiment. How you want to do it is up to you. Taylor looked at the USB flash drive in his hand, lost in thought. Afterwards, Taylor took the USB flash drive and went to the PDC hearing. As soon as he arrived at the venue, a representative of a country spoke. Mr. Taylor, in view of your experiment, this is how active metals are made. Before he could finish speaking, Taylor put the processed U-disc on the table, and then he folded his hands and looked at the other party with a smile on his face. Sorry to interrupt you, please continue. The other party was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. He glanced around, and after seeing their expressions, he immediately pulled out a smiling face. We think your plan, Mr. Taylor, is very good. No matter what face, as long as the goal is achieved, even if you slap him in front of him, he can talk to you with a smile. In this regard, everyone here is a veteran. However, they didn't expect Taylor to hand it over so readily. You must know that they have prepared a lot of things against him. For example, those experimental subjects. In fact, how can there be so many Edo people experimenting with Lin Nian? Almost all of them are executed prisoners from all over the world. Taylor just put a hat on them. But this hat cannot be taken off, just like what Vader did back then. Taylor saw their reaction, although there was no expression on his face, but he kept sneering in his heart. Here are 1,000 suits of mech operating armor, and all the active metals have been spent on them. Lin Nian looked at him and said. As for who to choose, it depends on your own choice. Taylor nodded. These armors do not mean that they can be used directly with neural links simply by wearing the device, it needs neural adaptation. This is its unique and precious place. Once the active metal is adapted, it can only be used by the adapted person, and other people will not be able to use it. For the result of this experiment, they sacrificed several space troops. As for the quantity, he is quite satisfied. After all, there are only a few who directly control the ball lightning, and these are completely enough. With this, those space forces can operate the armor through the link of active metal wires in a relatively safe position to stimulate ball lightning. On Hein's side, after several years of selection, he finally selected the 10 most outstanding children from 100 candidates. These 10 children will be genetically modified, and then they will be sent back to society, and then they will observe their situation to see what kind of state their offspring will show. This was destined to be a long and boring experiment, but it was necessary for Heinz, and he didn't think about interfering with them to reproduce. First of all, human intervention may lead to unpredictable deviations in the results. This kind of thing has happened before. Forcibly violating the laws of nature will only bring bad results. The second thing, that is the PDC, they have been monitoring Heinz, they can't watch him do any behavior with obsessive thoughts. Keiko, I'm going to hibernate. Heinz looked at his wife and said. Research on the brain has not progressed for a long time, and the Darwin project will take a long time. I need to go to the future to wait for the answer. Would you like to come with me? As he spoke, he looked at Keiko affectionately. Keiko smiled and shook his head. I still need to stay for a while, I still have some ideas about brain research that need to be verified and experimented, and the Darwin project also needs someone to help you watch it. Keiko. Heinz was a little moved when he heard this. Relax, dear. Keiko stroked his face tenderly. It won't take long, I'll come to accompany you right away. Heinz nodded, and then slowly took Keiko into his arms. Afterwards, Heinz came to Lin Nian again and went into hibernation. I'm going to hibernate. Elena's expression changed. Actually, I should have hibernated a long time ago, but it was delayed because of this experiment. Now that the results of the experiment have come out, and the space elevator and spaceship are on track, it's time for me to hibernate too. Lin Nian looked at her and said. Elena opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Let's go see Mr. Luo, I don't know when we will meet next time. Lin Nian said that Elena did not refute, in fact, she hardly felt anything about these years, as if they had passed by suddenly. Still the same, it seems that they should still be here. Lin Nian looked at the eyes. The former manner said. Great history, great history. What are you shouting for? It's called a soul. Dashi came out cursing and seeing Lin Nian, he dropped the cigarette in his hand and twisted the end of the cigarette vigorously with the sole of his foot. I said, you went to cultivate immortality, and you have been away for several years without even sending a message. We don't know if you are hibernating or what you are doing. Dashi looked at him and said. Busy on an experiment? Lin Nian smiled, where is teacher Luo? He. Dashi glanced inside. He's a winner now. The two of them are finally getting better. Lin Nian said. Stay together all day, even a stone can spark sparks, no, now I have a baby. Then, he narrowed his eyes, glanced at Elena from the corner of his eyes, and said with raised eyebrows. What about you, when will I have a wedding with you? He was fine, but Elena couldn't help but blush. He also wanted to understand something now. The higher UPS saw how Lin Nian was doing, he didn't care, he just hoped for his well-being. Lin Nian rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Elena without saying a word. Ahem, by the way, what are you doing here? Dashi is a person who is very good at reading the atmosphere and speaking. When he saw that the atmosphere was not right, he immediately changed the subject and asked Lin Nian as he walked inside. I'm going to hibernate. So fast. Hearing this, Dashi was also taken aback. I'm here this time to say hello to you. Just as they were talking, they walked to the door, and before they entered, he heard laughter and laughter from inside. That's right, I don't see you this time, and I don't know when I want to see you next time. Dashi sighed with emotion, and then knocked on the door. Brother Luo, Brother Lin Nian is here to see you. As soon as the voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps from inside. Lin Nian. Seeing Lin Nian, Luoji immediately stepped forward and gave him a hug. You kid, where are you busy? If Zhuang Yan said not to disturb you, I would turn you out and give you a punch. Luoji looked at him and smiled. That is, Lin Nian's experiment is very important, it would be bad if it is delayed. Zhuang Yan walked over with the child in her arms. Scholar Lin Nian, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you, and I can't help but be busy with a very important experiment. Lin Nian looked at them with a smile. At this time, Luoji no longer had the wild and unrestrained look he had before, and now he felt more calm, perhaps because he became a father. Thinking, he looked at the child in Zhuang Yan's hand. My baby, hug. Lin Nian shook his head, then looked at Elena. Elena also understood, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask 3.1. Can I give you a hug? Sure. With that said, Zhuang Yan handed the child over carefully. Mr. Luo, you talk about Miss Elena and I went over there. Zhuang Yan also knew that they would discuss business matters later, so she took Elena and walked away. Come on, come in and talk. Luoji beckoned them in. Any drinks? I want white. Dashi said something. Then it's white. Lin Nian replied casually. Okay, wait a minute. Luoji smiled. It could be seen that he was in a good mood now. Also, there were only two of him who could be called friends, and now that they were all here, he was naturally happy. While Luoji was preparing the wine, Lin Nian half-leaned on the sofa, looking at the hall in front of him. Soon, Luoji walked over with a bottle of wine. This is a century-old fine wine that I asked PDC to find. I originally planned to treat you to drink it at my wedding banquet, but you didn't come, so I can only keep it until now. Luoji said. Good guy, I've been greedy for a long time, full. Dashi said quickly. I said that your place now has a little bit of a home look. Lin Nian looked at him and said. Hey, isn't this a home? Luoji smiled. Come, drink it back. As he spoke, Luoji raised his wine glass. I remember Mr. Luo, you said before that you didn't plan to have children. Lin Nian remembered something, looked at him and said. Then what? People change. Luoji was a little embarrassed when he thought of what he had said before. Oh, by the way, how are you and Elena? Don't hide it from me, I know it all, you have been together for the past few years. Luoji said solemnly that he promised Zhuang Yan not to bother Lin Nian, but he didn't say he couldn't investigate. Chapter 42. Hearing Luoji's words, Lin Nian glanced outside. There will be a chance. This was Lin Nian's first response, and now Luoji and Dashi were also stunned. He stared blankly at each other, they thought Lin Nian would be as vague as before. That's a good deal. Don't go back on your word. You must call us when you drink the wedding wine. Luoji said hastily. Let's talk about it when we live. Lin Nian smiled, and the three of them had another drink. By the way, how long do you plan to hibernate this time? Dashi asked a question. What, are you going to hibernate again? Luoji said in surprise, but quickly realized it. That's right. I heard that those projects are almost finished. It's true that you won't be needed now. Luoji sighed. There's nothing to sigh about. It's not like we'll never see each other again, but this time it may take a long time. Lin Nian said. According to their current situation, they won't be able to use me for 100 years. Hearing this, Luoji and Dashi fell silent. Hey, let's not talk about this, let's continue drinking. Luoji yelled. Just after drinking, Yin Shi suddenly coughed violently. Big history. Seeing this, Luoji and Lin Nian quickly looked at him. It's okay, it's an old problem. Dashi waved his hand indifferently. Dashi, you don't look like you're okay, just say what you have, we are not outsiders, we can help you and appoint you. Luoji looked at him and said. It's really nothing, it's just that 08 is an old problem left over from the previous missions, come on, continue to drink. Dashi smiled, raised his wine glass and continued to greet them. Although Luoji was a little puzzled, he didn't think too much about it, but Lin Nian remembered something. I'm talking about Dashi. Speaking of this matter, I remember you have been in contact with it before. A strangeness flashed in Dashi's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. He wanted to keep laughing, but the moment he saw Lin Nian's eyes, he knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Lin Nian's eyes seemed to see through his heart. I really can't hide it from you, you know about such trivial things. Very little of what I want to know can be hidden from me. Lin Nian smiled, "Tell me, what's wrong?" "Leukemia." Dashi slowly spit out these two words in silence. When Luoji heard it, he stood up instantly. "What, leukemia? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Luoji looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that the strong man in front of him, who looked like he could kill a cow, was suffering from such terminal illness. "What's the use of telling you?" Dashi smiled wryly. "Who said it's useless?" Just then Lin Nian spoke. "You have a way." Luoji looked at him seriously. "Well, it's not too troublesome. It's just that you will go there with me later, and I will deal with your matter before hibernation." Lin Nian said lightly. Leukemia is really not a big trouble for him, but he has never been exposed to it, so he needs to understand it a little bit. This. Dashi didn't know what to say for a while. "Take it as my repayment of your last favor." Lin Nian naturally knew what Dashi was thinking, and also knew that he had a good face. Hearing Lin Nian's words, Dashi smiled comfortably. "Count me Shi Qiang is lucky." He laughed and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He was naturally happy to live longer. After that, the three of them didn't talk about anything, they just chatted like that, but the time always passed by inadvertently. "Lin Nian is going back too." "Gone." Lin Nian greeted Luoji with Elena and Dashi. Soon, their figures disappeared from sight. "Ms. Luo, Scholar Lin Nian just left. Is there any chance for us to meet again?" She also learned from Elena that Lin Nian was going to hibernate. "There will be a chance." Luoji stopped her shoulder. After returning to the laboratory, Lin Nian was not idle, and immediately started researching Dashi. 3 days later, Dashi quietly lay down in the nutrition cabin. It will be fine if Dashi wakes up now. Putting down the work in hand, he can finally do business. Yes, this hibernation is just a cover, he is actually going to carry out the third genetic enhancement. Originally, the time has not been so fast, but Ray Diaz's STARS project has helped him a lot, allowing him to raise these resources in just a few years. No wonder he worked so hard. Although he has made sufficient preparations, he is inevitably still a little nervous. There is no way, this is the most critical step in his plan. Only after completing this strengthening can he truly use the big clock and get rid of his identity as a bug. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and came to his private laboratory. "Big clock. Start shielding Sifan." Lin Nian muttered in his heart, and as his words fell, an invisible wave enveloped his surroundings. From now on, everything in this laboratory has been checked by Sifan, and the images it detected are only Lin Nian's normal hibernation. Lin Nian also paid attention to the energy of the big clock. It doesn't consume too much now, but he needs at least 5 months to strengthen it this time. That's why he didn't use the big clock before, he didn't want to waste any energy. The purpose is at this time, if the power of the big clock is not enough halfway, Sifan detects it, then the matter will be serious. He has no means of replenishing the power of the big clock. These are stored step by the big clock itself by absorbing light energy. Although this energy is not as efficient as dark energy, Lin Nian is already very satisfied, at least it can be recharged. You might say that his worries are unnecessary, Sifan may not be able to guess what he is doing, after all, the three-body civilization has no knowledge of this aspect. But what if they knew? Putting hope on others is the most stupid behavior in his opinion. Weakness and ignorance are obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Knowing the horror of the dark forest, even in the face of this low-civilized three-body problem, he mustered up his energy and tried his best to fight against them. "Jarvis, start preparations for the third enhanced transformation." "Yes." With the sound of Jarvis's voice, a hole was slowly cracked in the floor of the laboratory, and a nutrition warehouse was slowly raised. He took a deep breath, took off the clothes on his body and slowly lay down in the nutrition. With the closure of the nutrition warehouse, Lin Nian also slowly fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the external situation is still the same as before. Ray Diaz's nuclear bomb is still being manufactured, and Taylor is also selecting a suitable person for the active metal. What can happen in 5 months? Humans tell you that anything can happen in 5 months. The space elevator has been preliminarily completed and is now in the testing stage. It won't take long for most people to go into space. At that time, with sufficient manpower, the anticipated facilities in space will be established soon. Now that there is a moon base, most of the engineering materials have been prepared, and a space city can be built in a short period of time. And as time progressed, Ray Diaz kept urging, and the current STARS project was only 1% of what he expected. They also have more potential to be tapped, and on Taylor's side, he has finally formed a space force equipped with active armor. This will be the main force in future wars. It is worth mentioning that during this period, the people of PDC carried out experiments on active metals according to the experimental method given by Taylor. But the active metal nerve conduction obtained was only over 20%, which made them a little dissatisfied. Although such active metals can also be used, but with the perfect active metal made by Lin Nian, they naturally want better ones. However, they found that no matter how optimized the body of an animal is, the nerve conduction of active metals cannot be improved, and it can't even reach the 30% estimated by Lin Nian. They found Taylor and asked him if he had done something wrong. But Taylor's answer is very simple: the experiment was done by Lin Nian, you bastards couldn't do it, and you found me on my head? Those people were also stunned when they heard Taylor's words. Although Taylor's words were ugly, they didn't find any problems. After all, according to the method he gave, active metals were indeed produced, but the quality was a bit low. Moreover, the scientists under them are no match for Lin Nian, no one would deny this. In terms of quality, they have nothing to do, they can only say that their people should work harder. There are also a few wall breakers who have the same headache as them. They are also in great pain now, especially Ray Diaz's wall breaker, in order to find out Ray Diaz's true intentions. He locked himself in the room all day long, watching the real-time monitoring screen of Ray Diaz played by Tomoko. He never let go of every frame, every movement, and every look. He even kept imitating Ray Diaz, learning his tone of voice, his movements, and demeanor. Just to get to know him better. Chapter 43. Ray Diaz, what the hell are you thinking? In the dim room, he leaned against the wall and muttered to himself. The image in front of him disappeared immediately, and the room fell into darkness again. After being given the mission of breaking the wall by the Lord, he has always regarded this as his goal in life. In fact, he did exactly that, and he can say that there is no one in the world who knows Ray Diaz better than him. Before, when he observed Ray Diaz, he had faintly found a clue from Ray Diaz's behavior, just when he thought he was about to be the first to break the wall. Ray Diaz hibernated, but this hibernation completely interrupted all his previous thoughts. After hibernating, Ray Diaz seemed to be a different person. After he came out, he immediately started a new project, Project STARS. The appearance of the STARS project disturbed his vision. Faced with this situation, he had to sigh with emotion. He deserves to be a wall facer. Even with Safan's surveillance, he still confuses people's sight. But, this is his mission. For this mission, he would rather pay his own ecology. He stretched out his skinny arm, but the dark room seemed like an abyss. Even if he stretched out his hand, he couldn't see the palm in front of him. Like that truth. He leaned against the wall and faced the darkness. At this moment, he was immersed in the darkness, and slowly he brought himself into Ray Diaz. He is on the back of the moon, facing the dark and deep universe, and behind him is his hometown the Earth, and behind him is the sun that makes him unable to look directly at him with fear. At this moment, he seemed to feel Ray Diaz's mood, anxiety, uneasiness, and fear. Suddenly, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, not eating for a long time, so that his body was already close to the limit. But he didn't care about this, his mind is full of Ray Diaz's figure now. He just lay on the ground like this, and the surrounding darkness enveloped him, as if to swallow him up. He felt as if he had fallen into the endless abyss of the universe, cold and frightening. This falling process seems to have no end. At this moment, his eyes that were almost desperate suddenly lit up. In the bloodshot eye sockets, there is unprecedented excitement and excitement. He has found the answer. He tried his best to sit up with his hands on his hands, then he looked up, his eyes seemed to pass through many obstacles and landed on Ray Diaz on the moon. Afterwards, he strutted his body and walked out of the room. He was going to recuperate his body. If he went to see Ray Diaz in this state, he might die before he finished speaking. He was looking forward to it, looking forward to seeing the desperate and shocked look on Ray Diaz's face when the wall was broken. That's the ultimate delicacy for him. Even though he might be beaten to death by the furious Ray Diaz at that moment, he was willing. At this moment, Ray Diaz, who was dealing with the STARS project, also seemed to feel something. He stood up and looked out the window, but there was no earth in front of his eyes, and they couldn't see the earth from their current position. He stood quietly in front of the window, lighting a cigar, wisps of smoke drifted in front of his eyes, and his eyes were very complicated. The environmental gravity in the lunar base laboratory has been transformed into the Earth's gravity. He looked at the pitch-black universe in front of him, then at the nuclear bomb storage base not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. Inside the Three Gorges base. After several months, the underground nutrition warehouse finally ushered in movement. Following the opening of the nutrition cabin door, a burst of white smoke rose slowly, and Lin Nian's body lay quietly inside. The next moment, his body suddenly floated up, and then, his eyes suddenly opened. The clothes that had been prepared by the side were attached to his body in an instant. This is the divine body. Lin Nian felt the current state, his eyes were full of excitement and excitement. After so long of hard work, he has finally come to where he is today. His hands tightened involuntarily, but then he closed his eyes again, took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Now is not the time to be happy, this is just the beginning, and he still has a lot to do. First of all, he first checked the energy of the big clock, which is what he cares most about. After seeing the little energy left in the big clock, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been saving money before and finally did not lose the chain at this critical moment. Jarvis! I am here. Sort out what happened during my absence. Lin Nian shouted. Yes. Soon, Jarvis displayed the processed news on the holographic display. As Lin Nian expected, nothing special happened during this period. The only good news was that Dashi recovered from his illness, and he ran back to watch Luo Ji again. Looking away, Lin Nian slowly landed on the floor. He looked at the power of the big clock, and estimated that it could last for about a month, so that he could deal with that matter together by the way. His current situation is that he has become a third-generation super soldier. From the defense of his body alone, he can be immune to most of the heavy weapons on the earth. Nuclear weapons are not enough for the time being, but just like that, he basically does not need to eat now, and his body will automatically absorb energy supplements from the outside world. Of course, if there are high-energy foods, it is better to eat quickly. The aspect of lifespan has also been greatly enhanced, but even so, he can only be called a third-generation super soldier, not a god. Theoretically, the third-generation super soldier is a god. However, this requires the popularization of a concept. The reason why the third-generation super soldiers are called gods is not that they have god-like abilities. It's because their current bodies can carry the genetic engine and open and carry the dark plane. Only those who have these two are the real gods. But now there is no need to be anxious about the genetic engine, and it is useless to be anxious, as he has not yet gathered the resources. And opening the dark plane is the most important thing for him now. He can charge the big clock now, but without the dark plane and the gene engine, the efficiency of this divine body alone is still too slow. As for how to open the dark plane, don't worry about the method, there are detailed records in the big clock, he just needs to follow the cat and draw the tiger. The only caveat is that it requires a lot of energy. The dark plane was accidentally discovered by the Kamigawa civilization. According to the records of the big clock, in an experimental accident, the scientists of the Kamigawa civilization discovered a space between reality and illusion. In the subsequent research, they found that the space can carry a small universe, and at first they planned to use this technology in portable space devices. However, the resources they found to carry the dark plane are simply too large to be worthwhile. But later, when the development of super soldiers encountered a bottleneck, they remembered this technology again. After the experiment, they were surprised to discover the secret of the dark plane. They created a large energy shield on the dark plane, and then connected the output port to the super soldier. As a result, the super soldier's body surface was always covered with a protective cover. This discovery opened the door to a new world for them. If they concentrate all the knowledge and technology of the entire civilization on one super soldier, can they be called gods? This is the origin of the god-making project of the Shenhe civilization. When they gradually disappeared, the Shenhe civilization could not bear to see this technology lost and passed on to other weak civilizations. After that, under the development of Liang, Angel, Styx, and other civilizations, the god-making technology has been increasingly perfected. Now, it doesn't need to be as complicated as before, and there is no need to stuff everything into it. Now that there is a genetic engine, there is no need to spend so much energy to open up the dark plane. Therefore, everything in the god-making project is built on the basis of the dark plane, which is the cornerstone of high-rise buildings. According to the calculation of the big clock, all the energy on the earth is now added up for him to use, and he can't open it to carry his own dark plane. It requires too much energy. And the only possibility was, thinking of this, he raised his head, only the sun. As a star, its mass accounts for 99% of the entire solar system. The energy contained in it is quite huge, as long as it is used a little, it can be used to open the dark plane. However, there is one thing to consider, this is in Trisolaris, every star is a relative coordinate in the eyes of other hidden civilizations. Once, the star has a suspected man-made change, they will immediately observe it. There is no doubt, they don't need to detect, and they won't hesitate, they will directly launch a dark forest attack. Compared with detection and investigation, direct attack is more labor-saving. And the big clock can't completely cover it up. After all, covering up the fluctuations of a star is no different from directly attacking the star in the eyes of those civilizations. Just like in a dark forest, you choose to cut down a tree and cover it with cloth, both are equally conspicuous. He is troubled by this now, the dark plane must be carried, otherwise he will not be able to protect himself in this world. However, if it is still the same as before, then I really don't know when I will have to wait. Thinking of this, he let out a breath slowly, and then, he walked out of the laboratory, and went outside under the shield of the big clock. He flew high into the sky, looked at the sun in the sky and lost himself in thought. Is there a way to use the energy of the sun without allowing other cosmic civilizations to observe it? He began to use the big clock to perform calculations. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and he found Fang. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore, and started flying towards the sun directly. Without the dark plane and the genetic engine, it was troublesome, so he couldn't open the wormhole and could only fly there slowly. Although it is said to be slow, it only took 3 days to reach the nearest Mercury, and then, after 2 days of flying, he finally arrived near the sun. At this time, the distance from the surface of the sun is only 3 million kilometers, and this distance is only a short while for him, but this is already his limit. The temperature here has reached an astonishing 4,000 degrees, and the gravitational force is also astonishingly strong. Under these conditions, basically no life can survive. But he can use that energy to resist, but he can't go forward. He hasn't equipped the dark plane yet, and he doesn't have a gene engine, so the dark energy he can mobilize is really limited. Lin Nian was suspended in space and looked at the sun that was close at hand. Unlike what he imagined, the sun was not like a molten ball, but more like a huge fireball. An orange-red smoke lingered on its surface, and strings of plasma floated like ribbons. Sometimes they rise, erupting outward like a tongue of flame, which is a prominence, or sink down, forming one after another bright or dark eddies. Lin Nian couldn't hold back the shocking scene he saw with his own eyes. Calm down. Don't underestimate the energy of the sun. Even in the universe of Trisolaris, the sun or stars have a very special status. After calming down a bit, he began to prepare to charge the big clock. Then why did you say you can't move the sun before, and now you have to take risks? Indeed, no matter whether it is direct absorption or masking, these two methods are not advisable. But I came up with a relatively safe method through calculation. That is to control when absorbing solar energy, so that it behaves a little normally. Normal here, not what we call normal. As we all know, the sun is a star that undergoes nuclear fusion reactions all the time. Although it is huge, it will eventually decay. And even if he intends to take advantage of this, he can control it when absorbing energy and let it show the characteristics of decay, which is not difficult for him with a big clock. Although the current sun is still very early in the decay period, who can guarantee that their speculation is correct? Must the progress of the sun be rigid? Of course not, and it is impossible. The state and trajectory of any star in the universe is changing all the time. No civilization can say that its own judgment is the most accurate. So, when they observe the sun decaying, they don't think much of it, because things like this happen all the time throughout the universe. You never know what will happen to a certain star in the universe at the next moment. Maybe it was still running in the last second you observed, and it will suddenly decay or become a star in the next second. White dwarf. It's like in the forest, if you find a tree that grows faster than other trees, you will only be slightly surprised and don't think too much, because such trees are everywhere in the entire forest. In contrast, you should worry about trees that have been felled or marked. Those are the ones you want to, well, focus on. This is the best way he came up with. No way, in this dark cosmic forest, he must always be cautious. Every civilization here is an old yinbai. If you dare to stand up, they will kill you in 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 ways. He still doesn't have the ability to protect himself, so hiding himself is the best choice. Soon, he began to control the big clock to absorb energy. Naturally, these movements cannot be concealed from Safan, who is always monitoring the Earth, and it also discovered the anomaly of the sun in the first time. However, just as Lin Nian thought, after knowing the news, Trisolaris didn't pay much attention to it. Regarding the sun, they haven't figured it out after a lifetime of research. However, they can be sure that the sun of the solar system has entered decay ahead of schedule, which may be hundreds of thousands of years earlier than expected. Seeing this result, they immediately ignored it, but it was only a few 100,000 years earlier. Compared to their own galaxy, the three suns that will convulse at some point, this place is already a paradise, isn't it? With such a long time, it is enough for their civilization to develop. At that time, they can choose whether to carry out interstellar migration or transform the sun. And they just need time. The Earth perfectly meets their expectations, the climate there is suitable, there is no extreme cold or extreme heat. They can develop their own civilization as much as they want, so they will occupy the Earth no matter what. At the same time, astronomers on Earth also discovered the anomaly of the sun. After analysis and calculation, they also came to the same judgment as the three bodies, and the sun entered decay early. But no one cares about this anymore. For them, decay means decay, and it doesn't explode immediately. When it really is about to be destroyed, it will be hundreds of millions of years later. In contrast, the impending three-body crisis in a few hundred years is what they are most worried about. And Lin Nian is like this, while covering the siphons from absorbing the energy of the sun, while controlling the frequency of these absorptions. Chapter 44. As time passed, the decay of the sun gradually stopped, but neither Tri-Solaran nor Earth scientists paid much attention to it. This seems normal to them. The decay of the sun has a process, and it may start again someday. At this time, Lin Nian, who was 3 million kilometers away from the sun, also slowly opened his eyes. The dark plane has been opened. The loading of the dark plane is completed. Just kidding, of course there is no such voice, he doesn't have a genetic engine, and the big clock can't speak. Where did the notification come from? However, the installation of the dark plane was indeed completed, and it took nearly half a month. But this is only the first step. He still has the gene engine and super gene not done yet. Thinking of this gives him some headaches. These require a lot of resources. Even if these are done, there will be follow-up divine body upgrades and genetic engine upgrades. However, the only good news is that the solar system is rich in resources. Compared with Carl's universe, the resources here can be described as abundant. Otherwise, he would not be able to gather the resources needed by the divine body in such a short period of time. According to estimates, the resources in the solar system are enough for him to upgrade to the 4th generation divine body, so it can be seen what kind of treasure the humans here are guarding. There are many resources on the one hand, and how to collect them is also a problem. It is not easy for him to come forward now, and even if he does, it will not be of much use. He needs too many resources. No matter how much human beings trust him, they will feel something is wrong. He has no plans to leave Earth yet, the Tri-Solaran universe is too dangerous, he doesn't dare to run around, besides, there are so many resources here. Why should he go outside at the risk of going out? The big deal is that he spends more time collecting slowly, and he can always get things done. As soon as he thought of collecting resources by himself, Lin Nian thought of Carl. He understood why Carl, a scholar who was so obsessed with research, wanted to rule a galaxy and take those weak races as his slaves. It's really tiring to work alone, and he can't do it clearly, he has to do it secretly. Slave? Lin Nian was stunned for a moment, he looked in the direction of the earth, wondering if he should make one himself. After all, Ito has it all, and it seems that there is no problem in adding another organization that believes in other alien civilizations. He thought about it, but quickly rejected it. First of all, he knew humans very well, because he was a human being himself, and they were too difficult to control. Moreover, even if there is really a group of loyal believers, what can they do to help him? The Earth is still dominated by countries headed by the PDC, and these resources are also in their hands. If they want to engage in resources under their noses, what are they thinking? Then there is only one way. Lin Nian muttered helplessly. That's right, that is to create their own ethnic group, whether it is angels, Liang, or even demons, these are highly developed advanced civilizations. As for sticks, forget it, a group of rebellious boys, even demons look down on them. As for which one to choose, this is really a bit difficult. The devil civilization, although they do all kinds of evil outside, but they are quite united internally, and their collective consciousness is also quite good, I have never seen them do anything to betray Morgana. In this regard, angels are inferior. Liang civilization, this one is a bit special, they are somewhat similar to feudal dynasties, although the social system is somewhat complicated, but they also have no second thoughts about their gods. Angel civilization, needless to say, powerful, beautiful, and justice are their symbols. However, their personalities do not seem to be suitable for the Tri-Solaran universe. After all, the darkness here is an existence that can swallow up all the light. But he thinks it's better to be an angel, it's definitely not because of their long legs, well, he admits that people just look at the long legs of the angels, right? May I ask, which man does not feel moved when he sees an angel? As for the so-called justice, he will modify the genes of the angels at that time. This is not the universe of angels, and Kesha is not their king. Of course, these words are a bit far away. His main problem now is to collect resources, build a genetic engine, and expand his dark plane. After that, let's think about creating angels. After all, he can't create an angel full of mortals. What kind of angel is that? With this in mind, he started flying towards Mercury, collecting from the closest. Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun, has only 1/18 of the Earth's mass. Mercury does not have a deep atmosphere like the Earth. Soon he landed on the surface of Mercury. Due to the thin atmosphere, the temperature difference between day and night here is extremely large. Now he feels that the temperature here has reached more than 400 degrees. In this environment, basically no living organisms can survive. But extreme conditions will also create some rare resources, such as black holes, which contain important materials for making black hole engines. While flying, Lin Nian discovered a material. He stopped and looked at the crater in front of him in surprise. There is still this. His eyes lit up, and then he slowly fell towards the crater. When he landed at the bottom, he, raised his hand, and the ground trembled instantly. Soon a black meteorite the size of a man appeared in front of him. Why do you think he would dig it? Are you kidding me? He has become a god, and he still needs to do something about such a trivial matter? Cough cough, although strictly speaking it is not a god. He looked at the meteorite in front of him. If he remembered the information on the big clock correctly, this should be one of the materials for making the black armor. That guy Carl didn't have a single word of truth in his mouth, saying that he didn't understand Hagia and Angel. But secretly stored all this information in the big clock, but that's good, it's cheaper for him. Although the black armor is not a very good defensive armor, it is also average as a weapon, but it is enough for the first generation of gods. That's what he said, but he didn't mean to dislike it in the slightest, and quickly brought this with him. After all, although Insuyan is powerful, he has to work hard to get it out. After checking around and finding no special resources, he flew out with the meteorite. No way, he doesn't have a gene engine and can't complete the scan of Mercury. The big clock is fine, but now the energy is used on the shield siphon. We'll have to recharge it later. In this way, Lin Nianji wandered around on Mercury all the way, occasionally seeing familiar materials and taking them away. Needless to say, Mercury is not very big, but it has a lot of resources. He feels like a treasure hunter. Mercury is a sea rich in treasures. He won't open the dark plane until he can't hold the materials anymore. He can't open the dark plane without energy, so he can save a little bit. What the hell, this one needs energy, that one needs energy, this one needs resources, that one needs resources, he is as poor as a ghost, no ghosts are not as poor as him. Which god is as miserable as him? Complaining is nothing but complaints, but the movements of his hands did not stop. It is not easy to find a glimmer of light in this dark universe. In most cases, it is basically the same as the Earth, and can only be an ignorant bug, desperately waiting for the moment when disaster strikes. At least he still has the ability to resist. And, is he really poor? Thinking too much, he is not only not poor, but quite rich. In his big clock, there is a crystallization of all intelligent civilizations in the universe. What a huge treasure this is! It is no exaggeration to say that if Trisolaris knew that he had this thing on him, he might come to kill him if the Earth didn't want it. After all, the Earth can't run away there, but if the wisdom crystallization of a cosmic civilization is gone, it is really gone. Although getting them may not necessarily make them the most powerful hunters, it is enough for them to gain a foothold in this dark universe. Lin Nian naturally knew this too, but it was precisely because of this that he wanted to develop faster. It was flying over here, and suddenly saw a black spot moving not far away. Curious, he flew over to have a look. Immediately, his face turned black. It was obviously a detector launched by humans, but he didn't care. Now that the big clock is still running, the detector can't record him. Ignoring the detector, Lin Nian continued to fly forward, when he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. These guys are pretty fast. Lin Nian grumbled. The Mercury spacecraft No. 001 has arrived at the designated position. In a huge spaceship in the sky above, the crew is reporting the situation of the spaceship to the captain. Is the landing system working? Normal. Is the fuel reserve sufficient? Sufficient. It is expected to provide 6 months of energy supply for the spacecraft. The captain methodically began to inquire about the situation inside the ship, after confirming that everything was ready. The captain took a deep breath. Attention all crew members, the spaceship is now preparing to land on Mercury, please take precautions immediately. At the captain's reminder, they immediately put on special spacesuits. Soon, the power of the spacecraft slowly stopped, and as the power stopped, the spacecraft was also being pulled down rapidly by the gravity of Mercury. When it reaches a certain altitude, the power system of the spacecraft is turned on again, and it starts to adjust its speed and direction, and slowly lands towards the surface of Mercury. And Lin Nian was watching this scene from below. To be honest, he was still a little surprised. The technology he handed over to PDC could indeed make it possible to land on Mercury, but he originally thought it would take a long time. But unexpectedly, they came up so soon. It seems that humans' desire to explore is still the same as before. Compared with other planets, Mercury can be said to have the least exploration value. It has a small mass and a harsh environment. In comparison, the conditions of Venus and Mars are much better. Before, what they have done on Mercury, I am afraid that apart from launching the probe, they are going to test nuclear bombs here. However, Lin Nian didn't pay attention to them, and flew away after looking at them twice. Here, the spacecraft also landed on the surface of Mercury very smoothly, which made the captain heave a sigh of relief. Although the situation of landing, they have simulated countless times in the quantum computer. But a simulation is a simulation after all, and no one knows what accidents will happen before the real landing. Fortunately, everything went well. Speaking of the plan to land on Mercury this time, this was the request of wall-facer Ray Diaz. Originally, the PDC's focus has been on the Moon, Venus, and Mars. But there is no way for Ray Diaz to ask PDC so much. They are here to explore the mineral resources on the surface of Mercury this time. As for the follow-up mining, it will not be so fast for the time being. The current number of spaceships is not many, because there is not much air force. Soon, Ray Diaz, who was far away on the moon base, also received the news that the probe spacecraft had landed safely. Yes, at last one thing has been done. Ray Diaz smiled as he smoked his cigar. At this moment, the holographic image in front of him suddenly opened. Chairman Say appeared on the screen. I said, Chairman Say, I am very surprised that you contacted me so quietly. Ray Diaz is also in a good mood because of the situation with Mercury's spacecraft. Chairman Say didn't listen to his teasing, she looked at Ray Diaz with a serious expression. Recently, many scientists have been assassinated at the same time. Ray Diaz's expression changed. Is it someone from Ito? Chairman Say nodded slowly. These damned guys, I said at the beginning that they shouldn't be kept. Now it's all right, first assassinate the wall-facers, then the top management of the PDC, and now even the scientists are not spared. Ray Diaz said, dissatisfied. He advocated the elimination of Ito, and in his opinion there is absolutely no need for PDC to keep this scourge. However, the PDC people think that the main reason for keeping the Ito is for the 3 bodies. What happened to Yawenja last time let them know a lot of information about the main body. Therefore, if they want to know more about the 3-body problem and their enemies, they can only rely on Ito. This is the reason why the PDC has the ability to wipe out the 3-body problem, but did not do it. Chairman Say just listened to his complaint quietly, and Ray Diaz complained for a while, then he looked at Chairman Say. There are no problems with the key people. Chairman Say shook his head. We have protected cutting-edge scientists like Ding Yi, they failed, but the STARS project was still affected. Ray Diaz thumped the table heavily upon hearing this. Currently, PDC intends to send these scientists to the moon base. The people in the moon base have been vetted. Compared with the Earth, the moon is safer for them. Chairman Say said. Well, it's true. Although the facilities on the moon base are not perfect, at least they are safe in terms of security. Ray Diaz said. In addition, I would also like to remind you, Mr. Ray Diaz, please do not return to Earth during this period of time, for your safety. Chairman Say reminded him. Don't worry, I'm comfortable here. Ray Diaz waved his hand nonchalantly. By the way, are they all okay? Ray Diaz thought of something and asked. Don't worry, the rest of the wall facers are safe. Chairman Say smiled. Ray Diaz nodded. Since the wall facers are fine, he doesn't have to worry. As for the scientists, he can only say sorry. Fortunately, the top scientists are fine, and the impact on his plan is not too great. As for Lin Nian, worried, his safety has been closely watched by Huaxia, and even the PDC people are not allowed to intervene. To put it bluntly, no one will let him have an accident. No way, although the Planetary Defense Council is now formed, open and secret struggles between countries have always existed. Huaxia can let go of Ding Yi, but Lin Nian and the others will never let go. After speaking with Chairman Say, Ray Diaz went back to work. But within a few days, he received news that his countrymen were worried about his safety and wanted to see him. When Ray Diaz saw the news, he sighed for some reason. He turned his head to look at the globe on the table with complicated eyes. For him, his countrymen are the pillars of his heart, which he will never let go of. Moreover, after leaving my hometown for so long, it is time to go back and take a look. In this way, Ray Diaz forcibly boarded the returning spaceship regardless of Chairman Say's objection. The moment he got off the plane, a group of enthusiastic citizens surrounded him immediately, cheering his name excitedly, and they welcomed their leader with actions. Seeing this scene, Ray Diaz couldn't help opening his hands. My people, your leader is back. Immediately, bursts of cheers erupted on the court again, and the security personnel couldn't control the scene. At the same time, in a corner, a thin man showed a smile. He finally waited for this opportunity. Chapter 45. When Ray Diaz was greeting his citizens, a person who was looking forward to him day and night was rushing towards him. Mr. Ray Diaz, you are taking a risk. Chairman Say looked at him and said. Chairman Say, you are worrying too much. There is an entire army here. If they dare to come, I will put bullets in their assholes. Ray Diaz laughed, and then something came to his mind. By the way, I remember that Guy Taylor seemed to be doing some kind of human experiment before. Unfortunately, I couldn't see their miserable appearance with my own eyes. Chairman Say looked at Ray Diaz and shook his head. You still have to pay attention to safety, your safety will affect the entire human society. Chairman Say exhorted him worriedly. I see, Chairman Sai. Ray Diaz waved his hand indifferently. Then, he greeted his countrymen again. Finally, Ray Diaz seemed a little tired, and he waved to his citizens. Let's go, your leader is here, I will definitely lead you to victory. He addressed them again with a declaration of victory, as he had done many years ago. Mr. President. We believe in you. Come on, Mr. President. Mr. President, you are the best. They also responded to Ray Diaz with their most direct feelings. In this way, under the cheers of the crowd, Ray Diaz went to his house on Vern Island under the escort of the army. To be honest, after staying on the moon for so long, he planned to take a good rest this time. The sleep on the moon is hard to describe. But when he arrived at the door of his house, he suddenly noticed a man standing at the door. Seeing someone appearing at the door of his house, the soldiers next to him immediately became serious. They stepped forward with guns, trying to send this person who appeared out of nowhere. However, the man's eyes were on Ray Diaz the moment he appeared, and he didn't pay attention to the two unkind soldiers at all. He just looked at Ray Diaz quietly, and Ray Diaz frowned. Just when the two soldiers were about to step forward to escort him away, the other party spoke, and he looked at Ray Diaz and slowly uttered a sentence. "Mr. Ray Diaz, I can cure you. I can make you see the Sunday." Ray Diaz's pupils shrank immediately, and his abnormality was naturally caught by the other party, and then he showed a very enjoyable smile. Then, he raised his hand to stop the two soldiers, and then he walked slowly towards each other in silence. At this moment, both the two soldiers and the wall breaker thought that Ray Diaz was about to attack. But to their surprise, Ray Diaz walked past them and stopped at the door. "Let him in." His voice was very steady, but with a trace of determination, he pushed open the door and walked in. After the two soldiers heard Ray Diaz's words, they looked at each other, and then at the thin man. Although Ray Diaz let them go, but the necessary inspection is still required, so they started to search him. At this moment, Ray Diaz was sitting on the sofa. He tidied up his appearance, and then glanced at the photo on the wall. On that photo was a group photo of him and his fellow countrymen, which was a photo commemorating their victory in the war. After finishing these things, he sat down solemnly, as if he was about to welcome some solemn event. Soon, the man walked in, and after he came in, he looked at Ray Diaz and bent over him with a smile. "Manuel Ray Diaz, I am your wall breaker." After speaking, he raised his head confidently. Even though he was already prepared in his heart, when Ray Diaz heard this, he still couldn't help but feel terrified. "I am very happy." The other party smiled. "I am very glad that I can be the first person to break through the wall. This will be my supreme honor and a dedication to the Lord." Ray Diaz looked at the smiling face expressionlessly. That smile made Domi sick. If it were him before, he would definitely tear his mouth apart immediately, and then trample this emaciated kid on the ground. And yelled at him, "UBD." However, now he no longer wants to do it. Because of it. When the other party saw how calm his face was, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. "You don't look surprised?" he asked. "No, I'm surprised, I just didn't expect it to come so soon," Ray Diaz said with an unchanged expression. The other party glanced at him, then at the table. "You can smoke, I think you will need it next." Ray Diaz did not refuse, he really needed a cigarette now. As soon as he reached for the cigar on the table, the other party stood up, picked up the cigar on the table and handed it to him, and then carefully lit the fire for him. His demeanor and actions were like a flattering villain. "Hey!" Ray Diaz exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, and after a moment of daze, he said, "You go on." Hearing this, the other party returned to the original position. The next moment, he seemed to be a different person. He looked at Ray Diaz with a dignified expression, as if a high-ranking judge was reading out the trial. "Mr. Ray Diaz, first of all I have to admit that you are a qualified wall facer. Even with the help of Safan, I was almost fooled by you. However, I still see through your true thoughts." As he spoke, a smug look flashed in his eyes, but he didn't stop. "At the beginning, I really didn't know what you wanted to do. Your plan was to create a powerful star-level nuclear bomb, but I still couldn't penetrate this veil. So, at that time, I began to investigate your past before becoming a wall facer. Believe me, it was a very difficult thing, because at that time wisdom had not yet descended on earth. That alone took me years. Finally, I got an important message." He watched as Ray Diaz made a number with his fingers. 3 times, yours interviewed the same astrophysicist 3 times. Hearing this, A trace of panic flashed on Ray Diaz's face, and the man who was always paying attention to his expression naturally did not miss this opportunity. I found out that the astrophysicist happened to observe the phenomenon that the planet fell and caused the star to explode at that time. It was also this information that allowed me to find a breakthrough, and I also learned your true intention from it. If you really got 1,000,000 stellar nuclear bombs, you would indeed deploy them on Mercury, but not for the reason you said, as a last resort strategic reserve. Your purpose is to detonate the entire Mercury. Of course, it is impossible to blow up Mercury. What you want is to use the thrust generated by its wrapping to slow it down. In this way, losing its relative speed, it will be captured by the Sun's huge gravitational force immediately, and then Mercury, which falls into the Sun, will produce a huge explosion on the surface of the Sun, thereby ejecting the star matter of the giant star. And these stellar materials will form a huge spiral atmosphere due to the gravity of the Sun, and rapidly expand outward, and then swallow several peripheries. By then, a grand chain reaction would have taken place, as Venus would have lost relative velocity under the influence of these atmospheres and fell into the Sun, further ejecting more material. Afterwards, the Earth, Mars and even Jupiter will also fall towards the Sun under this chain reaction, and the planets in the entire solar system will be swallowed by the Sun at that time. This place will turn into a piece of purgatory. After speaking, he looked at Ray Diaz. Mr. Ray Diaz, your cigarette is out. Seeing Ray Diaz's dazed look, he kindly reminded him. Then, he continued. The purpose of your doing this is to threaten the Lord. You know that their world is facing the doomsday of destruction at any time. Apart from the solar system in a short period of time, the Lord will not be able to find a second world where they can immigrate in time. If the solar system is gone, then the Lord's last hope is also gone. Mr. Ray Diaz, I admire your crazy and bold idea. He looked at Ray Diaz and said. Ray Diaz put the extinguished cigarette on the table. He looked at the other party calmly. He didn't speak since the other party started talking, but his expression at the moment proved everything. He is like an unwilling loser, not even daring to raise his head to meet his own destiny. But, suddenly, the man laughed. Mr. Ray Diaz, you are really pretending. If I hadn't understood your real strategic intentions, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by your realistic acting skills. At the moment when his voice fell, Ray Diaz's body froze suddenly, and his eyes widened rapidly. Seeing Ray Diaz's real reaction, the man closed his eyes intoxicated. This feeling really made him too intoxicated. But soon, he restrained his expression. This time, he stood up with a serious expression, and his tone became more solemn. Mr. Ray Diaz, the following is my understanding of your true strategic intentions as a wall facer. Unlike before, this time he deliberately added the words breaker, which means that this time it is real. First off, let me say that what I've said above is true, but it's just what you think before hibernation. As he spoke, he gave a wry smile. Mr. Ray Diaz, you really know how to torture people. Do you know how it feels when you suddenly changed your plan when I was preparing to break the wall with excitement? I don't know what you were thinking when you were hibernating, but one thing, you must have figured it out. With the current industrial reserves of the Earth, it is impossible to manufacture a nuclear bomb of the scale you want. So, you proposed the STARS project, which is also your smart point. Use the STARS project to obtain more resources, and then create more star-level nuclear bombs. All this seems to be paving the way for your last plan, but... This time, before he could finish speaking, Ray Diaz interrupted him. But, what else but, this is what I want. 0. Ask for flowers. Ray Diaz stood up and yelled at him. But the man just watched him quietly, admiring his last helpless struggle at the moment. I think you are no longer afraid of the sun by now. Ray Diaz's face changed, but the next sentence completely defeated him. I think you should be more afraid of the moon now, am I right? Hearing this, Ray Diaz felt as if his bones had been taken out of his body. He knew that the other party had fully understood his plan. Yes, after thinking about it, you feel that this plan is difficult to realize. No, I guess you must have used a quantum computer to calculate it. Obviously, we didn't. Now there is something unusual about your actions. After all, it is normal to calculate the power of the explosion. So, you shift your target, you target the moon, which is closer to Earth. Compared to Mercury, it has less mass and needs fewer nuclear bombs, but even then you understand that nuclear bombs are not enough to deorbit such a huge satellite. As he spoke, he turned around Diaz, like a singer sharing his beautiful singing voice. So, the purpose of your launching the STARS project is not only for the nuclear bomb, but also the engine of the spacecraft, and the controllable nuclear fusion energy source loaded on it. Mr. Ray Diaz, from the beginning of the STARS project, you have planned it. It is not a coincidence that you chose the moon as the center station, but a necessity. Even, you deliberately chose the backside of the moon, which confuses my sight even more, because we all know that you are afraid of the sun, and it's normal to build your base on the backside. Everything is as you expected. The base on the moon has been successfully built, and it has become a place to store nuclear bombs and spaceships. If I'm not wrong, your base has been designed long ago. When you detonate the nuclear bomb, those controllable nuclear fusion energy sources will also detonate. The explosion caused by this will push the moon towards the Earth according to your expectations. At that time, even if part of the moon will be torn apart due to the gravity of the Earth, those fragments will still be light. Break through the core of the Earth loosely, thus triggering the explosion of the Earth. This is your real strategic plan, threatening the Lord with the safety of the Earth. I have to say, I admire you, Mr. Ray Diaz. You can come up with such a crazy plan. If others know your plan, then I will definitely be completely torn apart by them. Ray Diaz took his words slowly. As a wall facer, you have been very successful. In covering up your strategic intentions, you have covered up many times. You even sent a spaceship to land on Mercury not long ago, in order to confuse your real purpose. As he spoke, he looked at Ray Diaz. Because of your actions, I almost collapsed at the thought, and almost died in a dark room, but the eyes of the Lord are watching me. But the more difficult the process is, the more delicious the final fruit will be. I am very happy to taste this delicacy. Okay, I'm done talking about wall facer Manuel Ray Diaz. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, opened his hands, and waited quietly for Ray Diaz's verdict on him. Ray Diaz looked at him, his eyes were already bloodshot, and his hands were clenched into fists at the moment, but in the end he gave up. He looked at each other and asked, "If this is true, so what?" When a man heard this, he wanted to say it proudly, the Lord didn't care. But reason and thinking told him that the goal is really flat. Ray Diaz kept staring at him, and naturally noticed his expression, so Ray Diaz laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, you are scared, right? Or your Lord is also scared? This proves that my plan is completely feasible." Seeing Ray Diaz like this, he seemed to have eaten something disgusting. "Mr. Ray Diaz, your plan has failed at this moment. Human beings will never allow the destruction of the Earth. Even if they doubted it was true, they would have removed those nukes from the moon." Ray Diaz was silent. He was right, no matter how hard he tried. The moment this plan was broken, it had already failed. No matter whether human beings think it is true or not, they will kill this danger in the cradle. Thinking of this, he gave a wry smile, lay on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling like this, with despair in his eyes, but also a hint of confusion and relief. "You go, before I change my mind," he spoke. Hearing this, the man bent over him. "I will quietly savor today's delicacy in the rest of the day." After saying that, he left, and he would naturally not miss this opportunity if he could leave alive. In case Ray Diaz repents, it will be too late. And, He hadn't enjoyed the last of Ray Diaz's moments yet. PDC and those stupid human beings, as well as his beloved citizens, how will they react when they hear his plan, and what will Ray Diaz's reaction be? He was very much looking forward to the little one. Chapter 46. The next day, Ray Diaz's plan to face the wall was posted on the internet. Not surprisingly, it immediately attracted people's attention. However, the imagined rage did not happen, and people still lived their own way, and this news was just news to them. What, you say, Ray Diaz is broken? How do you know this isn't part of the wall facer project? Everyone thinks so, including the people at the PDC. I said, I was broken, did you hear me? During the hearing, Ray Diaz yelled at them frantically. But they only responded faintly with a smile from Ray Diaz, the most normal smile for a wall facer. We understand, Mr. Ray Diaz. Well, do you have any other plans? Hearing this, Ray Diaz slumped on a chair. However, due to safety considerations, I think it is better to handle the checklist on the moon base separately. Ray Diaz looked at the speaker suddenly, his eyes said that there was finally a normal person. Well, of course, if Mr. Ray Diaz asks you to continue, we will follow your request. Being looked at by Ray Diaz, the man hastily added. Ray Diaz smiled wryly, and then he walked out of the hearing in a daze, and his citizens greeted him outside. They still shouted his name as before, as if he was the savior. Mr. President, your plan is fantastic. Is this part of the plan? Mr. President is really the greatest wall facer. Yet, his plan looks so real. They praised Ray Diaz for what a competent wall facer he was. Seeing this scene, Ray Diaz was completely desperate. How ridiculous, he clearly wanted to kill all human beings, but now they still regard themselves as a savior. There is no more absurd 453 thing than this. There is an invisible barrier between the wall facer and ordinary people. With this barrier, any thoughts and actions of him will be distorted. It was exhausting, he sighed. Suddenly, Ray Diaz seemed to think of something. He looked into the distance. Perhaps only fellow wall facers could understand his pain at the moment. Soon, he found Taylor, his former sworn enemy. However, when Taylor saw him, he said something like that. Nice plan, Ray Diaz. Ray Diaz smiled wryly upon hearing this. You also think this is part of the wall facer project? Taylor didn't speak, but looked at him with a smile. Ray Diaz laughed. The smile of the wall facer, how ridiculous, the wall facer actually used the smile of the wall facer to another wall facer. I failed, did you hear me? I am a failure, now you can mock me as much as you want. Ray Diaz shouted furiously, how much he wanted to hear Taylor's merciless ridicule at him now, but what he was waiting for was still Taylor's smile. You seem to be saying, as a wall facer, you are really good. After a long time, the smile on Taylor's face slowly stopped. He raised his head and stared at Ray Diaz. Responding to this gaze, Ray Diaz also restrained his smile, and met Taylor's eyes directly. The two eyes meet together, their eyes are so deep and obscure, as if two vast universes are looking at each other through countless distances. Suddenly, in the two universes, a ray of light erupted at the same time, but it disappeared quickly. Project Stellaris cannot be stopped. After a moment of silence, Ray Diaz said something, and then he stood up, obviously not planning to talk to Taylor. When he reached the door, he stopped, and he looked back at Taylor, then smiled. There was a trace of helplessness, hope and relief in his eyes. Afterwards, Ray Diaz left without looking back. Looking at Ray Diaz's lonely figure, Taylor couldn't tell whether he was just pretending or something serious. There is no way, the wall facers will always be in a vicious circle of suspicion, and they will never be able to get rid of it. Ray Diaz didn't stop, and he found Luoji, who was living in seclusion in Northern Europe. He thought that Luoji might understand his inner voice. After all, even though Luoji was a wall facer, he had never done anything. Such a thick-skinned person certainly wouldn't care about his status as a wall facer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a little sneer. At first, he looked down on Luo Ji so much, but now he sees hope in him so urgently. Mr. Ray Diaz, Luo Ji is inside. She looked at Ray Diaz and said. Ray Diaz nodded slowly. He stepped forward and pushed them away. When he saw Luo Ji and his wife, he froze for a moment. Mr. Ray Diaz, welcome to come. Luo Ji stepped forward and said to him happily. This is Zhuang Yan, my wife. While introducing, Luo Ji led him into the hall. Ray Diaz didn't speak, his eyes kept on Luo Ji, as if he wanted to see through him. Mr. Ray Diaz. Luo Ji saw his strangeness and asked. Only then did Ray Diaz recover, he turned his head to look at Zhuang Yan, and then at the child in her arms. Is this your child? That's right, Zhuang Yan's and I's child. Luo Ji looked at Zhuang Yan and the child with tenderness and caring in his eyes. Ray Diaz noticed the look in his eyes, and he frowned imperceptibly. As a wall facer, how could he have such emotions? But afterward, he laughed dumbfounded. He had been broken, so what qualifications did he have to stand in the position of a senior and talk about Luo Ji? Perhaps Luo Ji was the most successful wall facer, because without a plan, he would not be broken. Mr. Ray Diaz. Zhuang Yan looked at him, and carefully moved the child closer to him, meaning that he could hold the child. Ray Diaz looked at the child in Zhuang Yan's arms, he was so cute and kind, how could he dirty him with his bloody hands? Thinking of this, he shook his head at Zhuang Yan, and then he looked at Luo Ji. Dr. Luo Ji, shall we talk? Soon, Zhuang Yan made room for them. When Ray Diaz told Luo Ji about his troubles when he was broken into the wall, Ray Diaz saw the smiles of the wall facers from Luo Ji again. Do you even think it's part of the plan, Tyler too? Are you all crazy, or am I crazy? Ray Diaz said, smiling bitterly. Luo Ji looked at him and sighed, how could he not understand his pain? But there is not only a barrier between the wall facer and ordinary people, there is also a barrier between the wall facer and the wall facer. Mr. Ray Diaz, you should also understand that this is not something we can decide. As early as we accepted, no, it should be said that we were endowed with the identity of wall facer, we were already doomed. It's a vicious circle from which we can never escape. Hearing this, Ray Diaz didn't answer. Then, Luo Ji seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Ray Diaz. Mr. Ray Diaz, maybe you can go to Lin Nian, I think you should gain something, at least not like us. As he spoke, he spread his hands. Lin Nian? Hearing the name, Ray Diaz raised his head. What kind of person is he? I think you should understand that he is one of the few, no, it should be said that he cares about our identity as wall facers. Luo Ji looked at him and said. It is precisely because of this that he likes to deal with Lin Nian so much. Does he really think that anyone can take away 100 million investment from him? He, Luo Ji, was a little less knowledgeable, but he was not a fool, and he could be considered a professor anyway. There was a gleam in Ray Diaz's eyes, but it disappeared quickly, and he shook his head. Forget it, he's hibernating. However, there is no delay. Luo Ji wanted to say that this was not a waste of time at all, it was just a few words, and he also wanted to say hello to Ray Diaz. If he came forward by himself, Lin Nian would still save face. But Ray Diaz just smiled in relief. No need, Dr. Luo Ji, I think I've found another way. Then, he looked out the window, isn't it beautiful here? Yeah, it's really beautiful. Luo Ji was taken aback by his inexplicable words, but soon followed his gaze and looked out the window. This was his home, and there was no more beautiful place for Luo Ji. Dr. Luo Ji, can I go for a stroll by the lake? I want to see the scenery. Ray Diaz said. Sure. Luo Ji smiled and was about to get up and take him to the lake, but Ray Diaz shook his head. I want to be alone for a while. Luoji smiled awkwardly, please. Afterwards, Ray Diaz stood up slowly under Luoji's gaze, his rough figure looked a little thin at this moment. When he walked to the door, Ray Diaz also made a movement, turning his head to look at Luoji. Dr. Luoji. Nice to meet you. As he spoke, he smiled at Luoji, who looked at him suspiciously. The moment he met Ray Diaz's eyes, his brain seemed to be struck by lightning. Those eyes were too complex, full of approval, anticipation, and many meanings that he couldn't understand or comprehend. But why did Ray Diaz give him that look? He was meditating, and the brain that had been dusty for a long time at this moment was running rapidly at this moment. A message he wants to tell himself. Suddenly, Luoji figured something out. He looked up and found that Ray Diaz had already left. He started to walk towards the lake, however, just as he walked out the door, he heard a gunshot from the lake. Hearing the gunshot, Luoji laughed. He laughed at this ridiculous world that tortured people so badly. Yes, there is no way to escape the vicious circle, the only way is death. Only death can prove that everything he said is true. But his death is not meaningless, he made the PDC realize one thing, that is, once the wall facers are broken, waiting for them will come to an end. Wall facer Ray Diaz committed suicide. When this news was sent out, the entire human society thought it was a joke at first, but gradually, they realized something was wrong. Then, they thought about the plan that Ray Diaz was announced. In an instant, they fell into panic, and they changed from admiration to cursing now. How dare he, but our earth! That madman, he should be hanged on the gallows. He is not worthy of being a wall facer. For a time, the whole society was full of insults against Ray Diaz, and the most hated one was Ray Diaz's national. They seemed to want to put aside the relationship with Ray Diaz through this relationship. They completely forgot how they treated their president before. As the wall breaker said, human beings will not accept his plan, even if the plan is highly feasible. But who is willing to bet their own life, their own living land? Not everyone is as decisive and decisive as Ray Diaz. Soon, long-standing conflicts in society began to erupt. This was just an introduction, but it ignited their sensitive hearts. For this reason, countries have to send police and even troops to maintain order. At the same time, in response to this situation, the PDC also immediately held a hearing. This time, Luoji also came to participate in a rare event. Walking in the conference room, all he heard was related to Ray Diaz. Seeing this scene, his mood was very complicated. Although he didn't have a very good opinion of Ray Diaz personally, he took everything into consideration. He still respects these wall facers very much. Different from himself, they are the real wall facers. But now, just because the Edo people broke the wall, this group of people began to criticize and even blame Ray Diaz. Where did they have the qualifications? That's the wall facer. For the first time, Luoji felt so ridiculous about this identity. It turns out that the so-called wall facers are just a halo imposed on them. Without this, they are just like ordinary people. See, this is our destiny. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. Luoji turned his head and found Taylor standing behind him with a serious face. Dr. Luoji, are you ready for this? Saying that, Taylor looked towards him. Meeting Taylor's eyes, Luoji was stunned. Those eyes were almost exactly the same as Ray Diaz's. He didn't know what the eyes meant. Mr. Taylor. He just wanted to ask, but Taylor walked away, and when he was about to catch up to ask, Elena stopped in front of him. Dr. Luoji, the hearing is about to begin. Seeing that it was Elena, Luoji could only sigh. Soon, the hearing began. At the meeting, they angrily denounced Ray Diaz's anti-human behavior, and bluntly said that this is anti-humanity. What right does he have to bet on the entire earth? Then, representatives from various countries spoke one after another, demanding to stop Ray Diaz's stellar nuclear bomb program and the STARS program. I disagree. As they were arguing, Taylor spoke up. Mr. Taylor, what do you mean? Is it possible that you also agree with Ray Diaz's plan? These words instantly brought the contradiction to Taylor, and they all stared at Taylor, as if they were interrogating him. When Luo Ji on the side saw it, he couldn't help but sweat for him. But Taylor ignored their gazes at all. He looked at Chairman Say. Chairman Say, I don't care what happens to the Stellar Bomb program, but the STARS program cannot be stopped, it is still a key step towards space. This statement shows Taylor's position. After Chairman Say heard this, he also looked at everyone. After some discussion, they decided to keep the STARS project, but the stellar nuclear bomb must be terminated. In addition, the nuclear bomb stockpile on the moon base must also be removed. As for where to move, representatives of various countries have frankly expressed their willingness to take this risk. Obviously, they have taken a fancy to these stellar nuclear bombs. Thinking about these powerful weapons, how could they let them go? In the end, these nuclear bombs still fell into the hands of the 5 hooligans. In fact, other countries besides them could not eat them. Luo Ji returned to the manor, and after witnessing the scene of a wall facer being divided up after his death, his mood is very complicated now. Zhuang Yan was also in the same mood as him. Although she seldom paid attention to the movement outside, she also knew that something really happened this time. The death of a wall facer had a huge impact. Big. Seeing Zhuang Yan like this, Luo Ji suppressed his uneasiness and turned to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. But at the moment Luo Ji's words did not comfort Zhuang Yan, she raised her head to meet Luo Ji's eyes. Mr. Luo, is there any hope for human beings? Yes, there will be. Luo Ji said things that he himself did not believe. When Zhuang Yan heard this, she forced a smile and looked at him. Then, is there anything I can do to help you? Your job is to make yourself happy. Luo Ji said slowly. But, if all human beings are unhappy, can we be happy? Her words pierced Luo Ji's heart like a needle. Chapter 47. Afterwards, the PDC announced that it had deprived Ray Diaz of his identity as a wall facer on charges against humanity. At the same time, the nuclear bomb on the moon base was removed, and this news temporarily calmed the restlessness of the people. But the STARS project is still going on, and they also realized that although Ray Diaz is wrong, the STARS project is beneficial to mankind. The threats are only those nuclear bombs and controlled nuclear fusion energy sources, and if these are handled properly, the results that Ray Diaz envisioned will not happen. And this plan was naturally taken over by Taylor. On Luo Ji's side, after Ray Diaz committed suicide, she was always depressed, and Luo Ji understood that, but no matter what she did, she couldn't make Yang Yan happy. Finally, 3 months after Taylor took over Project Stellaris, he applied for hibernation again. Ray Diaz's suicide didn't have much impact on the STARS project, Taylor just checked briefly, and then handed it over to Elena. It was precisely because of Taylor's move that it became the last straw that crushed Zhuang Yan. She was lying on the rocking chair on the balcony with her baby in her arms, and in front of her was her favorite lake, but now every time she sees this, she thinks of Ray Diaz. And his husband, like Ray Diaz, was also a wall facer, and a complex emotion rose in her heart. As his wife, she didn't want Luo Ji to continue to bear the responsibility of being a wall facer. She was afraid that Luo Ji would end up like Ray Diaz in the future. However, as a human being, as the mother of a child, she understands that her husband must take on the responsibility of a wall facer. He can no longer continue to waste time on himself, not only for the future of mankind, but also for their children. Thinking of this, she looked down at the child in her arms, and that pure smile infected her instantly. Sorry. She hugged the child and read softly, tears could not help but flow down. The next day, Zhuang Yan left, taking their children with them. All that was left for Luo Ji was a letter, which said, "Honey, we are waiting for you at the end." Looking at Zhuang Yan's handwriting, Luo Ji's face was more complex than ever. He clutched the letter in his hand tightly, holding back tears. Yes, he knew that this day would come sooner or later, and the dream would eventually be broken. How could his seemingly beautiful heavenly life continue forever? But really, when the facts happened in front of his eyes, he realized that he still couldn't accept it. At this time, Da Shi walked in, smoking a cigarette and looking at the envelope in Luo Ji's hand. Last night, my boss sent me a transfer order to transfer me away. Da Shi was a little afraid to face Luo Ji. It's okay, Da Shi, I know, it's not your fault. Naturally, Luo Ji would not blame Da Shi for this. Even if Da Shi really existed, what could he do? Even if Zhuang Yan leaves in front of him, he can't do anything. Zhuang Yan is not his slave, she is free, and he can't restrict her freedom. I know they're going, and I know what she means. Luo Ji said in a deep voice. Da Shi didn't speak, but quietly walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. The two were silent like this, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, a message came from Da Shi's earphones. He looked at Luo Ji and said slowly. Chairman Say is here. Dr. Luo Ji. Chairman Say saw Luo Ji and said. Chairman Say. Luo Ji sat on the sofa and looked up at her. Zhuang Yan and the child were taken away by you, right? Chairman Say shook his head. They did it voluntarily, we didn't force it, and we didn't even make any preparations before her notification. Then, afraid that Luo Ji might misunderstand something, she hurriedly said. You thought it was our arrangement? No, what you saw was the real her, we never interfered with anything. I know. Luo Ji replied calmly, holding their family photo in his hand. How could he not even understand this? They have lived together for several years. Are they safe? It's very safe, I guarantee that their lives will not be threatened at all. Chairman Say said solemnly. Hearing this, Luo Ji stared closely at her eyes, then nodded. Tell me, Chairman Say, you didn't come to me just for this matter, did you? Chairman Say took a deep breath, and she straightened her expression. Dr. Luo Ji, please pick up your identity as a wall facer and start working. Luo Ji chuckled, then threw his head back on the sofa. I knew it was Wen Zhong. You don't seem surprised. Chairman Say looked at him and said. You guessed it, there is an old saying in our country, there is no free lunch in the world, I have enjoyed it for so long, and it is time to pay. Luo Ji said. I'm glad you have this idea, and to be honest, I thought you were. Think I'm going to fly into a rage and yell at you guys. Luo Ji smiled, that was in the past, people will always grow. Correct. Luo Ji seemed to have thought of something, he looked at Chairman Say and asked curiously. I've always wanted to know one thing, why did you choose me as the wall facer? Obviously I'm just an ordinary person, you've seen it all these years, I just enjoy it. Chairman Say seemed to have expected him to say this. Dr. Luo Ji, do you know scholar Lin Nian? Luo Ji nodded suspiciously, what does this have to do with Lin Nian? Then you should know that he was assassinated by Ito, do you know why he was assassinated? Asked Chairman Say. Luo Ji pondered for a moment, because the appearance of Lin Nian made them feel the crisis, and that's why they sent Safans to limit the scientific development of mankind. That's right, before Safan appeared, scholar Lin Nian was the target designated by Ito to kill, but after Safan appeared, they gave up because it was no longer necessary. Chairman Say said, but Luo Ji still didn't know what this had to do with him. Chairman Say saw his doubts and explained the reason with a smile. As for you, you are the second person to be assassinated by Ito, and you are still in the situation where Tomoko has already appeared. Hearing this, Luo Ji was shocked. Didn't they assassinate me because I'm a wall facer? Chairman Say shook his head, do you still remember that car accident? On that day, 45 car accidents happened in that city at almost the same time. And it's just because Evans wanted to create an accident that couldn't attract anyone's attention, but you managed to survive. We have investigated you, and in your past time, you have been an ordinary person, which means that you have no superpowers, nor the terrifying talent of Lin Nian scholar. And the abilities you have may also be possessed by ordinary people. As she spoke, she looked at Luoji solemnly. Dr. Luoji, the three-body problem is afraid of you, please be your own wall breaker. When Luoji heard Chairman Say's string of words, he was immediately confused. What was going on? He has been ordinary all his life, and the highest person he passed before was also a teacher at the same school. There is no secret in him worthy of three bodies concern. But speaking of this, he suddenly thought of a person, Ye Wenjie. Yes, he remembered, the tallest person he had come into contact with was Ye Wenjie, the founder of Ito. Immediately, his mind recalled the conversation with teacher Ye Wenjie in front of Yang Dong's tomb. Is it because of this? He thought about it carefully, and his brain, which had been silent for a long time, started to work rapidly at this moment. Until a slideshow appeared in his mind, Ye Wenjie's honest words and expressions were clearly seen by him. No matter what the situation is, I have done my duty. After seeing teacher Ye Wenjie's expression after she said that sentence, Luoji immediately understood. The secret of the three-body killing is hidden in what teacher Ye Wenjie said. The next moment, he woke up from his memories, and looked at Chairman Sai opening his mouth, wanting to tell his discovery. But suddenly, two cold eyes appeared in his mind. The owner of that gaze is very familiar to him, it is Ray Diaz and Taylor. Those eyes stared at him tightly, as if they wanted to lock him in this space. Luoji looked at that gaze anxiously, and for a moment, he seemed to understand something. Yes, he is a wall facer, how could he express his true thoughts to people? At this moment, he seemed to understand the meaning in the eyes of Ray Diaz and Taylor, which was a warning and reminder from the seniors to the younger generations. But he can only see so much, their eyes are too deep and vast. Even though they were both wall facers, Luoji had to admit that they were indeed his predecessors. Then, he raised his head and watched Chairman Sai slowly spit out a sentence. I see. Chairman Sai had been paying attention to Luoji's expression, and just now, she suddenly felt that the Luoji in front of her was different. That feeling seemed to make her see Zheng Jin, Ray Diaz, and Taylor. She didn't know what happened to Luoji in this short moment. But looking at it now, Luoji seems to have become a real wall facer. Thinking of this, she stood up and looked at Luoji. Dr. Luoji, for the sake of all mankind, as well as for Zhuangyan and your children, please start working. With that, she left. Luoji watched her leave quietly, and it wasn't until she left that Luoji collapsed on the sofa. At this time Dashi came in and sat beside him silently. Zhuangyan and the child were sent to hibernation, the time is 400 years later, the day when the Tri-Solaran fleet arrives. Luoji said slowly. Dashi frowned and smoked a cigarette. He looked at Luoji, and finally couldn't help but speak. Brother Luo, in fact, you can give up your identity as a wall facer. I know it's difficult, but at least you can give it a try. Your current life should be far less important to you than Zhuangyan and the others. The great history still had a lot to do with Luoji. Hearing this, Luoji smiled and shook his head. Dashi, have you forgotten, I thought about resigning from this damned identity, but look, it's not the same now. Then, he sighed. Also, even if I really resigned as a wall facer, they won't return Zhuangyan and the child to me. I can only choose to hibernate. When the time comes, facing the invasion of the Tri-Solaran fleet and losing my identity as a wall facer, how will I protect them in that doomsday? How will they look at me? Big history. Luoji looked at him with a wry smile. Now, I can't get rid of this identity no matter what. Dashi stared at him blankly for a long time without speaking, just smoking quietly there. After that, Luoji locked himself in the room alone, and kept recalling in his memory what Ye Wenjie had said to him back then. Talk. The advantage after strengthening is that he can easily recall all the pictures in his memory. He watched and thought about the words she said over and over again, and he knew that these few words contained important and big secrets. Survival and development are the first needs of civilization. Civilizations continue to grow and expand, but the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. These are the two self-evident axioms mentioned by Yuanzhi, and there are two other concepts, namely the chain of suspicion and the technological explosion. But just for this sentence, he thought about it, but he couldn't think of anything critical. This has nothing to do with why Trisolaris wants to kill him. He looked at the night sky outside the house, the twinkling stars, and thought of Zhuang Yan. Whenever such a scene appeared at night, she would drag herself to the courtyard to watch the starry sky. And at that time, he would use the astronomical knowledge he had learned extremely quickly to grab the stars in the sky and tell her what name that star was called, thus reaping Zhuang Yan's adoring eyes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he sat up, and his intention was to look at the stars. As soon as he walked out the door, he saw Dashi squatting there, obviously vigilant for his safety at all times. "Brother Luo, what is this?" Seeing him coming out, Dashi quickly stood up. "I'm coming out to see the stars, you don't have to follow, I'm just strolling not far away." As he said that, he walked towards the back mountain alone. After strengthening, he came to the hillside without much effort. He was lying on a rock. This is the favorite position for him in Zhuang Yan, because 827 can see more clearly here. Star. Moreover, it feels as if you can reach the starry sky with your hands. He just looked at the starry sky quietly, his head relaxed. How much he hoped that this moment of relaxation could last forever. However, he understood that he still wanted to continue participating in research. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Nian. If it was him, he might have figured it out already. Luoji smiled. But the next moment, his expression changed, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Lin Nian. Tech explosion. Etc. He seemed to have figured out something, before he couldn't figure out what these few words were hiding. But what if Lin is brought in? Lin Nian is known as the contemporary Einstein. His appearance has shortened the development of technology from hundreds of years to dozens or even years. If this isn't a tech explosion, what is? So, let's make another assumption. If Lin Nian hadn't been sick, and Trisolaris hadn't emitted siphons, what would happen to the Earth now? Then the technology of the Earth will be far beyond the present. Lin Nian was able to create a quantum computer before the arrival of siphons, which shows his ability, if frontier physics is not locked. The current technological level of human beings will never be like this. Then, suppose again, during the time when Trisolaris arrives, people like Lin Nian appear one after another in human beings, what will happen? Then, human technology is likely to catch up with the three-body. He understands why Trisolaris wants to launch siphons, in order to prevent humans from appearing scientists like Lin Nian, and to prevent humans from carrying out technological explosions. Then add a suspicion chain to this conjecture, and then bring it into the previous two axioms. In an instant, Luoji's mind seemed to explode, and his pupils dilated rapidly. The starry sky in front of him seemed to turn into whirlpools, trying to swallow him whole. The next moment, he sat up abruptly, panting heavily, his face covered in cold sweat. Black, because it's so dark. Is this what Yuanzhi wanted to tell him? His mood at the moment is very complicated, excitement and fear are mixed together. He understands the most terrifying law in the universe. But then, he seemed to think of something, and he resolutely raised his head to look at the starry sky that looked like an abyss in his eyes. His clenched hands kept shaking, and cold sweat continued to break out from his body. Tell him rationally, give up looking directly at the starry sky, that is what you fear most. But there was a voice in my heart. You are a wall facer. How could such an obvious weakness be exposed? Think Ray Diaz. Yes, Ray Diaz is clearly afraid of the moon, but he makes people think he is afraid of the sun, and he has been on the moon for several years. What mental fortitude is needed? And he, Luo Ji, also as a wall facer, must also learn to hide himself, learn to face his own fears, and pretend that none of this happened. His eyes gradually extended to the universe. At the same time, Lin Nian on Mercury also seemed to notice something, and he glanced in the direction of the ground in doubt. Chapter 48. Strangeness. Lin Nian muttered, just now he seemed to feel some kind of vision peering into the universe. It's not the right sight, it's more like a feeling. Thinking of this, he frowned. Is there any unknown god hidden in the earth? Realizing the seriousness of the problem, he immediately started to investigate, and found Luo Ji, who was looking into the universe by accident through the detection satellite. Noticing the expression on his face, Lin Nian suddenly became a little weird. It looks like he already knows the law of the dark forest? Is this the legendary Zhongtian Dao and not cosmic resonance? It actually made him pay attention to this line of sight from as far away as Mercury. However, he didn't think too much about it, and after paying attention for a while, he started busy with his own affairs again. At this time, Luo Ji, who was looking at the starry sky on the earth, suddenly turned pale, and then he put his hands on the rock and panted heavily. What was that just now? When he was about to look at the universe, he actually felt a gaze peeping at him. That kind of gaze was like a god looking at a bug. Is it an illusion? No. Absolutely not. That feeling that makes people tremble all over is definitely not an illusion. Then why did it happen? Luo Ji thought of the law of the dark forest, perhaps only this could explain it. It seems that in the future, I can't stare at the universe for a long time, otherwise it may cause unnecessary troubles. Fortunately, that gaze had disappeared, but this incident still left him with lingering fears. Then, sitting on the rock, holding his head and smiling wryly. He already knows the biggest secret in the universe now. If he is an ordinary person, he can turn his head and forget it, because he has no ability to use this to do anything. However, he is a wall facer, and it is no exaggeration to say that he can completely wipe out human beings, including Trisolarans, without the knowledge of human beings. In an instant, huge pressure was on his shoulders, making him a little overwhelmed. This sense of responsibility for the whole world made him a little breathless. Suddenly, he thought of Ray Diaz, that rough man. In a sense, he is very similar to his current situation. At that time, how did he shoulder this responsibility with a face change? How did he make up his mind? In an instant, his mind recalled the way Ray Diaz looked at him that day. This is your mission, it is also my mission, and it is the mission of all wall facers. He seemed to understand a little bit of what Ray Diaz wanted to express from that look. Thinking of this, he shook his head. He thought of the conversation between himself and Zhuang Yi in the Louvre. Mr. Luo, do you think there is a way for people to understand the meaning of the other party without speaking? For example, eyes. At first he thought it was impossible to achieve. How can eyes be used as a means of communication? But now he has to admit that eyes can indeed be used as a way of communication, and it expresses more meaning. Before, he thought that eye contact was impossible because it could not be clearly recorded like voice and text. However, future generations can watch and analyze repeatedly in memory. Perhaps this is his unique ability. Speaking of which, is it considered a superpower? Luo Ji shook his head. After thinking about it for a while, he felt much better now. His chest was not so oppressed, and he didn't have the fear before when he raised his head, and he didn't have that strange feeling of being watched. It's not that he is not afraid anymore, but that he has learned to hide this fear in his heart. After heaving a sigh of relief, he started to walk down the mountain. After walking for a while, he saw a figure walking out with a flashlight in the dark forest. It's Dashi. He was not surprised that Dashi appeared here. Dashi was such a reassuring person. After Dashi saw him, he didn't speak, but walked quietly with him. He naturally saw Luoji's gaffe just now, but he didn't step forward. He thought it was just Luoji's collapsed state after his wife and daughter left. This is the most normal behavior of a man. How can a man face the departure of his wife and daughter without changing his face? However, Dashi quietly looked at Luoji, and now it seemed that Luoji had recovered, or he had accepted the result. Along the way, Luoji remained silent, and so did Dashi. Facing Dashi, a person he trusted even more than Zhuang Yan, Luoji wanted to tell him what he had discovered more than once. This kind of pressure and responsibility is really unbearable for him alone. However, he also understood that if he told Dashi, it would only harm him. If he had guessed correctly, Safan had seen everything about him just now, and they must have discovered their abnormality. Thinking about it in another way, Sansadi must have noticed him, no matter what he found, but in short his behavior is not normal. So, next he might be dangerous. Then, he thought of Lin Nian. Lin Nian didn't have to worry about his own safety at all, and with his wisdom, he must have a deeper understanding of the dark forest. However, he thought about it carefully, and it still didn't work. Although Lin Nian was kind to himself, he knew very well that Lin Nian was quite a crazy person. It can be seen from the fact that he can conduct human experiments on thousands of people, if he knows this secret. It's hard to imagine him doing anything dangerous, especially since he doesn't have anything attached to him yet. However, this also gave him a hint that perhaps at some point, telling Lin Nian this secret will have an unexpected effect. He raised his head, laughed and cried, but in the end he had to bear all this alone. "Brother Luo, what's the matter?" Dashi looked at him and asked. Luoji shook his head, then he looked at Dashi. "Dashi, can you contact Mr. Cantor for me? Now?" Dashi was a little surprised. "Yes, it's now," Luoji said solemnly. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Dashi naturally recognized the seriousness in Luoji's tone. Soon, not long after they returned to the manor, Yin Shi contacted Mr. Cantor. "Dr. Luoji, hello." Mr. Cantor smiled at Luoji. Compared with the last time he saw him, Cantor looked older at this time, and his eyes showed exhaustion that couldn't be concealed. As you can imagine, his work must be quite busy. "Mr. Cantor, I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but I have something very important to ask you," Luoji said. "Dr. Luoji, please tell me." Cantor looked at him rather helplessly, apparently seeing him like this, he was already ready for Luoji to make some unreasonable demands again. Luoji pretended not to see this, and said solemnly, "I need a safe place, a safe place." Even though Cantor was prepared, he was taken aback by his words, thinking what the hell was he trying to do? "Dr. Luoji, what exactly do you want to do?" Cantor looked at him and sighed. "Work," Luoji said with a solemn expression. "Work?" Cantor was speechless for a while. "As long as you still work, but no matter what," Luoji was still a wall-facer, and he didn't ask Luoji why he made this request. "Dr. Luoji, you need to know that there is no absolutely safe place in the world." Luoji frowned when he heard this, but Cantor said something with a smile. "But I know that there is one place that is relatively safest, and there is no safer place." Soon, Luoji knew where Cantor was talking about. It turned out to be this. He should have thought of it earlier. That's right, this is the underground laboratory of the Three Gorges, and it is also the place where Lin Nian hibernates. After looking at the place, and at Dashi lying on the chair smoking a cigar, he still couldn't help asking. "Dashi, is this really safe?" Dashi said carelessly, "At this moment he is not at all as vigilant as he was in the manor before." He patted the chair next to him, motioning him to sit down. "Although, I don't know what you want to do, but in terms of safety, this can be said to be the safest place in the world." Then he gave Rocco again. "You know, the build strength here, right?" Luoji nodded. He must know about such a famous project as the Three Gorges. That's right, the strength of the facilities here can easily prevent nuclear bombs, and there are 4 military regions around them on standby. The most important thing is that the previous experience has been learned here. The ventilation systems here are all independent, and there is a complete ecological system. Even if this place is completely closed to the outside world, it can continue to supply resources for 100 years. As for energy, there is no need to worry. So, just put your mind at ease. Dashi smiled, and his heart felt at ease when he returned here. Hearing what Dashi said, Luoji heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this place was indeed the safest place in the world. By the way, can I go and see Lin Nian? He asked suddenly. He knew he was hibernating here. Dashi spread his hands when he heard this. I can't do anything about it. His hibernation location is top secret, and no more than 3 people know about it, and even if you go to find them, it may not work. Luoji nodded. He was not surprised that Lin Nian had such a high level of protection. Originally, I just wanted to take a look at it, but now it's such a hassle, so forget it. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at the angel. Dashi, can you help me find a top astronomer? Now. Well, now. Okay, wait. Dashi did not delay. Soon, the astronomer Ringer was invited here. Dr. Luoji, nice to meet you. Ringer was still very excited to see the only wall-facer who hadn't hibernated. Professor Ringer. Luoji also greeted with a smile. Then, he quickly started to get down to business. Professor Ringer, if there are observers other than the 3 bodies in the universe, is the current position of the Earth exposed? Linger shook his head immediately after hearing this. Impossible, Dr. Luoji, this kind of interactive communication between the Earth and the 3 bodies can only be exposed in the approximate direction of the Milky Way, and the third party cannot know the precise location. Then if it follows this direction, will it be possible for me to find us all the time? Luoji asked worriedly. Hearing this, Ringer laughed. Dr. Luoji, do you know how many stars there are in the Milky Way? 200 billion. A full 200 billion. What kind of concept is this? It's as if we were sitting in an airplane driving in the desert, and you heard a grain of sand in the desert shouting to you, I am here. You heard it, but can you pinpoint his exact location? Hearing Ling's explanation, Luoji heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, he's relieved. Then he asked again. Then is there any way to indicate the position of a certain star to the universe? Linger nodded upon hearing this. Yes. Then, he explained his method. Dr. Luoji, I don't know if you are clear, the relative positions of the stars in any region of the Milky Way are unique, just like our fingerprints. Luoji understood. That is to say, as long as the position of the specified star is sent relative to the surrounding stars, the receiver only needs to compare it with the star map to determine the specific position of a certain star? Ringer nodded strangely. That's the right understanding, but it's only theoretically feasible. Anyway, so far, we humans are likely to master this technology. Why? Ringo sighed. Because, according to your words, then the recipient must have a 3-dimensional model star map of the entire Milky Way, showing the relative positions of all the stars. Moreover, it is necessary to know that the Milky Way is in motion all the time, that is to say, they must also have the ability to predict the position changes of trillions of stars in the Milky Way. Luoji understood what he meant, and he asked another question afterward. So is it necessary to send the location? Ringo shook his head. No, just master the relative positions of more than 30 stars. Very good, Luoji was very satisfied, since then he has fully understood the information he wanted. So, next, the work is about to begin. Immediately, he reached out to Cantor. Mr. Cantor, I request that a wall-facer video hearing be organized immediately. Luoji said with a solemn expression. Cantor was a little speechless after hearing this. Dr. Luoji, if you have any requirements, you can tell me directly, there is no need to organize a hearing meeting for the wall facers. His underlying meaning is that you don't bother others. No, it's very important, I have a very important announcement to make. Luoji said with a solemn expression. Cantor can't help it either, Luoji has said so, what can he do, who calls him a wall facer? Okay, Dr. Luoji, I will report it to Chairman Say. I'm sorry to trouble you. After saying this, he lay down on the chair, and then he made an unprecedented and bold move. Sure enough, I'm still not suitable to be a wall facer. He smiled helplessly. Get money. At the same time, inside the three-body game world, a group of Edo members came here under the call of the three bodies. Here, Tri-Solaris issued a notice to them again. Kill Luoji. Everyone was a little puzzled when they saw the news. You must know that this is the second time the Lord has targeted Luoji. Why, Lord, is he really so important? Wall Breaker Mozi shouted, as the first wall breaker, his status in the organization has increased rapidly. But seeing the Lord value Luoji so much, he still couldn't help feeling jealous. You don't need to know, you just need to be responsible for killing him, and then wait for us to grant you death. After saying this sentence, no matter how they asked, the Tri-Solarans never responded. Damn, how are we going to kill him? One Edo person said, he's hiding in that turtle shell, what can we do? Perhaps we could use nukes. As soon as the words fell, the people around looked at him with foolish eyes. Use nuclear bombs, what a joke, there is the Three Gorges, what kind of nuclear bombs can hit there? And even if it hits, can it threaten the bunker below? What about biological weapons? Another made a suggestion. No, after the assassination of Lin Nian last time, the protection has been done there, not only there are targeted facilities, but also a separate ventilation inspection equipment inside. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Now they really had nothing to do. It could be said that as long as Luoji kept shrinking there, he would be safe. Then what about the Lord, if the Lord takes action? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by someone from the bed. Impossible, the Lord said that it will not give us any technical and intellectual support to prevent it from being obtained by humans. As he spoke, he sighed. Pay more attention to his actions, now we can only do it when he comes out. What they didn't know was that Luoji had already made up his mind that he would not be able to get out after being beaten to death. Anyway, he could hibernate here, so he didn't panic at all. Chapter 49. A few days later, the Planetary Council finally agreed to Luoji's hearing for the wall facers. Soon, when Luoji was sitting in his seat and looking at the members of the council in the holographic image, he took a deep breath. Dr. Luoji, all members of the Planetary Defense Council have arrived. Please announce the plan and arrangement for this hearing. Chairman Say said. But before he could speak, a representative of one of the countries spoke. Dr. Luoji, let me remind you that all our resources have been invested in the STARS project. If your plan requires too many resources, we may. I understand, but please rest assured that this plan will not consume too many resources, and you can even say that it does not consume resources. Luoji said. Just like your previous plans. Someone sneered, what he was talking about was helping Luoji find the manor and Zhuangyan. Less than that. Luoji said solemnly. Okay, Dr. Luoji, let us understand your plan. Chairman Say interrupted them. Luoji took a deep breath, looked at the crowd and said. Everyone, there is a document in front of you, I believe you have read it. Everyone nodded. Of course they had read it. At first they thought it was some important document, so they opened it. Inside are 3 pictures, the picture is overall black, with many irregularly distributed light spots on it, one of which is slightly larger, and it is pointed out by an arrow. Anyway, they couldn't see what these pictures meant, but they were relieved when they thought that Luoji had created them. Maybe the guy was just trying to amuse them? After all, he would do such absurd things as asking them to find him a woman, and this kind of thing didn't seem unacceptable. That's why they made those moves just now. The information on these pictures will be transmitted to the universe through the sun's radio wave amplification function. Luoji said. What's this? A representative muttered. Dr. Luoji, based on the principles of wall facers, you don't have to explain this question. Chairman Say said, and at the same time he was warning them to pick up the respect they should have for those facing the wall. This is nothing. Luoji shook his head. Just a simple spell. Luoji couldn't help sighing with emotion. Spell? He said it was a spell. A representative of a country couldn't help it. What is the use? This is for a planet 50 light-years away, and it may also directly affect the star. As for the use, I don't know yet, but what is certain is that the spell must be disastrous. Luoji said solemnly. So, is there life on those planets in 817? A representative asked. Luoji frowned, does it matter? Of course, we are a friendly civilization, and it is impossible to do anything that harms other civilizations. Hearing this, Luoji secretly sneered. How high-sounding words, do not harm other civilizations. You won't even let people of your own civilization go, but you have the cheek to say that you are a friendly civilization, and that you won't do anything that hurts other civilizations? Childish and stupid. This is Luoji's evaluation of them. However, he didn't intend to say anything. Talking about it with them would only waste his time. Fortunately, he had expected this situation a long time ago. I asked Professor Ringer repeatedly, and he said that according to the visual observation data, there is no sign of life in that area. Of course, Luoji also added that it doesn't really matter if there is one or not, all he wants to see is a result. After seeing the law of the dark forest of the universe clearly, he no longer has any kindness and pity for this dark universe. These precious feelings will only be placed on his civilization, his family, and friends. Hearing his words, everyone nodded. When will the spell work? The distance is too far, 50 light-years, even if it works immediately, it will take 100 years to reach us, and it may take longer. So before the spell takes effect, I need to go into hibernation and wake me up after the spell. Luoji said. Then why not directly target the Tri-Solaran world? Luoji shook his head, it's too close, and this is just my speculation. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They have now completely believed that this guy is teasing them, he thinks he is a wizard, a spell can destroy a planet? However, no matter what, they agreed to Luoji's plan. After all, as he said, this plan really doesn't need resources, it just needs to launch a radio wave. After the hearing was over, Luoji slumped on a chair. This feeling is simply terrible. However, he has already done what he should do, and he should also prepare to hibernate. Just when he was preparing to hibernate, he unexpectedly discovered that the atmosphere in the laboratory became a little tense. Even Dashi frowned from time to time, which was very abnormal. After Dashi arrived here, he had let himself go. Dashi, what's going on? People from Ito are calling. Luoji stopped him and asked a question. What are they thinking? They have the guts? There are 4 military regions here, and their heads will be screwed off in minutes. Dashi snorted coldly, it's just a mild flu outbreak in a nearby place. Avian influenza. It's the flu with mild symptoms. Dashi said angrily. Now, the entire Three Gorges laboratory and the surrounding military area have completely cut off any contact with the outside world. In addition, the protective measures have been opened. Anyone entering the laboratory, including me, must be inspected and disinfected. Luoji was taken aback, is there a need to be so sensitive? Isn't it just an ordinary flu? What do you know? Dashi stared. The last time Ito used biological and chemical weapons, do you know how many people the military region lost? Besides, even if we make a big fuss, it won't consume much, but in case, as long as we don't pay attention, you and the many scientists here will be finished. These losses are comparable to some resources. Da Xiu said earnestly. It seems that I really chose the right place, now I can hibernate with peace of mind. Luoji also smiled when he heard this, he felt at ease with such a tight defense. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Da Shi puffed up his chest and said. Soon after the spell was sent, Luoji went into hibernation. At this time, in the three-body game world, we failed. Well, if I knew it earlier, with the previous experience, they must have been prepared. Now what? I can only wait, he has hibernated now, and we can only think of a way after he wakes up from Tumian. With the end of a burst of discussion, the figures of everyone in the three-body game world also disappeared one by one. At the same time, Lin Nian, who was far away on Mercury, suddenly raised his head. He looked at the earth with a strange face. Just now he received a series of radio waves. After analysis, he found that the content of the power source turned out to be the relative coordinates of a star. No need to think about it, he also knows who sent this thing. It seems that the Trisolaran fleet should also speed up soon. He knew that Trisolaris must have also received this message, through which they could confirm the secret of the dark forest that Luoji already knew. Thinking of this, he also started to speed up his plan. On Venus 2 years later. Finally finished. Lin Nian sighed, after spending so long, he finally gathered the resources to build the genetic engine, and of course he also gathered some other resources. Soon, with the help of the big clock, he finally created his own genetic engine. Ding! The gene engine has started, the gene is being locked. Lin Nian, the lock is complete, please name it. A crisp voice sounded in his mind. What a sound, that's what he heard. Dawn. Dawn of genetic engine, confirmed. The name Dawn means the beginning of everything, it is the ray of dawn before dawn, and it will eventually burst out with more beautiful brilliance. Dawn opens the dark plane and starts carrying. Turning on. The dark plane has been opened. The dark plane has been installed. Then, the sound of the dawn sounded, which meant that the genetic engine had been completely loaded into his own dark plane. Thinking of this, he began to experiment impatiently. When he raised his hand, a small white wormhole appeared in his hand. This is the micro-wormhole transportation technology. Not only that, but also wormhole technology, holy flame, and various technologies that he put in. In short, as long as it is in the big clock, he can put everything in it. It is no exaggeration to say that if the hardware is not bad, Shuguang can be upgraded to an AIFD engine immediately. With Dawn, those who followed him will have a lot of love. However, before that, there is one more thing to be solved, and that is to transplant the angel gene. Without angel genes, many angel civilization technologies in Dawn cannot be fully utilized, so this needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Fortunately, the implantation of angel genes does not require too many resources, the only requirement is the assistance of the gene engine. Now, with the genetic engine, it's time to start. Thinking of this, he used the wormhole transport technology to dig out a hole under the Venusian stratum. It will take some time to implant the angel gene, so it is still necessary to find a relatively safe location. Inside the cave, Lin Nian took a deep breath. Dawn, carry out angel gene transplantation. Yes. Copying angel gene. The angel gene has been copied successfully, and the gene transplant is in progress. The estimated time is 30 days. Following the sound of Dawn's cold voice, he also slowly fell into a deep sleep. While he was sleeping, his body was undergoing some changes. 30 days is very short for Lin Nian, and he just sleeps alone. Gene transplantation has been completed. Soon, as a voice sounded in his mind, he also slowly opened his eyes directly. At this moment, his appearance has changed to a certain extent, his figure has become more perfect, and the iconic white wings have grown from the back. The hair has also become completely golden, but the face has not changed much. After all, it is already perfect enough. Then, he started self-examination. Dawn, check my own state. Yes. Lin Nian, male angel. Second generation divine body. 1. Gene engine, Dawn. Very good, the angel gene is really strong, and it even upgraded him to the second generation of God body, although it is still very weak. But this saves most of his resources. Moreover, his current race is no longer human beings, but male angels. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. After leaving the cave, he flew into space again. At this moment, he was standing in space, looking at the blue planet in the distance. Then, he turned his head to look at the deep universe. At this time, he found that when he changed his race and looked at the universe, he no longer had the anxiety and fear he had before. Even after he became a god, he always had this feeling. But now it's gone, he just feels a moment of peace now. For the angels, they have no reason to fear the universe. This kind of thinking is engraved in their genes, and it also affected him. Don't think it's unimportant. If you are in a state of fear all the time while navigating in the universe, it will torture your heart until it makes you collapse. Therefore, all seemingly useless things are screened from generation to generation before being engraved into the genes. For example, wings. It seems that angels no longer need to use wings to fly, but what if some unexpected situation occurs? Having wings means that you can fly, and you can avoid most of the sources of crisis in the sky, not to mention it has other magical functions. Afterwards, he looked at the universe quietly, seemingly doing nothing, but actually receiving the information carried in the angel gene. The information is too huge, and Xu Guang is helping him process it. After a long time, the information integration was completed. Angel is worthy of being an advanced civilization, the information carried in the genes alone is enough for him to digest. As for whose gene it is definitely not the gene of a female angel. The genes of men and women do not fuse, so this is naturally the gene of a male angel, and he deliberately chose a stronger one. Ahem, it's not Hua yet, it's Wang Huiyan, the angel of the previous generation. Don't think that the genes of male angels are weaker than those of females. In fact, the genes of male angels in angelic civilization have always been stronger than that of female angels. It's just that kid Huaya only cared about having fun later on, otherwise there wouldn't be Keisha in the back. Speaking of which, Keisha defeated Huaya only with the help of Carl and the super seminary, otherwise she would have no chance relying on her group of female angels alone. However, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If they win, they win. Lin Nian doesn't deny Keisha's strength either. After understanding the abilities of the current angel body, he will also start preparing to try to reproduce the angel family. Before, he deliberately collected resources in this area. After all, it is not a problem to work alone, and he is more or less a god. 3 days later, the underground of Venus. Lin Nian looked at the cultivation room and nodded. It is much more convenient to do this with the genetic engine, and these high-end instruments can be squeezed out easily. Dawn, carry out biological cultivation. Biological cultivation begins, please implant the gene. Soon, a cell appeared on the silver-white instrument in front of him. Soon, he selected the genes of those angels. The angel gene is being implanted, and the implantation is complete. Estimated cultivation time, 300 days. 300 days is not too long. Lin Nian nodded, and then cultivated 9 more cells with angel genes as just now, and his existing resources would not be enough. Next, just wait for them to hatch with peace of mind. At the same time, he was not idle at this time, and began to continue collecting resources. After they were all born, these things could be distributed to them. As time goes by little. In the cultivation warehouse, beautiful female angels are also slowly taking shape. They are curled up in the special nutrient-based solution, and their snow-white wings tightly wrap their bodies behind them. Finally, Lin Nian returned here after the time set by dawn ended. Appearing in front of his eyes were 10 female angels who had already dressed in silver-white armor, beautiful and proud. After seeing him, the female angels knelt down on one knee. Angel Muni, Angel Kimura, Angel Soft Wind, Angel Spirit. Meet the current king of angels. Just ask, how will you feel when a group of beautiful female angels kneel down to you? Contrary to what he imagined, Lin Nian didn't feel too much excitement, but was a little emotional. He has become an angel, and his views on things are also quietly changing. This is not tampering, but because of the change of identity. He used to be a human being, so he naturally had longings and expectations for beautiful angels, but after becoming an angel, he saw them again. He can only feel emotion in his heart. This universe finally has angels. Chapter 50. Get up, everyone. Lin Nian looked at them and said. Yes, King. Afterwards, they stood up and looked at Lin Nian together. Their eyes were pure, reverent, excited and expectant, and their thoughts could be seen at a glance. Although they are pure, it doesn't mean they are stupid. In fact, they have already received a lot of information when they were born. King, what do we need to do? One of the angels asked. Don't worry, let's link to my treasure house of knowledge first. With that said, Lin Nian opened up the authority to them. A group of female angels nodded, and then, the wings on their backs spread out, their bodies were suspended in the air, and their eyes suddenly burst into white light at this moment. Angel Mani, Angel Kimura, request to apply for a link to the treasure trove of knowledge. With their application, Shu Guang also began to operate. Identity is being checked. Angel gene has been confirmed, identity verification is successful. The output port is being established, and the port establishment is complete. With the sound of Dawn's voice, they also successfully linked to their own treasure house of knowledge. As a matter of fact, only a small part of Ruoda's group of angels has genetic engines. After all, a gene engine consumes a lot of resources. But why do almost all angels have good fighting ability? This is the uniqueness of angels. Angels are ruled by Wang, and the entire angel is ruled by a king. This system has been established at the birth of angel civilization. That's why Huaya was able to become the king of angels back then, not for any reason, but because he was the son of the previous king of angels. It is normal for a son to inherit his father's business. Even though Keisha later overthrew the Tiangong and established a new heavenly court, she still did not change the system. Is it because she doesn't want to or can't? The answer is no, she can indeed establish a new angel system, but she cannot, because she is an angel, and this system represents the inheritance of angels. Once she gave up this system, it meant that they lost orthodoxy. A civilization, its inheritance is not only the knowledge, but also the history, and its spirit. Keisha can deny Huai's Tiangong system, but she cannot deny the entire angelic civilization, so even if she hates this system, she must keep it. The role of the king is not only to lead the entire angel group, but also the source of power for the group. Every angel can rely on its own angel gene to apply for Link King's treasure house of knowledge, thus possessing impressive abilities. The advantage of this is that every angel can be armed, but this also has high requirements for the king's knowledge treasure house. The first is that it must have the ability to have multiple output ports so that it can be linked by multiple angels, and it also needs to have sufficient performance so that they can maintain their output. Fortunately, this is the gene engine he built with all his strength, not to mention many, there is no problem at all linking dozens of them. But this also has a disadvantage, that is, once he dies, and no one inherits his treasure house of knowledge. Then their overall combat power will drop sharply. After Keisha fell, why the angels retreated steadily is because of this. Without the support of Keisha's treasure house of knowledge, their abilities could not be brought into play at all. It cannot be said that this method is not good, it can only be said that each has its own merits. And now, Lin Nian has a good understanding of their combat effectiveness. The first generation of gods with a unified body. Available abilities include information reading, information shielding, ultra-high-speed flight, wormhole transmission, micro-wormhole transportation, advanced use of dark energy, Sky Blade Strike, weakened version, Sky Blade Trial, weakened version. In short, it is no exaggeration to say that if they are thrown on the earth, they can easily destroy the civilization of the earth. An information shield can shield all communications on the earth, even if they use the original ignition method to launch nuclear bombs. With dark energy barriers and wormhole teleportation, nuclear bombs can't hurt them at all. The Heavenly Blade Strike and Heavenly Blade Judgment that followed were weakened versions, but they were enough to wipe them out. This is the so-called crushing of lower civilizations by higher civilizations. Even if he only shows part of it now, it is not something that human beings, a mere pre-nuclear civilization, can resist. It can be said that the emergence of the genetic engine really allowed him, these angels, to reach the lowest strength of angel civilization in a true sense. However, he wouldn't be proud of it. The water in the three-body universe is too deep, and he doesn't understand many of their technologies. Just like the two-way foil, he can't even understand the principle of that thing. The unknown is the scariest thing. He doesn't intend to expose the angel until he doesn't understand it or have no corresponding countermeasures. At this time, several angels have also accepted part of the information of Kuri, the treasure of knowledge. King, have you understood everything? Lin Nian asked. All the angels nodded. Lin Nian is also a little bit emotional. This is called efficiency, where is it like those people on the earth, who can't understand even a little knowledge after a long time. Speaking of it, the communication method of spiritual intercommunication is a technology that every advanced civilization has. Because compared with language and writing, spiritual communication in this forest is often faster and more concise, and more importantly, it can perfectly gather the wisdom of the entire civilization. Three-body is almost this way of communication, but their thinking is exposed. Lin Nian said that he can't understand. Indeed, spiritual communication can transmit most of the information, but as an independent living body, it is normal to have personal privacy. Even angels have their own separate contact channels. Then, he looked at the angels, smiled and asked a question. What do you think of our angel's current situation? Wang, based on the current situation, we should choose to hide ourselves and seek development in secret. Angel Rufeng said. Angel Rufeng is just like her name, and her tone of voice is gentle and soft. In fact, their names were not chosen by themselves, but based on their knowledge based on the data Kuri. I do not think so. The angel spirit stood up, she had a pair of extremely agile eyes. I have read the information from the earth. According to the situation on the earth, they are completely incapable of resisting our angels. We can occupy it as the base of the angel family. After that, we will use the surrounding resources to rapidly expand our strength. But, Ling, don't forget that there are three bodies. The angel Kimura stood up, her voice was full of charm, and even her figure and appearance were extremely charming. It is better to say that she is like an angel than a demon. Well, angels and demons are originally a family. In short, this is a female angel with a somewhat demonic figure, succubus-like appearance, and aura. As for why this happened, Lin Nian didn't know either. He just randomly selected a few first-generation angel genes from the angel genes for cultivation. Those second and third generations consume a bit too much resources, after all, they are cultivated, not transplanted like him. He also wanted to reproduce the genes of Keisha, Hexi, and Liang Bing directly, but unfortunately he couldn't for the time being. Wang, what do you think? While he was in a daze, the angel Kimura looked at him and asked. If Lin Nian in the past might not be able to stand this look, now he can look at it calmly. The three-body problem is indeed a point that cannot be ignored. Tell us your views. As far as you know, Wang, we angels are not afraid of the three-body civilization. Angel Rufeng said gently. What does it mean not to be afraid? Even the speed of light can't be reached. I'm afraid only water droplets can barely see it. Angel Spirit said, and then she looked at Lin Nian. Wang, if possible, I can perform a space jump and directly apply for launching the heavenly sword trial against their fleet. Lin Nian couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth when she heard this. She really has a big heart. Launch the Heaven Blade trial. Aren't you telling Tri-Solaris that there are advanced civilizations involved in the solar system? The angel Kimura gave her a blank look. We must know that there are still many remnants of their home planet. What if they do not want to die and launch a dark forest attack? Are we going to wander in this universe? Then jump directly to their planet and launch a judgment on their planet. Angel Spirit stared at Kimura. Okay, stop arguing. Lin Nian stopped their quarrel. Don't think that there is peace among the angels. In fact, there is no so-called perfect creature. Even angels are selfish, but in front of the race, they will abandon their own interests and even their lives to protect the entire ethnic group. First of all, my genetic engine is limited in strength, and secondly, we don't know much about the three bodies. What if they have the ability to stop us from striking with blades and judging? Furthermore, even if we destroy their planet, our attack will definitely be observed by other civilizations. I have already said in the information that the Tri-Solaran civilization is too close to the Earth. Once other civilizations find traces of the Tri-Solaran world being attacked by other advanced civilizations, they will inevitably observe the Earth, thus attracting a new dark forest attack. This is where Lin Nian has a headache now. The Tri-Solaran is too close to the Earth. Any attack from intelligent civilization will be observed by other civilizations. But the big clock can't cover up this point, just like he can't cover up the anomaly of the sun. Elimination and cover-up both expose. Aren't we doing what Rufeng said now? Hiding in the dark. Angel Spirit said dissatisfied. With the Earth as a cover, we can have more room for development. Lin Nian looked at her and smiled. Don't be fooled by the tone of this little girl Ling, she also has a proud figure. It's just that his personality is a little naive, and to put it simply, he's a bit out of his wits. There's nothing he can do about it. No one is perfect. However, they are weak, so why do they control so many resources? The angel spirit muttered, in her opinion, humans on Earth simply don't have the resources to own this piece of land. Angel good? No, that was when their survival was not in danger, and then they showed their kind side to other weak civilizations. However, the current angelic civilization is just in need of development. They can even give up themselves for the sake of the ethnic group. Why should they care about the human beings on the Earth? Because they are weak, they are suitable for our cover. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Lin Nian laughed. In short, your task now is to collect resources and strengthen my divine body and genetic engine, so that we can strengthen our civilization. As for contact, there is no need to contact them for the time being. Lin Nian looked at the Earth as he spoke. Then, where do we start? Angel Rufeng looked at him and asked. Start with Saturn, Venus. Human activities are too frequent, they will not set foot there for the time being, and then use Saturn as the base point to develop to other planets, avoiding them as much as possible. Lin Nian said. Hearing his words, the expressions of all the angels froze, and they all knelt down on one knee. Follow your orders, King. Afterwards, Lin Nian opened the wormhole and took them to space jump to Saturn. Saturn, as the second largest planet in the solar system, its mass is 95 times that of the Earth, but its gravity is similar to that of the Earth. And there is an extremely beautiful and spectacular star ring around it. Saturn's atmosphere is very thick, resulting in extremely low temperatures here, and most of the surface is gaseous or liquid. There is even a huge storm in the sky from time to time. It can be said that in such a harsh environment, basically no life can survive. But Lin Nian and the others are different, they can fly and don't need a foothold. The environment here is terrible. Seeing this, the angel spirit muttered. Because of the poor environment, we will not be easily detected when we are exploiting resources. Lin Nian smiled. Then, flying high into the sky, there was a burst of fluorescence in his eyes. Start dawn. Dawn has started. Scan Saturn to detect available resources. 0.00. Scanning. The scan is complete, and 1,524 available resources have been detected. Annotate, draw a map. The annotation is completed and the map has been drawn. Afterwards, Lin Nian slowly fell down. The above resources have been marked and drawn, and they will come, and they will be placed in my knowledge treasure curry. If you need it, you can apply for it yourself. Lin Nian looked at them and said. This is the benefit of having a gene engine, and you don't have to look for it slowly with your naked eyes like before. But seeing the disinterested looks of the angels, he sighed, and sure enough they still didn't like this place. Let's go. King? Where are you going? Angel Kimura asked. Since you don't like it, change another planet. Lin Nian said. No, Wang, we just... The angel spirit thought it was her fault, so she couldn't even speak out when she was so excited. Lin Nian smiled, don't worry, it's good that you have your own ideas, and you are not my slaves, you are my people. It was my mistake that I didn't consider your ideas before. As he said that, he didn't delay any longer, and directly opened the wormhole and took them to Uranus. Uranus is much more beautiful than Saturn, it looks like a huge sapphire from the outside, it is a solid planet, the surface is basically all ice, the temperature here is quite low. However, in the eyes of the angels, they don't care at all, and any environment has no effect on them, mainly because the place is full of ice and snow, which completely conforms to their aesthetics. Is it okay here? Lin Nian looked at them and smiled. Wang, this place is so beautiful. The angel Rufeng said, holding up a handful of ice and snow that can kill people's hands. Since that's the case, here it is. With that said, Lin Nian activated Shugwang again to detect the planet, and put all the information in his knowledge treasure curry as before. Seeing their happy faces, Lin Nian was about to leave. Wang? Where are you going? The angel Kimura asked hastily when she saw him. Hearing her words, all the angels turned to look at him quickly. Of course I want to. As he said that, Lin Nian was taken aback, what is he going to do? Back to Earth? But what's the point of going back? It seems that there are not many people he cares about. And they should all be hibernating at this time, and it doesn't make sense to go there. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but look at them, as if he could only stay here with them. I'm not going anywhere, I'm here with you. Lin Nian smiled. Really? Wang, do you really want to stay here with us? The angel spirit looked at him excitedly. Yeah, I'm right here with you. Hearing this, the faces of all the angels showed joy, and Lin Nian's position in their hearts was self-evident. Then let's build a home here, the home of our angels. Angel Spirit suggested. I agree, this place is beautiful, and even if we leave in the future, we will move it to the earth. Angel Kimura said. All the angels nodded, then looked at Lin Nian expectantly and asked his opinion. Then let's do it, the Tuyuan matter can be settled slowly. Lin Nian smiled. However, it is not difficult to see from their attitudes that they have already regarded the earth as themselves or angels. Chapter 51. The efficiency of the angels is very high. In a dozen hours, they built a castle on a snow mountain. Yes, the angels prefer the gorgeous architecture that is biased toward the Western style. And the architectural color of this castle is blue and white as a whole, in line with this icy and snowy scene. In fact, if Lin Nian's genetic engine is upgraded, he can completely rewrite the concept of this area and forcibly change the environment here. Although the environment can't have any influence on Angel, it's always more comfortable to look at. How about it, King, our castle? Angel Spirit looked at him expectantly. It's beautiful, it's beautiful. Lin Nian nodded. Hearing his praise, all the angels were also happy. After the castle was built, the angels didn't delay, they immediately started to move around to collect resources, and they still knew the key points. And Lin Nian didn't stay idle, and went with them. The time now is very precious to him and to the angels. 2 years later, Lin Nian stood on the top of the castle, looking at the glacier in the distance. It's so fast. He murmured. Yes, it's really fast, in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Of course, this does not refer to the 2 years on this planet, but refers to the time on the Earth. Taking Earth time as a unit of measurement has become his habit unconsciously. Ever since he became an angel, he felt that time could pass so quickly. Angels are eternal, because their genes are all engraved with eternal genes, which is the technology discovered by the space principle to study the secrets of the universe. After this technology was discovered, it was implanted into their genes by advanced civilizations, giving them eternal lifespan. Therefore, it is meaningless to talk about time with angels. Just like the angel Kimura and the others, they don't feel the passage of time at all, they just feel that they and the king are having a good time here. As for how long 977 has passed, they don't care at all. Only Lin Nian cared about such trivial matters. But I have to say that Angel's efficiency is still very high. In just 2 years, the resources they collected strengthened him to the 3rd generation of God body. For this kind of resource tilting method, none of the angels thinks there is anything wrong. Their civilization is like this, concentrating all resources to strengthen a king. Then, they get feedback from the king, which is the way they are angel civilization. Although he lived comfortably during this period of time, he also had to face a problem. The resources needed to upgrade the 4th generation God body are too huge. The solar system can satisfy most of the resources, but there are still some special resources that need to be found in the universe. There is also the genetic engine. The genetic engine at the first stage is indeed sufficient, but upgrading as soon as possible can give him greater confidence. At present, these need to go to the universe to find resources. Let them go to the universe to find resources? Yes, yes, as far as their abilities are concerned, there is no problem. However, Lin Nian is not at ease. This is also the most critical problem observed in the past 2 years. They are too simple, and they have inherited all the good qualities of angels in their genes. That's a good thing, but not in this dark 3-body universe. They are not cruel enough, not cunning enough, not sinister enough, these are what they lack. If he was accidentally killed halfway, that's okay, but what if he was captured? Who knows what advanced civilization is hidden in this dark universe? Once they are accidentally captured, other civilizations will decipher their information and know the way of their civilization, which will cause a series of unpredictable chain reactions. Don't think that the angelic civilization is absolutely superior. In this vast Tri-Solaran universe, there are many more terrifying civilizations hidden. What he has to do now is to hide himself well, use the advantages of his own civilization, keep learning and growing, so as to gain a foothold in this universe. King, what are you doing here? The angel Mani flew over and folded his wings beside him. Nothing, just thinking about one thing. Lin Nian smiled. Money, what are you and Wang talking about? Angel Spirit, Rufeng and other angels all flew over. Wang said he was thinking about something. Angel Mooney said. What's the matter? What are you thinking, Wang? The angel spirits immediately became interested when they heard this. They were not interested in many things, but they were particularly interested in Lin Nian. The other angels were the same, looking at him curiously. I'm thinking about our future, angel's future. Lin Nian smiled. Future. Angel Ling muttered, this question was a bit too mysterious for her. Wang, what are you confused about? Angel Rufeng saw his worry. Yes. Lin Nian didn't hide it. The current progress is indeed good, but crisis moments may come, so we have to speed up our pace. Lin Nian said lightly. Wang, are we going to drive them out? Angel Spirit said excitedly. Naturally, what she meant was to occupy the earth. She had already been thinking about such a good place on the earth. Lin Nian shook his head, although there are many resources in the solar system, there are still rare resources that cannot be obtained here. As he spoke, Lin Nian looked towards the sky. Wang, do you mean we are going to the depths of the universe? Angel Rufeng looked at him and asked. Lin Nian turned to look at them, it's me, not you. What? All the angels were shocked when they heard this. King. Now, are you going to abandon us? Angel Kimura looked at him in panic. Lin Nian smiled at their terrified expressions. Don't worry, I didn't abandon you, it's just that you are not suitable to go to the depths of the universe with me, after all, you don't have your own genetic engine. There are some accidents, after all, there are still some troubles. Lin Nian said euphemistically. Then, how long do you plan to go? Angel Rufeng asked. I don't know, maybe soon, maybe a long time. Lin Nian looked into the distance and said. All the angels fell silent upon hearing this. But, Wang, you are gone, what should we do? Lin Nian turned to look at them. There's just one thing you need to do. He smiled. What? Go to Earth. The angel spirit looked at Lin Nian in shock. You are not sent to Earth to attack them, but to learn from them. Lin Nian said. Learn from them? What's there to learn from them? Now the angel Kimura is a little incomprehensible. In their view, human beings are a kind of low-level intelligent life, why should they angels learn from them? Lin Nian shook his head. Not for you to learn their knowledge, but to learn their strategies, their cunning, their insidiousness, and their way of seeing the world. You're smart, but because of that, you don't see the world, the universe, with the whole eye. Lin Nian raised his hand to the sky. This universe is not so beautiful, it is full of darkness, the earth is my small testing ground for you, you need to be my helper, not my family. All the angels fell silent. King, we understand. After a long time, they looked at Lin Nian and said. Lin Nian looked at them, raised his hand and handed them something wrapped in dark energy. This is an angel gene, which breeds her and takes her to Earth. Wang, is she special? Angel Rufeng asked. It's just an experiment of mine, well, I'll leave this to you. As he spoke, Lin Nian spread his wings, and a wormhole appeared in front of him and flew into it. Seeing Lin Nian leave, they couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Don't worry, I will keep secret communication with you at any time. Lin Nian's voice sounded in their minds. In addition, once I fall, the angel Rufeng. King, I am here. The soft voice of the angel sounded. I will give you the first authority. At that time, you will inherit my dark plane and treasure house of knowledge. You will replace me as the new king of angels and continue to lead the development of angels. King. You are. Hearing his last words, all the angels were anxious. It's just an insurance policy. Lin Nian said slowly. However, there is absolutely no need for you to take risks, we cannot lose you. This is the king's mission, and it is also my mission. After speaking, Lin Nian's voice disappeared. Traveling through the wormhole, Lin Nian's gaze was firm. As he said, the king has the responsibility and mission of the king, and some things can only be done by him. As for taking risks, of course he would not do stupid things, it was just an insurance policy. In fact, he has already planned, and he has determined the scope of action to be within a 4 light-year area around the Earth. Within this distance, according to the deadly detection of the Earth, only the Earth and the Tri-Solaran civilization are known. From a macro point of view, it is impossible for a third civilization to exist in this area. Therefore, it is relatively safe to explore resources within this range. As for the deeper depths of the universe, without understanding, he would not make such a risky move. And the purpose of his exploration this time is also very clear. The first is to collect the resources needed for the 4th generation of gods, and the second is to upgrade the materials of the genetic engine. Especially the materials for gene engine upgrades, no matter what kind of upgrade method, all need a kind of substance, void particles. This kind of particle is only in the black hole, and it needs a powerful energy bombardment to detonate the black hole to produce extremely rare void particles. But black holes are extremely dangerous existences in the universe, their properties are extremely stable, and it is so difficult to detonate them. For now, he still doesn't have the ability to detonate a black hole, he must upgrade the genetic engine to do it. However, void particles are necessary to upgrade the gene engine, so he is now in an endless loop. If this is not the 3-body universe, he could pull hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of stars to detonate them insanely. But this is the 3-body universe, each of the stars here has relative coordinates, once they are moved, destroyed, or covered up artificially, they will be observed as 0. But that doesn't mean he has nothing to do. He can't detonate a black hole, but it doesn't mean that other civilizations don't have this ability. That's right. He intends to use the dark forest to strike and use the blows of other higher civilizations to help himself. Just in time, he knew that a star was about to be struck by the dark forest. That's the spell that logic sent, located 50 light-years away from Earth. Stars? And what he has to do now is to upgrade to the 4th generation divine body as soon as possible, so that he can have enough energy for ultra-long distance wormhole transmission. And he also needs to find a way to catalyze the rapid evolution of that star into a black hole during this time. Only in this way can he achieve his goal and obtain the desired void particles. As for whether the star that has evolved into a black hole will continue to be attacked, don't worry about it. In the Tri-Solaran universe, attacking is far more resource efficient than detection, and they don't care why the stars in that area pass through and become black holes. They would only think that it was other civilizations launching the dark forest attack, and perhaps other civilizations would think that this was a way of protecting the civilizations in that area. So, no matter what, as long as that location is exposed, it will face countless blows from the dark forest until it is completely wiped out. At the same time, on the angel side, they also started to act. Rufeng, won't you go? Angel Kimura looked at Angel Rufeng and asked suspiciously. Angel Rufeng shook his head, go first, I want this child to be cultivated. This is the mission entrusted to us by the king. Angel Rufeng looked gently at the glob of genetic information wrapped in dark energy in his hand. I wonder what she will be like. Angel Spirit said. Should be stronger than us. Angel Rufeng said, but there was no trace of jealousy in her eyes. For them, they don't care that their tribe is stronger than themselves, but they will be more gratified, because this means that their tribe's strength has increased again. Then let's go first. Angel Kimura said. As she spoke, she led a group of angels to open the wormhole and jump towards the earth. Angel Rufeng watched them leave quietly, until the wormhole disappeared, and she brought this group of genetic information to the breeding pool. Instantly, a group of angels appeared above the earth. Because of the cover of the big clock, they don't worry about their actions being observed by humans or Siphons. Is this the earth? It's different from what I imagined. Looking at the gloomy sky in the air and the exhaust gas constantly rising from the ground, Angel Gamera frowned. I really can't understand why they have such a beautiful home but don't love it. The angel Mora on the side said doubtfully. Perhaps this is what the king wants us to understand. Angel Kimura said. Then, they began to observe the earth at close range, and they saw that almost every city has different levels of pollution. Is this where the king's incarnation stays? They came to the top of the Three Gorges and looked at the Three Gorges laboratory below. Do you want to awaken the king's incarnation? Asked an angel. Angel Kimura shook her head. Wang put an avatar here, he has his own intentions, we still don't want to interfere. 2.8. As she spoke, she took a deep look at the Three Gorges laboratory below, and then led them away. In the end, they still chose to settle in Vern Island. Compared with other cities, the environment here is the best. Angels also like to be clean. In this way, without the knowledge of PDC and Tomoko, several angels began to live on Vern Island. And at this time, General Chang Saiwei, the commander of the Space Force in Daxia, saw the social situation after Ray Diaz was broken. He agreed to Zhang Bahai's plan to reinforce the future, and just like that, Zhang Bahai and a group of elite space troops were sent to hibernate and go to the future. At the same time, Keiko Yamajigai fell into deep thought while looking at the report in front of her. She still doesn't understand what Heinz is thinking. She doesn't understand the significance of what Heinz did. Is it really just to study human evolution? But how did he have such confidence? Why does he think that human beings can accelerate evolution in this way? Keiko didn't understand, she found that she couldn't understand her husband more and more. This is not a good thing, as his wall breaker, she must find out Heinz's real intention as soon as possible. What happened with Ray Diaz has already taught them a lesson, if they let the wall facer go, it is likely to bring unexpected troubles to the Lord. In the end, she released the 10 children. Of course, the PDC will always observe their lives, and may even observe their offspring. It was a very time-consuming job, and Keiko also went into hibernation after reminding Tomoko to monitor those children. She's going to the future to find Heinz, so maybe she can find the answer. Time is worthless, and 2 years passed quickly. On this day, wall facers Taylor and Aaron, who had been hibernating for 4 years, woke up from their hibernation. Taylor wanted to routinely check the progress of the STARS project, as well as his own ball lightning armament. Chapter 52. Human beings are weird. On Vern Island, in a coffee shop, a group of angels sat around 2 tables. A glass of drink was placed in front of them, and the angel Kimura shook the spoon while transmitting voices to the other sisters. Obviously they are all human beings, why do they enjoy different resources? Never mind them, this drink is delicious. The angel on the side narrowed his eyes and tasted the drink in his mouth. This is the first time they have seen this kind of thing, even in the memory of genes, they have never seen such a thing. Perhaps this is what the king wants us to understand. Angel Mora said. They also feel very strange about this kind of social way. In the angel civilization, although most of the resources will be tilted towards the king. However, the resources enjoyed by the rest of the angel clan are basically the same. If an angel enjoys more resources, then she must assume more responsibilities, just like the king, who enjoys the most resources, but also bears the greatest responsibilities. And when they come to human society, they find that those who enjoy the most resources often don't need to bear any responsibilities. Oh, there are a few exceptions, they seem to be called wall facers. Thinking of the wall facer, Kimura's eyes lit up. What do you think of those wall facers? The wall facer, the leader selected by humans to target the 3 bodies. Angel Mora looked at her and said that she still knew the information. However, I don't think they look like leaders either. Angel Spirits said. A leader who leads the development of an entire ethnic group can be equated with their master. Not to mention, why do they have multiple leaders, but as far as they know, these so-called wall facers seem to have no real power? A leader without real power is not worthy of being called a leader. By the way, I remembered, Wang seems to have done genetic enhancements to several wall facers. An angel suddenly said. Why did Wang do this? Is there any point in helping such weak humans? Angel Kimura frowned. Hearing her words, all the angels frowned, and even the drinks in their mouths were not fragrant. Then why not? Let's guess what the king thinks. An angel's eyes lit up. Good idea. It just so happened that they didn't know what to do, and it must be interesting to investigate things about Wang. But, if you want to know, why don't you just ask the king? 08. Angel Spirit looked at them with a strange face, and they would know this kind of thing by asking them through dark communication, and the king would not hide it from them. Hearing this, all the angels looked at her immediately. No. I warn you, Ling, don't ask the king secretly. Yes, we're going to find out ourselves. If you don't ask, I know. Angel Ling immediately shrank his head. Where do you start looking first? Well, the wall facers, Wang has more contact with them. Angel Kimura said that she feels very motivated now. Soon, they searched for information about the wall facers. Strange, obviously this wall facer named Ray Diaz has a very good plan, why didn't humans agree to his plan? An angel asked a little puzzled. Hearing this, all the angels also frowned. They are also a little unclear about the truth. According to Ray Diaz's plan, human beings can indeed deter the three bodies. They have figured it out based on calculations, and Ray Diaz's plan is completely feasible. Because of this, they were puzzled. According to their thinking, if they were in the position of human beings, they would definitely agree with Ray Diaz's approach. They would rather die in battle, would rather die together, and would not surrender to the enemy, let alone deprive the leader. To deprive leaders of their rights is simply absurd. The leader is elected by the entire race, and once determined, no one can deprive him of his status. Unless another leader is born. And this, why did they define escapism as the law? Isn't this cutting off their own way out? The other also raised a question. Escape, it depends on what the situation is, although the angel is also strongly opposed to escape. After all, the belief engraved in their genes is that the glory of a soldier is to die in battle. Fleeing is a sign of the weak, but it also depends on the situation. Human beings are obviously in a weak position now, and it is only normal to leave a way out for themselves. Even angels, when they face racial crisis, will choose part of them to flee, preserving the fire of civilization and race. They really can't understand this way of gambling the hopes of the entire civilization. Also, and, look, why did they laugh at Luoji, a wall facer? Just because he sent a spell. But isn't that spell Dark Forest Strike? But human beings don't know. Then why didn't you tell them? When they asked this sentence, they were stunned again. They didn't understand why Luoji, a wall facer, chose to conceal such a key issue that was related to the survival of the entire civilization. Like their king, he has already told them all, and even explained it to them. Ah! Human beings are so complicated. Angel Spirit grumbled. She couldn't understand the significance of human beings doing this. The disaster of civilization is ahead, and they still have internal turmoil. I remember that Wang has a very good relationship with this guy named Luoji. Kimura muttered. Do you think it was the king who secretly told him the law of the dark forest? The angel Kimura asked. In her opinion, how can humans, a race that has not even stepped out of the galaxy, understand the laws of civilization in the universe? No way. Look, I found it in Curry, Wang's treasure of knowledge, and it was the man named Yawenja who told him about it. Said an angel. Yawenja. When Kimura heard this, he quickly called up the data. Why would she betray humans? And she didn't tell Luoji the laws of the dark forest, she just said a few laws. How did he guess? After asking this series of questions, the angels were confused again. Luoji is a very special person. In the silence, a soft voice sounded. Ah, Feng, you are indeed eavesdropping. Angel Spirit said quickly. Ru Feng, the drink here is delicious, do you want me to send you some? One of the angels laughed. Then only the gentle laughter of the soft wind came. Ru Feng, you said Luoji is special. The angel Kimura interrupted them. Yes, he has a very good relationship with the king, and he realized the law of the dark forest by himself, according to those theorems. Angel Ru Feng said. How is it possible? He has never been in contact with the three-body, nor has he ever entered space. He has been staying on the earth. How could he know this? Kimura was a little shocked. So he is a very special person. Ru Feng, why do you think human beings are so strange? An angel asked. After a brief pause, Ru Feng answered, I don't know either. Oh, you don't know, I thought you knew everything. Ru Feng couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard this. I'm not a king. Besides, even a king has things he doesn't know. Does the king know the plans of the remaining wall facers? Asked an angel. Perhaps, don't know? I don't know either, King Lin never said. Then if we unlock the secret of the wall facer, can we surprise the king? Angel Kimura's eyes lit up, and she seemed to find something more interesting. However, we can't understand the simple behaviors of human beings. Can we unlock the secrets of those wall facers? The angel spirit muttered something. In an instant, the smiling face of the angel Kimura froze. You know, those wall facers are facing all human beings and the three bodies. They can hold on to their inner thoughts in such a harsh environment. How can they see through this ability? It really doesn't work, let's just read the data in their brains. An angel suggested. No, the king said, let us learn, this kind of cheating method is not allowed. The voice of the angel soft wind came. Then what should we do? Are we really going to crack it ourselves? An angel wailed and said she felt like her brain was going to explode. Yes, isn't there a wall facer who was broken by those Edo people? They are so powerful. Let's hack into their database to see if they have found anything. Suggested an angel. No. Absolutely not. Angel Ru Feng's voice became unusually serious. All the angels shrank their necks subconsciously when they heard it. Have you forgotten the king's warning? You are not allowed to contact the three bodies in any way, not even people from Edo. Even if we have the information shielded by the big clock, it is quite dangerous. Once Trisolaris discovers our existence, it is very likely that they will attack this place in the dark forest. Angel Ru Feng was right. Once Trisolaris finds out that there is a higher civilization involved on the earth, they will definitely think that this is a trap set by the higher civilization. Their fleet sailing outside will immediately turn around and launch a dark forest attack on the earth at the same time. What? You said this will affect their home planet. Their whereabouts have been discovered, why do you still care about this? If it continues, their civilization will definitely be destroyed. So, let the fleet grab it, it's the only way their civilization can keep the fire. Don't doubt, they are not human beings, and they definitely have the courage to do this. Compared with the entire civilization, the individual is really not important to them. Okay, we know, let's not contact them, okay? Angel Spirit said weakly. Speaking of which, although they were born together, because of their personalities, the angel Shengfeng somehow became their big sister Day. This is also the reason why Lin Nian chose the angel Rufeng as his successor. On this point, even Kimura, who is slightly dissatisfied with Rufeng, will not refute. By the way, has a new clan been born? Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, an angel quickly changed the subject. How can it be so fast? It is still being cultivated, but I have to come here as soon as possible, lest you make any trouble. Angel Rufeng is also quite helpless, they were all born together, how can they dance so well? Afterwards, Angel Rufeng hung up the communication, and she wanted to continue to observe the growth of this new tribe. So what do we do now? Now, information reading is not allowed. And they can't get in touch with Edo people, which makes it very difficult for them. It can only come slowly. Kimura is also helpless. Why don't we go get in touch with them? Didn't you say that wall-facer recently? Did Taylor wake up from hibernation? That's a good idea. Kimura nodded. Also, that Heinz guy, didn't he also select 10 children for genetic modification experiments? Maybe we can find some clues from them. Another angel added. Well, that's it, we split up. Kimura's proposal was approved by all the angels. Inside the PDC headquarters, Taylor was rushing towards the laboratory non-stop, and Elena followed closely behind him. How does ball lightning fit into the Space Force? Taylor asked without looking back. The Space Force is doing well and is now able to manipulate reactive metals at will. Elena opened the file and said hastily. How's your mental condition? Are there any abnormal emotions? The mood is relatively stable at the moment. Very well, keep an eye on their mental state at all times, they are our first front line in the face of the three-body problem. Taylor exhorted. Clear. Elena nodded. Then, Taylor walked into the laboratory. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked in one direction and frowned. Who is she? Why don't I remember? Hearing this, Lena looked in the direction he said. What caught my eye was an elite woman wearing a PDC suit, with blonde hair pulled back. Her appearance was quite good, not to mention her figure. Her 357 figure that was about to come out was almost to explode the chest. The coquettishness and charm inadvertently revealed in words and deeds attracted the attention of the surrounding researchers. For some reason, Elena felt that this must be Lin Nian's dish when she first saw the other party. Elena noticed something was wrong and hurriedly searched for the information in her hand. Kimura, a PhD in computer research, joined the Quantum Computer Research Project 2 years ago and performed very well. He was sent to the laboratory to conduct a comparison with the quantum computer of the Three Gorges. Pick up the project. Elena spoke out her information slowly. Taylor didn't say anything when he heard this. If he joined during his hibernation, then he must be normal. However, for some reason, he just felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Then, he walked behind Kimura under Aaron's surprised gaze. As if sensing someone approaching, Kimura turned her head slightly. When she saw that it was Taylor, she was startled, and then stood up in a panic. Hi, Mr. Taylor. Taylor didn't pay attention to her flustered look. Kimura. Yes, Dr. Taylor. 11. Kimura responded. That's right, this is the angel Kimura. She came here on purpose, just to see with her own eyes what is different about the legendary wall-facer. As for those materials, for her, they just do it casually, and the technology of the Earth is almost transparent in front of her. Are you doing computer research? Taylor asked. There is a trace of seriousness in the calm eyes. Yes, Mr. Taylor. As he spoke, Kimura raised his head. From the corner of her eye, she quietly looked at Taylor in front of her. He looked like a very ordinary human being, but his breath of life was much stronger than others. This was Kimura's first reaction, and she didn't notice anything special about Taylor. Until she met Taylor's eyes. For a moment, her whole body seemed to stiffen. What kind of eyes are there? Flat and without any waves, but when you look closely, they are like the abyss of the universe, deep and vast. It felt like the king was staring at her. How is it possible? How is it possible for him to compete with Wang? Kimura shook off the exaggerated thoughts in her heart. Behind her eyes, Taylor's eyes flickered a little, but he didn't say anything, but just left. Elena glanced at Kimura in some surprise, and then hurriedly followed. Mr. Taylor, is there a problem with the Kimura? Elena still couldn't help asking. It's just rare to see such young researchers. Taylor replied lightly, without saying much. Then, he seemed to think of something. Do you know her? Elena shook her head. However, we seem to see you a little bit. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Elena's expression was a little strange. Since her previous relationship with Lin Nian was known, she was often seen by other women like this. Chapter 53. After Taylor and Elena left, Kimura's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of sullenness. She was scared by a human just now. They are bugs. But then, her eyes became dark again, and several male researchers at the side noticed her strangeness. Immediately coughed a few times, and stepped forward to comfort him. Kimura, don't worry, Mr. Taylor is such a person. Yes, everyone sleeps like this. We have been scolded by him before. Their words are full of concern and sympathy for Kimura. Who said that researchers only have truth and data in their eyes? They are also human beings, and they also have feelings and emotions. When they see beautiful and attractive women, they will naturally have strange thoughts in their hearts. Speaking of which, this trend was brought about by Lin. But they also don't think about who Lin Nian is and who they are. In the field of scientific research, talent is always more important than hard work. There is only one Lin Nian, and they can only be insignificant ones in the vast crowd. Kimura ignored them. She was innocent, but she was not stupid, so she naturally knew what these people meant by flattering her. In fact, the hormones that emanate say it all. For this, she expressed her disdain. Her gene sequence is to be given to Wang, and only Wang is worthy of her gene sequence. And the scientific researchers on the side saw that Kimura was still indifferent, and they smiled awkwardly knowing that they were deflated, and then returned to their posts. Kimura sat on a chair, recalling the scene just now. After a while, she turned on the dark communication. I saw Wallfacer Taylor. Really, what was he like? What have you discovered, Kimura? In the dark communication, a group of angels appeared one after another, and they waited curiously for news from Kimura. Kimura replied after thinking for a moment. He feels very special to me, he is different from other human beings. Hearing this, the angels were a little troubled. Now they still can't tell the difference between humans, and can only judge them from the skin color with their naked eyes. But more specifically, they can't understand. What do you mean, Kimura? He feels a bit like a king to me. Kimura expressed his judgment after hesitating. Kimura, have you burned your database? Yet, how could he compete with Wang? King is unique. It is not difficult to hear their emotions from these words. Kimura, what do you mean? Wallfacer Taylor has the qualities of a leader. Angel Rufeng said something. I don't know if it means that, but it gives me the same feeling, that is, he is a very complicated person. Kimura said with a headache. Kimura, what you said is as weird as Rufeng, people are very complicated. Angel Spirit said. What Kimura means is that the other party has more incomprehensible things than others, isn't it, Kimura? Angel Rufeng asked. It seems that our direction is right, maybe he and Wang have some secrets that we don't know. Angel Rufeng smiled, and then looked at the growing clansmen in the cultivation warehouse. It looks very interesting, compatriots, grow up quickly, so that we can find the secret hidden by the king together. Angel Rufeng smiled gently. That said, Kimura, you still haven't found anything. Said an angel. In the group of angels, except for the king, there is no concept of superiors and subordinates among them, so they just say what they have to say, and don't care about it at all. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kimura's face was also a little upset. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely grab each other and give her a big hug. Let her experience what it means to have a broad mind. You know, this is what she is most proud of. She noticed that the king's eyes stayed on her somewhere longer than other places. Of course, This time may be the difference between 1 second and 2 seconds, but the eyes of angels are sharp. Wang's strange behavior had long been noticed by them. In fact, they often discuss these things privately in their private messages. Therefore, being embraced by Kimura is actually the greatest humiliation to the rest of the angels. Look. See, this is what Wang likes, you don't. I have. This trick has been tried and tested repeatedly, and many angels are muttering there must be something wrong with Kimura's genes, which makes it so big. Otherwise, if they are all angels, why should she be different? The words are full of sourness. In this regard, Kimura really raised his head proudly, like a white swan. But this will not work, they all ran away, but naturally she will not swallow this breath so easily. Humph, so you have something to gain. Forward. No. They said confidently. That's not the same as me. Kimura said. It's all to blame, she's being lazy. Yes, we reported the spirit, she secretly went to eat that kind of sweet and soft food. You, I share delicious food with you, and you treat me like this. Seeing that his compatriots were so disrespectful, Angel Spirit was also stunned. Ling, what's the matter with you? We are going to give the Lord 10 surprises. Kimura took this opportunity to teach Qi Ling a lesson. Don't blame me, I really didn't find out, that's why I went. Well, I won't do it in the future. With that said, the angel spirit transmitted something to Kimura. No, it's for you, don't say I didn't give it. In fact, the angel spirit was about to send it to Kimura just now, but it just happened to be at this time. Think about it, too, there is no conflict between their angels, and every compatriot is taken care of in the same way. Angel Kimura looked at the ice cream cone in the dark plain space and couldn't help but smile. The dark space that the king opened up for them alone was used by them as a transfer station for express delivery. No way, Wang's genetic engine is not strong enough to create a separate space for each of them, so they can only make do with it now. However, they didn't care at all, and thought it was quite interesting. Okay, what are you going to do next? Angel Rufeng asked. I'll continue to observe Wall-Facer Taylor here. Angel Kimura said. Then let's continue to observe these children. Yes, we will not be lazy like spirits. I'm not lazy. Looking at their replies, Kimura smiled. On Taylor's side, he came to his office and frowned slightly as he looked at the documents in his hand. What is the current state of the Space Force's spiritual link? Elena immediately gave a report. According to the test, it can last for 8 hours under normal conditions, but it can only last for 3 hours when complex tasks are performed. Afterwards, the members of the Space Force had to withdraw from the adaptation state to relieve mental fatigue. Can't continue to enhance this time? Taylor asked. The current situation is temporarily impossible. Elena shook her head. The duration is too short. In future space operations, we must have the ability to continue operations, otherwise this will become our shortcoming. Taylor put down the document in his hand and looked at her solemnly. Is it loss in conduction or something else? Elena shook her head. Conductive metals are all compatible active metals. In theory, there is no problem of loss, and we don't know about this. The only one who may know this is probably only. Speaking of the latter, her voice became smaller and smaller, and Taylor also understood what she meant. This active metal was created by Lin Nian, and he has also conducted a lot of human experiments in this area. It can be said that no one knows this better than him. Do you need to apply to wake him up? Elena asked a question. Naturally she still hopes to meet Lin Nian very much. Taylor didn't speak, he got up slowly and walked to the window. The island below is still bustling. A space elevator has been built in the distance, and stairs can be seen going up from time to time. We can't waste his precious time on such a trivial matter, let's try to solve it ourselves first. Hearing Taylor's words, a hint of disappointment inevitably flashed in Elena's eyes. Taylor naturally noticed her strangeness. Anything has to be tested to know the answer, and it is the most stupid performance to consider failure before taking action. Taylor said in a deep voice, then he turned to look at Elena. That firm gaze made Elena subconsciously take a step back. Go, all the space forces of ball lightning, arrange for genetic enhancement. Since this problem cannot be solved, then he will start with the person who caused it. Although he doesn't know much about the spirit depends on the body, and the strengthening of the body will definitely give corresponding feedback. Of course, even if his guess is wrong, it is worthwhile to strengthen the space force. Elena was slightly taken aback when she heard his words. That's more than 2,000 space troops. If all of them are genetically enhanced, how much resources will it consume? As far as she knows, there are no more than 5,000 people currently undergoing genetic enhancement. How many resources does this need to consume? This, Mr. Taylor, this matter requires the approval of the Council. Elena reminded. Well, the approval of the Council is indeed required. I will discuss this matter with them. You just need to make relevant preparations. Taylor said lightly. Mr. Taylor, isn't your request a little too extravagant? On the council, a representative of a country looked at Taylor and said. Until now, the STARS project has been launched, and resources have indeed been supplied, but the consumption of genetic enhancement projects is still abnormally expensive. Now, Taylor is about to genetically enhance 2,000 space troops, which consumes enough resources to arm more than half of the space fleet. Indeed, Mr. Taylor, the resources you are proposing for this plan are too many, and will it really be useful to spend these resources on these space forces? A representative questioned it. These space troops are our frontline soldiers in the three-body war, and their status largely determines the direction of the war. Therefore, I think in them. It's worth the resources. Taylor said lightly. Mr. Taylor, we understand your thoughts, but the resources are really too large. Would you like to experiment with a group of space forces to observe their effects before making a decision? Chairman Say said. There is no part, the space force is a whole, and any possible loopholes must be filled. Taylor said firmly. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss again, and Taylor just looked at them quietly. Everyone. Tyler suddenly spoke up. We have to face the war in the future. We must do everything possible to face this war. Maybe many people will be sacrificed, but this is all to protect our civilization. After finishing speaking, Taylor stopped talking. Perhaps because his words had an effect, the council finally decided to agree to his proposal. There's no way, Taylor is the only wall-facer who is doing serious business now. Heinz is working on his Darwin plan, and I don't know how long it will take to see the result. What about Luoji, a wizard who sends spells? Ray Diaz? Forget about that, the council was almost disbanded because of Ray Diaz. In short, they must do something now to appease the masses outside, otherwise, under the long-term pressure, sooner or later, social turmoil will break out like before. For them, order is the most important thing. Only under the existence of order can they enjoy everything they have now. Soon, after the council passed it, Taylor immediately asked Elena to be responsible for the progress of this aspect. The next step is the consumption of large resources. In order to strengthen the 2,000 space forces, various resources are continuously transported from the Moon, Venus, and Mars. But at this time, another problem appeared. The configuration of the genetic enhancement liquid was not simple. It requires gene comparison and analysis, that is to say, the genetic enhancement liquid needs different resources to be matched for each individual. And this requires the use of quantum computers for calculations, but as far as the present is concerned, people have not fully understood quantum computers. The apocalypse algorithm has only analyzed 30% of the results. It is estimated that it will take at least a year to analyze the genes of more than 2,000 sky forces. This is still in the case that the quantum computer does not participate in other work and only calculates this. It must be known that there are various researches on controllable nuclear fusion and spaceships that need to use this. Not to mention the need to calculate the proportion of the strengthening liquid later, which is another big project. In short, it is roughly estimated that it will take at least 3 years to prepare the genetic enhancement liquid for the 2000 Heavenly Air Forces. Of course, Taylor cannot accept this result. After 3 years, are they going to be put into hibernation again? High-frequency hibernation will also affect Zhao Dihao's human body, and it will also cause a lot of psychological pressure on the Space Force. Waste, it's all a bunch of waste. Taylor couldn't help cursing. Such a trivial matter would take so long. If Lin Nian was here, this kind of matter would probably be resolved in less than a week. Mr. Taylor, it seems that we can only choose to wake up Lin Nian scholar in this situation. Elena reminded. Hearing this, Taylor sat back on the chair in silence, his brows slightly twisted, his eyes lost in thought. Indeed, in this situation, Lin Nian can only be invited, but this situation is like a child who cannot fight and goes home crying to beg his parents. The embarrassment is second. The main reason is that he is very disappointed with those scientific researchers. How long has it been? All the technologies are placed in front of them, and they still don't understand it now. Just because of this nonsense, do you want to wake up Lin Nian who doesn't know how much time is left? To be honest, he would rather Lin Nian suffer from illness and die in the future than see his time wasted here. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Kimura was standing in front of Taylor's office, and she was also a little puzzled at the moment. Taylor, the wall facer, wanted to summon her alone? She glanced into the room, and quickly scanned the layout inside. There was only Taylor in it. Other than that, no weapons were seen. It seemed like a normal chat. With doubts, she knocked on the door according to human etiquette. Come in. Taylor's steady voice came out. Pushing open the door and entering the room, she immediately saw Taylor standing with his back to her. Mr. Taylor. She called Xin. However, Taylor continued to stand by the window and stared outside as if he hadn't heard his words. Kimura suddenly felt a little annoyed. What does this mean? But she didn't show it, she just stood there quietly. After a while Taylor turned around, and after seeing her, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Miss Kimura, I'm really sorry, I thought it was Elena. Taylor said slightly apologetically. Chapter 54. Hearing Taylor's words, Kimura's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of dissatisfaction. How does she look like Elena? Regarding Elena, this topic is actually a bit sensitive among angels, and Lin Nian did not hide it from them. They also know that Elena is the partner of the future king, but they just can't figure it out. Why is it her? In fact, a large part of the reason why she chose to contact Taylor was because of Elena, otherwise why would she waste so much effort? She wanted to see what kind of human being Elena was, and why she was qualified to be the king's partner. That's why other angels are very concerned about her news, even Rufeng pays attention to her from time to time, just to see what news she hears. Although Kimura's performance was not obvious, Taylor still noticed something. It seems that you really care about Elena. Seeing Kimura's performance, he once again confirmed his conjecture. Then, he took a little look at Kimura. Blonde hair with big breasts might really be his style. Taylor thought in his heart, maybe Elena is in trouble now. It could be seen that he was also very concerned about Lin Nian's life. The last one who cared so much was Luoji. Sit down, Miss Kimura. The thought in his mind flashed for a moment, and he immediately adjusted his state. Kimura sat in a chair and looked at Taylor. Excuse me, Mr. Taylor, what do you need from me? Kimura asked directly. Taylor also doesn't like twists and turns. I heard that you have good abilities in the computer field, and I plan to let you participate in a project. Hearing this, Kimura couldn't help but feel a little proud, that is, a mere computer. What project? The calculus of a quantum computer. Taylor said lightly. Kimura's eyes moved slightly. Why is there a problem? Taylor asked. No, what exactly is it? Kimura asked. Taylor handed over a document in his hand, and Kimura took it and read it. How much do you know about quantum computers? Taylor asked. The quantum computer was developed by the genius scientist Lin Nian, and it is currently the most powerful computer for mankind. When it comes to Lin Nian, her tone is inevitably a little strange. Taylor also naturally noticed this, and he nodded silently. Very good, let's go to the Three Gorges laboratory now, participate in the project process, and the relevant process preparations have been done for you. Taylor said. Ming 430 White. With that said, Kimura picked up the document in his hand and left Taylor. The conversation between the two was very short, just going straight to the point, explaining the tasks, and Taylor asked a digression. However, it was such a simple conversation, and after Kimura left, Taylor sat quietly in a chair and fell into deep thought. Three Gorges Laboratory. When Kimura came here, her mood was still somewhat complicated. Soon, under the leadership of the staff, she came to the Quantum Computer Laboratory, where you can see computer talents from various countries sitting at the table and busying themselves crazily. Miss Kimura, this is your job. The staff on the side pointed to a computer and said. The specific work content is on your desk, well, I won't bother you for now. With that, she left. Kimura sat on a chair, picked up the documents on the table and glanced at them, and probably knew what her job was. She is responsible for the analysis and classification of part of the gene fragments. Looking around, everyone is busy with these things, but no one pays attention to her arrival. She didn't start working immediately, but looked at the laboratory in front of her. Just like Lin Nian before, not much has changed here. Bare cables can be seen everywhere, they are like a blood vessel, continuously transmitting data to the quantum computer below. She learned from the treasure house of knowledge that this is the first quantum computer built by Wang, and it is also his first step in knocking on the door of technology. It can be said that this quantum computer has an unusual meaning to their angels. But she didn't know why the king still kept it here. Her eyes gradually turned back to the computer in front of her, and she began to think about how to deal with this job. First of all, the calculation of the quantum computer is quite simple for her, but considering the impact, she can't do too much. But if you want her to maintain the same level as these humans, isn't that looking down on her? After thinking twice, she decided to use Wang as the standard. And quickly, the slender fingers knocked out a series of beautiful movements on the keyboard. Time passed quickly, and more people paid attention to Mora's excellent performance. There is no way, it doesn't matter if you don't notice it, they are all playing with the computer, and her operation and calculation speed of the data is too fast. While they were still crawling on the ground, Kimura was already in the sky. They are very familiar with this feeling. When Lin Nian was working here, they were like this, feeling like a foil, unable to do anything. The incident soon reached Taylor's ear. AICA. Mr. Taylor, according to those scientific researchers, Miss Kimura's performance in the computer field is absolutely no less than that of Lin Nian, and they implore Miss Kimura to be transferred to the Three Gorges laboratory to analyze the apocalypse algorithm. Elena looked at Taylor and said. Taylor didn't have any expression on his face when he heard the news. He looked at Elena and said. Let them work for me, not let them poach my people. Then he snorted coldly. A group of waste, now arrange for Kimura to preside over the analysis task of genetic engineering. After the order was issued, Kimura did not disappoint Taylor. It was estimated that the analysis and matching task would take at least 3 years, but she managed to complete it in 3 months. Now, Taylor finally understood why those guys would have the cheek to ask for someone from him. Such a talent does not lose to Lin Nian to some extent. But in his opinion, it is only in the computer field. What makes Lin Nian outstanding is that he is the best in every field. 1 month after the genetic analysis and ratio were completed, the genetic enhancement solution for the 2000 Space Forces arrived. Under Taylor's arrangement, they all entered the nutrition warehouse to conduct genetic enhancement experiments. This strengthening process will take 3 months, and it will take less than half a year if the recovery is counted. In terms of time, Taylor can still accept it, but what he is most worried about is the effect. Will these genetically enhanced Space Forces be as he thought? If the experiment fails, he will face difficulties from the Council, and the funds are quite huge. Although the Council will not deprive him of his wall-facer status, they can use this reason to restrict him in terms of funds in the future. This is undoubtedly very troublesome for him. During this time, the Three Gorges Laboratory kept sending messages to Taylor, all for Kimura. They even brought this matter to the Council. They thought it would be a waste to keep a talent like Kimura in Taylor. Taylor's answer was unusually firm. My people can only do things with me. If you can't handle your affairs well, it's because of your incompetence. There is nothing the Council can do about it, and this incident will be so unbearable afterwards. Kimura is naturally aware of this matter, and when she first learned about it, she regretted it a bit. You must know that her purpose itself is to observe wall-facer Taylor and Elena, and now it is said that someone wants to change her place, which is definitely unacceptable. Fortunately, this did not happen, otherwise, she would have to delete the information and run away. However, this incident also made her realize that perhaps being too good in human society is not a good thing. Just like this matter, the truth added a lot of trouble to her. When she told this matter to other compatriots, they all responded pitifully, which also made her start to envy them. I have been here for so long, and I have not found anything, and I have been tossing enough. But they didn't know that Lin Nian had already seen their performance. Yes, he had been paying attention to them all the time. Now it seems that although their performance is not very good, at least they have begun to contact the human society. That's a good thing, even if it's because of him. After slowly living in human society for a period of time, they will find that the social environment of human beings is completely different from that of angels. Take Kimura as an example. This kind of thing will never happen in the angel society. Because their consciousness can communicate with each other through their own genetic engines, and all the work is done together. Of course, they don't think that these jobs are what they have to do, they only think that these jobs are what they should do. There is only one thing that must be done, and that is the order of the king. So, Kimura didn't understand this matter very much. Shouldn't wall-facer Tyler be their leader? So why are they against him? As for Lin Nian, compared to Kimura and the others, he cared more about the unborn angel. Calculating the time, her birth was coming soon. He is looking forward to what this angel can bring him. Start the neural link length test. In the wide experimental field, Elena gave an order through the walkie-talkie. Time passed quickly, and 2000 space troops have completed the genetic modification experiment and have recuperated. Now, what they're doing is testing the time test of these Space Force neural links, a total of 10 space houses. They will test link time under normal conditions, and link time test under precision operation. The results of the experiment will affect Taylor's future war layout. For this reason, his expression is also extremely dignified. Soon, the experiment began, and 10 space troops lay in the nutrition cabin and began to conduct neural connections. As time passed, Ina couldn't help becoming a little nervous. 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. Now the result of this experiment has surpassed the level that was not strengthened before, and no space army has not disconnected the link. This shows that their experiment was a success. Continue. Keep testing their limits. Taylor said lightly, he will not be satisfied with this. In this way, a little bit of time passed, and Taylor stayed in front of the laboratory, almost never leaving. In this way, 3 days later, the first Space Force first disconnected the nerve link, and then other space forces disconnected the nerve link one after another. At the end of the test, Elena was very happy after seeing the result. For 3 days, compared to the previous 8 hours, this was simply a leap forward. Continued. 21. Tyler's hoarse voice came, the test results are still pending. Well, there is one more test. Mr. Taylor, do you want to take a break? I'm reporting to you when the results come out. Seeing Taylor's current state, Elena was really worried, what if he died suddenly? Taylor glanced at her when he heard the words, but then he didn't know what to think, so he nodded. Report to me immediately when the result comes out. As he said that, he left. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on any longer, but that it was time to rest. He almost forgot that he should be a normal person. Seeing Taylor leave, Elena heaved a sigh of relief. Taylor was different from herself, she had been strengthened, and this level of work was still not enough for her. Preparation for the second neural link time test. Elena's voice sounded, and soon the experimenters walked out with the help of those space troops. Although there were nutrition warehouses to replenish energy, the mental exhaustion could not be replenished. Just let them go down and rest. While Taylor rested, the experiment continued. When Taylor woke up, he found that the results of the experiment had not yet come out, so he immediately ran to the laboratory to observe the situation. Finally, the test results came out. Under the precise work, the Space Force can maintain the neural link for nearly 24 hours. The test results were a great success, which proved that Taylor's conjecture was correct, and the strengthening of the body would also give feedback to the spirit. And the people in the council didn't ask Taylor for anything after getting the news. After all, the money was spent, and they were naturally satisfied with the results. Most importantly, they can give the society an explanation. Do you think Taylor has any point in doing this? Kimura asked in the secret communication. She found that let alone Taylor's real thoughts, she couldn't guess the meaning of the behavior she showed. Have no idea. In low-level civilizations, ball lightning is indeed a relatively powerful weapon, but judging from the data, the civilization of Tri-Solaris should have the ability to completely defend against this weapon. But they don't know, how can a low-level civilization understand a high-level civilization? That being said, they are really pitiful. The angels started chirping and discussing. For human beings, they can only say that they are pitiful, which is caused by the unequal information. However, from a certain point of view, they are indeed quite stupid. From their point of view, the project called Lydia Senior Leader is very good. Human beings vetoed him, and focused on this useless weapon. However, I don't think it's that simple. You see, that Ray Diaz's superficial behavior is a cover-up. Maybe this Taylor is too. Well, there must be others. Plan of? Said an angel. What would that be? Have no idea. I don't know. Wait, isn't this about Kimura? Just leave it to her. Said an angel. Yes, yes, Kimura is your business. Hearing what they said, Kimura's face turned black. Although she knew that they would definitely help, they were too naughty. Well, it must be that I have taken too little care of them. Next time she will give every angel a big hug. Not enough? Mr. Taylor, this result is already good enough. Under precise work, the nerve link can be maintained for nearly 24 hours, which can meet the requirements of space warfare. Elena looked at Taylor and said. Enough. Do you know what a space war looks like? Taylor gave him a cold look, which made Elena speechless for an instant. I don't know. None of us know what a space war will be like. This is our first space battle as a human being, and it may be our last. So, maybe, probably, this kind of thing is never allowed to appear, and we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong to ensure our sustainable combat power in space. Taylor said in a low voice. However, this is already the limit at present. Elena said that they have indeed done everything they can do in this regard, but there is no way they really know too little about this aspect. There will be a way. Taylor looked out the window, his eyes lost in thought. Then, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he seemed to have found a breakthrough. 3 gorges, in front of an abandoned laboratory. Elena looked at the laboratory in front of her, her eyes were very complicated. This was the place where Lin Nian used to make active metals, and it was also the longest time she stayed with Lin Nian. This laboratory has been declared abandoned following Lin Nian's hibernation, and most of the equipment inside has been moved out. So what is Taylor doing here? Chapter 55. Taylor looked at the laboratory in front of him. Of course he knew that it had been scrapped. Although the council agreed that he could continue the human experiment, Lin Nian was about to hibernate. Without Lin Nian, no matter what technology he had, he would not be able to produce perfect active metals. Moreover, there are only so many space troops needed for ball lightning, and there is no need to manufacture redundant active metals. Although the instruments and equipment here were all removed by him, there should still be the thing he wanted here. Thinking of this, he walked slowly to the door, and the detection system on the door detected his voice print and opened it automatically. When Lin Nian returned the laboratory to him, he also gave him the authority by the way. Looking at the passage in front of him, Taylor seemed to have thought of something, and he looked back at Elena. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, "Come in together." Elena was taken aback when she heard the words. She had been here for so long, and she never knew what was going on inside. Lin Nian never let her in, and so did Taylor. Although he knew that Lin Nian was conducting human experiments inside, as a scientific researcher, how could he not be interested? With excitement and curiosity, she followed Taylor. Passing through the white passage, the two walked into a white hall. After entering, seeing the situation inside, Taylor narrowed his eyes, and it was exactly as he thought, this thing is still there. Elena looked curiously at the hall in front of her. In an instant, her eyes were attracted by the gorgeous and magnificent works of art in front of her. They were so conspicuous in this empty hall, and Elena didn't think there was any problem calling them works of art. It was the first time that she could use metal to imitate a tree so much that she could even see the complex textures on the thick branches. They are intertwined with each other, just like a real tree. She is very curious about what kind of artist can make such a gorgeous work of art. It's beautiful, isn't it? Elena was taken aback by Taylor's question. She nodded blankly. Taylor walked slowly towards the metal tree. These are the works of art he created. Lin Nian. Elena was surprised. Why didn't she know that Lin Nian also had a hobby of art? And, why is he creating these things here? Elena looked at the works of art in front of her in doubt, and then looked at Taylor. Taylor walked up to a work of art, put his hands on it, and then slowly closed his eyes. Somehow, he felt that this artwork was still alive. Yes, although there was no instrumental analysis, Taylor just felt it, it was alive. What a great miracle this is! A howling soul trapped in a metal tree is still alive without any energy supply. Then, Taylor looked at other works of art. At this moment, some kind of hallucination seemed to appear in front of his eyes. He saw the souls imprisoned in the metal branches, howling in pain, but this miserable sound sounded like a beautiful movement to Taylor. Elena looked at Taylor, and for some reason, a chill suddenly rose in her heart. After a moment, Taylor opened his eyes, and he murmured, "Elena, do you know that the more superficially gorgeous something is, the more filthy and sinful it is unimaginable?" Elena fell into deep thought when she heard these philosophical words. Taylor, is he metaphorizing something? Her first thought was that Taylor was sarcastic about the council. They seem to be fighting for human beings, and they are all about the future of human beings, but they are not taking advantage of this situation to make profits for themselves. By Taylor's side, she sees many things, and naturally comes into contact with some darkness that she has never been exposed to before. But she's just a researcher and can't do much, not even Taylor can change anything. Taylor seemed to have noticed her strangeness. He knew that Elena seemed to have misunderstood something, but this was better than being pure and unable to survive in this dark world. When he thought of simplicity, the figure of Kimura could not help appearing in his mind, and he narrowed his eyes to get rid of these irrelevant thoughts. "Elena, what do you think of the artwork?" Taylor asked while touching the metal branch in front of him. Elena was a little surprised why Taylor's topic changed so quickly, but she still answered. She looked at the artwork in front of her and said, "It's beautiful, they are so natural, even though they are all made of metal, they feel alive. It is unimaginable that such a magnificent and natural beauty of art can be carved out of metal. Good review. But, what would you think if I told you that these are alive?" Taylor looked at Elena. Elena looked surprised. How is this possible?" As soon as she finished speaking, she met Taylor's determined eyes, which made Elena confirm that Taylor was not joking. This is impossible, how can metal be alive?" Elena couldn't believe it. Instead of answering her question, Taylor asked her a question. "You are not curious, Lin Nian has done so many human experiments here, where are those corpses? Is it all destroyed?" Elena asked. "There will be traces of destruction, even if you use potions, you who are in charge of purchasing facilities here should not have noticed these." Taylor shook his head, then he continued. "Because, the so-called works of art you see in front of your eyes are those corpses." Taylor's words exploded in her mind like a bolt from the blue. She looked at these artworks in shock. These are corpses. What do you think of Lin Nian's human experiments? Dissecting living people? Studying their body structure wantonly? But are those related to the experimental results I want?" Taylor sneered, and then told a fact that Elena couldn't accept. The so-called active metals are just the corpses of those people. Elena's pupils shrank. She couldn't imagine that those miraculous active metals were all human corpses. How can ordinary metals perfectly transmit the nerve signals sent by the brain? Lin Nian knew it was impossible from the very beginning. "I didn't have any hope for this plan at first, but he is worthy of being a genius. He actually came up with the idea of endowing metal with the structure of the human body, so that it has the conditions to conduct nerve signals." Taylor sighed. Until now, when he talks about Lin Nian, he still feels a little sigh in his heart. Human beings are lucky to have such talents. When Elena heard this, she looked at Taylor and didn't know what to say, but she didn't know what to say. "Cruel, isn't it?" Taylor seemed to know what she wanted to say. "It is indeed cruel, but you have to know that once we fail, we will face an even more cruel scene than this. Now, what we have lost is only a few thousand heinous human beings, which is not even as high as in a war. And once we lose the war against the three-body problem, human beings will cease to exist, and our civilization will also perish." Elena looked at Taylor in front of her. She felt the fear from Taylor for the first time. The person in front of her saw too far and too deeply. He cares not about a human body, but about the entire civilization. This feeling made her think of Ray Diaz. Isn't that a crazy and great person? They stand at the height of human beings, looking up at the endless sea of stars. In front of their eyes are only the vast starry universe and the future of mankind. They don't care about the bones under their feet. For them, the continuation of civilization is the most important thing, and everything else can be discarded, including human morality. But Elena is not an ordinary person, and she quickly adjusted her emotions. Taylor also noticed her performance. "Very well, you are not bound by inherent moral thinking. This is a good thing. As my assistant, you should also learn to look at things from a civilized perspective, instead of being limited to a personal perspective." Elena nodded, and then she thought of something else. She was about to ask about it, but seeing Taylor's half-smile eyes, she understood. The people on the council knew about their experiments, but they acquiesced, and the reason for this is not difficult to guess. The active metals have many uses. As for the threat from Ito, there is no need to worry about it. With the support of the council, it is impossible for human beings to believe them. Then, does he think so too? Elena asked after hesitating. Who knows, maybe it's just because of interest, or because he wants to prove his civilization. In short, his idea. Taylor couldn't think of anything to say, just shook his head. How could we understand that kind of genius idea? Elena took a deep breath. Then why are we here? The purpose? Right in front of your eyes. Taylor said. The spirit body or the soul can survive in this metal body for so long as we find out the reason we can solve the continuous combat capability of the Air Force. But as he spoke, Taylor paused, his eyes tightened, and he looked suspiciously at these artworks in front of him. Is it his illusion? Why did he have the illusion of being arranged? Mr. Taylor, what's the matter? Elena saw him and asked in a daze. Nothing, prepare to conduct research. Taylor said, and then his expression returned to normal. Today, he said a little too much, but hopefully he's right. Soon, under the arrangement of Taylor, this generation of obsolete laboratories started to operate again. Because it is very close to the Three Gorges laboratory, the supporting facilities will be moved soon. But the project encountered difficulties from the very beginning, and the most advanced instruments could only detect weak electromagnetic signals in these artworks. There is no way to solve and analyze at all, which requires the borrowing of quantum computers. However, this work is too complicated, and they have never been exposed to it. The one who can handle this work at present is the hibernating Lin Nian. But Taylor thought of a person at this time, Kimura, who was the closest to Lin Nian in the computer field, and he chose to let Kimura complete the work. 0. Seeking flowers. Kimura accepted the job, and Elena thought that it would be difficult for Kimura, a young researcher, to accept this cruel fact for a while. After all, in her opinion, Kimura is a star-chaser girl, when he saw that the object of his admiration had such a cruel and ruthless side. There will definitely be a huge gap in her heart. For this reason, she is ready for psychological counseling. But Kimura's performance surprised her, she seemed to take over soon. Accept this fact. What she didn't know was, and Kimura certainly wouldn't mind anything. Because in his opinion, it is understandable for Wang to do anything to these human beings, just like human beings don't care how many ants they trampled to death. Yes, in the eyes of angels, human beings are just like bugs. The contempt of higher civilizations for lower civilizations has always existed. The huge gap between civilizations is as insurmountable as a chasm. Even in Carl's original universe, this phenomenon still exists. To be honest, if it weren't for the inheritance of the Kamigawa civilization on that earth, angels, demons, and sticks don't even pay attention to them. They only care about the fighters of the super seminary from the beginning to the end. When Kimura came into contact with the quantum computer again, she unexpectedly made a discovery, which seemed to let her find some treasure. Guess what I found? Kimura said in dark communication. What did you find? Kimura, have you discovered Taylor's intentions? Is Kimura so powerful? A group of angels jumped out one after another. No, it's not Taylor's, it's Wang's. Kimura said mysteriously. King. Really, have you discovered the king's secret? Kimura, tell me, what is it? When they heard about the king, they couldn't sit still, even Rufeng became interested. Hey, I just realized it now, you know the quantum computer made by Wang, right? No, of course we know this. I suddenly discovered that there are traces of a genetic engine on this quantum computer. It can't be regarded as a genetic engine, it should be said that there is a part of the concept of a genetic engine, in short. It is different from ordinary quantum computers. Kimura said. It seems that Wang has been planning the genetic engine a long time ago. Angel Rufeng said. Then why did the king do that? An angel asked. It's very simple, because before Wang became a god, although he had the corresponding knowledge, he couldn't digest it. Some experiments and tests are needed. Obviously, the quantum computer is the product of preliminary experiments. Angel Rufeng explained. As expected of a king. Yet, Wang's thinking is really far-reaching. So, what do we do with this quantum computer? Asked an angel. It belongs to the king, of course it must be returned to the king. Although they don't care about this so-called quantum computer, it is their king's thing after all, and it still has special significance. Of course they want to get it back. Forget it, the king chose to leave it there because of his intentions. Angel Rufeng shook his head. But, what if they discover the secret in this quantum computer? Angel Spirit asked. Don't worry about this, they don't even understand quantum computers, so it's impossible to discover. Kimura said. Moreover, even if they discover it, there will be no problem. The technology of advanced civilizations is simply incomprehensible without the assistance of relevant knowledge. Even, Kimura felt that they might not discover this secret for the rest of their lives, and she only discovered it after in-depth contact. Hearing what Kimura said, the angels no longer struggled. But they were very happy after discovering this secret. For them, this is a game, and the fun and harvest is to discover and find the treasure left by the king. Meanwhile, Taylor gets an unexpected message from an astronomer. The 3-day fleet began to speed up. Judging from the trajectory, Tri-Solaris has launched 10 truck-sized probes and is speeding towards the Earth, but as for whether they are probes, he does not know, this is just his guess. But no matter what, this means that the contact between human beings and Tri-Solaris will come earlier. This abnormal situation immediately attracted Taylor's attention. In his opinion, the sudden acceleration of the 3-body is abnormal. When did they start speeding up? Taylor asked solemnly. The result came from 4,000 years ago, which means that the Tri-Solaran fleet began to speed up 4 years ago. 4 years ago? Taylor frowned. He couldn't figure out why Tri-Solaris chose to accelerate 4 years ago. Does this time have any significance? Then, Taylor began to investigate. He felt that there must be some reason for the speeding up of the Tri-Solaran fleet. Soon, he noticed one thing. 4 years ago, Luoji sent a spell into space through the council, and he confirmed it repeatedly. He was surprised to find that the time when the spell was sent coincided with the time when the one fleet accelerated. Chapter 56. As wall-facers, there is basically no communication between them. On the one hand, there are barriers between wall-facers, and on the other hand, they are worried about affecting the plan. This is why, to select 4 wall-facers, all eggs cannot be put in one basket. As for Luoji, the wall-facer, Taylor felt that he was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't see anything outstanding. The only thing worth caring about is that he is the one Tri-Solaris wants to kill. Well, it is also relatively close to Lin Nian. But now, their wall-facer, who had never been favored by others, seemed to have made a joke to everyone, but the Tri-Solarans took it seriously. He was certain that the acceleration of the Tri-Solaran fleet had something to do with Luoji, or it could be said that it had something to do with that spell that seemed to be a show. Does Luoji really have some kind of ability? The thought rose in his mind, but then he shook his head again. He didn't want to know what Luoji's ability was, and he didn't want to know the secret of the spell. He was just feeling a little emotional now. Just like a senior feeling sorry for his junior, this idle junior finally awakened, and he began to take over the responsibilities from them and take on his due obligations. In this world, their wall-facers seem to be standing on the highest peak, but they are also the loneliest. They stand on the peaks of each other, and they can only stay on their own peaks alone, bearing the same cold and pain. At this moment, he thought of Lin Nian again. Maybe Lin Nian came into contact with him because he sensed a certain ability in Luoji? Otherwise, how to explain Lin Nian getting so close to him? After understanding this, he didn't pay attention anymore, the speed of Tri-Solaron's detector accelerated, nothing more than to make their contact faster. Judging from the current development of human beings, this period of time is enough for them to digest existing knowledge. While Taylor and Kimura were analyzing, there was finally movement on Angel Rufeng's side. Inside the castle of Angels of Uranus, Angel Rufeng looked at the cultivation cabin in front of him. At this moment, an angel with clean white wings slowly woke up from the base liquid 830 in the cabin. The next moment, Angel Rufeng raised his hand, and a set of silver-white battle armor was attached to the opponent's body. "My countryman, what is your name?" Rufeng looked at her with concern. "Cold. My name is Ling." The angel said indifferently. Unlike other angels, her face seemed to have a stubborn ice. But when she looked at Angel Rufeng, her eyes revealed a gentleness that didn't suit her temperament. Evidently, she knew that what she was looking at was her compatriots. "Angel is cold? It really matches your temperament." Rufeng smiled, and then she stepped forward and hugged her slowly. "My countryman, welcome to your birth." Angel coldly nodded slightly. "By the way, you haven't linked the king's treasure house of knowledge yet." Angel shook his head coldly. "Then hurry up and link, so that you can contact Wang, and you can also contact other compatriots." Angel Rufeng said. Hearing this, the angel nodded coldly, and didn't need Rufeng to tell her the method, because it has long been engraved in the genes of every angel. The next moment, she slowly hung in the air, her eyes glowed faintly, and a series of dark energy communications were sent out. "Angel is cold, apply for a treasure trove of linked knowledge. Application received and identity is being confirmed. The angel gene has been confirmed, the target angel is cold, and the success is confirmed. The permission is being opened, the permission is opened, and the link is being linked. The link is successful." With the sound of one after another, Angel Lang successfully linked to Lin Nian's treasure house of knowledge. At this time, Lin Nian in the depths of the universe also sensed her link signal. In the space of the dark plane, Angel Lang's figure suddenly appeared, and before she could look around, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded. "Angel Cold. Welcome to your birth." The figure of Lin Nian walked out slowly. "King." At the first sight of Lin Nian, Angel Lang recognized his identity, and she knelt down on one knee to show her respect to Wang. Lin Nian looked at her, and naturally noticed her difference, but he didn't care. He could see that the instincts engraved in her genes were still there, and she was still an angel. "Angel Cold. King, I am here." Angel Lang's mood was slightly agitated. In fact, he felt the same way every day when he saw Lin Jun. After all, Lin Nian is not only their king, but also their creator, but Lin Nian has always been with them as a king. "Your compatriots are now performing my mission on earth, since you were born, follow them." "Yes, king, I will obey your orders." Angel said coldly and seriously. Lin Nian smiled, "Don't be so nervous, just treat it as a game between me and you, but there is no punishment." After finishing speaking, Lin Nian's figure disappeared. Angel Lang saw this scene, but before he could react, he was also pushed out of the dark plane. Opening his eyes, he saw Rufeng looking at him with concern. "How about it? I saw the king." Angel's cold tone was a little excited, but also a little lonely. She hadn't had a good talk with Wang yet, although she didn't know what to say. "What did the king say?" Soft Wind suddenly became interested. "The king said, let me carry out the order with you. He also said it was just a game without penalties." Soft Wind nodded. "Unfortunately, the king is not here, but he will come back sooner or later." As she spoke, she sent a dark message to Ling. "Connect to this channel and meet everyone. Everyone, a new compatriot has been born." As soon as the words fell, Sheng Feng shouted in the dark communication. "Really? Let me see. Where? What's the name of the new compatriot?" In an instant, the dark communication became lively for a long time. Cold, Angel Cold. Angel Leng briefly introduced himself. Angel Leng, have you seen the king? Although, they can contact Lin Nian at any time, but under normal circumstances they will not bother him. Wang has a major mission, and they will not bother him because of such a trivial matter. But Leng was different, she had just been born, so it was right to contact Wang. Yes, in the dark plane. Cold back. Wang asked her to go to Earth with us to carry out missions. Now you can't be lazy and set a good example. Soft Wind said. Although angels do not have class distinctions, they also have generations. Leng, who was born behind them, is undoubtedly their descendants. Rufeng, are you coming down too? Asked an angel. Of course, I'll keep an eye on you, too. Soft Wind smiled. What does it mean to look at us carefully? We are not lazy. Yes, yes. The only one who is lazy is the spirit. You're talking bad about me again. Ling said angrily. Cold, wait for you to come down, I will take you to eat something delicious, the food here is delicious. Okay, all right. Lang replied, although there was no expression on his face, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Okay, let's go, Cold. Saying that, Rufeng opened the wormhole. Lang nodded and followed her into the wormhole. Soon, they appeared above the earth. Looking at the blue sky, Rufeng asked. Do you know Earth? Cold shook his head. Wang's treasure of knowledge, Curry, has information about the Earth, you can learn about it. Hearing this, Lang immediately began to search for information, and soon, she found information about the Earth. In an instant, the records, knowledge, and language of all civilizations on the Earth poured into her eyes like sea water. But to Lang, it was like reading a book, and this bit of information did not cause any pressure on her at all. Soon, she had a clear understanding of the history and civilization on the Earth, as well as the current human condition. Well, what do you think of human beings? Soft Wind asked. Information about humans flashed in Cold eyes. Humans, primary intelligent life forms, have complex social systems and simple civilizations. He responded coldly. Rufeng was not surprised by her answer. Yet, humans are complicated, but do you know why the king wants us to get along with them? Lang shook his head, he didn't understand Wang's actions, why Wang wanted these lowly creatures to contact them. The king said that we angels are too simple, and this universe is dark. Although we understand the law of the dark forest, we cannot understand and use it well. So, the king asked us to go to Earth to learn about human intrigue and cunning. Soft Wind said slowly. However, it doesn't matter, we may not be able to understand their actions and thoughts quickly, but we have enough time to slowly speculate. Let's go, I'll take you to meet other compatriots. As she spoke, she dragged Lang and flew down. At this time, in Xia territory. In front of an ice cream shop, a young girl wearing a peaked cap is licking the ice cream on her hands leisurely. Her eyes were shining and clear, but her eyes looked somewhere from time to time. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply, and her eyes suddenly burst into strange brilliance. Soft Wind, you are here. You are cold, come and promise your ice cream. Ling looked at Ling, took out an ice cream and handed it to Ling. Thanks. He took the ice cream carefully. Naturally, their actions were not seen by the people around them. When the soft wind appeared, she blocked it through the big clock. I said, why are you still wearing battle armor? This is not acceptable. You have to do as the Romans do here, and you have to wear something like mine. Ling pointed to the clothes on his body. No, it's already been prepared for you. As he spoke, Ling snapped his fingers and took out 2 sets of clothes from the wormhole. After a while of scanning, the clothes were put on them in an instant. By the way, how did you come to my place? Ling asked. Of course it depends on whether you are lazy. Ru Feng smiled. I'm not being lazy, you see, I'm watching them. Ling pointed in one direction, and following the direction of her finger, Feng saw two targets several kilometers away. Ru Feng nodded, did you find anything? Most of the Judgment Eye's authority has been banned. Ling sighed. I said it all, cheating is not allowed. Soft Wind smiled. Afterwards, Ling led them into a coffee shop. In Daxia, although there are fewer entertainment venues due to industrial production, the government considers people. The mental state of the people is still partly preserved. Ling skillfully ordered a drink for everyone. Drink it, it's delicious. Ling looked at Leng and said. I took a sip of it coldly, my eyes lit up a little, it was really good, and the taste was very peculiar. Oh, Leng, why don't you smile, this is not like an angel. Ling looked at her and muttered. It's really as cold as your name. That being said, Ling can also feel her emotions. Obviously, she just can't laugh, and it's not that she doesn't have emotions. The king said that every angel is unique, and this is what makes Leng unique. Ru Feng smiled. Leng, who was a little disappointed at first, became happy instantly after hearing this. Since Wang said it, it must be right. Leng, let me tell you first, the things to pay attention to here. Ru Feng looked at her like a patient big sister. He nodded coldly. First of all, because of the king's order, and the law of the dark forest, we angels must not be exposed to the eyes of humans or one body. Therefore, we need the big clock to provide us with shielding at all times. Also, you can't have any contact with people from Ito. Ling added. Then, Ru Feng patiently told her about other points that need attention, and Ling also added from time to time. Under their introduction, Ling has a better understanding of human beings and the current environment. Kimura here. How is the progress? Taylor asked, standing next to the Kimura. The electromagnetic signal has been analyzed, but the reason for its existence has not been found. Kimura shook his head. It's really not that she didn't say it, but that she really didn't find it. At first, she thought it was a very simple technique. But with the slow analysis and research, she gradually found something wrong. This technology is a bit like a forbidden technology. That is the memory in their genes. Research on the soul was strictly prohibited at that time, although the current king did not require it. However, they still subconsciously do not study this kind of thing. And now, she saw the shadow of those technologies in these experimental subjects. It's no wonder that the scientists on the earth can't detect it, and their angels don't have much contact with this kind of technology, which belongs to the technology of sticks. This discovery also made her a little curious, what is Wang studying? After Taylor heard this, his expression couldn't help but become serious. He looked at the constantly beating signal on the screen, his eyes lost in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Is there a way to simulate the process of their creation? Taylor asked in a low voice. Kimura naturally understood what he meant, and of course she could do it, but, will the king agree? She secretly took a deep breath and decided to ask Wang, after all, this kind of thing is still a little sensitive. Then, she immediately contacted Xiaolin's Hung by dark communication. 5.5012602008 Fila 1320522550. King. Kimura's voice was full of excitement and anticipation. It's Kimura, what's the matter? Lin Nian's figure appeared in the dark space and pulled her in by the way. King. Seeing Lin Nian again, Kimura inevitably felt a little excited, but she did not forget the purpose of her coming. I'm currently analyzing the results of your human experiments, and I accidentally discovered some of the technology of the Styx civilization that you left on it. She briefly explained her purpose, then looked at Lin Nian expectantly. Well, Taylor. Lin Nian muttered. Then he looked at Kimura, what do you think? Kimura took a deep breath. Wang, I want to find out. Lin Nian smiled, he didn't ask Kimura what answer he wanted. Since you want to, do it there, the prohibition of the previous era can't restrain you, after all, I am your king. His words were considered to allow Kimura to study the technology of sticks. In fact, Lin Nian did not prohibit it either. In his opinion, whether it is angel, sticks, or liang, their skills are remarkable. As long as it is useful, he will use it, and he will not care about any conceptual issues. Yes, king. Kimura was very happy, not because she got the technology to use sticks, but because the king talked to her. But when she still wanted to ask the king, her figure left. At this time, in reality, it was only a blink of an eye. Thinking of Wang's answer just now, Kimura nodded. I can try. Taylor naturally agreed, and soon, Kimura began to study. This time, she also started to get serious. After all, it was the technology of sticks, and it was the first time she came into contact with it. At this time, von Neumann, the Ito wallbreaker who has been studying Taylor, finally showed a smile on his face that had been gloomy for an unknown amount of time. Chapter 57. As a wallbreaker appointed by the Lord, von Neumann, like Motzi, regards this mission as his only value. For this reason, in order to understand Taylor's true thoughts, he spent countless days and nights thinking hard, especially after seeing Motzi break the wall. He became even more anxious, he didn't carry out genetic modification, and hibernation would waste a lot of time for him. Therefore, he must spend a limited time to unlock Taylor's true intentions. What he fears most is that he cannot complete the task given by the Lord within his lifetime. And now, he can finally stop worrying. Yes, after countless days and nights of torture, he finally found the answer. He was also convinced that this was what Taylor really thought. But he was not in a hurry to find Taylor immediately. First of all, Taylor was still working and there were many security personnel around. After experiencing the last wallbreaker incident, although Taylor did not act as a wall facer, the PDC would not watch them do it. For them, if they can't stop the wall breaker from breaking the wall, can they still not stop the wall breaker? However, this is meaningless to him. Safan will create opportunities for him. Didn't Ray Diaz, who was hiding on the moon, also be pulled down by Safan? This is their fate, a fate they cannot escape. The second reason is that he still has a very important matter to ask the Lord. Soon, he came to the three-body world. Afterwards, he told the Lord about his doubts, and in the virtual world, Tao's ethereal voice sounded. About this point, we cannot answer. Hearing this, von Neumann was taken aback. Lord, you know everything and don't want to tell me. No, we just haven't done research on this aspect, it doesn't belong to our field. Lord, how can there be things that you don't understand? Von Neumann was shocked. We are not omniscient, but you think we are omniscient? Yes, as far as we are concerned, you are omniscient. He began to stop worrying about the problem. Then, he uttered the answer he had deciphered, and after half a meeting, Three-Body replied. I hope you can confirm your judgment. Obviously, they would not believe Taylor's judgment until they saw Taylor's reaction. Relax, Lord, I will let you witness, but please arrange for this opportunity. 08. Tomoko will arrange for you. Three-Body is still very concerned about breaking the wall. Von Neumann breathed a sigh of relief. With the Lord's response, there was no need to worry. Just as he was about to leave, the Lord suddenly asked him a question again uncharacteristically. What do you mean by God? Lord, why are you asking that? After a moment of silence, they gave their answer. We have learned about your civilization through Safans. In your civilization, the title God or God appears many times. What are they? Lord, there are no gods, and there are no gods, they are but a figment of our humanity, in a distant time when we did not have the wisdom we have now. We regard those unexplainable phenomena as God or God's arrangement. But now, we have moved from ignorance to science, and gods will no longer exist. Von Neumann explained. But now you still believe in them. Lord, that's a little bit of spiritual sustenance for those wretched human beings. Unable to understand. Lord, you don't need to understand, you just need to know that they don't exist. No, we have studied your civilization, and your civilization inheritance method is through language and writing. You say there are no gods, how could they appear in your words and language? Things that do not exist are not worthy of being recorded and passed down. But von Neumann wanted to say something, but this time the three-body problem interrupted him. Just like you call me Lord, because our strength makes you fearful, so before us, the title of Lord has already appeared. Therefore, we speculate that you have seen advanced civilizations, so you have passed down this title. No, Lord, you are real, and you are our God. Von Neumann shouted. God will bring you freedom and hope, but we will only bring you destruction and death. But that's exactly what we said we were looking forward to. Von Neumann lowered his head. Trisolaris was silent for a moment, not continuing this topic. We need your information about God. Okay, Lord, everything is according to your wishes. After a while, von Neumann left the virtual space and returned to reality. He was still a little confused about the Lord's request just now. But he was still ready to do what the Lord asked, and then he looked up at the sky. It was already late at night, and he suddenly remembered the conversation with Chu. How can God really exist? If so, why did they ignore them? He sneered, as if mocking himself. But the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Etc. If it is really as the Lord said, the so-called God is actually a higher civilization. Then they treat human beings the same way the Lord treats human beings. Yes. This makes sense, in their eyes, human beings are bugs, even Trisolarans are bugs, so they don't bother to look at them. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered some secret. He looked at the starry sky, trying to find the trace of the existence of God. If he guessed correctly, at this moment, just as Safan is watching them, God is watching them. If gods really exist. At this time, Lin Nian, who was drifting far away in the depths of the universe, seemed to feel something, and he subconsciously looked back. On the other hand, von Neumann on Earth felt that the air around him froze instantly, and the endless sea of stars in his eyes was twisting and spinning, and finally turned into a pair of deep and vast eyes. Just the moment he met those eyes, he felt endless information pouring into his mind like a tide. But his brain couldn't bear such a huge amount of information at all. He could feel that his brain was rapidly dissolving, and his brain chose to use this method to relieve pressure. His heartbeat was even faster than ever before, and blood was slowly oozing from his mouth and nose. They don't care about the consequences of doing this at all, they just want to hug this body at this moment, even if it makes it a fool. Von Neumann could feel that his memory and thinking were disappearing rapidly, but at the moment he didn't care about it. Ha ha ha, there are gods, there really are gods, gods really exist. He wanted to shout, but his body was already out of control, and there was only a group of sobs for no reason, which was the body's instinct sending out a warning. However, it was too late. The next moment, his body fell down suddenly, and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He died just because of one look. And Lin Nian, who is far away in the depths of the universe, also saw this scene through the big clock. After he was stunned for a moment, he finally realized that his omniscient eyes were not closed. The so-called all-seeing eye is similar to the eye of judgment said by angels, with the ability to investigate and analyze. It will transmit the information it sees to the gene engine, and then compare and analyze it with the big clock to draw a conclusion. Navigating in the vast universe will encounter many accidents, so observation is very necessary. Of course, this observation will not reveal his location, because the received signal is transmitted through the dark plane. But when he turned around just now, he forgot to turn it off. As a result, the all-seeing eye and the other party's eyes met, which caused him to start scanning the other party's brain, which inevitably led to the transmission of part of the information. By the time he reacted, the other party had already hung up. Is this the legend that God cannot look directly at it? Think about how the human brain can process so much information. Gods are different. Take angels as an example. They can process and analyze this information in an instant. Though that's just a bunch of simple analytics signals. King? Is that you? In the dark communication, Ru Feng sent a question. Wang, we felt your gaze just now, where are you? Kimura also jumped out, and as angels, they naturally noticed the strangeness just now. Nothing, just an accident. Lin Nian said, and transmitted to them what happened just now. So that's the case, I thought you were paying attention to us. Soft Wind said. I'm watching you all the time, even though my eyes aren't here. Then he asked. Cold, how are you getting along with your compatriots? King. A slightly excited voice sounded. Very, very good. Then you continue. With that said, he was ready to continue with his own business. King. Seeing this, Ru Feng quickly called to stop him. When will you be back? There was strong expectation in her tone, and at this moment, the rest of the angels were holding their breaths and waiting for his answer. I'll be back when the time comes. Lin Nian didn't elaborate, his voice disappeared the next moment, and the angels knew he had left. The king is gone. The faint voice of the angel spirit came. The king just left temporarily. Yes, Wang said he has been paying attention to us. Then we have to work hard and not let Wang down. The angels quickly regained momentum. On Lin Nian's side, he withdrew his gaze. He was also quite speechless about what happened just now. I didn't expect that a mistake of my own would cause such consequences, but fortunately, this kind of information scanning will not be discovered by Sifan. As for that unlucky guy, Lin Nian accidentally got some interesting things from his memory. That unlucky guy turned out to be Taylor's wall breaker, and he also collected a little information about the three-body problem from it. For example, the conversation just now. It seems that because of this guy was accidentally targeted by him. Thinking about it this way, Luoji was lucky back then, he hadn't been implanted with the angel gene at that time, otherwise he might have ended up in the same fate as this guy. As for the suspicion of the three bodies, he is not worried, with the big clock, he is not afraid of what the three bodies will find out. As for the other information about the three-body problem, as he expected, there was nothing in this guy's head at all. Obviously, the three-body problem paid attention to this after the Evans incident. But this incident gave him a reminder, don't use omniscient eyes on human beings in the future, angels. Fortunately, I have closed their authority in this regard. Soon, Tri-Solaris learned of von Neumann's death, and they didn't care about his death. In their view, human beings are such fragile living organisms. According to the test, it was only detected that something happened to his body. Similar to the situation of gene disintegration, they don't know much about this situation. But this is not an isolated case, after all, there are people with the symptoms of Lin Nian. No way, they haven't studied the human body, so their understanding is limited, and even if they understand the structure of the human body, they still can't understand the situation of von Neumann. What judgment? As I said before, human beings are fragile creatures, like bugs. Von Neumann is dead, but the plan to break the wall must continue. Fortunately, he told them his idea before. Then, he came to Qin Shi Huang. Lord, what are your orders? Von Neumann is dead. Qin Shi Huang was surprised, dead. According to Sifan's test, he died of genetic collapse, and his brain has completely disappeared. Gene disintegration, but he has not been detected before. Could this be a human conspiracy? Qin Shi Huang said subconsciously. No man-made traces were detected, and he only had the dissolution of the brain, and the body remained intact. It should be a latent symptom. Your human body is too fragile. Then what should we do? He is Taylor's wall breaker, should we rearrange him as a wall breaker? You are right, he is not important, what is important is the information he has, and before that, he told me his speculation. Now, I will tell you this conjecture, and you will arrange a new wall breaker to confirm this conjecture. Trisolarists never cared about their life or death, all they cared about was Luo Ji and the other wall facers. Understand, my lord, I will do as you command. 240. Qin Shi Huang said. In addition, we need some information about your god, or god, he is dead, and this task is entrusted to you. Okay, me. After saying this, Qin Shi Huang immediately arranged for someone from an organization to be the new wall facer, and he told him about von Neumann's speculation. Please witness to the Lord, I will continue the duties of von Neumann and fulfill the mission entrusted by the Lord. Galileo said excitedly that he never thought that such a sacred mission would fall on his own head. Galileo, Safan will arrange your actions. After Qin Shi Huang said this, he left. He also had to fulfill another request of the Lord, although he didn't know why the Lord asked this. Kimura here. With Lin Nian's permission, she slowly came into contact with the technology of the Styx civilization, and gradually she made a discovery. But this discovery is only for her, and for Taylor, there is still no progress at all. On this day, Taylor returned home with a dignified expression, and was about to think about whether to stop this project. For now, there is no need to continue, unless Lin Nian is awakened. However, when he walked into the house, he unexpectedly found an unexpected guest. It was a man wearing a black tall hat, dressed in formal attire, and holding a cane in his hand, very much like those ancient gentlemen in the European period. Mr. Taylor, it's a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he took off his top hat with one hand and bowed to Taylor. When Taylor saw him for the first time, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but then he returned to calm. He walked aside on his own, and Galileo naturally observed his expression. You don't seem surprised by my presence. Taylor ignored him and asked instead. What do you want to drink? Galileo was stunned. You can do whatever you want, as long as you like it. But who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Taylor glanced at him. I'm not asking you, I'm asking him. The smile on Galileo's face froze, he stared firmly into Taylor's eyes, but Taylor looked at him calmly, as if he had seen through everything about him. How did you find out? Feel. Taylor said something lightly. After Ray Diaz died, I have been dreading this moment, but I have been thinking about this scene in my mind all the time. As he spoke, he looked at Lilo. You give me a different feeling, so I don't think you are him, not my wall breaker. Galileo felt the horror in front of him at this moment. What a terrifying intuition, is this the wall facer? Only now did he feel the oppressive feeling of facing a wall facer. It was hard for him to imagine how von Neumann figured out his true thoughts from his vast and deep mind. All he could see now was a fog. As you think, I am indeed not your wall breaker, or I just took over this life from the previous wall breaker. He didn't hide it, it already made sense, continuing to argue would only make him more like a clown.